Chapter 1 Rebirth Before the Apocalypse. Xiaoran abruptly situpin de gaspin for breathe a scold sweat dripped down his forehead. He had experienced an extraordinarily vivid dream. In that dream, an unrelenting hailstorm descended upon the globe, with hailstone aesthesis of ping pong balls affordless lie shattering ordinary glass, including car windows, whirled wast rowdy dindensfog, making jit nearly impossible for a nyo to venture outside, while the temperature is plummeted around minus 10 degrees. And this was in June. By 4th day, the power grid collapsed, and menisha come into the freezing cold overnight. As if that weren't enough, the hail was also poisonous. In a liquid transformed from the hail-contaminated plants, leading to withering, while water sources became tainted, drinking javenes malevolent could cause a relentless vomiting and excruciating pain, while a larger quantity could result in immediate death. Every Onu was strapped, slowly starving, until fiercer the most horrifying gactoful cannibalism. But Xiaoran could never have anticipated that would be ambushed and dismembered by his wife's family. No, this was no dream. Cradling a shade in Hishans, Xiaoran recalled the excruciating 15-day soft apocalypse survived light he could remember every detail, especially the agonizing pain of his dismemberment. It was soon mistakably real. There a canon Libioni explanation. I have reincarnated. And it is no. He glanced at his phone, which clearly read March 1 as say. When did the apocalypse begin? June 1st. He remembered vividly because had planned to take his into the amusement park that day, only to be struck by Elvemament the stepped outside, leaving him in existential agony. This meant he had a full 3 months before the disaster struck. Inito Makamani gather enough udan supply a stellasta lifetime, and build a sikarisa fihaziana that can withstand the helen fend off the hald attempt to take watisman. How old he makathismani? Simple. Xiaoran was bolstered with the foresight of having reincarnated, with precise analogy to stock market's trajectory over the next 3 months. His shabby ways analyzing market trends and keeping Genny in stocks. But where would it get the initial capital? Lottery tickets. He clearly remembered two winning numbers for the next jackpot. He had played it for just $2 and had 5 numbers, so the details were as certain to his memory. The prize pool had reached a dastic jarring 2.5 billion. If about 100 tickets, he would secure a grand prize. With the capital in hand and a clear understanding of the best stocks to buy, making money would be breeze. But the first thing he had to do is get a divorce. Xiaoran's gazeter and Dacia's memory is flooded back. In his previous life, not only had his wife's family devoured his finances, but she had also revealed a devastating secret just before he had drawn his last breath. His son was not biologically his. He had never found peace. That a wretched woman. Xiaoran clenched his fists, Fury burned in hizes. Hezo trevenge, hekraved retribution. I want to our families lapawe unscathed. Xiaoran was an orphan who had nevis university admission through sheer hard work on had landed Dodson Tiab. It was during Thistomethethemetheswai Zhongwan, a sweet-looking nurse with parents who had just retired down de Unger brother still in university. Their relationship blossomed rapidly, and at Jingjuan Skoxing had agreed to marry into her family, becoming their son-in-law. As an orphan, he had not put much stock in continuing the lineage along it instead for the warmth of a family. After they married, however, Jingjuan's Demian or Nedisi, her parents and brother treat him poorly, yet when Jingjuan's own became pregnant, Hekazi to Verlunithiritids, revel in the joy of fatherhood. On Sutherson was born, he devoted himself entirely to care, changing the percent preparing formula, all while being the sole provider in his respect. In the Zheng household, he appeared to be son-in-law, but in reality, he was little more than a servant. And what was even more ridiculous? He sent a salary was turned divert with family, leaving him with a measly 200 yuan for personality a month. Meanwhile, his brother-in-law, Zhenggang, squandered extravagant during his studious and after graduation hopped from one suitage job to another, often dining Gutan staying in hotels with girlfriends no Xiaoran understood whose money had been spending. Itwashis. Yet the most infuriating thing of all waste hot Thesson had nurtured for 3 years, Peringal his Levinto, was not even his own flesh and blood. Who was Meraliasad, pathetic substitute. From now on, yo will not a single cent off you will they accumulate, thes applies a stockpile shall remain notifio you reach you will be left in litoich, as it would not have enough area crumb off buried. And he shall devis the cruelest manner to bring a booty our end. Xiaoran klimba doubt oft, and just as was about oputan hissues, Hesed life rose. He discovered that his thoughts were a connected vast, boundless space. Is this dot an alternated dimension? With Amarathought, Thephonine Hishan vanished, and he could see I clear lianthesa the realm. Then, with another thought, Thephona reappeared in his grasp. Xiaoran's jaw dropped in astonishment. Not only have I turned into Thedami before the apocalypse, but in possess supernatural abilities. Just think of the supplies I can hoard. Heffeltan overwhelming excitement. This would resolve the crucial issue for a safe house. You wouldn't need to allocate vesteri for storage, and maintaining the temperature and humidity for preserving food would no longer complicate construction. The emergency of my powers further proves that this isn't a dream. Xiaoran's resolve is solidified. After gathering his essentials, he approached the Duran flunged open forcefully. What do you think, Kitus? Duo you think know how to jet up? His father-in-law Zhengyojuan nearly hurled his decup in rage, get in the kitchen and start washing dishes. Xiaoran immersed himself in contemplation. Had called in sick that morning duetto a headache and had informed Zhengwan, yet the wasmid with Zhengyujin shastila to themament stepped outside, as if he was back to that moment before death when Zhengyujin held a knife and dismembered him piece by piece. Hegler dat Zhengyojuan his gaze filled with deadly intent, wishing he could slay his beast theory anthen. Botha had to remain composed. Murdering Simeon carried severe consequences, and killing Thutrecht with a single blow would be too lenient. Zhengyu Junsens Xiaoran Shiliglarian falteerd slightly intensitofis Luca nervidum, asfaf hekud wield a knife at nimament. In affido fimpotentrage Zhengyu Jin slamadishan sun thita and bellowed how daria glarion you insolentrech, you're getting tubald. Xiaoran stepped forward and slapped the old man hard across the face. This blow was infused with Elispan Tuprage, sending the old man crashing against Thitable Justash's mother-in-law, Lin Meiying, emerged holding Thierson. Shalitate near piercing scream, startling the chilled into a feat of wailing. Once Xiaoran's greatest affection was reserved for Isen, do seeing Thiboinam united feelings of anger and disgust. Indeed, there's born a resemblance to him Botha had never doubted it, assuming Jingjuan's genus were simply more dominant the result no was totori a bright green hat. How ridiculous, how tragic. When an honestman's fury is stirred, it becomes an extraordinarily dangerous force. Xiaoran approached, snipping off a Lakov Teshild share with scissors, a cold smile gracing his lips as she strode out. Just in minutes later, Thefana rang. Xiaoran answered, and Jingjuan's furious voice erupted from the receiver. Xiaoran, have you lost the ormond? How dare you hit me, father? Divorce. Xiaoran's response was Amrit words. Chapter 2 Divorce. The other party was momentarily stunned, and after a while, a louder shout from Zhangwan echoed, Xiaoran, what madness are you indulging in? Just wait and see how I deal with you when I get off work. Xiaoran remained calm, replying in a composed tone, immediately, we are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I have already brought the household registration book, marriage certificate, and my identification. Xiaoran and Zhangwan yelled again, but this time she calmed down, saying, don't act impulsively. A marriage cannot simply be dissolved at your whim. Do you not care about Xiao Jia? Xiao Jia referred to Xiaoran's son, whose real name was Zhang Jia, indeed, an illegitimate child. Xiaoran scoffed, until when do you intend to deceive me? Wu Zhang Jia is not my son. He is your and Zhang Ziheo's love child. You were so eager to marry me back then because you were already pregnant with Zhang Ziheo's child. How do you know this? Zhangwan's voice quivered. Do not concern yourself with how I know. We are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau right this moment, or I will create a scene at the hospital, exposing your affair with Zhang Ziheo and see how you both handle the aftermath, Xiaoran stated indifferently. He was confident that Zhang Wan would relent. Sure enough, after a brief hesitation, Zhang Wan replied, fine, I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The rush to marry Xiaoran was primarily to prevent the scandal of an unwed pregnancy from surfacing, to preserve Zhang Ziheo's reputation, and, moreover, because Xiaoran was exceedingly easy to control, essentially, a free domestic aid. In fact, this aide would hand over all his earnings. Now that their son was already 3 years old, there was no longer a need to worry about reputation. It was merely unfortunate for Xiaoran, who was a wage-dedicated servant. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau via subway, Xiaoran was surprised to find that Zhang Wan had beaten him there. Waiting at the entrance, this woman, at 27 years old and standing 160 centimeters tall, possessed a sweet appearance, with large eyes tied back into a ponytail, scoring a solid 70 in looks, though her figure left much to be desired, rather flat-chested, nearly an A cup. She gazed at Xiaoran with a mix of suspicion and astonishment, still reeling from how he had uncovered the truth. What she did not know was that all of this was revealed to him by her in a previous life. At that time, Xiaoran was on the brink of death, and she had no fear of her secrets being disclosed. Xiaoran, do not consider divorce so lightly. It involves the division of assets and the custody of the child, among many other issues, Zhangwan implored, still attempting to dissuade him. If they returned home, the family would collectively pressure Xiaoran, believing they could persuade him, you are a slave to our family, now and forever. Xiaoran looked at her with indifference, stating, I will leave with nothing. The child is yours, I will not pay a single cent in child support. In theory, he could demand a division of their shared assets, and after a paternity test, he could even seek compensation. However, he had no time to waste on such matters. He needed to finalize the divorce today, otherwise, should he win the lottery before the divorce was settled, it would create significant complications, as Zhang Wan's family would undoubtedly pounce on such a lucrative opportunity. Thus, he wanted nothing to do with shared marital property. When the apocalypse arrived, he would have ample means to reclaim what was rightfully his. Zhang Wan was left speechless by his declaration and reluctantly followed him to the divorce office. They took a number and queued. Today was not particularly busy, and they were soon called forward. The mediator attempted to intervene, saying, you two are still young, and you have children, the child is not mine. Xiaoran interjected coolly, devoid of expression. The mediator was taken aback and ceased to offer further counsel, asking, how will the assets be divided? I will leave with nothing, Xiaoran replied. Since Zhang Jia was not his biological child, Xiaoran had no obligation to support him. Choosing to leave with nothing meant there would be no division of assets, allowing the divorce agreement to be swiftly finalized. Half an hour later, Xiaoran exchanged his marriage certificate for a divorce certificate, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. Finally, he was free from the clutches of the Zhang family's lair. Without casting a glance at Zhang Wan, he strode away as Zhang Wan's expression was filled with resentment. She had lost a free domestic aid and a substantial financial supplement. Xiaoran's current salary exceeded 10,000. You think you can just walk away? No chance. She pulled out her phone and dialed the police. I want to report a crime. Yes, my father has been attacked. The assailant is named Xiaoran, identification number 3205. As Xiaoran exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, he first went for lunch. By the time he reached the lottery shop in the afternoon, he confidently selected several numbers and spent 200 yuan on 100 tickets, 500 million, the maximum prize for this draw, awaited him. The lottery ticket bore a timestamp, and surveillance footage at the Civil Affairs Bureau could confirm he had completed the divorce process, ensuring this was marital property clear as day. Yet, Xiaoran was completely broke, having exhausted his 200 yuan in pocket money. No matter, he still had Huabei. He booked a hotel room on his phone and took a taxi over. After registering with his identification, he settled into a luxurious hotel costing 1,500 yuan per night. In the past, he would never have dared to spend like this, but now, what was money to him? In his hotel room, Xiaoran began to explore the specific uses and characteristics of his alternate space. Firstly, whether an object could be stored depended entirely on its size. Due to the limitation of the space portal, which measured 5 by 5 meters, objects could be infinitely long but could not exceed 5 meters in height or width. Weight was irrelevant, as contact and intention were sufficient for storage. Secondly, living beings could not be contained. Xiaoran had attempted to take a fish tank containing 5 goldfish from the lounge, but despite his efforts, he could not store it in the alternate space. However, upon opening the portal, he could directly place the tank inside, only to find the fish dead upon retrieval. This means that living beings must either be forcibly stuffed in or left to their own devices. Indeed, if used wisely, it could serve as a means to undermine others. Thirdly, the portal could open at any position and in any direction, but could not extend beyond 2 meters from him and could not open within objects, such as walls. Additionally, should he move, the portal would automatically close but could be reopened instantly. Fourthly, once an object was placed into the alternate space, its state would be preserved. For instance, if a cup of hot tea was stored, it would remain scalding even an hour later. A piece of ice would show no sign of melting after the same duration. This is perfect for storing food. Most crucially, this state included the object's kinetic energy. This meant that if Xiaoran tossed a brick into the space, when he released it, the brick would come flying out. What if he stored an arrow, a bullet, or even a falling object, a devastating weapon? All Xiaoran needed to do was stockpile ammunition and practice his aim. Now, I just need to collect my winnings tomorrow, and I can buy a house, invest in the stock market, and convert the house into a safe haven. That evening, Xiaoran deliberately chose a high-end restaurant and opted for the most expensive items on the menu. The thrill of spending money was exhilarating. He reflected on how he had previously managed with only 200 yuan a month. Why? To save for his wife and child, and what was the result? He was merely a pitiable pawn. Expenditure was now his new mantra. Starting tomorrow, he would be a wealthy man, and when disaster struck, he would become the richest person in the world. However, that wealth would not be in cash but in food, clothing, energy, and more. Chapter 3. Claiming the prize. Upon his rebirth, Xiaoran's mindset underwent a profound transformation. Who would not experience a drastic change in temperament after being bound by their wife as family, only to be slaughtered and consumed? Furthermore, he had long harbored dissatisfaction towards his ex-wife's family, but had endured it all for the sake of his son. The revelation that the child was not his biological offspring became the final straw that broke the camel's back. A man of integrity, when pushed to his limits, often exhibits a frenzy that surpasses that of others. After dining, he settled the bill using Huabei, spending over 30,000, with a credit limit exceeding 80,000. He faced no risk of being unable to pay. To be honest, while the restaurant was indeed expensive, the cuisine was merely mediocre. Upon returning to the hotel, he found that the television station was set to broadcast the lottery results in 10 minutes. 1. Winning, 2. Winning, 3. Winning, 7. All winning. A smile crept across Xiaoran's face. It seemed that his rebirth had not altered the course of history. 500 million in hand. Oh, but taxes and donations must be accounted for, so let us consider it 400 million. As he lay down to sleep, waves of thought surged through his mind, preventing him from drifting off. Meanwhile, the Zhang family was in an uproar. What? That bastard divorced you? Zhang Yujun could hardly believe his ears, even as his daughter placed the divorce certificate on the table. Hadn't Xiaoran been nothing more than a loyal dog in their home, this obedient canine, ever diligent and submissive, had now turned and bitten him before running away. He could not reconcile himself to this. Where is that bastard? I'll go teach him a lesson. Zheng Gang shouted, only to discover upon returning home that his father had been struck by his brother-in-law, who was now his former brother-in-law. Where is Dad? I want to ride on a horse. Zheng Jie chimed in enthusiastically. Your father is dead. Zheng Wan yelled at her son, yet Zheng Jie clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Daddy is dead, Daddy is dead. This was because Xiaoran had always indulged him, never uttering a harsh word, and the child had grown accustomed to seeing family members berate Xiaoran, thus he felt no reverence for this nominal father. Zheng Wan felt increasingly exasperated. Whenever Xiaoran was home, she could leave her son in his care without worry. Now, with a 3-year-old clamoring in her ear, she felt murderous rage bubbling within. Taking a deep breath, she decided to let Lin Meiying look after her son for the moment, then stated, I called the police, but they said it's a domestic matter and usually 1T intervene unless the injuries are severe. What? Zhang Yujun leapt to his feet, that bastard assaulted me, and nothing is being done? Zhang Wan remained silent. Although Zhang Yujun had received a slap, the mark on his face had nearly faded, and such minor injuries hardly warranted legal action. Sister, why did you agree to the divorce? Zhang Gang inquired, that guy earns over 10,000 a month. Now that he has divorced, our family loses that income. How am I supposed to marry? Exactly, you know what conditions your sister-in-law's family has proposed, a bride price of 300,000 and a house. Without that bastard's income, your brother will be under tremendous financial strain. Zhang Yujun added, his plan had been to use Xiaoran's salary to help his son with the mortgage, but now that money had vanished. How could he not be anxious? He was more concerned about that than the slap he received from Xiaoran. Jiangwan felt a surge of irritation as her father and brother focused solely on Xiaoran's monthly salary, completely disregarding her future. But had it not always been this way, suppressing her annoyance, she declared, I won't let him off so easily, I will make Xiaoran pay. Zhang Yujun and Zhang Gang cursed enraged, yet they had no idea where Xiaoran had gone. No matter how furious or anxious they felt, what could they do? We must remarry, it is imperative. Zhang Yujun insisted. That bastard not only provides over 10,000 a month but is also a capable worker. We cannot let him escape. Zhang Wan furrowed her brow and said, I need to step outside for some air. How could she possibly consider remarrying when she already knew that her son was not biologically hers? Overwhelmed, she found that Lin Meiying was unable to manage her grandson, and as her son began to throw a tantrum, breaking things, she simply wished to flee from it all. A night passed, Xiaoran felt invigorated and decided to treat himself to a hearty meal at a restaurant. Bliss. After half a month of hardship, not only had he been allocated the least amount of food, but he had also saved some for his false son. In retrospect, it was truly ironic. How could he have been so foolish? Zhang Jie bore no resemblance to him whatsoever, and was quite unruly, lacking any semblance of reason. Such traits did not mirror those of Zhang Wan either, so how could he possibly be a legitimate offspring? Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on these thoughts any longer. His life was set to truly begin today. After finishing his meal, he hailed a cab and made his way to the lottery center. Upon learning that Xiaoran was there to claim his prize, the staff promptly ushered him inside, withdraw the lottery ticket, verify the identity, and then comes the moment of claiming the prize, an astounding sum of 500 million. However, after taxes amounting to 100 million and a charitable donation of 2 million, the final sum in hand dwindles to a mere 398 million. Yet, this remains an immense fortune. Representatives from several banks at the lottery center immediately approach to solicit business. Indifferent, Xiaoran has no need for financial products or interest. He casually selects one bank, primarily due to its proximity to his residential community. After completing the deposit transaction, the department manager, brimming with enthusiasm, invites Xiaoran to take a stroll, her intentions unmistakably suggestive. Xiaoran appraises her appearance rated above 70 by his standards. A score of 60 qualifies as attractive, thus a 70 undoubtedly signifies above average beauty. Though somewhat tempted, he ultimately declines. Firstly, he is preoccupied. Secondly, such an overture clearly comes with strings attached. She is in the business of attracting deposits, and engaging with her would likely lead him to consider her recommended financial products. Xiaoran intends to invest the majority of his funds in the stock market, aiming to double his investment to 2 billion within 2 months, with the final month characterized by frenzied purchasing. Hence, preserving his principle is of utmost importance. He merely adds manager Chen Yulian's WeChat and departs from the lottery center. Taking a taxi back to Zhoufu community, he contemplates why he returns to his original neighborhood. It is because he intends to purchase a residence here. If he does not acquire property in this vicinity, how can he humiliate the Zheng family and exact vengeance when the time comes? The hail continues to fall. A single strike can not only cause severe injury but also carries a lethal toxin, with skin contact resulting in excruciating pain, and should blood be drawn, well, that would herald certain doom. Thus, Xiaoran is resolutely unwilling to venture elsewhere, as it would impede his quest for retribution. Within the same community, he can navigate through the underground parking garage. Ex-wife's family, how could I possibly allow you to suffer such a simple fate as starvation? The anguish I have endured and the pain I have experienced must be visited upon you in equal measure. Chapter 4. Purchasing a home. Xiaoran arrived at Wai Wajia, located adjacent to the community. Are you here to view properties, sir? A male agent promptly approached him. Xiaoran nodded. I am looking to buy a house. The agent's spirit soared, his enthusiasm elevating several notches as he eagerly began his pitch. Xiaoran raised his hand slightly and said, I have my eye on building 8 of Zhoufu community, specifically that villa. Please call the seller. We can finalize the agreement today. I am willing to purchase it at the listed price, but I require the keys today to commence renovations immediately. The agent appeared as if he were in a dream. This was akin to money knocking at his door. Could there be a more favorable business opportunity than this? Absolutely, I will call right away, he exclaimed, bustling with urgency. That, indeed, is a villa, listed at the price of 12 million. Even if he can only secure a mere 0.5%, that still amounts to 60,000. Fortunately, he is not a woman, otherwise, one might suspect that Xiaoran harbored ulterior motives. Half an hour later, the landlord arrived. The two parties reached an amicable agreement, with Xiaoran promptly paying a deposit of 1 million. Once the agency finalized the contract, they could proceed to the housing authority for the transaction. The landlord willingly handed over the keys to Xiaoran, reassured by the provision of his identification and the substantial deposit, leaving no room for suspicion that he might be a thief who would abscond with the villa's contents. Having already vacated the premises, the landlord had removed all valuable items, leaving behind merely an empty shell. As the furniture was of little worth, the agent was elated, garnering immense envy from colleagues, having earned 60,000 in just over an hour. What a breeze! This transaction soon became a topic of admiration, swiftly circulating not only within the real estate circle but also throughout the Zhoufu community. As the local gossip spread the news, the entire neighborhood became aware. Xiaoran entered the villa, as he was the rightful owner. Gaining access to the community was effortless. A simple facial recognition scan sufficed. Upon entering the villa, he began searching online. What was he seeking? Renovation services. After carefully selecting based on reviews and reputation, he initiated contact. Hello. A gruff male voice responded. I wish to renovate a villa, Xiaoran stated. Not a problem, the voice replied. Xiaoran proceeded to outline his requirements. One stipulation, robustness. It should withstand an assailant armed with a sledgehammer, the structure must remain unbreached, and the windows should be fitted with retractable steel plates. The response was momentarily stunned. In all his dealings, this was the first time the contractor had encountered such a request. Nevertheless, the customer is king. No issue. How long will it take? Xiaoran inquired. A minimum of 6 months, depending on the size of your villa, came the reply as Xiaoran chuckled. The timeline must not exceed 2 months. The contractor was taken aback once more. Transforming an entire villa was not akin to constructing a pigsty or doghouse. Achieving this in 2 months seemed implausible. Additional fees will be necessary, the man declared. Xiaoran smiled. That is acceptable. Wait, he hadn't even stated how much more. Where are you located? I'll come over immediately to assess the site before providing a response, the contractor hastily added. All right. Xiaoran nodded and relayed the address. In his research on the company, he noted numerous commendations of their capabilities, including the completion of seemingly impossible tasks. Transforming an entire villa into a fortress of steel in 2 months was not merely challenging, it bordered on the impossible. Were it not for the reputation of Huaxia, known for its infrastructural prowess, which other nation's contractors could accomplish such feats? He set down his phone, awaiting the arrival of Jia Yunggui, the contractor, while simultaneously opening a stock trading application, delving into the vast reservoir of his memories as he began to operate. However, before Jia Yunggui could arrive, an unexpected visitor knocked fervently at the door. Zhang Yujun and his wife were at home caring for their grandchild when, suddenly, there came a series of urgent knocks, as if the sky were collapsing. Who is it? Zhang Yujun inquired, somewhat irritable, as he approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Aunt Lu from Building 7, notorious for her incessant chatter. Old Zhang, your family has been quite secretive. Aunt Lu exclaimed immediately. Zhang Yujun was taken aback by her words. Secretive? Could it be that news of their daughter's divorce had leaked? Unthinkable, such a disreputable matter would hardly be discussed among family. Oh, it must be that scoundrel Xiaoran. The old man suddenly realized and began to curse vehemently. That Xiaoran. He struck me yesterday and today spreads rumors about the divorce. Is he intent on driving us to our graves? What an ungrateful wretch, a true ingrate. We took him in, provided for him, and this is how he repays our kindness. Aunt Lu, stunned momentarily, pondered the implications. What, their daughter and son-in-law were divorcing? This was even more entertaining, she chuckled, saying, so your daughter and son-in-law have parted ways? Oh dear, old Zhang, you are indeed in quite a predicament. She gave a thumbs up. I just heard from an agent that your son-in-law, oh no, Xiaoran, has purchased the villa in the neighborhood for 12 million, without even haggling, Aunt Lu announced, her face brimming with anticipation for the ensuing drama. What did you say? Zhang Yujun could hardly believe it. Xiaoran, buying a house, a villa, impossible. That scoundrel barely earned over 10,000 a month, and had given all of it away. After yesterday's divorce, he was left with nothing. How could he possibly afford a villa worth 12 million? Indeed, it's true. Just go and see for yourself. Aunt Lu delighted in the unfolding spectacle as Zhang Yujun wavered. While Aunt Lu was indeed chatty, she would not jest about such matters. Yet, could it truly be that Xiaoran had purchased a villa? It seemed preposterous. Old Zhang, your family has struck it rich, you've even bought a villa. Aunt Zhao from upstairs rushed over, her face alight with envy, practically glowing. Zhang Yujun felt his body sway, a surge of blood pressure rendering him unsteady. One individual might be mistaken, but two, surely not. Aunt Lu, eager for more gossip and ever loquacious, quickly added, Aunt Zhao, you have no idea, old Zhang's daughter and son-in-law are divorced. Ah? Aunt Zhao gasped in shock. Old Zhang, is that true? You would let go of such a wealthy son-in-law? Then I shall not hold back. Our Jia is no longer a child, and it's time she found a suitable partner. She was not jesting. A son-in-law capable of producing 12 million for a villa was a rare find indeed. So what if he was divorced? Who cared about second or third marriages when wealth was involved? Besides, Xiaoran was a fine young man. The residents of the community were not blind to his merits. Chapter 5. In a frenzy, he stormed over. Zhang Yujun was both shocked and anxious. Nonsense, he bellowed immediately. That bastard used our money to buy the house. I'm going to confront him right now. Although he was unaware of how Xiaoran had acquired the funds, it struck him as utterly implausible that someone could amass 12 million yuan in such a short span since he had just divorced his daughter yesterday morning. Clearly, this money was marital property, and they were entitled to half. Moreover, as a son-in-law, all that he possessed belonged to the Zhang family. Thus, that 12 million yuan could easily be rounded up to be entirely theirs. His son was about to marry and was in dire need of funds. The old man suddenly erupted with astonishing vigor, darting out in haste. Two elderly women exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit. Such a juicy piece of news could not be missed. Zhang Yujun jogged towards Building 8. It wasn't that he wished to run faster, he was simply unable to. Fortunately, it wasn't far, and he soon arrived at the scene, only to find a crowd of onlookers gathered around the villa. The villa had a yard, so they were all standing outside the railing, peering in. Ah, old Zhang. Upon seeing Zhang Yujun approach, the crowd turned, casting envious glances his way. How remarkable that the Zhang family, not particularly distinguished, had struck gold by acquiring such a successful son-in-law. Congratulations! You bought a villa. Impressive, we never would have guessed you were so low-key. Despite the chorus of compliments, Zhang Yujun felt no joy. To him, that villa was hardly worth 12 million yuan, at most, it was valued at 10 million, meaning Xiaoran had squandered in excess of 2 million, that was 2 million of his family's money. With a grim expression, he pressed forward, and upon reaching the outer gate, he knocked forcefully on the courtyard door. There was a doorbell, but someone of his age was simply not accustomed to using it. Bang, 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 the sound was rapid and urgent, as if someone had died. Xiaoran initially assumed it was Jia Yunggui arriving but chuckled when he checked the surveillance footage. It was Zhang Yujun. Clearly, the news of his villa purchase had spread throughout the community, prompting Zhang Yujun to rush over. He had no intention of hiding and was determined to make the Zheng family feel envy, jealousy, and regret. How could he miss such a chance to confront them? He opened the door, traversed the yard, and pulled open the gate. "You bastard!" Zhang Yujun cursed as he attempted to step inside, unwilling to air his family's dirty laundry. However, Xiaoran blocked the entrance, preventing him from entering. The old man grew even angrier, pointing a finger at Xiaoran's nose. "You used our family's money, and you dare to block me from entering?" Xiaoran chuckled. "Old man, don't forget that I divorced your daughter just yesterday. The house I purchased today has nothing to do with the Zheng family." Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd immediately began to whisper among themselves, some elderly men and women gazing intently at Xiaoran. Divorced? How wonderful, their daughters were still single. If they could marry Xiaoran, wouldn't the whole family be able to move into the grand villa? Zhang Yujun, however, was not deterred by this statement. He scoffed. "Xiaoran, do you think I'm a fool? You just divorced Zhengwan yesterday. Where did you get the money to buy a villa? This is marital property, and half of it belongs to the Zheng family." This reasoning was quite sound. The elderly spectators, who had previously entertained some doubts, quickly shifted their expressions. Indeed, if it was marital property, then half of it rightfully belonged to the Zheng family. Suddenly, the value of the villa was halved. With net assets of 6 million, how much leverage did Xiaoran truly have? Some, but not substantial. Xiaoran laughed. "The division of assets depends on evidence, not your empty bluster. Old man, if you have a problem, take me to court. Otherwise, get out of my way, or I will call the police for illegal entry into someone else's residence. That could easily lead to a half-month detention." The latter part of his statement was an exaggerated threat to intimidate Zhang Yujun. He had no idea if such a thing could even lead to detention, but Zhang Yujun, unaware of this, immediately retreated in fright. Yet, to leave in such a humiliating manner, he was unwilling. He had already convinced himself that this villa belonged to their family and was worth far less than 12 million, thus, he was resolute in claiming ownership and renegotiating with the seller, as they had only paid a deposit and had yet to visit the housing authority. That wasteful Xiaoran had squandered 2 million in a single day. He wished he could smack him. Just then, Lin Meiying rushed over, cradling her grandson. After grasping the situation briefly, the old woman threw herself onto the ground, wailing, "Heartless little wretch. Now that you've struck it rich, you abandon your wife and child. You're truly despicable." Though this was an attempt to tarnish Xiaoran's reputation, it happened to align with the truth. Indeed, Xiaoran had become affluent, yet he had also divorced and forsaken his son. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, discussing the unfolding drama. Xiaoran had been waiting for this moment. He aimed to thoroughly disgrace the Zheng family, making them the subject of scorn throughout the community. Yet he replied coolly, "Why did I get divorced? Quite simply, Zhengwan was already with someone else's child before we married, and she merely used me as a cover to conceal her pregnancy, treating me as a scapegoat." Zhang Yujun, Lin Meiying, you truly have succeeded in raising such a shameless, cunning, and venomous daughter. I spent 4 years in your household. How did I fare? Which day did you treat me like family? You constantly burdened me with chores, leaving all the housework to me. Even if I returned home from working late at 10 p.m., I was still expected to do the laundry. Humph, don't you dare speak of conscience before me. You are unworthy. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in shock. Zhengwan had committed such a disgraceful act. Was their son truly a coward? Hilariously, Lin Meiying dared to create a scene in public, only to have it backfire spectacularly. Now, Zhengwan's reputation was bound to be utterly ruined within the community. As Zhang Yujun and his wife were hearing this for the first time, they found themselves at a loss for words, acutely aware of the scornful glances from their neighbors, wishing desperately for a hole in the ground to hide in. This was China, after all. An unwed woman bearing a child and then finding a decent man to take responsibility would earn them ridicule behind their backs. After a moment, Lin Meiying was the first to react, shrieking, "Nonsense! My daughter is such a good person, how could she possibly do such a thing? Xiaoran, you bastard, just because you're divorced doesn't mean you can slander my daughter." Zhang Yujun also regained his composure, lunging at Xiaoran, "I'll fight you." No need for a fight. I was looking forward to dismembering you piece by piece after the calamity. If you were to suffer a heart attack and die now, that would be such a waste. Xiaoran effortlessly blocked Zhang Yajun's advance. Though he was not particularly strong, he was more than a match for a 60-year-old man. "Ha, do you want me to reveal the name of the adulterer?" Xiaoran said coldly. "Zhengwan has been maintaining an improper relationship with that man. I have plenty of videos." The last part was a fabrication, but how could Zhang Yujun and his wife know? Would they dare to gamble on it? If Xiaoran were to present such evidence publicly, they would have to relocate to another community. How could they face anyone otherwise? "Let us go." Lin Meiying tugged at her husband, noticing that Zhang Yajun's eyes still burned with fury and unwillingness to relent. She whispered, "Call our son and daughter back. We must discuss a strategy." "But Zhengwan is still at work." Zhang Yujun instinctively protested. Lin Meiying shot him a glare. 12 million yuan, with that kind of money, who cares about work? Indeed, Zhang Yujun quickly followed her without hesitation. Chapter 6 Villains and Deceit. Upon returning home, Zhang Yujun and his wife could hardly contain their eagerness to contact their son and daughter. Zhang Gang, come back immediately. Mom, what's the urgency? You're making me anxious. Money, several million, hurry back. What, alright, I'll be right there. Zhang Wan, take leave and come back now. Dad, I just took leave yesterday, I can't do it again today. Then skip this shift. Do you realize that Xiaoran just spent 12 million on building 8 in our community? Yes, that very villa. Just think, how could he possibly earn 12 million in such a brief span between yesterday's divorce and this morning? This must be the bastard's hidden stash during their marriage, which rightfully belongs to both spouses. Dad, enough, I'm coming back right away. Thus, nearly half an hour later, Zhang Wan and her brother nearly simultaneously entered the house. Mom, you mentioned millions, where is the money? Zhang Gang's eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly astonished by the wealth of their family. I had no idea I was an invisible rich second generation. Lin Meiying chuckled derisively. The money is with Xiaoran, 12 million in total. What? Zhang Gang leapt to his feet. How could that bastard possess such a fortune? Zhang Yujun raised a hand. Calm down, everyone. Let us sit and deliberate this matter. Deliberate what? We need to confront that bastard and demand our money. Zhang Gang could hardly contain himself, as his girlfriend incessantly nagged him about buying a designer handbag before she would consider new romantic endeavors. Wait, I have 12 million, why do I need that? I should seek someone younger, prettier, and with a better figure. Sit down. Zhang Yujun barked at his son, and only after Zhang Gang begrudgingly complied did he turn to Zhang Wan, recounting how he had learned of Xiaoran's recent property purchase and his accusations against her. Zhang Wan, is that bastard speaking nonsense? Zhang Yujun fixed his gaze on her. Zhang Wan nearly exploded with indignation. How could you publicly confront Xiaoran like that? Now he has the perfect opportunity to expose her past misdeeds, and surely the entire community would gossip about her. How would she ever show her face in the neighborhood again? Useless allies, in such a critical situation. Why didn't you call me back first but instead caused a scene? Now you're satisfied, aren't you? But what good is anger? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wan finally nodded. It's true, Xiao Jie is not his biological child. She feared that if she denied it, Xiaoran might indeed produce the so-called video evidence. That would spell disaster for her. You, how could you be so careless? Zhang Yujun scolded. You let that bastard discover the truth and even obtain evidence. He did not blame his daughter for her indiscretions but lamented Zhang Wan's lack of caution, which allowed Xiaoran to see through her. Truly, they were cut from the same cloth. Lin Meiying felt no shame. She never held Xiaoran in high regard as a son-and-law. As long as the scandal remained within the family, things were manageable, but once it spilled out, she still feared losing face. Zhang Gang was even less concerned, stating, whether or not Xiao Jie's that bastard's biological son is irrelevant. He married my sister, so that 12 million belongs to her, to our family. It's not something he can simply claim for himself after a divorce. Zhang Wan raised a hand. Please, let us not act impulsively or do anything rash. I need to make a phone call to seek advice. Let me reiterate, until I finish this call, you all must stay put in your rooms, otherwise, I won't pursue this money. Though begrudging, Zhang Yujun and the others had no choice but to comply. After all, Xiaoran was her husband, ex-husband. If Zhang Wan were to relinquish her claim to that money, what chance would they have to benefit? But whom would Zhang Wan call? The adulterer, perhaps. Zhang Wan stepped into her room and dialed a number. I'm still at work, if there is nothing urgent, I'll hang up, said a man on the other end. He was indeed Zhang Wan's lover, named Zhang Zihao, a doctor in her department, who, despite being only 33, was on the verge of being promoted to deputy director, a promising future ahead. Please, just hear me out. Zhang Wan gritted her teeth and laid out the entire situation regarding Xiaoran. After some contemplation, Zhang Zihao replied, Xiaoran claims to have video evidence. He is likely trying to deceive you. We've always been extremely cautious, and he certainly wouldn't come to the hospital, so he must not have any proof. The only vulnerability is Xiao Jie. A DNA test would reveal the truth about the child's parentage. 12 million. Zhang Zihao felt a shiver run down his spine. With his salary and bonuses, earning over 10 million in a lifetime was certainly feasible, but to produce 12 million right now? Absolutely impossible, not even in the next 20 years. Thus, greed began to stir within him. For Xiaoran to produce 12 million without haggling, it indicates he has access to far more than that. He analyzed coolly, though I am unaware of the source of his wealth, it is undoubtedly something he acquired during your marriage, or else he wouldn't have suddenly come into such a sum within 24 hours. Ha, winning the lottery. Anyone with common sense knows lottery winnings are rare. It's improbable for anyone to hit the jackpot. Zhang Wan contemplated mentioning the lottery, but Zhang Zihao's reasoning made her doubt its possibility. Indeed, who among her acquaintances had ever won the lottery? No one. Moreover, Xiaoran possessed more than just 12 million. Certainly, no one would expend all their cash on a property without negotiation. He must have far surpassed that amount to be so financially reckless. Thus, your first course of action should be to file a lawsuit against Xiaoran, accusing him of concealing marital assets and deeming the previous divorce agreement invalid, thereby redistributing the property. Zhang Zihao took on the role of strategist. Zhang Wan nodded repeatedly. Though she was merely a vocational school graduate, Zhang Zihao was a master's degree holder from a prestigious university. With extensive education came innovative ideas, and he was undeniably in the right. The ruckus caused by Zhang Yujun and Lin Meiying would only bring embarrassment. Would they truly gain anything from it? Look at how Zhang Zihao approached the situation. Zihao, you're incredibly clever, she exclaimed sincerely. Zhang Zihao smiled, you should engage a lawyer immediately, don't be afraid to spend money win this lawsuit, and you'll never have to work again, just enjoy being a wealthy lady at home. Yes, yes. Zhang Wan nodded vigorously. Have the lawyer draft the lawsuit. All you need to do is sign it. Zhang Zihao continued strategizing, and for goodness sake, tell your parents and brother to refrain from stirring up trouble, we don't need any unnecessary complications. Remember, this is an era of law. Throwing tantrums will only make you the subject of ridicule. Zhang Wan nodded emphatically, understood, understood. After concluding the call, Zhang Wan emerged and recounted Zhang Zihao's advice to her family, of course omitting the fact that it was all his counsel. Instead, she framed it as a mutual discussion. Upon hearing Zhang Wan assert that Xiaoran's wealth exceeded 12 million, the greed in Zhang Yujun and the others' eyes became uncontrollable. Wealth was within their grasp. Zhang Wan urged them to remain calm and quickly set off to find a lawyer. Xiaoran's error lay in flaunting his wealth too soon, exposing his financial standing. Chapter 7 A renovation plan. Xiaoran waited for a while, and finally, Jia Yungue arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, Jia Yungue could no longer contain his curiosity and stood up to inspect the house. He did not bring many tools with him, he merely carried a measuring pen to make a rough calculation. After all, they had yet to discuss the price, so he could hardly take it too seriously. The villa spanned 3 floors above ground and 1 below, totaling 600 square meters, with an additional yard that would not require renovation. Jia Yungue surveyed the property from top to bottom, then returned to the living room on the first floor to discuss pricing with Xiaoran. If we are to complete this in 2 months, the timeline is exceedingly tight, which will substantially increase labor costs. I will need to arrange for workers to toil day and night in shifts. Xiaoran smiled and replied, just give me a number, 80 million. Jia Yungue stated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment after uttering the figure. The villa itself was worth merely a few million, yet the renovation cost was astonishingly set at 80 million. Only a fool would take such a deal. However, given the 2-month deadline, 80 million was indeed a reasonable figure, and he was not being unreasonable. Xiaoran pondered for a moment, noticing his contemplation. Jia Yungue quickly added, I assure you, I am not inflating the price. If you wish to expedite the timeline, there is little room for negotiation. I must make a profit as well. If you find it too expensive, we can extend the timeline. If we opt for 6 months, I can reduce the cost by about 10 million. Yet, this still far exceeded the value of the villa. Xiaoran pressed his palms together and said, it is not that I find the price excessive. Rather, I wish to know if 80 million will indeed fulfill my requirements. Certainly, Jia Yungue affirmed, thumping his chest confidently. I have been in the home renovation business for many years, and I am fully capable. This villa is merely 600 square meters, and with an 80 million renovation fee, that averages out to 140,000 per square meter. Isn't that rather extravagant? Indeed, upon reflection, it was quite exorbitant. Xiaoran nodded, very well, let us draft the contract. Ah, just like that, they were signing? You don't even want to negotiate? Jia Yungue was taken aback, having never encountered such a homeowner, first complaining about the low renovation cost, then not haggling at all. To put it mildly, he was astounded. Xiaoran chuckled, what I require is for you to execute the work flawlessly and meet my standards. You can rest assured, I will deliver on my promises, Jia Yungue declared with utmost confidence, patting his chest. Alright, let us proceed with the contract, Xiaoran said, however, let me be clear. If the final inspection does not meet my expectations, I will not be so accommodating. I shall pursue legal action for the full 80 million. Not a problem. Jia Yungue replied. By the way, could you show me the original property deed, as well as a copy? Xiaoran shook his head, I just purchased the house today. The deed has not yet been issued, however, that is of no concern. I can provide you with a 5 million deposit to get started on the renovation plan, and I will transfer more funds as needed. Should any delays arise due to my circumstances, I will still pay the full 80 million. Jia Yungue, taken aback, stared as if he were gazing at a peculiar creature. After a moment, he remarked, wealthy individuals truly are extraordinary. Jia Yungue departed, of course, in high spirits. An 80 million contract, he would surely earn a handsome profit. Xiaoran, while spending lavishly, felt no remorse whatsoever. Although the stocks he purchased cannot guarantee an exorbitant daily return of 10, a profit exceeding 5 is certainly within reach. Thus, in 2 months, his investment of 350 million could transform into 3 billion or even more. However, whether it amounts to 3 billion or 5 billion holds little distinction for Xiaoran. The acquired wealth is sufficient for him to sustain several lifetimes. 3 months later, as everyone's fortunes dwindle to nothing, such gains become utterly meaningless. He possesses a total of 398 million, of which 350 million has been invested in the stock market. Presently, he has utilized 1 million for purchasing a house and an additional 5 million for renovations, leaving him with 43 million, of which 11 million will soon be allocated for the final payment of the property. Although the renovation requires an additional 75 million, the construction period spans 2 months, allowing him ample time to gradually liquidate his assets in the stock market. There is no rush. Xiaoran, immersed in his endeavors, sought out an agent once more, though this time not for purchasing a property, but for renting. After all, the villa requires 2 months for renovations. Is he to reside in a hotel during this period? It is not that he cannot afford it, rather, living in a hotel proves inconvenient for receiving deliveries. He has numerous items to order online. Moreover, Xiaoran intends to rent a warehouse as well. Just as he stepped outside, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noted it was a call from his company, specifically from his immediate superior, Lu Qing. Nonchalantly, he answered, and as soon as he uttered hello, the voice on the other end erupted. Xiaoran, do you have cancer? If you're not dead, hurry up and come to work, or you'll never need to return. Very well, I resign, Xiaoran replied calmly. He anticipated being exceedingly busy. Where would he find the time to attend to work? Pretentiousness, the apocalypse is nearing. What is there to be pretentious about? At least it was impossible for him to indulge in such behavior before he completed his preparatory tasks. He decisively ended the call upon arriving at his beloved real estate agency. As soon as he made his entrance, the male agent who had previously conducted business with him hurried over, exclaiming, Bro, is there a problem? I wish to rent an apartment, Xiaoran stated. Ha? The male agent stared blankly at Xiaoran. Had he not just purchased a villa, having already received the keys and ready to move in? Why then was he seeking to rent? Xiaoran smiled. I need to renovate that villa. Do you have any suitable listings? It should be spacious, clean, and relatively new in terms of decor. Ah, so he requires a renovation indeed. Someone willing to invest 12 million in a villa would not settle for living in someone else's old property. They would certainly want to refurbish it themselves. Not a problem, the male agent quickly responded. Bro, I have several options at hand, let me take you to view them. Yes, it must be in the Zhoufu community, Xiaoran noted. Absolutely. 2 hours later, Xiaoran finalized a contract with the landlord for a short-term rental of 2 months, at a monthly rent of 12,000. While the price is indeed steep, the property is genuinely spacious, with new and luxurious decor. It is also ready for immediate occupancy. Xiaoran merely needs to purchase bedding. Excellent, one more task accomplished. Xiaoran had an abundance of items to procure. However, a significant portion of his funds remained tied up in the stock market, and he had yet to reach his goal of a tenfold increase. For now, he could only engage in minor transactions. He began to draft a list, cataloging the items he urgently needed to purchase. Some of these required considerable preparation time, thus necessitating early orders. While composing his list, his phone rang again. He glanced at the screen and saw the word wife. Ah, he had forgotten to update the contact name. Xiaoran picked up, knowing that the repercussions for the Zhang family had already commenced. How could he possibly ignore Zhang Wan's call? Hello. Chapter 8 Engaging a lawyer. Xiaoran, I have retained a lawyer to file a lawsuit in court, seeking a reallocation of our marital assets. Zhang Wan's voice was cold and devoid of empathy. Provide me with an address, lest the court summons fail to reach you. Ah, it appears she has indeed initiated legal proceedings. Xiaoran was not the least bit surprised. He merely smiled faintly. Please hold on a moment. I, too, need to consult a lawyer. In the future, any matters can be directed to my attorney. With that, he abruptly ended the call. It was time to engage in a little game with the Zhang family. Xiaoran had no intention of squandering his time in court, but he quickly searched for the finest divorce attorney in Sioux City and made his way there. Fortuitously, the esteemed lawyer he was available. Mr. Xiao, are you aware of our fee structure? Inquired the receptionist kindly. Yes, it is 3,000 per hour. Xiaoran nodded in acknowledgement. Quite steep indeed. The receptionist suppressed her surprise. His attire hardly suggested affluence. She promptly made a call, and upon hanging up, bowed slightly to Xiaoran. Mr. Xiao, please follow me. She led him into an office, knocking gently before entering. Lawyer he, Mr. Xiao has arrived, she announced. Lawyer he, appearing to be in his 40s, was dressed in a suit and wore glasses. He glanced up at Xiaoran with keen eyes, exuding an aura that suggested he could see straight into one's soul. Please, have a seat, he gestured to Xiaoran. Once seated, the receptionist asked, Mr. Xiao, would you like something to drink? No need, Xiaoran replied with a smile, I shall be departing shortly. Oh, very well, the receptionist exited. You seem rather pressed for time, so let us proceed swiftly, lawyer he remarked. Xiaoran nodded. I divorced my ex-wife yesterday, but shortly thereafter, I won the lottery and now, my ex-wife is suing me for concealing marital assets, seeking a reallocation of said assets. His expression bore a hint of mockery. Lawyer he chuckled, the timeline of your divorce and the lottery win should be distinctly documented. I believe, Mr. Xiao, you may not even need a lawyer, simply presenting the evidence should secure you an easy victory. Xiaoran shook his head. I initially intended to let it go, but my ex-wife's aggressive stance has compelled me to fight back. Oh? Lawyer he showed a flicker of interest. What do you plan to do? My ex-wife was unfaithful before our marriage and is currently pregnant. Therefore, the child is not mine. Here are the child's hair and my own. A paternity test can be conducted, Xiaoran stated coolly, as though recounting another's tale. When I signed the divorce agreement, I opted to leave with nothing, but now I seek an equal division of our shared assets and compensation for emotional distress. Lawyer he pondered for a moment before cautioning, I must advise you, Mr. Xiao, my fees are quite substantial, so much so that the compensation you might receive from your ex-wife may not suffice to cover my charges. Not to worry, my lottery winnings are considerable. I am not in need of funds, Xiaoran replied with a grin. Curiosity piqued. Lawyer he inquired, how much did you win? 500 million. Splutter. Lawyer he, who had been sipping tea, abruptly expelled it in shock. Was that not a meager sum? Though his fees were high, he could never hope to earn such a fortune in a lifetime. Xiaoran paid no heed to the lawyer's astonishment. I sought out lawyer he because I know you are a master in divorce litigation, and my objective is to ensure my ex-wife pays dearly. Ha! I was a stay-at-home husband for 4 years, surrendering my entire salary, living on a mere 200 for personal expenses. I endured it all for the sake of my son, but now that I have discovered the child is not mine, this one. However, he found it curious that, despite the righteous anger of the wronged, Xiaoran had chosen to leave with nothing and then won the lottery the very same afternoon. It seemed almost as if Xiaoran had anticipated this windfall, hastily arranging his affairs to claim the prize. A bemused smile crept onto lawyer his face. If Xiaoran had someone at the lottery center, he might even have foreknowledge of the winning numbers. What unimaginable power that would entail. And yet, he had been deceived by a woman for 4 years, perhaps he was overthinking. Very well, Mr. Xiao, do you have the original lottery ticket with you? If not, it is of little consequence. For such a grand prize, I can request verification from the lottery center. You would simply need to draft a letter of authorization for me, he stated. I have the original ticket, Xiaoran confirmed. He had not come unprepared to engage a lawyer. Thus, they began the necessary procedures. Lawyer, he felt as though he were simply collecting money, for even a less competent attorney would not lose this case. The distinction lay in how much Xiaoran could reclaim in terms of marital property and emotional damages, and with his fee being 3,000 per hour, it was clear that the longer the process dragged on, the more lucrative it would become for him. Xiaoran made his demands clear. First, I wish for the litigation period to be as prolonged as possible, but not exceeding 3 months. Second, the compensation should be maximized, and I intend to donate. Thus, it was essential they experience the anguish of financial loss. Lawyer, he found Xiaoran's requests peculiar. He had never encountered anyone eager to prolong litigation, yet it mattered little to him. He hardly needed to prepare for the case. The longer it dragged on, the higher his earnings would climb. What was there not to enjoy? Xiaoran provided lawyer he with Zhang Wan's contact information, after which lawyer he would handle negotiations with her. Additionally, he assigned an intern lawyer to Xiaoran, ensuring he would be kept abreast of the case's progress. The intern was a striking beauty, standing at 170 centimeters with an impressive appearance, her curves accentuated by her attire and striking black-framed glasses lending her an air of aloofness. Mr. Xiao, my name is Lu Mei. Should you wish to inquire about the progress of the case, feel free to reach out to me, she said, escorting him to the entrance of the law firm, her stature and figure drawing the attention of passers-by. Understood, Xiaoran nodded, having already added Lu Mei on. She quickly clarified, I mean, in legal matters. Her clarification, rather than alleviating any ambiguity, only served to suggest a more enticing implication. Xiaoran, indeed, Chapter 9 Confrontation. He Qian immediately dialed Zhang Wan's number. Is this Ms. Zhang Wan? I am Mr. Xiaoran's attorney. May I inquire who your legal representative is? Oh, Han Tao, I see. I will coordinate with lawyer Han, and he will naturally keep you informed of any developments. He hung up the phone and dialed another number. Hello, this is He Qian. Yes, I am now representing Xiaoran. You are destined to lose this case. I am not calling to gloat, but rather to formally present Xiaoran's request for a reassessment of the division of marital assets. The grounds for are quite simple. As Xiaoran has discovered that Zhang Jia is not his biological son, he demands a reallocation of the assets and compensation for emotional distress. The other party was evidently taken aback. Zhang Wan had not mentioned Zhang Jia, catching him off guard. What do lawyers fear most? When a client conceals secrets, leaving the opposing counsel in the dark, only to deliver a shocking blow later. This is truly perilous. Alright. For him, this lawsuit was exceedingly easy, akin to an open book examination, not to mention himself. Even an intern lawyer would find it hard to lose. He dialed yet another number. Xiao Zhang, draft a short article stating that Dr. Zhang Zihao from the orthopedics department at the North District Municipal Hospital is having an affair with nurse Zhang Wan, and they have a child together. That's the main storyline. Feel free to elaborate, and generate some buzz online. By tonight, I want every doctor and nurse in the North District Orthopedics Department to be aware of it. After hanging up, he smiled slightly and ceased making calls. Xiaoran's demand was to utterly ruin Zhang Wan's reputation. Asa man, he naturally stood by Xiaoran, and as the client's attorney, he had even more reason to do so. Adulterer, harlot, such individuals deserve to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Not long after Zhang Wan set down her phone, it rang again. She picked it up to find it was her attorney, and quickly answered. Zhang Wan, how many? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wan steeled herself for this revelation. Indeed, Xiao Jie is not Xiaoran's biological child, but that has nothing to do with concealing marital assets. Zhang Wan, I just received a call from your ex-husband's attorney. Do you know? He Qian, the best divorce lawyer in Sioux City. To him, I am but a mere insignificant character. He has hardly ever lost a divorce case. Han Tao asserted. Zhang Wan scoffed. Hardly ever losing does not equate to never losing. Even if he has never lost before, he will lose this time. Alright, let us set that aside for now, Han Tao continued. Xiaoran is preparing to file a lawsuit, claiming that Zhang Jia is not his biological son, and he wishes. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, well, that works out perfectly. We all seek a reassessment of marital assets. Lawyer Han, have you discovered how much marital property Xiaoran has concealed? Not yet, don't rush me. I need to obtain a court-issued document before I can have the bank investigate Xiaoran's personal assets. At the very least, it will take until tomorrow. Han Tao replied. Alright, I await your good news, Zhang Wan said, ending the call. Regardless of her moral failings, Xiaoran's wealth constituted marital property, and thus, even if he hired 100 or 1,000 lawyers, he would still have to obediently relinquish the funds from his bank account. Xiaoran glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He continued compiling his shopping list. As evening approached, he stretched lazily and stepped out of the building, intending to find dinner. Upon entering the elevator, a middle-aged woman boarded 2 floors down. The moment she saw him, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly began to extol the virtues of her daughter, praising her beauty and gentleness, declaring her to be the perfect candidate for a devoted wife and mother. Xiaoran felt a headache coming on. At last reaching the first floor, ding, the elevator doors opened, and he hurriedly dashed out while the woman called after him, "Xiaoran, you haven't written down my daughter's phone number yet." Phew. After running quite a distance, Xiaoran finally breathed a sigh of relief. That woman was relentless, but this was merely a fleeting moment. In 3 months, the focus of concern would shift from marrying off daughters to securing food and clean water. Coincidentally, as Xiaoran arrived at the entrance of the community, he spotted Zhang Yaojuan's family approaching. When Zhang Jie saw him, he clapped his hands and pointed, exclaiming, "Here comes the bastard. The bastard is here." Just one day, and his father had become a bastard. Clearly, this was the result of Zhang Yaojuan's upbringing. Zhang Yaojun swiftly approached, jabbing a finger at Xiaoran's nose, and declared, "Bastard, let me tell you, you better not think you can take even a fraction of our family's assets. Furthermore, hiding marital property in significant amounts is a criminal offense." Xiaoran chuckled. Did he take him for someone ignorant of the law? Just a moment, let me consult my attorney. He pulled out his phone and, in front of Zhang Yaojun, dialed Lu Mei. "Hello, Lawyer Lu, someone just told me that hiding marital assets is a criminal offense. Is that true?" "Oh, no, that's not the case. It's all just a misunderstanding." Xiaoran hung up, casually turning to Zhang Yaojun. "I just consulted my lawyer. You were threatening me. Let me remind you, threats can indeed lead to criminal charges." "How arrogant." Zhang Yaojun trembled with rage. Xiaoran had always been submissive during his 4 years in their home, so why was he suddenly so audacious and insufferable? "Bastard, how dare you bully my father?" Zheng Gang. Xiaoran didn't even glance in his direction. Zheng Gang was merely a wastrel who could only squander money, unworthy of his attention. It was Zheng Wan who needed to be more composed and clever, walking over to say, "Xiaoran, don't get too carried away. You may be boastful now, but as long as it is proven that your current assets are marital property, which is evidently the case, you will have no choice but to relinquish half, regardless of your reluctance." Xiaoran chuckled, shaking his head. "Are you all They too were eager to discover just how much they might stand to gain. "Hee, why don't you guess?" Xiaoran said with a grin, causing the Zheng family. Chapter 10. Dining with tension. The Zheng family simmered with anger for a moment, ultimately resigning themselves to leaving. They decided to dine out. Typically, Lin Meiying would handle the grocery shopping, They would sit together, and by the next noon, the elderly couple, Zhang Yaojun and his wife, would feast on the previous day's leftovers, stubbornly refusing to cook for themselves, despite the ease of preparing lunch for a more satisfying dinner. It was sheer laziness, with Xiaoran around to do their bidding. Why should they lift a finger? Now, with the household lacking a cook, Lin Meiying, too, refused to enter the kitchen. Coupled with their newfound financial windfall, they decided to indulge themselves and dine out. They were quite generous, heading to Yula, a restaurant adjacent to their community, where the average cost per person hovered around 150, rather steep. Xiaoran had been trailing behind them the entire way. Despite having dealt the Zheng family a significant blow in recent days, he could not shake the pain of being metaphorically dismembered by them. How could he possibly find solace? Time to provoke you further. He dialed Lu Mei. "Lu, would you do me the honor of joining me for a meal?" "Yes, right now." "Splendid, I'll send you the location." After hanging up, he promptly sent Lu Mei the address of Yula. Lu Mei quickly responded, "I'll be there in 20 minutes. Xiaoran entered Yula and soon found a table on the second floor, choosing a spot away from the Zhang family, and began to scan the menu to order his dishes. He selected 8 items, each more expensive than the last. Then he settled in to wait. Naturally, the Zhang family noticed him and were thoroughly irritated. How could it be a mere coincidence that they dined here, only to find him present as well? Despicable. Suddenly, Zhang Wan's phone rang. It was her colleague, Xiao Lu, her closest confidant. Upon answering, Xiao Lu's voice rushed through the line. "Zhang Wan, you must hurry to the Sioux City Forum. Their essay post claiming you and Dr. Zhang are involved in an improper relationship, alleging that Xiao Jie is his child. The post is gaining tremendous traction." What? Zheng Wan's expression shifted dramatically. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Lu, she hastily hung up, opening the forum to investigate. Indeed, aside from the pin posts, the headline screamed, "Breaking, Dr. Zhang from the North District Orthopedics at the municipal hospital has maintained a long-term improper relationship with Nurse Zhang, and they have a child." The post was at the forefront, with an astonishing number of replies exceeding 1,000. She nearly fainted from shock. After taking a moment to compose herself, she clicked on the post to read further. Upon finishing, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Although the headline was true, the details were fabricated. The ludicrous assertion that they had engaged in such activities in the changing room was absurd. They were not fools, and such behavior was inconceivable in that setting. The pressing question remained, who had disseminated this information? Her gaze instinctively turned toward Xiaoran. Could anyone else possibly be responsible? How unexpected, how unexpected. For 4 years of marriage, he had feigned compliance, doing her bidding without question, only to reveal his true self. This was no sheep but a wolf in sheep's clothing, hoarding shared marital assets while clandestinely undermining her. What a petty individual. Was it merely an affair resulting in a child? Xiao Jie had called him dad for 3 years, yet referred to his biological father as uncle. Did he not realize how wronged Zihao felt? Zhang Wan's eyes burned with resentment, yet she was resolute. At worst, she would resign. After all, Xiaoran stood to gain at least 6 million, thus, her future was secure. With a determined stride, she approached Xiaoran's table, her voice sharp. Xiaoran, I never imagined you to be such a despicable person. Humph, do you really think such underhanded tactics will bring me down? Let me make it clear, our 4 years of marriage are genuine, and shared property must be equitably divided. Xiaoran nodded. You make a compelling argument. Shared marital assets should indeed be divided fairly. I wholeheartedly agree, but I hope you'll remember this when we reach court. After all, I recorded your words just now. Furthermore, you need not concern yourself with reputation, but I wonder if that Dr. Zhang is as unconcerned? I've heard he is on the verge of becoming an associate director. Wouldn't this scandal affect him? This information wasn't from Zhang Wan but rather from Lu Mei, who had previously shared it with him. Zhang Wan was taken aback. Indeed, she could resign without issue, but what about Zhang Zihao? This was a critical juncture in his career. Anxiety crept in. She had resolutely chosen to give birth rather than terminate her pregnancy, indicating her genuine care for Zhang Zihao. Thus, when Xiaoran mentioned that this situation could jeopardize his future, her worry surged. You vile man, she seethed through clenched teeth, when the court ruling is handed down, and you present a hefty sum, I will ensure you receive everything back. With that, she stormed away in a huff. Xiaoran shook his head. Indeed, a villain never reflects on their actions. It was she who had donned the green hat herself. No, she had dug a pit for him from the start, orchestrating a scheme that deceived him into being a father for 3 years, all while he toiled for the Zhang family and surrendered all his earnings. Yet, she neglected to acknowledge any of this, focusing instead on her humiliation and its potential impacts on Zhang Zihao's prospects. What about me? I am the true victim. Nevertheless, Xiaoran did not harbor any illusions that Zhang Wan or any member of the Zhang family would ever reflect on their actions. For the next 3 months, he would ensure they experienced no respite, and once calamity struck, he would return their suffering twofold. Moments later, a dazzling beauty ascended the stairs, illuminating the entire second floor. What a stunning woman! Zheng Gang, seated in prime view of the staircase, immediately fixated on her. Once I have money, I will definitely pursue her as my girlfriend. Wait, what the hell? He cursed, for the enchanting lady was making her way toward Xiaoran. Could it be? No way, she truly was approaching Xiaoran. In that instant, jealousy surged, turning his vision red. Such a beautiful woman, with an ample bosom and an alluring figure, was now seated across from Xiaoran. By what right? By what right? This scoundrel had been a mere obedient dog at home, and now this dog was sharing a table with a goddess, while what was his? Not only was she mediocre in appearance, but she also worked in a foot massage parlor, an unsavory establishment at that. The disparity was glaring. Zhang Wan, hearing the commotion, turned her head and immediately scowled. Just 1 day post-divorce, and he already had a new partner. Impossible. Clearly, Xiaoran had been unfaithful all along, otherwise, how could he transition so seamlessly? How audacious of him to accuse her of infidelity while he was in the wrong. With a huff, she rose and marched over to Xiaoran's table. Chapter 11. The astonishing, 400 million in revenue. Zhang Wan looked down at Xiaoran, her tone laced with mockery. Xiaoran, how dare you criticize me? Who is she? Your little paramour, perhaps? Ms. Zhang, I presume? Lu Mei interjected with an air of formality. Based on your words, I could very well sue you for defamation. However, I shall refrain from stooping to your level. Should you utter such irresponsible remarks again, I will not let it slide. Xiaoran chuckled lightly. This is Lu Mei, my legal representative. Zhang Wan was taken aback. Xiaoran's lawyer was not supposed to be. He Qian, yes, He Qian, not this delicate woman. Goodness, how could her bosom be so ample? Surely, it must be enhanced, and that Dairy Re is excessively pert, she thought maliciously. Yet, Lu Mei exuded an air of competence, radiating an imposing presence. Undoubtedly, she was a lawyer. Perhaps she was merely a junior associate from the firm, as He Qian was the finest divorce attorney in Sioux City. It was entirely plausible for a lesser lawyer to handle Xiaoran's case. She felt foolish for not realizing Lu Mei could be an attorney. The embarrassment was palpable, and she wished for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. However, it was evident that Xiaoran had accompanied them. Why did they not choose a different venue for their meal? The intent was all too clear, designed to provoke her, to undermine her. Xiaoran, you may revel in this moment, but tomorrow, I shall instruct my lawyer to file for a court order to freeze your assets, to prevent you from squandering our marital property, Zhang Wan declared coldly, a tactic imparted to her by her lawyer in Zhang Zihao. Aren't you quite the tyrant? Let us see how you cope when your assets are frozen. Xiaoran let out a soft laugh. By all means, do try to freeze my assets tomorrow. You think you can simply declare a freeze? The court isn't your personal playground. Just wait and see. Zhang Wan retorted angrily as she stormed back. Dinner had yet to be served, yet she felt utterly satiated with rage. Xiaoran laughed heartily, though his gaze remained icy as it swept over the Zhang family. Lu Mei observed this exchange, her heart involuntarily stirring. It appeared that Xiaoran had suffered greatly at the hands of the Zhang family, otherwise, why would he persist in antagonizing them? He had no need for their compensation, he would donate it all and still incur additional legal fees. This could only indicate his profound enmity towards the Zhang family. He seemed to derive joy from their discomfort and financial loss. She smiled coyly, deliberately shifting her chair closer to Xiaoran. This woman is astute. Xiaoran understood her cue and leaned in slightly as well. They appeared to be engaged in a hushed, intimate conversation, when in reality, they spoke of nothing of consequence, merely exchanging thoughts to provoke Zhang Wan's ire. Indeed, Zhang Wan noticed, nearly charging back at them, was their relationship truly that of client and lawyer? Was it necessary to be so close? Dad, Mom, please eat without me. I'm heading home, she huffed, rising and grabbing her bag to leave. She was truly fed up. Once Zhang Wan departed, Xiaoran smiled, straightening his posture, and turned to Lu Mei. Thank you. For what? Lu Mei feigned ignorance. Come, let us eat, Xiaoran replied. After their meal, Xiaoran hailed a taxi for Lu Mei, watching her leave before he returned to his apartment. This woman is quite intriguing, beautiful, perceptive, and with such an imposing figure. Yet, alas, I have no desire for romance at present. Would someone of Lu Mei's caliber ever consider being my lover? Unlikely, however. During the apocalypse, circumstances may change. A mere meal could drive one to madness. But that is a matter for another day. Xiaoran had no time to pursue women now. I still need to work out. The apocalypse is upon us, and the skies are perpetually shrouded in hail, devoid of sunlight. Though I cannot predict if this will persist, I must prepare for a life without daylight. A robust physique is essential to stave off illness. Then there are weapons to consider. When the apocalypse begins, I shall ensure the Zhang family regrets their actions. They must realize I possess ample provisions, yet once they learn they cannot procure food from me, they will undoubtedly spread the word, inciting the entire community to besiege me. This will undoubtedly occur. For memories from my past life have proven it so. Thus, I require an arsenal of weapons, preferably firearms. In Huaxia, acquiring firearms is impossible, but abroad, it is feasible. I am not short on funds, however. Foreign lands can be perilous. It's strange to be ensnared in a black market transaction. Establishing a safe house, stockpiling resources, must be approached with caution. Hence, I shall not venture abroad recklessly. Nevertheless, I have a plan. I can visit a shooting range, open a spatial portal directly in front of the gun, and as bullets are fired, I can retrieve them instantly. When needed, with but a thought, I can release the bullets, allowing for both single shots and sweeping fire, all without the sound of a gunshot. As long as I invest generously, I can amass a sufficient quantity of bullets, all in a state of readiness. Lost in thought, he returned home. By around 10 o'clock, Lu Mei sent a message, simply wishing him good night. In the past, when he pursued Zhang Wan, he would typically send 10 messages before receiving a single reply, often after a considerable wait. Now, the roles were entirely reversed. Why? Money truly is a remarkable thing. In the face of nearly 400 million in wealth, how could a goddess like Lu Mei not willingly wish him good night? Xiaoran chuckled, taking 10 minutes to respond, good night. This time, he would no longer play the role of the sycophant. Instead, he would become the reaper of goddesses. A night passed. Zhang Wan hardly slept, her mind consumed with thoughts of 12 million, Xiaoran's arrogant demeanor before her, and the intimate scenes between Lu Mei and Xiaoran. As soon as the clock struck 9, she promptly called Han Tao, urging him to swiftly check Xiaoran's accounts at the bank. An hour later, Han Tao called her back. Have you found anything? Zhang Wan inquired eagerly. Yes, I have. How much? You should brace yourself. Just tell me. Zhang Wan was both startled and elated. Han Tao's warning suggested the figure must be staggering. 200 million, or perhaps 500 million. Your ex-husband's revenue for the past 6 months, to be precise, for the last 2 days alone, amounts to nearly 400 million. Han Tao announced, gasping at the revelation. 400 million, 400 million, thud. Zhang Wan dropped her phone, and Han Tao quickly called out, Ms. Zhen, Ms. Zhen? Chapter 12 From Heaven to Hell. Zhang Wan rose from the ground, her body aching from the fall, yet her exhilaration overshadowed the pain. She exclaimed into the phone, are you certain it's 400 million, not 40 million? The zero makes all the difference. 400 million, I assure you, Han Tao replied, having counted the figure 3 times before reaching that conclusion. However, this amount was credited to Xiaoran's account only after your divorce, and its source is the National Lottery's prize redemption account. What? Zhang Wan leapt up, incredulous. Are you suggesting he won the lottery after our divorce? Could this still be considered marital property? Though she had no formal legal training, she was aware that it likely wouldn't count. From a timeline perspective, your ex-husband must have purchased the ticket either on the day of your divorce or 2 days prior, Han Tao analyzed. If it was bought 2 days earlier, it undoubtedly qualified. However, if it was purchased on the day of your divorce, we must consider whether it was before or after the divorce was finalized. Zhang Wan pondered for a moment before decisively stating, it was undoubtedly before the divorce. Otherwise, how could he have proposed a clean break? He was eager to divorce solely to claim the jackpot for himself. While this reasoning seemed plausible, it overlooked a fundamental logic. How could Xiaoran have anticipated winning before the draw? Han Tao chuckled and said, in that case, allow me to extend my congratulations in advance, Ms. Zhang, you stand to gain nearly 200 million. Zhang Wan radiated joy as she replied, I will need your assistance in petitioning the court to freeze my ex-husband's bank account. Not a problem, Han Tao readily agreed. Winning this high-stakes divorce case involving 400 million would undoubtedly elevate his reputation within the legal community of Sioux City. After hanging up, Zhang Wan immediately called Zhang Zihao. Zihao, she began, but was quickly interrupted by Zhang Zihao. Do you have any idea how many people are gossiping about us right now? Why are you calling me? No, please listen to me. Zhang Wan took a deep breath. Xiaoran has struck it rich because he won the lottery. On the other end, Zhang Zihao paused, astonished, for he had completely ruled out that possibility in his analysis. Who with a sound mind would buy a lottery ticket? Yet, astonishingly, Xiaoran had indeed become wealthy through a lottery win. Can you guess how much he won? Zhang Wan didn't keep him in suspense, taking another deep breath. A net total of 400 million. There was a loud crash on the line, unmistakably the sound of something falling. Clearly, Zhang Zihao was equally stunned by the news. 400 million, who wouldn't he be dizzy hearing such a figure? The critical point was that this 400 million was connected to them. Ignoring the fact that he had been blindsided, Zhang Zihao quickly asked, when did he purchase the ticket? This was paramount. Lawyer Han investigated, it was likely bought within the 2 days before or on the day of our divorce. That very evening, 100 grand prizes totaling 500 million were drawn, and Xiaoran must have won them all, Zhang Wan explained, feeling a deep pang of regret. A tax of 100 million was exorbitant. In her view, that 100 million was rightfully hers, at least half of it. Zhang Zihao nodded. So, as long as we can prove that Xiaoran bought the ticket before the divorce, even if he claimed the prize afterward, it would still be considered marital property. Exactly, Zhang Wan concurred. I finalized the divorce around noon. As long as we exclude that afternoon timeframe, he could only have purchased the ticket prior. Moreover, he immediately insisted on a clean break. If he wasn't already aware of his winning, why would he make such a request? While this logic held water, it also implied that Xiaoran had indeed known he would win, and his eagerness to divorce was solely to prevent the jackpot from being classified as marital property. Zhang Zihao found himself ensnared by her reasoning, nodding in agreement. What mattered most, the staggering 500 million prize. The impact was overwhelming. He remained dazed, unable to think clearly. Zihao, we are about to become rich. Zhang Wan exclaimed excitedly. You should quit your job too. Let us emigrate and live abroad. Zhang Zihao contemplated this and nodded. That seems wise. The moment I step outside, too many people are pointing fingers at me. My wife found out and has been causing a scene since last night, alternating between threatening divorce and even self-harm. It's driving me mad. He wasn't particularly enamored with his wife, but her father held a significant position in the healthcare system, and he felt he needed to maintain that connection for his career advancement. Yet now, he was unwilling to endure it any longer. Even if he only received half of the winnings, that was still 200 million. What country couldn't he go to? What mansion couldn't he buy? Alright, keep a close watch and expedite the process of securing the funds, he said, feigning composure, though his voice trembled with excitement. Zhang Wan readily agreed. After sitting quietly for a long while, she finally emerged and said, Dad, Mom, Guangzi, I have something important to tell you. Moments later, cheers erupted from the Zhang household, echoing throughout the neighborhood. However, within half an hour, news spread like wildfire. Xiaoran had won the lottery, a total of 500 million. Even after taxes, he was left with 400 million, but this was still considered marital property. Even if Xiaoran had divorced before claiming the prize, he would still have to relinquish half of the funds. 500 million, no, 400 million after taxes, it hardly mattered. For ordinary citizens, both amounts were astronomical sums. The Zhang family had struck it rich. Heaven truly had its blind spots, allowing this family to prosper, yet, many elderly neighbors were already seeking out Xiaoran and Zhang Wan. What for? To play matchmaker. With 200 million at stake, who cared about a divorce? They were still in high demand, drawing admirers like moths to a flame. However, just as Zhang Wan basked in thoughts of where to immigrate, her phone rang. Han Tao, had he managed to freeze Xiaoran's assets, she quickly answered the call. Ms. Zhang, I recommend reaching an amicable resolution with your ex-husband. Han Tao began bluntly. Zhang Wan was taken aback. Why? Shouldn't he be working to freeze Xiaoran's assets? Because your husband purchased the lottery ticket after your divorce, Han Tao replied wearily. Was there even a need for a court battle? The evidence was glaringly clear. That is impossible. Zhang Wan exclaimed, incredulous and unwilling to accept such an outcome. You must be mistaken. I am not, Han Tao stated, fully aware of Zhang Wan's disappointment, and he shared her sentiment. This was a monumental case involving the division of 400 million. You finalized your divorce at 11:30 a.m., while Xiaoran bought the ticket at 2:11 p.m. Surveillance footage and the timestamp on the ticket corroborate this. Han Tao continued, now, your ex-husband is suing you for concealing Zhang Jia's identity, claiming it has caused him significant emotional distress and is seeking compensation. I strongly advise that you reach an amicable settlement with your ex-husband. Otherwise, the likelihood of losing this case is exceedingly high. His words were somewhat diplomatic. The odds of losing were not merely high, they were inevitable. Zhang Wan was left in a state of shock, her mind blank. 200 million was gone, no, that was my money, she erupted in a frenzy, as if driven mad. Han Tao called out several times, hello, but received no response. Recognizing the magnitude of her shock, he eventually hung up. Chapter 13. Playing the rogue. In recent days, the Zhoufu community has been abuzz with excitement. The Zhang family had just announced that they could secure 2 billion from Xiaoran, only to be met with the subsequent revelation that the 4 billion belonged entirely to Xiaoran as marital property, exempt from any division with the Zhang family. Observers noted how the once imperious Zhang family, strutting about the neighborhood like royalty, had now retreated into the shadows, silenced and unable to refute the news. So, is this latter information true? Undoubtedly, it is. Haha, the heavens truly have eyes. Indeed, they have prevented the Zhang family from acquiring this fortune. They must be utterly humiliated, first exposed for their daughter's infidelity and illegitimate child, only to think they could claim 2 billion, only to find it was a futile hope. If I were a member of the Zhang family, I'd be haunted by nightmares at night. They will be unable to escape the shadow of this scandal for at least a decade. Not just a decade. That is 2 billion we're talking about. If they don't divorce, it amounts to 4 billion, this shadow will undoubtedly follow them for a lifetime. They deserve it. They truly deserve it. As for the Zhang family, now the subject of ridicule? The four of them are huddled together in their room, each wearing a dejected expression as if the sky has fallen upon them. They are devoid of spirit in whatever they do. The mere thought of 2 billion slipping away pierces their hearts with agony. "Grandma, I'm hungry," Zheng Jie suddenly exclaimed. "Always thinking about food." Zhang Yujun retorted irritably, his gaze towards his grandson filled with disdain. "Give it to whoever is the father. Don't expect it from me." "Dad, what kind of talk is that?" Zhang Wan interjected, rising in protest. Zhang Yajuan's face darkened. "If Yuan Ti engaged in such disgraceful acts, Xiaoran would still be our son-in-law, and Yuan Ti be facing divorce. That 4 billion would have been ours, and now, not a single cent to our name. Moreover, Xiaoran intends to file for a redivision of marital assets and seek emotional damages, which will likely cost the Zheng family a hefty sum." However, Zhang Wan refrained from mentioning this, lest it drive Zhang Yujun further into madness. Zhang Wan glared at her father. "The money Xiaoran earned is with me, and do you have any idea how much I've supported my younger brother? Are they now belittling their own son? How absurd. Sis, isn't dad right?" Zheng Gang chimed in. "If Yuan Ti divorced, our family would have been entitled to 4 billion. Ah, now he calls him brother-in-law." Li Zhang Wan, incensed, thought back to how each of them had treated Xiaoran like a mere beast of burden, and now they dare to blame her? She felt like she could spit blood. Zheng Gang continued to offer his misguided suggestions. "Sis, could you reconcile with brother-in-law? Even though Xiao Jie isn't his biological son, he has called him dad for 3 years. Surely there is some affection there?" "Exactly." Zhang Yujun and his wife echoed, their eyes gleaming with hope. "After 3 years of calling him dad, could there really be no bond? Furthermore, one day as husband and wife creates 100 days of grace, and 1,000 days as married partners? Zhang Wan, you must go to Xiaoran immediately. No, you must go right now. If you don't convince him to reconsider, you needn't return to this home." Zhang Yujun decreed with finality. "Take your son with you, I'm tired of seeing the both of you. Sis, please plead with brother-in-law for us. It is 4 billion, 4 billion. Zheng Gang said softly. Whether they could become wealthy heirs now rested on Zhang Wan's shoulders. Zhang Wan was effectively expelled from the Zheng household, with her son being unceremoniously thrust outside by Zheng Gang, leaving her furious and wishing to curse. What could she do? She had no choice but to seek out Xiaoran. However, after knocking on his villa's door for an eternity, he never answered. By nightfall, the villa remained dark, leaving her bewildered. Was Xiaoran no longer residing there? Where could he have gone, in such a vast city? And with Xiaoran being a billionaire with 4 billion in assets, he must have countless entertainment options, even the ability to travel the globe. How could she possibly find him? At that moment, Zhang Wan felt a mix of hatred and regret. Of course, not for having made Xiaoran her backup, but for agreeing to the divorce so hastily. If only she had delayed for another day. No, just half a day, at the very least, she could have secured 2 billion. Meanwhile, Xiaoran was in the gym, sweating profusely. He had hired a professional fitness trainer and a nutritionist. Over the course of 3 months, he was determined to undergo a complete transformation, cultivating a robust physique. "Ah, Mr. Xiao, your physical condition is exceptional," said his trainer, Lu Susu, an attractive female coach. The reasoning behind choosing a female trainer was simple. Physical guidance inevitably involves some contact, which could be awkward between men, but with a woman, especially a beautiful one, the concern vanished, making the experience far more pleasant. "Oh?" Xiaoran turned his attention towards her. Lu Susu pointed to various data, explaining, "Overall, Mr. Xiao, your fitness level surpasses that of 99 of individuals. Given that you claim to have had no prior training, it's hard to fathom the heights you could reach post-training." She paused, contemplating, "You might even qualify as a professional athlete." Xiaoran was taken aback. Could the machine have malfunctioned? His physique was rather average, he had long been subject to the strains of a demanding work schedule, suffering from common ailments like shoulder tendonitis. How could his physical condition now exceed that of 99 of people? Could reincarnation come with an enhancement to one's physical state? This is rather splendid, Xiaoran smiled. I'm rather looking forward to it. Tell me, at my age, do I still have a chance to represent my country? That is unlikely, Lu Susu laughed, unless you can outshine national-level athletes. Ha, they both shared a hearty laugh as their training commenced. Inevitably, there was some physical contact during the session, yet Xiaoran made no overt attempts to take advantage of the situation. It was entirely unintentional. Lu Susu, while not quite reaching the beauty of Lu Mei, possessed a healthy allure cultivated through consistent fitness, particularly accentuated by her well-rounded proportions, reminiscent of Western beauty standards. Xiaoran wasn't uninterested, but he wasn't particularly captivated either. After a while of practice, they took a break, and the entire session lasted 3 hours. Xiaoran had enrolled in Lu Susu's private classes, which cost 500 per session for an hour, meaning today's 3-hour workout amounted to 1,500, an expense beyond the reach of the average person. Thus, Lu Susu naturally treated someone like Xiaoran, a wealthy individual, with great enthusiasm. There were moments when he would barely touch her, yet she would intentionally brush against him, striving to showcase her ample curves and bosom, her intentions quite transparent. However, Xiaoran's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of impending doom, leaving him little room for trivial distractions, and after completing his workout, he departed, leaving Lu Susu somewhat bewildered. Am I truly that unappealing? Chapter 14 Litigation Claims. Xiaoran returned home, washed up, and prepared to sleep. However, he first glanced at the stock market, noting a floating profit of 6%, approximately 20 million yuan. Not bad at all. He stretched lazily and climbed into bed. After a night passed, Xiaoran woke up naturally following breakfast. He made slight adjustments to several stocks, which would be his focus for the next 2 months. At 10 o'clock, Lu Mei called him, informing him that she had officially filed a lawsuit with the court, seeking a reallocation of the marital assets between Xiaoran and Zhang Wan, and declaring that Zhang Jia was not Zhang Wan's biological child, thus demanding compensation for emotional damages from Zhang Wan. In just a couple of days, He Qian had already investigated Zhang Wan's income, and combined with the financial records provided by Xiaoran, they calculated the total income of both parties, deducting necessary expenses to arrive at a compensation figure. The amount totaled 500,000 yuan for Xiaoran. The sum was negligible, yet for Zhang Wan and her family, it was a considerable figure that would undoubtedly provoke their ire and Nevertheless, they were destined to lose the case. The only question was how much they would be liable for. Xiaoran nodded, knowing that He Qian would personally handle the litigation, and as the principal party, he would not even need to appear in court. Merely providing a power of attorney would suffice for He Qian to manage everything on his behalf. After concluding his conversation with Lu Mei, Xiaoran received a notification from the real estate agent. The contract was ready, and he could proceed to the housing authority for the transfer. This was, of course, something he had to attend to. He would officially sign the contract, initiating the procedural steps. Even though Xiaoran was paying in full, they still needed to await the housing authority's review, which would take at least a few working days. There was no rush, since Jia Yungui's renovation plans would also require several days, and materials needed to be purchased. It was not a problem to begin renovations without the title deed for now. Moreover, as long as the citizens did not raise objections, the authorities would not intervene, so commencing the renovations quietly was feasible, and naturally, Xiaoran was keen on adhering to the law before any potential disasters struck. After all, this was the last period of relative peace and order. After dining out, Xiaoran returned home well past 1 o'clock and began to get busy again. He decided to rent a warehouse for receiving supplies, convenient and discreet. He started searching online and, after some deliberation, found a suitable location and contacted the owner. As Xiaoran did not engage in haggling, they quickly reached an agreement. A 6-month contract, but Xiaoran will pay for 3 months rent up front. When the time comes, he will pay for another 3 months, and after 6 months, he will have the right of first refusal for renewal. Xiaoran felt satisfied, as he only needed to rent for 3 months, having indeed only paid for 3 months' rent. Some supplies could be stockpiled immediately, such as food. Xiaoran found a restaurant and ordered dishes for 100 tables, each set at the standard of 3,000 yuan, instructing the restaurant to move their kitchen equipment to the warehouse for on-site cooking. However, it would not be feasible for today, so he scheduled the delivery for tomorrow, paying a deposit of 50,000 yuan. A small matter indeed. The next day, he awaited the restaurant owner at the warehouse. Soon, the owner arrived with staff, setting to work cooking, and by noon, they had prepared 100 tables. After they departed, Xiaoran stored all the dishes and food away into a spatial pocket. I'll need to buy new bowls tomorrow, Xiaoran chuckled, realizing that stockpiling supplies had its downsides, namely, the need for more bowls. No worries, I have the funds. Xiaoran had already purchased a considerable number of bowls and basins online, which would be delivered in batches each day, eliminating the need for supermarket trips in the future. In the following days, Xiaoran continued to receive 100 banquet tables daily, rotating between different restaurants to avoid arousing suspicion, while various supplies he ordered online were also delivered to the warehouse. Even with such expenditures, he managed to spend less than 1 million yuan in a single day. No problem. Once the money from the stock market comes through, I will have truckloads of supplies delivered. Over the course of 30 days, he anticipated spending 2 to 3 billion. Lu Mei and Lu Susu, the two women, also contacted Xiaoran daily. However, Lu Mei remained somewhat reserved and proud, seemingly expecting Xiaoran to pursue her actively, while Lu Susu, upon discovering that Xiaoran was the recipient of a 500 million yuan lottery prize, became exceedingly proactive. Xiaoran had no desire for another marriage, so he did not respond. Most importantly, he was preoccupied with a multitude of tasks daily, leaving him little time to contemplate matters of romance. He could consider such things later when he had more leisure time. Additionally, his appeal had been accepted by the court, and the first hearing was scheduled for tomorrow. A day passed. Zhang Wan returned home, feeling utterly exhausted. In court today, He Qian had presented a plethora of evidence detrimental to her, including the paternity test results between Xiaoran and Zhang Jia, as well as Xiaoran's income statements and annual living expenses. Her lawyer advised her to reach a settlement with Xiaoran, proposing compensation of 410,000 yuan. This figure comprised 260,000 yuan representing their joint income totaling 720,000 yuan over 4 years, with annual expenses of 50,000 yuan. After deducting 200,000 yuan, the remainder was 520,000 yuan. Half of that equated to 260,000 yuan. The additional 150,000 yuan accounted for emotional damages, bringing the total to 410,000 yuan. He Qian proposed a sum of 300,000 yuan for emotional damages. What weighed heavily was He Qian's assertion that Xiaoran did not intend to keep this money, but rather wished to donate it all to the Hope Project, which would undoubtedly sway the judge in their favor. 410,000 yuan. Zhang Wan's head throbbed painfully. Did she possess 410,000 yuan? No, most of the money had been taken by Zhang Yujun and his wife to support Zheng Gang, but the law was the law. Could she dare defy it? Dad, Mom, we are highly likely to lose this lawsuit and will have to pay Xiaoran 410,000 yuan, Zhang Wan announced to her parents and younger brother. What? For 10,000 yuan, Zhang Yujun immediately sprang up. Why doesn't that scoundrel just go rob someone? Exactly, Lin Meiying chimed in. How dare he demand such a sum? Has he lost his mind over money? Zhang Wan explained, combined, Xiaoran and my annual income is around 180,000 yuan, totaling 720,000 yuan over 4 years. After deducting necessary expenses of 200,000 yuan, we arrive at 520,000 yuan. Half of that is 260,000 yuan then, adding the 150,000 yuan for emotional damages brings us to 410,000 yuan. Zhang Yujun pondered for a moment and replied, why are you telling us this? You and Xiaoran's joint assets are your responsibility to return. Zhang Wan grew furious. Dad, my salary has essentially been taken by you, and I only have less than 30,000 yuan left. Where am I supposed to find 410,000 yuan? Zhang Yujun shook his head. That's not my concern. Your brother is about to get married and needs money. Besides, what will happen if you don't pay Xiaoran? Does he dare to come knocking? Ha, if he does, I'll drive him away with a broom. Chapter 15 The Poisonous Woman. Zhang Wan was filled with a mix of fury and indignation. Little brothers, do you see only Zhang Gang in your eyes? Was I born to toil for him? My entire life has been like this. All the good things are reserved for Zhang Feng, as if she were adopted. By the way, don't you still have that paramour? Lin Meiying interjected, showing no regard for her daughter's feelings. Why not ask him for money? We've raised his son for so many years, shouldn't he compensate us? Upon hearing this, Zhang Gang became animated, exclaiming, yes, make him pay us a few 100,000, that would be enough for me to marry. Zhang Yujun added, doctors must have a substantial income, not to mention the red envelopes they receive. At the very least, demand 500,000 from him. Otherwise, he should forget about seeing this son. Zhang Gang leapt to his feet, invigorated at the mention of money. As Zhang Yujun then suggested another dubious idea, addressing his daughter, go find that paramour now, bring your son along, and tell him that if he doesn't give us 500,000, you'll leave your son with him. Why should I raise someone else's child? Dad, are you trying to drive me away again? Zhang Wan exclaimed incredulously. This was the second time. If you can't retrieve 500,000, then don't consider me your father. I will sever our father-daughter relationship. Zhang Yujun forcibly expelled his daughter from the house, even urging Lin Meiying to put their grandson outside as well. Dad, Mom. Zhang Wan pounded on the door, but the occupants inside pretended not to hear. It was the neighbors who, hearing the commotion, came out to see what was happening. Zhang Wan, unwilling to lose face, left with her son in her arms. Outside the building, she collapsed in exhaustion, only for Zhang Jia to continue his antics, prompting her to lose her temper and yell at him. Overwhelmed and drained, she called Zhang Zihao, her sole ray of hope. However, after explaining her expulsion from home and the demand for 410,000, she inquired if he could lend her some money temporarily. Wanner, you know my salary card is controlled by my wife, so I can't help you, Zhang Zihao replied. Moreover, since your parents took the money, shouldn't you retrieve it from them? He continued, also, I've promised my wife I won't contact you anymore, so please refrain from calling or messaging me. The line went dead. Zhang Wan sat in disbelief. She remained motionless on the ground for a full half hour, a malevolent glint flickering in her eyes. If you are ungrateful, do not blame me for being unfaithful. If it comes to it, I shall fight to the death. A day passed. Xiaoran was tirelessly sweating it out at the gym. After nearly 10 days of training, he had surprisingly begun to see some results. His abdominal muscles were gradually starting to separate, though it would still take time to achieve a defined six-pack. Lu Susu watched him closely, feeling a sense of urgency. It had been 10 days, yet Xiaoran still showed no signs of falling for her charms. She was tempted to strip down to entice him, but he remained oblivious to her subtlety, causing her great frustration. Suddenly, her phone rang. Xiaoran paused his workout, glanced at the screen, and was surprised to see a call from Lu Mei. He answered. Hello, Lawyer Lu. Lu Mei's voice, rich with allure, came through. A significant event has occurred. I am all ears, Xiaoran replied. Your ex-wife's family is aware that Zhang Wan is destined to lose her case. They have evicted her and Zhang Jia from their home, leaving her to find a way to gather the required funds. This morning, in desperation, she brought her son to the hospital and handed him over to Zhang Zihao. Lu Mei began recounting the events. As a result, when Zhang Zihao's wife learned of this, she stormed into the hospital. Perhaps due to her own infertility, she became extremely agitated upon seeing Zhang Jia. That little rascal even pointed at Zhang Zihao's wife and insulted her, which caused her to lose control and accidentally push Zhang Jia down the stairs, leading to his immediate death. After the incident, in an attempt to gain the forgiveness of the victim's family, Zhang Zihao's family offered 1 million in compensation, which Zhang Wan has accepted. Ha! However, Zhang Zihao is in for a rough time. He quickly divorced his wife and has now been dismissed from the hospital, clearly incurring the wrath of his father-in-law. He certainly has a stormy road ahead. Xiaoran was taken aback. Zhang Wan, or rather, her family, had managed to acquire money in such a manner. Well, this works to my advantage. I shall take my time to deal with you all. All right, I understand, he concluded, ending the call. He brushed off the incident and resumed his training. After finishing, he left while Lu Susu looked on, her disappointment palpable. At the Zhang household, upon seeing Zhang Wan emerge from her room to collect takeout, Zhang Gang rushed over eagerly. Sister, just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll get it for you immediately. Takeout is unsanitary and takes too long. Yes, let Zhang Gang go and buy it. Zhang Yujun chimed in. Their daughter had recently received 1 million in compensation. Even after deducting the amount owed to Xiaoran, nearly 600,000 would remain. Zhang Gang was counting on that sum for his future marriage. Zhang Wan ignored their presence entirely, walking straight into her bedroom with the takeout. Damn it! Zhang Gang couldn't help but curse. He had already humbled himself for 2 days, yet Zhang Wan had not shown him a shred of kindness. What do you mean, damn it? That is your sister. Zhang Yujun reprimanded his son lightly, though not with much force. Have you forgotten that we previously expelled her from our home and declared the severance of our father-daughter relationship? Now, for the sake of money, we are inviting her back, who would be pleased in her position. You need to be more patient, and treat your sister well, otherwise, you'll have to figure out your own wedding finances. Zhang Gang hung his head, nodding in acquiescence. Meanwhile, in her room, Zhang Wan silently consumed her takeout, her thoughts swirling, her gaze icy. Everyone believed Zhang Jie's death was merely a consequence of Zhang Zihao's wife's impulsiveness, but was the truth really that simple? Certainly not, for it was she who had called Zhang Zihao's wife, unleashing the most venomous words over the phone, ruthlessly attacking her infertility, which drove Zhang Zihao's wife to madness, ultimately leading her to the hospital. Furthermore, she had shown her son a picture of Zhang Zihao's wife, instructing him to insult her as a barren woman upon encountering her, which completely triggered Zhang Zihao's wife's breakdown, culminating in tragedy. Zhang Zihao, you were the one who betrayed me first, she seethed, a few crocodile tears escaping her eyes. After all, Zhang Jia was her biological son, yet, almost immediately, a smile crept onto her face. Now that Zhang Jia is no longer, there are no barriers between Xiaoran and me. If I pursue him again and promise to give him children, he will surely reconcile with me. 400 million. She would absolutely not relinquish such a fortune, never. Chapter 16. The takeaway was stolen. Xiaoran had spent an entire day attending banquets and receiving deliveries before he finally returned to his residential complex. Just yesterday, Jia Yingui had presented him with the renovation plans, and he had also obtained the property deed, thus the renovations were already underway. Xiaoran promptly transferred another 20 million to him, urging him to swiftly acquire the necessary materials. Naturally, Xiaoran returned to his rental apartment, number 1502, which required him to take the elevator fortuitously. The elevator was stationed on the first floor. Upon entering, as the doors were about to close, a woman hurriedly approached, repeatedly pressing the up button, causing the doors to open once more. A stylishly dressed woman entered, enveloped in a captivating fragrance, reminiscent of an exquisite perfume that was both refreshing and not overpowering. Her appearance was striking, exuding a radiant allure, so enchanting that it seemed to brighten the elevator. The woman stood approximately 168 centimeters tall, which was not short, yet Xiaoran, at 178 centimeters, had a slight height advantage. She pressed the button for the 17th floor, both remained silent. The elevator, Xiaoran stood at the back, appreciating the mature woman's voluptuous curves. In the past, he would have averted his gaze, but now, his demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, and he found himself simply admiring her beauty. The woman scrutinized Xiaoran through the almost mirror-like elevator walls before abruptly turning to him and inquiring, "Oh, you must be that Xiao Wui, right?" Xiao Wui, he was taken aback. Had he acquired a nickname so swiftly? He couldn't help but chuckle. I am indeed Xiaoran. The woman covered her mouth with a light laugh, yet her stunning figure was undeniably distracting, causing his gaze to linger. After clearing her throat, she introduced herself. Hello, I am Han Yun. However, the journey from the first to the 15th floor was brief. Ding, the elevator arrived at the 15th floor. Xiaoran nodded to Han Yun and exited the elevator. He soon forgot this brief encounter as he walked along the corridor to his front door. Upon entering, he plopped down on the sofa, intending to turn on the television, but suddenly recalled that he had ordered takeaway on his way home, which should have arrived by now. Checking the app, he confirmed that it had indeed been delivered, but when he stepped outside to look, there was no sign of it. He contacted the delivery rider, who assured him that the order had been dropped off and even provided photographic evidence. Where could the takeaway have gone? Had it been stolen? It was certainly a possibility. Xiaoran recalled stories he had seen online about takeaway thefts and was astonished that he would find himself in such a predicament. The key point? Well, it was certainly significant, as even if he managed to retrieve it, he wouldn't dare eat it now. However, he could not simply let the thief go unpunished. He ordered another takeaway and then approached the property management, explaining the situation. They promptly assisted him in reviewing the surveillance footage. Indeed, at 5:07 p.m., the delivery rider had dropped off the food, taken a photo, and left. Shortly after, a young boy from the neighboring apartment, number 1501, emerged, played in the corridor for a while, then fixated on the takeaway, glanced around, and suddenly snatched it, retreating into his home. The case was cracked. Xiaoran returned with the property management personnel and knocked on the door of apartment 1501. Who is it? A voice from inside responded, laced with impatience. Property management, we need to speak. The property manager led the charge, knowing that Xiaoran was not only the owner of the complex's sole villa but also the winner of a 500 million prize, which naturally made them eager to curry favor. Footsteps approached, and the door opened to reveal an elderly man, who looked at the property manager with a puzzled expression. What is it? The property manager smiled. Your grandson, I presume, has stolen the takeaway from apartment 1502. You're talking nonsense, a loud voice boomed as a fierce-looking elderly woman stormed over, launching into a tirade at the property manager. Which of your eyes saw that? My little Kong is so well behaved, how could he possibly steal someone else's food? I warn you, don't speak carelessly, or I'll smash your property management office. The property manager maintained his smile. Madam Chin, we truly are not wronging your grandson. I have the surveillance footage right here. He pulled out his phone to display the video recorded from the monitoring room. What are you showing me? Madam Chin dismissed him without a glance, shoving the property manager's phone aside. Get out of here right now and don't disrupt our dinner. Otherwise, I'll call the police and report you for illegal intrusion. With a resounding slam, the door shut inside. The voices of Madame Qin berating Mr. Qin echoed, instructing him to swiftly send intruders away and shut the door without further ado. This left the property manager seething. Your grandson stole the takeaway, the evidence is irrefutable, and yet you act so brazenly. This was outrageous. Mr. Xiao, I apologize. We will continue to communicate with them and ensure they compensate you, the property manager stated, fully aware that someone like Xiaoran, the Xiaowui, was a valuable asset to the community, enhancing its overall image, unlike the Qin family. Xiaoran pondered for a moment and replied, all right, I leave it in your hands. He returned to his apartment, deep in thought. What could the property management possibly do? It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. He began searching online, what to do if a mischievous child steals your takeaway. Some responses were earnest, while others were purely humorous, as who would order takeaway worth 10,000, I could. Xiaoran chuckled to himself. The money had to be spent within 3 months, or it would become mere waste paper, or just a string of numbers in a bank. Alright, it was time to devise a plan. The little rascal had stolen the takeaway without facing any repercussions, not even a scolding, which was undoubtedly encouraging. Thus, he would likely strike again. He would give him another chance. Before long, the new takeaway arrived, and Xiaoran began to eat. After finishing, he ventured downstairs to buy some fruit. With the impending extinction of global plant life, who could still expect to enjoy fresh fruit? As luck would have it, just as he stepped outside, the door next door swung open, revealing Madame Qin leading the little boy out. Upon spotting Xiaoran, the boy appeared slightly sheepish, but Madame Qin exuded a fierce demeanor. I say, how can someone with billions in assets be so petty? Madame Qin began her tirade. What's the big deal about eating your takeaway? For you, it's hardly a drop in the bucket. You actually have the audacity to involve the property management. We are all neighbors, after all. Let us not make a scene, otherwise, I won't let this go. Chapter 7. The sudden wind. Xiaoran couldn't help but chuckle softly. There is indeed wisdom in the saying that when a person is reduced to nothing, they become invincible. Your grandson pilfered my takeout, and you dare to speak so brazenly? You even have the audacity to warn and threaten me. Xiaoran felt an overwhelming urge to slap the insolent individual, but upon reflection, he realized that he must not let petty grievances disrupt his grand plans. He still had his own methods to deal with them. If he acted too harshly now and frightened the mischievous child, it would render his elaborate schemes futile. Thus, he remained silent and quietly stepped into the elevator. This only served to inflate Aunt Qin's sense of triumph. While the young scoundrel seemed to be plotting something with his beady eyes. Ding, the elevator reached the first floor, and Xiaoran exited, with Aunt Qin and the mischievous boy trailing behind. He could still hear Aunt Qin saying, Xiao Bao, go ahead and take his takeout next time. After all, he has plenty of money. Taking a little from him is only fair. The mischievous boy, bolstered by adult approval, felt emboldened. A faint smile graced Xiaoran's face, just as he desired. They were pushing their luck. He visited a fruit store and purchased an abundance of fruit. It mattered not if he could not consume all of it, for he could simply toss it into the other space, ensuring its eternal freshness. Upon returning home, he washed an apple and began to eat. This global calamity could last an indeterminate time, perhaps even hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of years before fruit would grace the earth again. He needed to stockpile enough for several lifetimes. The night passed swiftly with the dawn of a new day. Xiaoran first visited an exquisite restaurant, requesting a customized takeout order. His lunch was exorbitantly priced, featuring numerous imported ingredients, with just the premium caviar costing a staggering 20,000 yuan. Altogether, this meal amounted to an astonishing 80,000 yuan. Nevertheless, Xiaoran still felt it was a bargain. Having utilized the finest ingredients available, there was little room for further extravagance. 80,000 was substantial enough. For the most remarkable aspect of this meal, it was invigorating and stimulating. Consequently, the restaurant manager couldn't help but scrutinize Xiaoran, wondering how many women he had arranged to meet today, hoping he wouldn't exhaust himself completely. Xiaoran paid the 80,000 with ease, noted his address, kept the receipt, and departed. He continued to host 100 banquet tables, received another day's worth of deliveries, and then returned to his community. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, the mischievous boy, having escaped reprimand for stealing the takeout yesterday and instead being encouraged, was once again eyeing the neighbor's door. When the delivery person arrived, he darted out as soon as they left, clutching an impressively grand food container. Aunt Qin, seeing the boy enter with the large food box, immediately brightened. Xiaoran had the audacity to contact the property management. Bah, was it worth such fuss over a single meal? So today, they would indulge in another of his dishes, serving as a lesson for him. However, Grandpa Qin interjected, that as someone else's takeout, isn't it wrong for us to eat it? He has so much money. What's the harm in taking a little? Aunt Qin dismissed his concern with nonchalance. And where do you think the lottery winnings come from? Aren't they from us common folk, contributing 1 yuan at a time? Therefore, this is ill-gotten wealth. Can we not partake? Realizing the rationale, Grandpa Qin fell silent. The three of them began to eat. This is delicious. Indeed, quite remarkable. They savored the lavish feast, and after half a day without any sign of Xiaoran demanding his due, Aunt Qin couldn't help but smirk. He must have been intimidated by their actions yesterday. Today's meal was indeed delightful. She hoped Xiaoran would order more often, knowing he wouldn't dare to complain. However, after a while, Aunt Qin began to feel restless, and Grandpa Qin shared her sentiment. They exchanged glances and sent the boy to watch television while they retreated into their room. Moments later, the sound ceased, only to be followed by a resurgence of commotion, and then silence again, repeating in cycles. When their son and daughter-in-law returned home, they found Qin Kong seated in the living room, watching television with his eyes half closed, which incensed his wife. She stormed into Aunt Qin's room, ready to reprimand them for their lack of responsibility in raising their grandson until she suddenly— How could they be so shameless, engaging in such activities so early in the day with Qin Kong still in the living room? Son, call 120 immediately, your father is in trouble. Aunt Qin's voice echoed from the room, laced with terror. What happened to my father? Their son was utterly bewildered. After some stammering, Aunt Qin finally explained, your father has been, well, let us just say he has been up since this afternoon, and he just fainted. The notion of sudden wind, their son could hardly fathom that his father, despite his age, would find himself in such a predicament. No wonder his wife had retreated in embarrassment that he hastily dialed for assistance. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived. Moments later, both Grandpa Qin and Aunt Qin were wheeled away, covered with a blanket, though it was evident they were unclothed. The fact that they were taken together left little to the imagination. It was hardly a mystery to anyone, given the close-knit nature of the community. Ha, this is hilarious. The old couple from the Qin family got into a predicament while engaged in their activities and had to call for an ambulance. But they're only around 30. Surely that can't be the case. No, it's not their son and daughter-in-law, it's the old couple. What, aren't they over 60? How scandalous for them to cause such a scene at their age. They'll have to hide their faces in the community from now on. But whether Grandpa Qin can be saved is another matter entirely. They deserve it. That old couple from the Qin family are no good. Right, it would be best if they perished in the hospital. There was no shortage of gossips. Chapter 18. Reporting a case. Upon hearing the sound of the emergency services, Xiaoran smiled faintly and hailed a cab. Where to? To the police station, he replied, intending to file a report. When the officers learned that Xiaoran had his takeout stolen, they couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, while it is permissible to report a stolen takeout, I suggest you check the surveillance footage with the property management and confront the thief directly. After all, they are your neighbors, and some matters are better resolved privately, one of the officers advised. Xiaoran nodded, saying, indeed, after my first takeout was stolen, I initially approached the property management and managed to identify the thief. It was my neighbor's grandson. However, the adults in that household not only refused to compensate me for my losses but also insulted me. Today, I ordered another takeout, and once again, it was pilfered by that same grandson. Upon hearing this, the officer's expression turned serious. This is unacceptable. Stealing is one thing, but refusing to make amends and resorting to insults is another. No wonder you felt compelled to report it. You shouldn't bully honest people like this, the officer declared. Alright, I will accompany you to address this matter seriously. Xiaoran chuckled, it might be more than just a simple incident, this takeout is rather expensive. How much could it possibly be, the officer asked, somewhat dismissively. 80,000, Xiaoran replied. The officer, who had just taken a sip of tea, sputtered in shock, narrowly avoiding a mess on his screen. He coughed repeatedly, how much? Had he misheard, or had Xiaoran misspoken? Xiaoran produced the invoice and handed it over. The officer's expression shifted to one of disbelief upon reviewing it. Indeed, it was 80,000, but who would order an 80,000 yuan takeout? For such an expenditure, wouldn't it be more reasonable to dine in at the restaurant? However, it was their prerogative to order whatever they wished, no law prohibited ordering takeout that exceeded a certain price. Nevertheless, this escalated the situation significantly. It was no longer merely a stolen meal. It was a theft of a valuable item, akin to the theft of gold or jewels. The officer looked up at Xiaoran. I need to verify this at the Taifong building. Xiaoran nodded, no problem, I can accompany you. The officer stood up, addressing his partner, Lu, let us head out. Thus, the trio set off toward the Taifong building. On the way, Officer Lu expressed his astonishment upon learning about Xiaoran's 80,000 yuan order. Goodness, that takeout alone costs more than my annual salary, he remarked. Another officer, nearing 50 and named Zhua, glanced at Xiaoran, pondering if Xiaoran had deliberately ordered such an expensive meal to provoke the neighbor's troublesome child. Otherwise, the coincidence seemed too striking. Yet, regardless of intention, stealing was indefensible, especially when the value exceeded 3,000, which constituted a legal offense. They proceeded to the Taifong building. Upon arrival, the restaurant manager emerged, instantly becoming enthusiastic upon seeing Xiaoran, repeatedly addressing him as Mr. Xia. Upon learning that Xiaoran's takeout had been stolen and that he had brought 2 officers to verify the price, he eagerly began to explain the ingredients of the meal. They were either imported or sourced from the finest local delicacies, such as the renowned Yangtze River knife fish. The cost of the 80,000 yuan meal was over 60,000, leaving them with a meager profit margin of less than 30%. However, this substantiated that the takeout Xiaoran ordered was indeed worth over 60,000, which he had duly paid. This was significant. Alright, we'll take it from here, officers will inform Xiaoran. Xiaoran presented comprehensive evidence that not only demonstrated the meal's value but also included surveillance footage from the property management. Consequently, the police would now seek out the Qin family. The child had mistakenly taken the food, and given his age of 7 or 8, he could not face criminal charges. As long as the Qin family was willing to compensate, the matter could be resolved. The issue was whether the Qin family would willingly pay the 8,000 yuan after realizing the cost of the meal. This was troubling. Xiaoran smiled, alright. He decided to dine at the Taifong building before heading off to meet Lu Susu for a workout. He aimed to enhance his physical fitness before the onset of the frigid weather. At the municipal hospital in the northern district, the elderly Qin couple, having undergone emergency treatment, finally stabilized. With the immediate danger averted, the family began to contemplate their next steps. How had Qin Laotu suddenly transformed into a teddy bear? Just then, a doctor approached with the blood test results. The doctor revealed that Qin Laotu's blood contained a substantial amount of stimulants, explaining his unexpected resilience. How could this be? Doesn't he consume supplements? They wondered. Suddenly, Qin Dama realized that takeout. Her expression twisted into a fierce snarl. Xiaoran, you scoundrel, I will not let this go. Xiaoran? Qin family's son was taken aback, questioning how this could possibly involve the infamous Xiaowu. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Dama recounted the incident of their grandson stealing the takeout. It must be him. Qin family's son exhibited no concern for his child's initial theft, instead erupting in anger. How vile to poison the takeout. I will sue him and ensure he loses everything. The notion of losing everything ignited a glimmer of greed among the three adults, particularly since Xiaoran had recently won a 500 million yuan lottery. They envisioned him compensating them in full. Qin family's son picked up the phone to report the incident, but merely 10 minutes after hanging up, he noticed two police officers approaching. Wow, I was the one who called the police. Called the police? Officer Zuo was taken aback. Aren't you the guardians of the child who stole the takeout? Why would you report a crime? Let us hear your side of the story, Officer Zuo interjected, prompting the Qin family to explain their situation. Qin Dama spoke first, asserting vehemently that Xiaoran had intentionally poisoned the food. This left the officers momentarily bewildered. Are you suggesting that Xiaoran poisoned his own takeout with the intention of harming you? Officers was summarized. Yes, exactly. Qin Dama affirmed. Officers Wa chuckled. This claim will not be entertained by the prosecutor's office, nor will the court accept it. However, you are free to hire a lawyer to sue Xiaoran. That is your right. We're here to investigate the theft of the takeout. Actually, there is no need for an investigation. UVE just admitted it, Officer Zuo replied. This simplifies matters. Since the thief is a child, he merely needs to compensate for the cost of the meal. The Qin family was incensed. It was so obvious that Xiaoran had poisoned the takeout, yet the officers seemed oblivious. Fine, we will pay, but Xiaoran must compensate us for medical expenses, lost wages, and emotional distress, Qin family's daughter-in-law insisted. There was no way to escape admitting they had stolen Xiaoran's takeout if they wanted to receive any compensation. However, how much could a mere meal be worth? They envisioned making Xiaoran pay until he was destitute. Officers was smiled. That works out perfectly. The total is 80,000. The Qin family members all choked in disbelief. Chapter 19, Collecting Bullets. The three members of the Qin family were beside themselves with disbelief. How could this be? An $8,000 takeout order? Why don't you just go and rob someone? Exclaimed the son of the Qin family. Officer, you can't allow that rascal Xiaoran to make such outrageous demands. Officer Zuo, initially taken aback upon hearing the amount, chuckled and replied, indeed, it is 8,000, with an invoice to prove it. We also conducted an investigation at the corresponding restaurant, and the raw materials alone cost over 60,000. With the restaurant needing to pay taxes and make a profit, the total comes to 8,000. Despite his assurance, the Qin family remained skeptical, but when they compared the dishes, they found themselves at a loss for words. It was clear that the claims were not baseless. Aunt Qin finally regretted her decision, wishing she had never allowed her grandson to steal the takeout. Now, what were they to do? Xiaoran reported the incident, the police took it seriously, and, crucially, they had confessed. No, as long as they insisted that Xiaoran had poisoned the food, they could surely make him pay through the nose. After all, the fact that old Qin lay in the emergency room was undeniable. We admit that we did steal the takeout, but that only proves that Xiaoran was the one who poisoned it. Aunt Qin protested vehemently. Officer Zuo maintained his serious demeanor, stating, first of all, Xiaoran never laid a hand on the takeout, there was no possibility of poisoning. Secondly, the so-called poison is actually a supplement. Xiaoran is a young man. It's entirely normal for him to consume supplements, which you merely stole. Although I am not a lawyer, I can assure you that as long as Xiaoran insists that the takeout was ordered for himself, you will not be able to make him pay a single cent for hospital bills. His certainty left the Qin family dumbfounded. How much had old Qin spent on medical treatment by now? Over 5,000 already. While that was a minor issue, the real concern was that they could not compel Xiaoran to compensate them. They had initially hoped to make a significant sum off him. Thus, when all was said and done, how immense a price would they have to pay for their grandson's thievery? 90,000, or perhaps even more. Aunt Qin collapsed onto the ground, resorting to petty antics. The police are helping the villains bully our family. Someone, please adjudicate this. This outburst attracted a crowd, but to what avail? It was merely self-inflicted humiliation. Xiaoran chose not to confront the situation at the hospital. After all, people like Aunt Qin were unreasonable and would undoubtedly unleash their fury upon him. Why engage in a quarrel with a shrew? Everything could be settled in the aftermath of the apocalypse. At that time, he would deal with them directly. He anticipated that the Qin family would undoubtedly seek him out upon their return, either to harass him or to feign pity, neither of which appealed to him. Therefore, he opted to stay at a hotel to avoid being disturbed in the middle of the night. As he had suspected, that night Aunt Qin indeed stormed back into the community, pounding on Xiaoran's door and causing a commotion that roused the neighbors above and below. When they urged her to be quiet, she retorted, telling them to go back to sleep, which incited public outrage. She was soon beaten and subsequently taken to the hospital, coincidentally sharing a ward with old Qin. A perfect turn of events, unbeknownst to Xiaoran. The next day he followed his plan and visited a shooting range. Time to collect bullets. Pistol rounds cost $10 each, while rifle rounds were $20. Naturally, Xiaoran opted for the rifle, specifically the kind capable of automatic fire. He deposited 500,000 and began shooting. The sound of gunfire echoed as he indiscriminately aimed. After all, any bullet that flew 2 meters would be collected by the spatial portal. In automatic mode, depleting an entire magazine of bullets occurred in the blink of an eye. Before long, the barrel was scorching hot. He switched weapons and continued. He played for 5 hours, spending nearly 400,000. This meant he had collected 20,000 rounds, 20,000. If he could master the precise firing of bullets through the spatial portal, that would be enough to eliminate 20,000 targets. Absurd. Xiaoran chose not to continue, for even with earplugs, 5 continuous hours of gunfire had left his head buzzing, and each shot came with recoil that left his shoulder aching. He decided to rest the next day and return to a different shooting range the day after. One could not remain fixated on a single location, though it was common for bullets to be lost in the dirt at an outdoor range. Having 20,000 rounds miss their marker, best not to attract suspicion. There were still over 2 months until the apocalypse. That evening, Xiaoran returned to his rental apartment, only to find his door smeared with excrement. It was evident that the Qin family was behind it. He checked the security footage at the property management office, but this time the Qin family had wised up, covering the camera with a bag from a blind spot before committing their act. Naturally, the footage captured neither the covering of the camera nor the act of defecation. It was a blatant act of deceit. Xiaoran smirked. He promptly called the police, knowing that tracking down the culprits was a job for professionals. Then, he approached the neighbors living beneath the Qin family, offering them a sum of money to carry out a task, installing a noise-making device in the ceiling, and so, the Qin family temporarily relocated to a hotel. What was this noise-making device? As the name implies, it would rattle the building, bang, bang, bang. No matter how deeply one slept, they would awaken. It could even be controlled remotely via Wi-Fi or smartphone. Xiaoran chuckled, knowing that from that night onward, the Qin family could forget about a peaceful night's sleep. He did not allow the Qin family to hinder his plans. He continued trading stocks, collecting banquet fees, and gathering bullets. Nearly 3 days later, the Qin family could no longer endure the disturbance and contacted Xiaoran through the property management, expressing their willingness to compensate him and clean his door. Xiaoran's life was remarkably monotonous, trading stocks, exercising, collecting banquet fees, gathering bullets, and procuring supplies, all proceeding in an orderly manner. Additionally, he dedicated a day to practice using the spatial portal for attacks, honing his aim. He wasted about 1,000 rounds of bullets but achieved a 100 hit rate within 2 meters, a 90 hit rate within 5 meters, and a 60 hit rate within 10 meters. He refrained from further practice, as bullets were a precious commodity, not costly, but difficult to acquire, with only a few shooting ranges in Sioux City. If he changed locations, he would have to travel to another city. His compound bow had arrived. During his free time, he would shoot arrows into the spatial portal and then practice his aim with the arrows retrieved from within. The destructive power was not particularly great, allowing him to practice in the community as long as no one was watching. With over 2 months remaining until the apocalypse, he would take his time to practice. Thus, a month swiftly passed. The renovation of the villa is progressing splendidly, in line with expectations, while Xiaoran's stock portfolio has surged from 350 million to 1 billion. He has withdrawn a portion to cover the expenses of the villa's renovation, allocated a small amount for the procurement of materials, and retained a substantial sum in the stock market, allowing his wealth to continue to compound. It is not yet the time to withdraw everything. By the way, Xiaoran has also purchased a vehicle. Chapter 20 of The Hatred of the Wealthy. Xiaoran purchased a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It was not particularly expensive, costing over 2 million, yet he spent more than 5 million on modifications. The glass had to be replaced with bulletproof material, and the tires needed to be upgraded. In essence, it had to withstand the impact of hail, as Xiaoran intended to venture out during the onset of the apocalypse. Such a perilous endeavor, it was all for resources. Gasoline and diesel could not simply be procured in large quantities even with wealth, thus, Xiaoran had to wait until after the apocalypse to scavenge. Consequently, the resilience and sealing capabilities of his vehicle were of paramount importance. The modifications were not something that could be completed hastily. He would need to wait over a month to retrieve the car. Nonetheless, it would undoubtedly be ready before the onset of the apocalypse. Upon returning to his residential complex, Xiaoran approached the elevator. A man, seemingly in his 30s, was waiting. He was rather handsome, albeit somewhat unkempt. He cast a glance at Xiaoran, first displaying a fleeting expression of envy, then raising his chin slightly, as though deliberately attempting to draw Xiaoran's attention. "Do I know you?" Xiaoran thought it unworthy to engage with him. Ding! The elevator arrived. The two entered sequentially, pressing their respective buttons. Xiaoran noted the man had pressed for the 17th floor, the same floor as the alluring woman, Han Yun. Although there were 4 households on that floor, unless the elevator had just ascended, one would prefer to wait rather than take the elevator to the opposite side. The doors opened once more, admitting 4 men. Their visible skin was adorned with tattoos, one even sporting an earring, seemingly eager to inscribe "I am a thug" upon his face. Upon seeing them, the inebriated man visibly recoiled in fear, backing against the elevator wall, which was hardly spacious. The man with the earring first cancelled the 2 pressed floor buttons, then positioned himself at the elevator door, preventing it from closing. "Hey, when are you going to repay your debt?" a portly man with a beer belly growled as he approached the inebriated man, his demeanor menacing, clearly the leader among the 4. The inebriated man, who had just exhibited arrogance towards Xiaoran, now resembled a frightened chick before an eagle, trembling in fear. "Hu, please grant me a couple more days, I swear I will repay you." "Another extension? How many times have I extended it for you?" The beer-bellied man slapped the inebriated man's face with a resounding smack. The latter did not dare to evade, merely pleading for mercy. Xiaoran sighed, pondering the absurdity of their confrontation obstructing others from exiting the elevator. "If you have an issue, take it outside. Do not hinder others here," he remarked. "Get the hell out of here," the beer-bellied man retorted, pressing his hand against the inebriated man's face while turning to shout at Xiaoran. Did Xiaoran fear him? He would rather exit the elevator in silence. If this were the apocalypse, a mere thought could summon death upon these men multiple times. Of course, this was not the apocalypse. Should he use bullets from another dimension to eliminate them, he would inevitably face imprisonment and be compelled to explain the origin of the bullets, an enormous hassle. Nevertheless, even without bullets, he felt no trepidation. After a month of training, his results were becoming evident. His physical prowess had already surpassed that of 99 of people. Now, he had ascended even further. 4 against 1, he found it exceedingly manageable. Even if you are homeowners, you have no right to evict anyone, let alone when you are not. Xiaoran shook his head. "If anyone should leave, it is you. Hurry up, you have already wasted enough of my time." "Fuck," the beer-bellied man spat, and his 3 lackeys glared at Xiaoran, clearly agitated by their leader's anger. The tattooed thug even reached out, attempting to grab Xiaoran by the collar. Bang! With a single punch, the tattooed man crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. Witnessing Xiaoran's boldness, the beer-bellied man and his cohorts were enraged, throwing punches at him. A flurry of chaos ensued as the 4 men were swiftly dispatched from the elevator. Xiaoran, though struck a few times, remained largely unscathed due to his exceptional physical condition. The hits merely stung. "I need to practice fighting more. My inexperience led to me taking a few unnecessary blows," Xiaoran reflected, realizing the confined space of the elevator left little room for maneuvering. With no one obstructing the elevator, the doors closed rapidly, and Xiaoran pressed for the 15th floor. "Don't think that just because you helped me, I will be grateful," the inebriated man suddenly exclaimed. "I never asked for your assistance. Was that even a sensible remark?" Xiaoran glanced at him, bemused, wondering why such animosity was directed towards him, especially since they were strangers. Unless it was jealousy towards the wealthy. Suddenly enlightened, Xiaoran noted the man's drunkenness and evident debts. This individual must be struggling in life, and given that Xiaoran's windfall of 500 million was common knowledge in the community, it was clear why this man viewed him with disdain. This also explained why the man's first look was one of envy, followed by contempt. He was likely berating himself for being a nouveau riche. Xiaoran chuckled to himself, delighting in the prospect of unearthing old wounds. "How much do you owe?" The inebriated man immediately fell silent, as if struck at his core. "How about I press for the 1st floor later? Those 4 should still be waiting there," Xiaoran continued. The man shuddered visibly, fear etched across his features. Xiaoran then leisurely remarked, "Though I did not act with the intention of aiding you, I inadvertently did so. While it is one thing to withhold gratitude, it is quite another to direct hostility towards me. Therefore, you owe me an apology." With that, he placed his finger on the button for the 1st floor, genuinely untroubled by the prospect of returning to eject the inebriated man. The inebriated man capitulated, muttering, "I'm sorry." "I can't hear you," Xiaoran replied coolly. "I'm sorry." The man raised his voice, feeling utterly humiliated, yet having just witnessed Xiaoran's formidable strength, he dared not retaliate, clenching his fists in frustration and resentment. Xiaoran smirked, relieved it was presently the case. Had the apocalypse commenced, a single bullet could have ended this man's life without consequence. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 15th floor, and Xiaoran stepped out. As the doors closed behind him, he heard a muffled thud, likely the inebriated man kicking the elevator in a fit of rage. Ha! He dismissed the man as inconsequential. If he persisted in his ignorance, once the end times arrived, he would entice the man's wife with food, flaunting her before his very eyes. With thoughts of Han Yun's alluring and mature charm, Xiaoran felt a flicker of interest. Surely, she must be the inebriated man's wife. Chapter 21 Zhangwan seeks reconciliation. A series of knocks echoed against the door. Xiaoran initially presumed it was the inebriated man, pondering how he suddenly found the courage to approach. However, upon peering through the peephole, he was taken aback to discover it was Zhang Wan. Was it surprising? Not in the least. In fact, Xiaoran felt a twinge of confusion that his ex-wife had chosen today to pay him a visit. "Xiaoran, I know you're inside," Zhang Wan implored, striving to adopt the gentlest tone possible. "Please, open the door. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." What could she possibly have to say? Surely it would be along the lines of "I was wrong, please forgive me, or I will wholeheartedly commit to you from now on." What was her ulterior motive? The jackpot he had hit. If Zhang Wan were aware that the sum had ballooned to over 1 billion, her enthusiasm would likely skyrocket tenfold, making it a simple matter for her to cut ties with the Zhang family. Just to toy with her. The apocalypse has not yet arrived. I cannot harm you yet, so I shall indulge in a little more amusement at your expense. Whatever you have to say can be expressed from outside, Xiaoran replied coolly. Jiang Wan's heart leapt with joy. Since their last meal together, this was the first time she could engage in a face-to-face conversation with him. Being able to reason with him was a step forward. Xiaoran, I acknowledge my past mistakes, she asserted with utmost sincerity. I understand that no matter what I say, I cannot undo the hurt you have suffered. However, I must confess that the person I have always loved is you. The child I bore with Zhang Zihao was a result of I was violated by him. I too am a victim. Woe is me. Xiaoran was utterly astonished. Such a blatant fabrication rolled off her tongue with ease. How shameless. Does she truly consider me a fool? He stifled a laugh, replying with a tone of feigned incredulity. Is that so? Zhang Zihao is truly despicable. Then, yes. Jiang Wan nodded vigorously, inwardly thinking how naive Xiaoran was to believe her words so readily. This man remained as gullible as ever, but Xiaoran continued. Then you should report him to the authorities for rape. What? Zheng Wan was taken aback and bewildered. Report Zhang Zihao for rape. Did she have the audacity to confront him directly? If they were to confront one another, Zhang Zihao would reveal all their past indiscretions, and how could she ever hope to win Xiaoran back then? Thinking quickly, she replied, too much time has passed, and I have no evidence to pursue charges against him. What do you have to fear without evidence? A woman can withdraw consent, and that constitutes rape, Xiaoran retorted. You've certainly watched too many self-media videos, Zheng Wan mentally scoffed, though she dared not chastise Xiaoran. A man with 4 billion was akin to a father figure. Xiaoran, let bygones be bygones, she said softly. Now that Xiao Jia has passed, there are no longer any barriers between us. Shall we reconcile? Xiaoran, I know how much you adore children. I will bear you a son that belongs to the both of us. Xiaoran's expression turned peculiar as he nearly erupted into laughter. Not only did he possess over 1 billion, but even if he only had his original 400 million, how many women would flock to him if he sought a wife? If he were to remarry, Wu Tilu may be a far more enticing option. Nevertheless, to further mock this venomous ex-wife, Xiaoran decided to indulge her theatrics. I already have a girlfriend, he stated. Zhang Wan felt a jolt of panic, an image of an exquisite beauty flashing through her mind. Was it that lawyer? Is it that lawyer? Indeed, Xiaoran nodded. Truth be told, he and Lu Mei were merely on amicable terms, neither had made any advances towards the other. Yet, in light of the current narrative, he chose to mention Lu Mei. Zhang Wan nearly choked on her words. That wretched woman. Indeed, she had always found it odd that Lu Mei would rush to his side at a moment's notice. Clearly, she had been harboring ulterior motives all along. Desperately, she exclaimed, Xiaoran, that lawyer is obviously a gold digger. Just think, why did you previously have no female admirers, yet suddenly such a stunning woman pursues you? She is after your wealth, not your heart, but I am different. When you had nothing, I still loved you and chose to marry you. Xiaoran, one should marry a virtuous partner. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, she will age, but only those who love you can accompany you through life. I can't believe it. Xiaoran was astounded. Even with Liang Jingru backing her, no reasonable person would have the audacity to utter such words. How thick-skinned can one be? You married me out of love? No, you did so to cover up your premarital pregnancy and to protect Zhang Zihao's reputation and career. You sought me out, this gullible man, as a means to justify your actions? Truly, the depths of depravity know no bounds. Feigning contemplation, Xiaoran pretended to be somewhat swayed. Zheng Wan sensed this and quickly added, Xiaoran, if you do not believe me, you may call that lawyer immediately and declare that your investments have failed. Let us see if she does not abandon you on the spot. Ha, would you still seek me out if I were impoverished? Xiaoran had no intention of following her suggestion. Instead, he declared, even if she is after my wealth, so what? She is beautiful and possesses an alluring figure. I am quite fond of her, therefore, do not disturb me any longer. The insinuation was abundantly clear. Beautiful, ample bosom. Having said that, he grew weary of this malevolent woman's charade and retreated to his room to watch a film. Zheng Wan continued to speak, but after a while, she realized Xiaoran had shown no signs of response. It dawned on her that he had left Dai in the past. He would have been at her feet for days, but now, how could she dare to complain? Softly, she said, Xiaoran, time will reveal the truth. You will come to realize that only I truly love you. Fearing you might not hear, she sent him a similar message via text before taking her leave. Yet, how could she possibly compete with Lu Mei? The latter was a lawyer, exuding an air of sophistication, not to mention being an undeniable temptress with both beauty and a stunning figure. Men are indeed superficial, drawn to such stunning, voluptuous vixens. But Xiaoran has 4 billion, how could she bear to relinquish that? Most crucially, he was still her ex-husband, that fortune rightfully belonged to her. What to do? She couldn't help but contemplate plastic surgery and breast augmentation, feeling torn between desire and hesitation. On one hand, such procedures would require a considerable financial outlay. On the other, the process itself was undoubtedly torturous. Xiaoran chuckled coldly. Zhang Wan had received the hint and would likely contemplate undergoing surgery and augmentation. Oh, this would certainly cost her a pretty penny, let her suffer both financially and physically. However, he surmised that Zhang Wan was still wavering, lacking the resolve to act. Perhaps it was time to give her a little push. Should he wait for the apocalypse to eliminate this wicked woman? That would be too merciful. Xiaoran thought of Lu Susu. Yes, it was time to arrange a meeting with this fitness instructor. Chapter 22. A gentle push. After dinner, Xiaoran headed to the gym to work up a sweat. Over the course of a month, his movements had become quite standard. However, he decided to sign up for another month with Lu Susu as his personal trainer. As soon as he arrived, Lu Susu was there to guide his training, although there wasn't much left for her to teach him. Shall we grab a late-night snack afterward? Xiaoran asked with a smile. Absolutely. Lu Susu's eyes sparkled with excitement, finally seeing the. After 3 hours of intense training, the gym was nearly closing, prompting Lu Susu to change and leave with Xiaoran. As they walked together, the sight of her alluring figure, with her curvaceous hips swaying enticingly, caused many men to swallow hard in admiration. Xiaoran took Lu Susu to a late-night barbecue spot nearby. It was still early, only a little past 10, and they inevitably crossed paths with some elderly neighbors out for an evening stroll. Now a public figure, Xiaoran was instantly recognizable, and the sight of Lu Susu alongside him left no room for misunderstanding. They feasted on barbecued delicacies, and Xiaoran intentionally ordered a few lamb kidneys, causing Lu Susu's cheeks to flush, enhancing her enchanting allure. After their meal, they returned to the residential complex, drawing the attention of many once again, but Xiaoran was unfazed. He wanted to be seen. The two ascended to the 15th floor in the elevator. Upon entering his apartment, Lu Susu eagerly embraced him. As the night passed, Xiaoran realized that the previous 20 years of his life had been wasted. While he and Zhang Wan had shared a marital life, it had been a mere formality. She insisted on turning off the lights, forbidding any affectionate gestures, and remained unresponsive throughout, leading to a diminishing frequency of their encounters, averaging less than once a month. Previously, Xiaoran had thought Zhang Wan was simply dispassionate in that regard, but after his rebirth, he understood that she had no feelings for him whatsoever. Her heart belonged to another, and their relationship had been nothing more than a routine obligation. Thus, he had perceived their intimate moments as merely average, only seeking release after enduring prolonged restraint. However, after last night, he discovered the sheer ecstasy it could bring. Lu Susu was entirely different from Zhang Wan. She was fiery and passionate, not only cooperative but also proactive, brimming with experience. My goodness, Xiaoran now realized that such encounters could be exhilarating. Of course, Lu Susu's vast experience suggested she had been with many others, but Xiaoran had no intentions of marrying her, so why should he care? Lu Susu was merely after financial gain. They were both fulfilling their needs. I thought you were an unromantic brute, but it turns out you're quite impressive. Lu Susu complimented, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction and flirtation. Xiaoran smiled nonchalantly. I'll pay you 100,000 a month and buy you a car. Thank you, boss. Lu Susu replied coyly. As for becoming Xiaoran's wife, she certainly did not harbor such grand ambitions, nor did she overestimate her worth. If she could easily share a bed with Xiaoran, how would she compare to other men? Thus, for Xiaoran, it was merely a novelty. The terms Xiaoran offered were highly satisfying to her. 100,000 a month, plus a car, what a delightful deal. After a night of wild revelry, exhaustion set in, leading them both to shower together. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the front door was pounded upon urgently, as if someone had died inside the house. It had to be Zhang Wan, no one else would be in such a frenzied state. Xiaoran threw on a bathrobe and stepped out, peering through the peephole to find it was indeed Zhang Wan. She had arrived. The plan was unfolding smoothly. He smiled and opened the door. Xiaoran, I heard someone say you had a woman stay over last night. Is it true? Zhang Wan asked anxiously. Xiaoran nodded. Indeed. How could you do this? Zhang Wan's face turned ashen, seething with anger as if she had been betrayed. Xiaoran chuckled. Why can't I? I'm single now. Can a single man seek companionship? This was quite a reasonable argument. Zhang Wan stood there, momentarily speechless. Xiaoran, who is she? Lu Susu emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a robe. Upon hearing a woman's voice, she felt bold enough to join the conversation. The two women's eyes locked instantly. Not that lawyer. Zhang Wan was nearly driven mad. Xiaoran, how could you? Yesterday you claimed that lawyer was your girlfriend, yet here you are with another woman in your bed. However, upon assessing Lu Susu, Zhang Wan's heart tightened. This woman was not only more beautiful but also younger, with a superior physique, tall and fit, and notably, she was well endowed. Moreover, Lu Susu had just showered, so there was no chance of makeup altering her appearance. Here stood a natural beauty that could easily outshine her. Oh, she is my ex-wife, Xiaoran replied casually. Zhang Wan, unwilling to relent, was resolute. Xiaoran was now a treasure worth 400 million, and she could not simply let go. Aren't you worried that Lu Mei will find out? She pressed. Before Xiaoran could respond, Lu Susu interjected, isn't it normal for wealthy men to have mistresses? What, do you still want to control your ex-husband after a divorce? That's quite the joke. Zhang Wan fumed, raising her hand as if to strike Lu Susu. But Lu Susu, being a fitness coach, could easily handle two of Zhang Wan. She firmly grasped Zhang Wan's wrist and disdainfully remarked, hitting someone is illegal, dear. Dear? Zhang Wan nearly had her nose bent out of shape, interpreting it as a veiled jab at her age. With another shove, Lu Susu released her grip, forcing Zhang Wan to take a few steps back. What more could Zhang Wan say? She glanced at Lu Susu's ample figure, recalling that Lu Mei was also well endowed, and realization dawned on her. Xiaoran indeed had a preference for women with generous curves. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved firmly, Xiaoran, I will never give up, just wait for me. She hurriedly left. Lu Susu was taken aback and turned to Xiaoran. Why did she leave? Would she stay for dinner otherwise? Xiaoran chuckled leisurely, perhaps she is heading off to get plastic surgery to enhance her curves. Lu Susu glanced at her own figure, comparing it to Zhang Wan's, and scoffed, with her foundation, she might just manage a C-cup at best. Meanwhile, she was an E. Xiaoran laughed heartily, knowing Zhang Wan had received a 1 million compensation from Zhang Jihao's family, giving her around 400,000 after paying him 41,000, plus some savings. She likely had at least 600,000 on hand, but investing in cosmetic surgery was a bottomless pit. That money would vanish in no time. He eagerly anticipated witnessing Zhang Wan's downfall, realizing she had been deceived, and the subsequent discomfort of her new body would serve as a reminder of her rash choices. She would regret it deeply. Chapter 23. Borrowing money. Xiaoran and Lu Susu ventured out for breakfast. After their meal, Xiaoran took her to purchase a car. Having previously acquired a luxury G-class vehicle, he could not be bothered to visit other dealerships. He directly led Lu Susu to that place. As a valued customer, he was naturally treated like royalty, and upon entering, they were greeted with exceptional hospitality. Ultimately, Xiaoran purchased a car priced just over 500,000, registering it in Lu Susu's name. This delighted Lu Susu immensely, prompting her to shower Xiaoran with kisses. Conversely, the saleswoman looked on with envy. A car worth over 500,000 was simply given away. A father, why not pamper me as well? Unfortunately, she lacked the beauty of Lu Susu and her figure was far inferior. Even if she tried to allure him with sultry glances, Xiaoran remained oblivious. After concluding the car purchase, Xiaoran parted ways with Lu Susu. He had important matters to attend to. Arriving at the warehouse, he resumed stockpiling supplies. There was an eclectic assortment of items, including firewood for the fireplace. At the onset of the calamity, although external temperatures plummeted to around -10 degrees, as long as the air conditioning and underfloor heating were operational, indoor temperatures could exceed 20 degrees. However, on the fourth day, the power was cut off. Without electricity, could the air conditioning and heating still function? Thus, during the renovation of his villa, Xiaoran insisted on installing a fireplace. Burning firewood was a feasible solution. Unlike gasoline or diesel, firewood was not subject to restrictions. Money could buy it, and no one would come to inspect one's stock of freshwater, akin to food, became a precious resource. Following the disaster, aside from bottled water, were there any uncontaminated water sources? None. While distilled water could be obtained, the process was inefficient and required energy. In a future where electricity and gas might be cut off, how would one boil water? Would he resort to burning wood and furniture? Hence, drinking water became one of the critical supplies Xiaoran hoarded. In addition to collecting tap water, he arranged for a purified water company to deliver water directly via truck, as it was not exorbitantly priced. Better to stockpile in advance. By the time he finished his day's work around 5 in the afternoon, he returned to the community. After dinner, he headed to the gym, where Lu Susu continued to guide his workouts. Following their session, they returned home together to engage in further exercise. The night passed. In the morning, Lu Susu left for work at the gym while Xiaoran indulged in another round of sleep. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed at the door. Startled awake, Xiaoran's first thought was that Zhang Wan had returned. That shouldn't be the case. After the considerable shock she endured the previous day, she should be preoccupied with selecting a cosmetic surgery clinic. Wrapping himself in a robe, he approached the door, peering through the peephole to find someone he never expected. Han Yun, the stunning young woman from the 17th floor. Xiaoran opened the door. Han Yun began, but upon seeing him in a robe, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurried inside, swiftly closing the door behind her, seemingly fearful of being seen. Indeed, as a married woman visiting a single man, the gossip among neighbors could tarnish her reputation in the community. Taking a step back, Xiaoran smiled and asked, "Do you need something? Could you possibly lend me some money?" the enchanting woman inquired, her voice tinged with shyness as she lowered her gaze. "How much do you need?" Xiaoran asked. Han Yun fidgeted with her fingers, finally murmuring, 300,000. Their interactions had been limited to waiting for the elevator or brief encounters inside it. They were hardly friends, yet here she was, boldly requesting such a substantial loan, as if he were a fool. Xiaoran neither declined nor agreed but instead probed, "What has happened?" A vague suspicion began to form in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, Han Yun began to explain. "My husband has lost everything gambling and even borrowed money from the casino. Now they are demanding payment, saying that if the debt isn't settled within 3 days, they will take me to repay it." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Indeed, Xiaoran nodded. The man reeking of alcohol he had encountered in the elevator was indeed Han Yun's husband. "How could you marry a gambler?" he queried. With a sigh, Han Yun replied, "He wasn't always like this. He was successful, handsome, but then, he was deceived and lost everything he had worked for, which led to his downfall and eventually to his addiction. He used to lose only a few thousand at most, never like this, losing 300,000 in one go. Shouldn't you ask your—" Han Yun shook her head. "They have lost hope in my husband and will not lend us any more money." Well, even his parents had given up on him, yet she remained steadfast. Truly, a testament to love. However, gambling and addiction were both paths that could lead to ruin. "Xiaoran, please help me just this once," she implored, grasping his hand, her face filled with earnest plea. Xiaoran shook his head. "We are not related, why should I lend you money?" Did she think he had hit the jackpot and regarded money as inconsequential, willing to casually lend out 300,000? Did she take him for a soft-hearted fool? Disappointed, Han Yun released his hand. Xiaoran continued, "However, if you can provide some form of collateral, I would consider lending you the money." Instantly, her eyes sparkled with interest. "What would you like as collateral?" "You," Xiaoran replied with a smile. Chapter 24 of the Return of Cosmetic Surgery. Han Yun was momentarily taken aback, but soon composed herself, her cheeks flushing crimson with indignation. "You shameless wretch," she retorted. With that, she swung the door open and strode out. At that moment, a young couple from room 1503 was waiting for the elevator. Indeed, it was the peak hour for both work and school, and the elevators were inundated with people. Their elevator had just descended, and they were now at this one. Noticing their presence, Han Yun appeared anxious to avoid any misunderstandings, as if to assert her own virtue, declaring, "Xiaoran, do not presume that your wealth grants you any significance. I will never acquiesce to such a despicable proposal." After saying this, she hurriedly ascended the stairs via the emergency exit. The young couple naturally regarded Xiaoran with peculiar glances. What more need be said? Xiaoran, emboldened by his affluence, sought to keep Han Yun as his mistress, only to be summarily rejected. How repugnant. Ding, the elevator arrived, and the couple stepped inside. As the doors closed, they cast Xiaoran a derisive glance. This incited his ire. "You come asking to borrow money, yet I am not entitled to make demands," he seethed. "You expect me to hand over 300,000 without any justification? Do you take me for a fool? Moreover, you dare speak such words in front of others. This is clearly an attempt to tarnish my reputation." "Very well." With a cold smirk, Xiaoran ascended the emergency staircase as well. Room 1702. He knocked on the door. "Who is it?" a man's voice called from within, laced with palpable impatience. "Property management," Xiaoran replied. Click, the door swung open, revealing the inebriated man from the other day. He was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiaoran. "How did you become property management?" At that moment, Han Yun peered out from inside, and upon spotting Xiaoran, her demeanor shifted to one of trepidation. Xiaoran waved at Han Yun, saying, "I haven't given you the money yet. Why are you running off so quickly? How will you receive the payment? I have no cash. Please provide me with an account number, and I shall transfer the funds." The inebriated man, named Lin Yue, was initially stunned, then erupted in fury, bellowing at Xiaoran, "What money? What have you done?" Xiaoran hastily raised his hands, chuckling, "Don't misunderstand, we haven't done anything." This was indeed the truth. However, how could Lin Yue possibly believe him? "And look at you, clad in nothing but a bathrobe." He turned to Han Yun, shouting, "Why is he giving you money? You, tell me, what were you doing outside with him?" Han Yun was aware that Xiaoran was acting deliberately, seeking revenge for the defamation she had inflicted upon him earlier. Yet now she had no choice but to patiently explain to her husband, "I just went to borrow money from him, but he made an inappropriate request, which I declined. He must be upset at my refusal, hence his attempt to sow discord between us." Xiaoran chuckled, "Would I pay you in actual cash for such slanderous insinuations? Just give me the account number, and I will transfer the funds." Lin Yue hesitated, turning to his wife, "Provide him with your payment code." "Husband." Han Yun stammered, distressed at his lack of trust in her. Unmoved, Lin Yue insisted, "If you have nothing to hide, why fear giving him the code?" With no other option, Han Yun reluctantly retrieved her phone and displayed a payment code to Xiaoran. He scanned it, and after entering a series of numbers, confirmed the transaction. Lin Yue snatched his wife's phone, glanced at the screen, and his face darkened with fury. 5000. He transferred you 5000. Now tell me, what exactly happened between you two? Did you sleep with him, did you? Han Yun quickly defended herself, "Husband, please listen to me, nothing happened between us, he is merely trying to make you suspicious of me." Meanwhile, Xiaoran winked at her, "I find you quite agreeable. Do come to see me again." With that, he departed via the emergency exit. As the security door closed behind him, he could still hear the sounds of Lin Yue and Han Yun arguing. A faint smile graced Xiaoran's lips. "You caused me trouble once, I have repaid you in kind, and now we are even." However, Han Yun remained rather prideful. "I wonder how long she can maintain such arrogance when calamity strikes, leaving her hungry and thirsty, only to find herself at the mercy of others. At that point, if she chooses to perish from hunger rather than compromise her dignity, I would respect her for it. We shall see." Upon returning home, Xiaoran freshened up and changed his clothes before stepping out for lunch. Afterward, he headed to the warehouse to continue receiving goods and shopping. Days passed, drawing ever closer to the impending apocalypse. Xiaoran's fortune in the stock market had swelled to an astonishing 3 billion. Although the 2-month period had yet to conclude, he began liquidating his assets and indulging in a buying spree of pork. He purchased 5,000 tons in one go, spending over 100 million. Beef, another 5,000 tons, and yet another 200 million vanished. Lamb, the same quantity, costing him over 300 million. However, he refrained from purchasing live fish and shrimp, as the alternate space could not accommodate living creatures, and dead seafood was simply unpalatable. Besides, he had already secured nearly 10,000 banquet tables, so fish, shrimp, and crabs were hardly in short supply. As for fruits, he procured a variety, each in 1,000 ton increments. Vegetables followed suit, each also acquired in 1,000 ton batches. Rice, he sought the finest from Wuchang, acquiring as much as was available. Various grains were similarly gathered, each in 1,000 ton lots. Underneath Xiaoran's frenzied shopping, his bank account barely had a chance to accumulate, as any sum exceeding 100 million was promptly spent. By May 17, even accounting for the unrealized gains from the stock market, spending money truly was exhausting. The villa renovations had not been completed as scheduled, but rather delayed until today, when Jia Yungue officially handed over the property for inspection. After moving into his new home and trialing all the requested designs and modifications, he contentedly settled the final payment of 10 million. 2 days later, the modifications to the G-Class vehicle were completed, and he was notified that he could pick it up upon arriving at the community entrance. He heard someone calling his name. Zhang Wan. He turned and was nearly unable to recognize her. She had undergone a complete transformation. She had indeed improved in appearance, but her face seemed excessively rigid, evoking a distinctly artificial air. She had vanished for over a month, and it was evident she had undergone cosmetic surgery. Xiaoran, take a look at me. Zhang Wan stood before him, brimming with pride and showcasing her technologically enhanced visage. Xiaoran glanced at her before turning away. Xiaoran, is that all your reaction? Zhang Wan was taken aback. Xiaoran chuckled, you asked me to look, and I did. Shouldn't you say something? Zhen, please, with that stiff face of yours, you should avoid going out at night, you might frighten the children. Xiaoran. Zhang Wan shrieked, appearing utterly flustered. Chapter 25 The Apocalypse Conundrum. Zhang Wan trembled with fury. In her pursuit of cosmetic enhancement, including breast augmentation, she had poured every last penny she possessed into the endeavor, even resorting to loans that left her indebted to the bank for nearly 100,000. What was the purpose of all this? To rekindle her romance with Xiaoran and share in a staggering fortune of 400 million. And what was the outcome? Xiaoran had the audacity to say, You have been toying with me all along? In that moment, the realization dawned upon her. Xiaoran nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, are you just now catching on? Zhang Wan felt as though she might faint from indignation. She had invested a staggering 700,000 in her transformation, enduring countless hardships along the way. Yet, instead of rekindling her past love with Xiaoran, she had merely become the butt of a cruel joke that was 700,000. Now, she was without a job, her savings depleted, and burdened with a mountain of debt. What was she to do now? Xiaoran, I will not let this go, she declared, charging toward Xiaoran in a fit of rage. However, her augmented chest proved too cumbersome. As she ran, it swayed awkwardly, rendering her both slow and unsteady. A mere sidestep from Xiaoran sent Zhang Wan sprawling, losing her balance and landing unceremoniously. One could only wonder if her implants had sustained any damage. Seeing that her ride had arrived, Xiaoran paid no further attention to Zhang Wan, stepping into the vehicle and departing with a sense of relief. The end was nigh, and she intended to continue subjecting Zhang Wan to humiliation and torment, ensuring that the family of Zheng Yujun would not be sent to the underworld until the 15th day. Zhang Wan sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Her funds were entirely expended, and she was even in debt for several tens of thousands, with no job to speak of. What lay ahead? Wiping her tears away, an idea sparked in her mind. She would return home, yet she could not reveal the truth. Instead, she would feign an abundance of wealth, allowing her family to support her, as they were only interested in the compensation she had received and would undoubtedly seek to placate her. As for the future, that could be dealt with later. Meanwhile, Xiaoran retrieved her car and drove directly to the warehouse, continuing to gather supplies until her funds were exhausted. She would remain there, calculating that only 11 days remained to spend 200 million. It would be a breeze. Today, he successfully completed his liquidation, and the funds in his bank account have swelled to a staggering 230 million. That is it, this constitutes his total assets. He continues with his grand procurement. Xiaoran meticulously counts on his fingers: clothing, batteries, speedboats. He has purchased everything deemed useful and useless, even an abundance of women's lingerie. As for mountaineering attire and thermal boots, he possesses a variety of models. Has he overlooked anything? He carefully re-evaluates and confirms that nothing has been missed. So, what now? No matter, he can simply repurchase certain items. With a clatter, Xiaoran makes yet another round of purchases, and at last, only 100,000 remains in his bank account. He decides to keep this sum for emergencies. If necessary, he can always indulge in some entertainment with the young models at the club in the final days. As night falls, Xiaoran contemplates his choices and ultimately drives back to the villa. Why not visit the club? He fears the possibility of encountering law enforcement. A fine would be trivial, but what if he were detained for 15 days? The apocalypse has arrived. Perhaps it is best to avoid unnecessary complications during such times. Thus, he resolutely dismisses the notion of indulging one last time before the end of the world. Why does he entertain thoughts of the club? Because Lu Susu has returned to her hometown. She departed a week ago, not because Xiaoran had grown weary of her, but due to her mother's grave illness. Being an only child, she resigned from her job to care for her mother. Xiaoran naturally did not impede her decision. In light of their month-long companionship, he even requested her address to send her several items. Upon receiving them, Lu Susu could only express gratitude for her benefactor's generosity. Harboring no suspicions whatsoever, having previously been oblivious to the joys of such experiences, he now finds himself acutely aware of the emptiness surrounding him. He resolves to endure a little longer. Since the onset of calamity, firstly, there are no police officers to apprehend him, and secondly, it is not only in clubs that one can find alluring companions. Numerous beautiful wives and young women have become increasingly liberated. Survival is an innate human instinct and overriding necessity. Of course, Xiaoran acknowledges that some individuals hold their integrity and honor in higher regard than life itself. He would never impose his desires upon others. He merely seeks mutual exchanges. Having endured a significant emotional wound, he has no need for attachments. His own satisfaction is paramount. Why concern himself with others? In this life, he intends to be selfish. As the days pass, Xiaoran has collected all his deliveries. Feeling uneasy, he conducts a meticulous inventory check. Indeed, he is absolutely certain that nothing has been overlooked. But there is one thing: women. After many days of being single, he finds it increasingly difficult to endure. Xiaoran believes that it is not solely the allure of pleasure that drives him. His physique has become robust. His rebirth has undeniably transformed his constitution. He is strong, very strong. As Lu Susu remarked, his physique surpasses that of at least 99% of the population. It is well known that a strong body corresponds to heightened testosterone levels, thus it is understandable that his thoughts drift towards such matters. Xiaoran cannot help but think of Lu Mei. Although marrying is out of the question, how could he bear to let such a beautiful and enchanting creature fall into someone else's hands? Just then, a notification chimes, a message arrives. Oh, what a coincidence, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The message is from Lu Mei. He picks up his phone and reads it, furrowing his brow slightly. Lu Mei informs him that she has been invited by her closest friend to visit her new home, where she will be staying for a while. When will you be back? Xiaoran inquires. At least half a month. Lu Mei replies, venting her frustrations. Yu is a fervent doomsday enthusiast. She started building her doomsday fortress 2 years ago, and it has finally been completed. I cannot possibly decline her invitation. My goodness, why are there doomsday enthusiasts? They even go through the trouble of securing land in the mountains, spending nearly 100 million to construct a fortress. Xiaoran is left speechless. He is indeed aware that some doomsday enthusiasts renovate their basements into shelters and that there are even doomsday canned goods available online. However, he never imagined that such individuals existed domestically, willing to invest 100 million in a doomsday stronghold. One can only say, what a fortunate miscalculation, but isn't this akin to competing for women? Yet, can Xiaoran intervene? Their relationship with Lu Mei remains ambiguous, not quite lovers, so what right does he have to stop her? Even if they were truly in a romantic relationship, would it not be acceptable for Lu Mei to support her friend? I won't keep you, I need to pack as my ride has arrived, Lu Mei replies before going silent. Clearly, she has busied herself with her own affairs. Xiaoran chuckles softly, setting his phone aside. Chapter 26, The Arrival of Catastrophe. May 3. St. I. In the evening, Xiaoran found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, while a stray dog lay beside him. He had discovered this homeless canine near the warehouse. Initially, the dog would sneakily steal his food, but eventually, Xiaoran began to feed it, gradually easing its wariness. By the third day before the impending disaster, the dog had completely come to rely on him and followed him. Xiaoran mused that after the calamity, humans seemed less reliable than animals, thus he chose to adopt a dog instead. The apocalypse was to arrive tomorrow. He felt a peculiar excitement akin to a woman in the final stages of pregnancy, eagerly awaiting the moment of childbirth. Perhaps, with rebirth, the apocalypse would not come to pass. Caught in a tumult of thoughts, he lost track of time and finally drifted off to sleep. A night passed, and a new day dawned. As Xiaoran sat down for breakfast, he found the food tasteless. The closer it got to 9 o'clock, the more anxious he became. 8 o'clock, 8:30, 8:50. The clock struck 9. Sitting by the window, he gazed up at the sky. However, no hailstones fell from above. Xiaoran was momentarily stunned. Could it be that after his rebirth, the calamity truly would not arrive? That would indeed be quite amusing. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The supplies he had prepared were sufficient to last him for several lifetimes, and with his spatial abilities, he could certainly make a mark crash. Just then, a loud noise resonated, a heavy object striking the glass. Startled, Xiaoran peered outside. To his astonishment, a hailstone the size of a fist lay on the ground. This was no toy crafted by a mischievous child using a household freezer. This hailstone was a deep shade of green hail. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Xiaoran, followed by a wave of relief. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. As promised, crash, another hailstone fell, this time landing on the roof with a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, while the previously clear sky rapidly darkened, shrouded in mist. Xiaoran chuckled. The entire villa had been fortified. A hailstone the size of a fist, he would not fear even if it were the size of a human head. Glass, it was no ordinary glass, but a specialized type that would withstand hundreds of strikes from a heavy hammer without cracking, let alone shattering. Furthermore, he could raise steel plates for added protection, transforming the place into a veritable fortress. The hail fell at a moderate pace, yet being struck by one was no trifling matter. A direct hit to the head could be fatal. The entire neighborhood erupted in chaos. Those walking outside were immediately struck and began wailing, while cars and electric bikes set off piercing alarms upon being battered by the heavy hail. How could the neighborhood remain tranquil under such circumstances? Even though Xiaoran had closed the door, he could visibly see the temperature in the room plummeting. This year had been exceptionally warm, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees by late May. Those sensitive to heat had to sleep with air conditioning at night. Yet now, the temperature was rapidly descending from 32 degrees, swiftly dropping below 20 degrees. Nearly an hour later, the indoor temperature had fallen to 15 degrees. Everyone had been dressed in short sleeves, but now they were rummaging for sweaters to put on. By noon, the room temperature plummeted to a chilling 5 degrees. Xiaoran had already lit the fireplace, tossing in a pile of firewood, allowing the indoor temperature to rise to over 20 degrees, warm as spring, even bordering on hot. Thus, he allowed some cool air to circulate. It was both too warm and too dry, necessitating some moisture in the air for relief. Comfortable. Ding ding ding, his phone buzzed with several messages. Glancing at it, he saw that both Lu Mei and Lu Susu had expressed their astonishment at the sudden hailstorm. Fortunately, they had both been indoors when the hail struck. Xiaoran engaged in light conversation with them before they all returned to their respective activities. Xiaoran switched on the television. In his previous life, he had never enjoyed such leisure. After the onset of calamity, he had been busy caring for his adopted son or cooking and doing laundry, constantly on the move. Numerous news channels had interrupted regular programming to discuss the unexpected hail. Hail is poisonous, this had already been discovered, and experts on the news were urgently warning viewers not to touch the hail out of curiosity, let alone lick it. Otherwise, they could suffer from severe diarrhea or worse, perish on the spot. This was no joking matter. He tuned into the state broadcaster, CCTV, the most authoritative source at this time. CCTV was also airing a live report, connecting with 3 experts specializing in climate, chemistry, and astronomy. The astronomers speculated that the bizarrely toxic hail might be linked to mysterious cosmic rays that had recently reached Earth, causing unknown effects. Meanwhile, the climate experts suggested that the Earth had prematurely entered an ice age. Although temperatures would not plummet drastically, preparation should be made for at least a 10-degree drop compared to a typical winter. The chemistry expert was analyzing the liquid formed from the hail, yet was unable to identify the toxins present, only issuing a warning against drinking water contaminated by the toxic hail. The three experts unanimously cautioned against venturing outdoors. The hail was inherently dangerous, and in its toxic form, it was even more perilous. Thus, it was imperative not to go outside, at least until the hail ceased. Xiaoran shook his head in dismay. While the wishful thinking was admirable, reality was often harsh. In truth, the hail would not cease for at least 15 days following the disaster, although its intensity had diminished significantly, and the size of the hailstones had reduced considerably. However, families unprepared with ample food and clean water were few and far between. He retrieved several dishes from his spatial compartment, placing them on the table: meat, shrimp, vegetables, and a soup. He began to eat, sharing some food with the stray dog he had named Leopard. Whatever he consumed, the dog would partake in as well. After finishing his meal and taking a brief rest, he commenced his workout routine. This habit must be maintained. Following his exercise, he took a shower. At present, he utilized a water tank with a capacity of 5 cubic meters. As long as he kept it filled, the faucets in his home would remain functional, and taking a shower was certainly not an issue. As night fell, he polished off the leftovers from lunch. Even though he possessed enough supplies to last for hundreds of lifetimes, Xiaoran had no inclination to waste. Wastefulness was a disgrace. After dinner, he donned warm clothing and took his dog, Leopard, down to the basement. There was a metal door there. Xiaoran first checked via surveillance, then opened it and stepped outside to walk the dog. The basement connected to the community garage, and after traversing a narrow passage, he arrived. The scene was bustling. The elderly, with nowhere to stroll, had taken to dancing, dog owners were walking their pets in circles, and young people were kicking a ball around. However, the garage, though seemingly spacious, became overcrowded in an instant with so many people. It soon erupted into noise. The commotion began when a dog urinated on the foot of a dancing elder, leading to a heated exchange between the dog owner and the elderly woman. Each party was adamant in their claims. One accused the other of encroaching upon public space for dancing, while the other berated the dog owner for not leashing their dog, resulting in a tumultuous argument. Suddenly, Xiaoran noticed a group of 4 approaching him. It was none other than his ex-wife's family. Zhang walked ahead, flanked by her husband Zhang Yujun and their son, who trailed behind like bodyguards, their faces betraying eager expressions. Xiaoran immediately grasped their intent. These 3 were after the compensation in Zhang Wan's possession. Having lived together for 4 years, Xiaoran was well aware of their avarice and pettiness. Little did they know that Zhang Wan had already gone bankrupt. How I shall assist you in uncovering the truth, for I cannot abide deceit. At that moment, Zhang Wan and her entourage drew nearer. Chapter 27. A resounding slap in the face. Xiaoran. Zhang Wan gritted her teeth, her resentment palpable. Sensing her intense hostility, the leopard immediately bared its teeth and growled at Zhang Wan, ready to pounce if not for Xiaoran holding the leash. Excellent. Xiaoran was not in search of a mere pet dog. A subtle smile graced his lips. He thought to himself, I previously caused you financial loss, and now I shall slap you in the face, yet in a few days, you will still have to swallow your pride and seek my assistance. Feigning astonishment, he remarked, where did you undergo your cosmetic surgery and breast augmentation? I've heard that such procedures are quite expensive nowadays. The surgical fees alone could amount to hundreds of thousands, and with post-operative care, the total could easily reach 700,000 or 800,000, no? Xiaoran was Zhang Yujun, upon hearing this, grew anxious. He was acutely aware of the sum of money his daughter possessed. If she were to spend 70,000 or 80,000 on her face and chest, not only would there be no funds left to support his son, but they might even be at a loss. Is what this brat says true? The old man demanded, his tone aggressive. What an insufferable ally, Zhang Wan cursed inwardly, thinking that the family should present a united front against an external foe, yet here he was, questioning her based on Xiaoran's words. Was this not an internal conflict? But how could the Zhang family, so materialistic and avaricious, refrain from such behavior? They had once cast out their daughter and grandson for money, now they merely questioned. Zhang Wan could only respond, Dad, don't listen to his nonsense, he just wants to disrupt our family's peace. I didn't spend much on cosmetic procedures, so don't worry. With this, Zhang Yujun remained skeptical but at least ceased his inquiries. However, the old man would not easily relent. He would undoubtedly investigate Zhang Wan's finances upon returning home, leading to a potential uproar. Zhang Wan was well aware of this reality and harbored even greater resentment toward Xiaoran, speaking in a tone laced with curses. I hope this hailstorm lasts a while longer, so your 400 million can languish in the bank, only to be gazed upon, yet never spent. Such a tongue she possessed, remarkably sharp. Indeed, this natural disaster was far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. It was not something that could simply be endured for a brief moment. Soon, power outages would ensue, and the frigid temperatures alone would be enough to drive people to despair. Coupled with food shortages and insufficient clean water, within mere days, countless individuals would succumb to thirst, starvation, and the cold. Money, cash would merely turn into worthless paper, unsuitable even for wiping one's bottom, while the funds in banks and stock markets would merely be a string of digits, forever inaccessible. Withdrawals would yield nothing but worthless paper, would it not? Xiaoran merely smiled. How could Zhang Wan fathom that he had been reborn, with his wealth now swelling to 3 billion, all transformed into practical resources? He was now undoubtedly the wealthiest individual globally, surpassing the second place by an unfathomable margin, even by tens of thousands or millions of times. You are truly selfish, wishing for my money to become utterly useless, hoping this disaster persists indefinitely? Xiaoran deliberately raised his voice. Do you wish for our neighbors and fellow townsfolk to suffer misfortune? As Xiaoran confronted Zhang Wan, some curious onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. His words rang clear, prompting nods of agreement and anger among the crowd, who began to point fingers at Zhang Wan, with some openly rebuking her. This woman, who had strayed from her marital duties, became pregnant before wedlock, deceiving others into becoming her scapegoats. Her character was undoubtedly questionable, and now she hoped for the relentless hail. What a vile heart she possessed. It must be understood that many were simply trying to go about their daily lives, yet now they found themselves trapped at work. Did she truly wish for the hail to continue, not caring if her own family fell apart? A venomous woman indeed. Zhang Wan quickly realized her misstep, her face paling as she turned and fled. She dashed away from the crowd, sprinting toward her building. The onlookers, witnessing her retreat, turned their ire toward Zhang Yujun and his wife, questioning how they had raised such a daughter. Though Zhang Yujun and his wife were shameless and overbearing, they dared not retaliate against the multitude's scorn and scurried away in disgrace. Most importantly, they needed to investigate their daughter's finances. How much money did she truly have left? Xiaoran continued to walk the leopard until it finally showed signs of fatigue, at which point he led the dog home. This was merely the first day. The gravity of the disaster had yet to dawn on anyone, but as the hail persisted without any sign of rescue, panic would soon ensue. Upon returning home, Xiaoran ascended to the second floor and peered out the window, observing a thick layer of ice covering the ground, accompanied by the relentless hail and increasingly dense fog. How could one navigate under such conditions? The state had not refrained from dispatching troops to deliver supplies. However, several transport trucks had encountered accidents, some even exploding, resulting in numerous casualties among the soldiers. Naturally, they had to pause operations. Were the lives of the soldiers not valuable? If the challenges were merely difficult, the soldiers would undoubtedly strive to resolve them, but when faced with insurmountable issues, how could they be sent to sacrifice? With the fog thickening, visibility was reduced to a mere meter. Under such circumstances, human-powered transport might still be feasible, but the addition of this treacherous hail rendered rescue efforts impossible. Not wishing to dwell on such matters, he decided to engage in some exercise. He worked out while the leopard mimicked him, stretching its legs nearby. After finishing his workout, he checked his phone and found messages from Lu Mei and Lu Susu, first complaining about the weather, then advising him to take care, as natural disasters often accompanied human calamities. The crucial question remained, could the authorities respond under such weather conditions? If this situation persisted for several more days, it was unfathomable. Xiaoran also urged them to remain vigilant, especially to secure their doors and windows against any potential intruders. Lu Susu readily agreed, while Lu Mei assured him that her fortress was well equipped, with hail unable to shatter the glass, and that they had generators, ample diesel, and enough food and water to last for months. There was no cause for concern. Setting his phone aside, Xiaoran took a shower and retired to bed. The relentless sound of hail pounding against the roof made sleep elusive, yet equipped with earplugs and no longer consumed by anxiety, he soon drifted off. As dawn broke, Xiaoran gazed out at the misty white landscape and glanced at the time. It was already 7:30 AT this hour. The sky should have been bright, yet it appeared as it did now. Rising from bed, he opted not to prepare breakfast but instead selected a meal from his alternate space. With an abundance of breakfast options available, some extravagant, others modest, he chose a simple bowl of shepherd's purse wontons, steaming hot. He tossed a piece of seared steak to the leopard, along with a bowl of fresh milk. As he savored his meal, he turned on the television to catch the news. A day had passed, yet the hail showed no signs of abating, and the fog remained thick, showing no indication of dispersing. Alarming reports continued to emerge. In the wake of this natural disaster, every aircraft in the sky has met with calamity. Chapter 28. The display of wealth. The aircraft soared at an altitude of 10,000 meters, where hail and thick fog were absent, yet the question remained, how would it land? Some planes took the perilous plunge, inevitably meeting with disaster, while others flew until their fuel reserves were depleted, either attempting a risky landing or losing all power and plummeting. Should these aircraft descend into uninhabited wilderness or the vast ocean, it would be one thing. However, if they were to crash in a city, it would undoubtedly result in catastrophe. People were confined within their homes, yet they communicated through the internet, sharing videos and descriptions, which quickly spread across the globe. This incited a tremor of fear among humanity worldwide. Could it be that the apocalypse was imminent? Xiaoran picked up his phone and discovered an invitation from the property manager to join a disaster response group for the community. Every homeowner and even tenants received the invitation. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoran decided to join the chat instantly. His screen was flooded with messages. The volume of communication was overwhelming. To discern any specific message, one had to scroll upwards to prevent the screen from automatically refreshing. Most inquiries revolved around whether anyone had insider information regarding the duration of this calamity, or when the government would deliver relief supplies. Amidst this chaos, one individual stood out. A person named Li Zhonglin claimed to have a cousin working in the municipal government, asserting that this disaster would endure for an extended period. The nation had initiated an emergency shelter plan, selecting a number of individuals to take refuge in an already constructed underground city, emerging only after the disaster had passed to rebuild their lives. He boasted of possessing 3 slots to enter the underground city, offering to sell 2 of them, as he was single and willing to negotiate with interested parties privately. Xiaoran shook his head at this. Such occurrences had transpired in his previous life as well. There was no underground city. This Li Zhonglin was nothing more than a fraud. He was not a homeowner but rather a tenant spreading such deceitful rumors. Astonishingly, he managed to dupe a dozen individuals. Some lost their money, which was unfortunate, while others were conned out of supplies, and some suffered both financial and personal losses. He continued his deception until the 11th day, when he was finally exposed and met a brutal fate. On the 11th day of the disaster, power had long been severed, leaving everyone isolated, with despair magnifying their emotional turmoil. In such dire conditions, individuals could resort to any manner of actions. Xiaoran refrained from offering any warnings. In fact, others in the group had already cautioned against scammers, yet the more desperate the situation, the more individuals clung to any semblance of hope. Those determined to believe would inevitably fall victim to deceit. Xiaoran had no intention of being the benevolent savior. His mere existence without malice was already a considerable act of goodwill. It was time to provoke his ex-wife. Reflecting on the Zheng family's frugality, he recalled how they never stockpiled supplies, with Lin Meiying scouring supermarkets each night for discounted perishables. Consequently, aside from rice, their food stores were nearly non-existent. During those harrowing days, Xiaoran and his family subsisted on rice paired with pickled vegetables. Zheng Yujun was notorious for his penny pinching. He would even let the faucet drip into a bucket to avoid running up the water bill, thereby exploiting the system. However, this habit fortuitously ensured their survival during the disaster by providing drinking water. At noon, Xiaoran set a lavish table filled with an abundance of dishes, accompanied by mountains of instant noodles and bread. He snapped several photos, including one of a leopard feasting on steak, and posted it to his social media, restricting visibility to Zhang Wan alone. He captioned it, "Fortunately, being a homebody allowed me to prepare some supplies in advance." Having tested the waters, he noted that his ex-wife had not blocked him. Likely, she wished to monitor him through social media, ensuring she would see his post. After lunch, he took a stroll in the garage with his dog. The park was still bustling with people, but compared to the previous day's lively atmosphere, a palpable gloom hung in the air. Each individual wore a mask of concern, particularly those whose family members were still unaccounted for at work, naturally worrying whether they had enough to eat or where. The temperature had plummeted to -5 degrees Celsius, with every household cranking up their heaters. Otherwise, they would have to bundle themselves in layers of blankets, shivering uncontrollably. Yet, 2 days hence, when power was cut off, temperatures would plunge to -15 degrees, plunging them into true despair. After walking the dog, Xiaoran returned home. The disaster group was no longer buzzing with chatter. Instead, people had become pragmatic, engaging in trade, selling supplies at exorbitant prices, at least tenfold the original cost, drawing ire for profiting off the calamity, even at the expense of their neighbors. Xiaoran chuckled softly, shaking his head. Those who chose to purchase supplies at such inflated prices would soon be deemed foolish, yet, in merely a couple of days, the sellers would deeply regret their decisions. What use was money? It was utterly worthless. Thus, possessing funds to buy supplies now was akin to finding treasure. Xiaoran scrolled through the group chat until he located Han Yun's account and sent a friend request. Unsurprisingly, it was promptly declined. He refrained from sending another request, nearly smiling. His intention was solely to alert Han Yun. Then, he posted a photo in the group showcasing 10 boxes of instant noodles and 20 boxes of water. In no time, he was inundated with mentions, and numerous friend requests flooded in. Xiaoran paid them no mind. He was merely indulging in a display of wealth. Meanwhile, Zhang Wan had indeed noticed Xiaoran's post. Upon seeing the mountain of food, she couldn't help but salivate, and witnessing a mutt gnawing on a steak made her wish to throttle Xiaoran. What a waste, an egregious waste. What had she consumed over the past day? Plain rice and pickled vegetables. Now, even a dog was feasting better than she was. As she saw Xiaoran flaunting his wealth in the group, her anger escalated. Those provisions ought to be hers. How could he dare to share them in a way that incited envy? No, she needed to recalibrate her strategy and ingratiate herself to Xiaoran once more. Previously, it was for money. Now, she sought both money and food. Zheng Wan, you little brat, get out here this instant. Zhang Yujun bellowed, pounding on the door. Zheng Wan's expression soured. They had already argued the previous night, and now he refused to relent? However, she now had a plan. Did they desire food, they would have to rely on her. Adjusting her demeanor, she stepped out with the poise of a victor. Building 9, Apartment 1702. Han Yun unhesitatingly rejected Xiaoran's friend request. Spitting in disdain, this scoundrel had caused her husband to engage in a fierce argument with her, leaving lingering tensions, and he dared to seek her friendship? Nevertheless, upon noticing the barrage of mentions directed at Xiaoran in the group, she scrolled through the chat history and quickly stumbled upon his photo of food, clean water. She instinctively licked her lips. While her stomach could endure hunger, the absence of water was intolerable. Chapter 29. Procuring provisions. In Huaxia, it is customary for people to stockpile food. At the very least, rice is always available. However, how many households have the habit of storing water, particularly those families equipped with water purification systems, who can simply turn on the tap for direct consumption, naturally do not find it necessary to hoard water. Such was the case with Han Yun's family, who had no water dispenser and, consequently, no bottled purified water. They did have a few bottles of beverages, but those had been nearly depleted since yesterday. While she had no cravings for food, she experienced an intense longing for drinking water. For a fleeting moment, she genuinely considered accepting Xiaoran's friend request once more, yet, she restrained herself. How could she possibly bow to such a villain? Besides, was she not already aware of his intentions? If she were to drink Xiaoran's water, he would undoubtedly demand something more intimate in return. Was she so cheap as to sell herself for a few bottles of water? Sister-in-law, have you seen anyone in the group posting pictures of food and clean water? A beautiful young woman approached, her face alight with excitement. Her name was Zhang Jingya, the cousin of Lin Yuhua, and she was about to graduate from university. Having come to Sioux City in search of employment, she was temporarily residing with them, planning to move out once she secured a job and received her salary. Han Yun nodded and promptly added, he is not a good person, you mustn't engage with him. Zhang Jingya pondered this, yet her eyes were still darting about. If all else failed, she could always spend a little extra to buy what she needed. What other options did she have? That evening, after dinner, Xiaoran took his dog out for a walk. The leopard, accustomed to wildness, could not release its excess energy without roaming a few laps each day. Upon arriving at the underground garage, he noticed that the number of people had significantly dwindled. Just yesterday, many were engaged in square dancing, but today, not a single soul remained. This was due in part to the lack of spirit and partly because of the biting cold. Only a handful remained, however. When these individuals spotted Xiaoran, they immediately surrounded him. "Xiaoran, do you have any surplus food or clean water? Please sell me some. I would like to buy some too. Set your price, as long as it's not outrageous, I'll take as much as you have. Everyone needs food and water, how could I possibly provide for you all?" Before Xiaoran could respond, the crowd began to bicker among themselves. After a while, they turned their attention back to him. The owner of the supplies. What was the point of their squabbling? With a smile, Xiaoran shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, but I only have a limited amount of provisions. I have no idea how long this disaster will last, so I must keep some for myself." This incited the crowd's ire. If he wasn't going to sell, why bother posting in the group at all? "Xiaoran, we are all neighbors. You can't simply stand by and watch us suffer." "Exactly, will you just let us starve and die of thirst? What kind of cruel person are you? Do you not fear that your son will be born without a rear end?" One particularly venomous individual directed his vitriol at Xiaoran's adopted son. "No wonder your wife gave birth to a bastard. Business is a matter of mutual consent, especially during such a calamity. If I choose to sell you food, that is an act of kindness on my part, but if I choose not to sell, that is merely my right. What can you possibly say to me? To insult me and bring up my wounds, that, I cannot endure." He cast a glance at the offender and then at the woman beside him, presumably his wife, who appeared to be in her 30s, quite attractive with a well-proportioned figure that even winter attire could not conceal. He smiled at her. "If you need something to eat or drink, you are welcome to come to my home." Xiaoran. The foul-mouthed man was furious, feeling as though Xiaoran was undermining him in front of his wife. How brazen! He reached out, intending to grab Xiaoran by the collar. In response, Xiaoran executed a swift countermove, twisting the man's arm until it made a sharp cracking sound, dislocating his shoulder. The leopard, fiercely protective, immediately lunged at the man, sinking its teeth into his calf with ferocity. Given Xiaoran's current combat prowess, he could easily handle 3 or even 4 adversaries, and if he tapped into his otherworldly abilities, he could easily decimate the entire neighborhood, not just once, but dozens of times. The foul-mouthed man let out a wail. In truth, while the dislocated shoulder was not particularly painful, the bite from the leopard was excruciating, causing cold sweat to break out all over him. "Get lost," Xiaoran said coldly. Did he not realize the gravity of the situation? Laws, order, and even morality were unraveling. How dare he provoke him? This was certainly a death wish. He released his grip, but the leopard remained tenacious, refusing to let go. Loyal dog, Xiaoran felt a surge of pleasure. In these dire times, dogs prove to be more faithful than humans. Provide them with a morsel of food, and they would never betray you. Conversely, offer a human a bite to eat, and they might plot to seize all your provisions, contemplating how to eliminate you and claim everything you possessed. "Leopard, let go," Xiaoran commanded. "His meat is not worth eating. I'll get you a steak when we return." Upon receiving the command, the leopard finally released its grip. However, the others around them were nearly apoplectic upon hearing this. Listen to that, he was offering a steak to the dog? Each household faced a severe food shortage, and yet he was treating his dog to a steak. How infuriating. Xiaoran, not only are you committing acts of violence, but you are also inciting your dog to commit evil. The foul-mouthed man was drenched in sweat. "I tell you, if you don't compensate me for my losses, this matter will not end here." Xiaoran laughed heartily. "Then go ahead and report me." "Xiaoran, do you truly believe this disaster will never end?" Someone nearby, unable to remain silent, challenged him. "Once this calamity is over, individuals like you will inevitably face retribution for your misdeeds." Xiaoran could not be bothered to respond. Was he the one who initiated the confrontation? No, he was merely defending himself. Whatever. He turned back to the woman, smiling. "You are welcome to visit my home anytime, but you understand that certain exchanges are expected." With that, he strode away, continuing his walk with the dog. Conceited, utterly conceited, the crowd was seething with rage, yet they failed to consider that Xiaoran owed them nothing. They came seeking him out, and when they could not procure supplies, they felt justified in blaming him. Who indulged their demands. Thus, humanity's selfishness was magnified by the disaster. After finishing his walk, Xiaoran returned home. In just 2 days, tensions had begun to rise, and the true blow that would plunge everyone into despair loomed just beyond the horizon. A massive power outage scheduled to begin in 2 days. First, residential power would be cut, followed by communication towers. Even if phones had some remaining battery, they would become useless. In such dire circumstances, panic would undoubtedly reach its peak, and trust among neighbors would vanish entirely. Each household would remain shuttered, viewing everyone else as a potential threat. All of this would unfold in a mere 3 days. Chapter 30 of Primitive Transactions, Natural Disasters, Day 3. Xiaoran awoke naturally, refreshed from his slumber. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he prepared himself a simple breakfast and offered 2 large meat buns to the leopard. Consuming steak daily was not feasible. One must maintain a balanced nutritional intake. The leopard, having been a stray dog for so long, had developed a commendable habit of being non-picky with food. For it, simply being well fed was a luxury. Whether it was steak or meat buns, it devoured its meal with relish. Observing its voracious appetite made Xiaoran feel a pang of hunger himself, prompting him to swiftly finish a bowl of shrimp noodles. Following that, he indulged in a bit of milk, remembering that the leopard, still not fully grown, could benefit from the nourishment. He concluded his breakfast with a plate of fruit. Finally satisfied, upon checking the chat group, he was met with a wave of negativity. It was already the third day, yet the hailstorm showed no signs of abating, and the dense fog lingered ominously. The government aid had yet to materialize, leaving everyone to face the grim reality of dwindling supplies. For now, the group merely vented their frustrations, but soon enough, desperation would drive them to seize what they could. The bonds of kinship would dissolve in the face of hunger, survival instincts would take precedence. Ding, a message notification interrupted his thoughts. It was from Jiangwan. Xiaoran was not surprised. After flaunting her wealth on social media yesterday, it was only today that Jiangwan reached out to him, and he felt it was rather overdue. Was she attempting to play coy? Xiaoran, could you give me another chance, she pleaded. With this natural disaster unfolding, it may last a long time. I assure you, I am not after your money. Please believe my sincerity, alright? Moments later, another message arrived. How about I come over tonight? Ah, here it comes. Xiaoran scoffed inwardly. His spiteful ex-wife, what schemes did she harbor? Did she think he would be oblivious? I'll consider it, he replied. At the Zhang residence, Jiangwan revealed a cold smile upon receiving his response. He has taken the bait. Zhang Yujun grunted in disdain. This little wretch dared to humiliate me publicly. Let us see how I deal with him this time. Zhang Gang was equally eager, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Jiangwan nodded. We'll proceed as planned. I'll deceive him into opening the door, and then Dad and my little brother will rush in and subdue Xiaoran. Lin Meiying felt a twinge of fear. What if, once the disaster passes, Xiaoran reports us? Jiangwan dismissed her concerns. Given the current circumstances, this calamity will not come to an end anytime soon. Many will perish. I am certain countless others will resort to similar actions as I have. The law does not punish the multitude. We cannot be singled out. Moreover, if we eliminate Xiaoran, how could he possibly report us? Murder? Zhang Yujun shuddered at his daughter's ruthless words. How could he have known that she was capable of orchestrating the death of her own flesh and blood? Now that disaster had struck, was she truly afraid to harm others? Especially Xiaoran, whom she loathed with every fiber of her being. Ultimately, if you do not wish to starve to death, you must act decisively tonight. Jiangwan concluded. Zhang Yujun and his son nodded in agreement, the thought of daily meals consisting of plain rice and pickled vegetables driving them to the brink of madness. Indeed, they were on the verge of starvation. Did they truly fear the consequences of their actions? Ding, Xiaoran received a friend request. Initially inclined to ignore it, he noticed the note attached. I am Han Yun's sister-in-law, Zhang Jingya. Ah? Xiaoran's interest piqued, and he accepted the request. Master Xiao, do you happen to have an abundance of food and drink? Zhang Jingya immediately messaged him. Not particularly, but enough to sustain me, Xiaoran replied. Could you sell me some? Zhang Jingya inquired. Right now, food and clean water equate to life itself. Who would willingly sell their own life? Xiaoran emphasized the critical importance of sustenance and hydration, but was he exaggerating? Not in the slightest. With the impending power outage tomorrow, awareness would dawn upon everyone. The calamity was far from over. Rescue efforts would not arrive. Thus, food and clean water were of paramount importance. Zhang Jingya took a moment to respond. What would it take for you to part with some food and drink? I'm on the brink of starvation. Send me a photo, no beauty filters, no enhancements. Otherwise, you bear the consequences. Ding! Before long, Xiaoran received a photograph. It depicted a beautiful woman at a scenic spot, posing with a peace sign. She had a score of 80 for looks and 80 for figure. Not yet at goddess level, but undeniably attractive. Alright, come over. I trust you know where I am? Xiaoran replied. I'll be there shortly. Moments later, a series of knocks echoed from the basement door. Xiaoran checked the surveillance camera first. He had installed not just one but 3 cameras, ensuring complete coverage of the corridor. There were no blind spots. Only a woman appeared, donned in a thick winter coat. It was indeed Zhang Jingya, looking almost identical to her photograph. With a smile, Xiaoran opened the door. Zhang Jingya stepped inside, and he closed the door behind her. Wow, it's so warm in here, she exclaimed, promptly shedding her coat. Her figure was indeed commendable, yet still paled in comparison to Han Yun. As thoughts of Han Yun crossed his mind, Xiaoran felt a stirring of desire. When would he have the chance to savor such a delectable experience? Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Jingya's attention was captured by the food laid out on the table. There wasn't tea in abundance, but there was meat, fish, vegetables, and a bowl of chicken soup. She eagerly turned to Xiaoran. Is this prepared for me? Xiaoran chuckled. Indeed, but whether you get to eat it depends on your performance. Zhang Jingya bit her lip, seemingly wrestling with a challenging decision. After a moment, she nodded slightly. An hour later, Xiaoran handed Zhang Jingya 2 additional packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water before sending her on her way. His safe haven would not accommodate any woman overnight. Once outside, tears streamed down Zhang Jingya's face. In college, she had been a campus belle, pursued by countless admirers, basking in adulation. Yet now, however, feeling the weight of the bottled water and instant noodles within her clothing, a look of satisfaction crossed her face. Surviving was the first step toward considering anything else. Chapter 31 Striking down the ex-wife's family, what a thrill. Xiaoran felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, one cannot keep pent-up feelings forever. Something will inevitably give way upon returning upstairs. The dog, Leopard, immediately began circling around him, sniffing a few times before tilting its head in curiosity, as if questioning why he bore the scent of another. Xiaoran chuckled. I almost forgot how keen your nose is, my dear dog. Leopard, from now on, the responsibility of guarding the house falls to you. If you hear any unusual noises or catch the scent of strangers, be sure to alert me. Xiaoran said with a smile, indifferent to whether Leopard understood his words. Wang Wang. To his surprise, Leopard barked twice, seemingly in agreement. Good boy. Xiaoran picked up his phone and began to scroll through his messages. Both Lu Mei and Lu Susu had reached out, expressing concern over the extreme weather that had persisted for 2 days without any sign of improvement. However, one was sheltered within a doomsday fortress, while the other had received a substantial supply of provisions from Xiaoran, ensuring that they could manage for at least 2 to 3 months without issue. As he glanced at various chat groups, he noticed that they had become lively. The work group was filled with cries for help from those trapped in their offices, while the long-dormant groups from elementary, middle, high school, and university were now bustling with anxious messages, as everyone seemed to be frantically signaling for assistance. Xiaoran, however, felt powerless to intervene. That he too wished to venture out for gasoline and diesel, but the dense fog rendered him fearful of causing an accident. The daytime passed in a monotonous haze. That night, the underground parking garage was eerily empty. The frigid temperatures deterred anyone from seeking refuge there, and the dwindling number of people only exacerbated the cold, creating a vicious cycle. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared stealthily, treading lightly to avoid making any noise. Ironically, the more they tried to be quiet, the louder their footsteps echoed in the stillness of the garage, prompting glances of mutual suspicion among them. It was the Zhang family. At last, they reached the villa where Xiaoran resided, and after traversing a narrow passage, they arrived at the door to the basement, which was clearly marked as a private area. Zhengwan instructed Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang to hide by the wall. Once the door opened, they would charge in and subdue Xiaoran. She then knocked on the door. Prior to their departure, she had already contacted Xiaoran. In the basement, Xiaoran monitored the scene through surveillance cameras. The Zhang family's antics were utterly transparent. They could never have anticipated that he had installed 3 cameras, capturing the entire passageway. As expected, they had all come with their intention was clear: to take him down, or worse, to eliminate him and seize his home. Xiaoran smirked and opened the door as Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang burst in without hesitation. In an instant, a commotion ensued, and both men were flung out. Who else but Zheng Yujun and his son? Xiaoran stepped out, arms crossed, casting a mocking glance at Zheng Wan. What a warm welcome. The whole family has come to visit. Zheng Wan was left dumbfounded. After 4 years of marriage, despite her cold demeanor, she certainly knew Xiaoran's capabilities. How could he possess such formidable combat prowess? From beside the door, Xiaoran retrieved a baseball bat from an alternate dimension, a cruel smile gracing his lips. So, you've all come to my doorstep, and you dared to rush in, intending to control me. I wonder, do you wish to claim my home for yourselves? What did our song say? When friends arrive, we have fine wine, but when wolves come, we have shotguns. Xiaoran's gaze sharpened as he swung the bat down. Bang, crack. Zheng Gang was the first to scream, his arm brutally broken by the impact, leaving him pale and drenched in cold sweat. Xiaoran's smile grew more sinister, evoking a sense of dread. How much had this former brother-in-law drained from him? The onslaught continued, another swing followed. Stop, please, don't. Lin Meiying rushed forward, shielding. Did he dare strike her? Bang! Xiaoran swung without hesitation, landing another blow. Did the Zhang family possess anything of worth? No. Moreover, had Lin Meiying not played a part in his demise in his previous life? If Xiaoran had the power of resurrection, he would undoubtedly slay the Zhang family repeatedly, reviving only to kill them again. How could he release this pent-up rage without exacting 100-fold revenge? For now, he needed to exercise restraint, cautious not to deliver a fatal blow. They could not be allowed to perish so swiftly. A heavy strike sent Lin Meiying into unconsciousness. Xiaoran did not relent, directing a blow at Zheng Yujun, who also cried out in agony as his right arm was shattered. But it wasn't over yet. Xiaoran turned his sights on Zhang Wan. She froze momentarily before screaming and turning to flee. Xiaoran dashed after her, delivering a crushing blow to her chest, the sound of shattering resonating through the air. The prosthetic had been broken. Even so, Zhang Wan's face drained of color, struggling to catch her breath. Xiaoran tossed her 3 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Why this sudden kindness? No, it was not kindness. First, he couldn't bear for the Zhang family to perish too quickly. Secondly, how would they divide 3 packs of noodles and a bottle of water among 4? If you wish for more food in the future, just come over for another beating, Xiaoran said coolly, casting a... He relished the memory of striking down the Zhang family. Alas, he could not afford to land more blows. They would die, but not just yet. He intended to toy with them for a few more days. He would have to wait until they healed before proceeding. For now, he would allow this family to scramble for food. He eagerly anticipated the chaos that would ensue within their household. Returning to the second floor, he video-called Lu Mei and Lu Susu separately. Power would be cut off the following day, making it unlikely that he would see either woman again for a prolonged period, if ever. It felt like a farewell. By the way, Xiaoran, do you have a satellite phone? Lu Mei suddenly asked. Both Yeye and I believe that if this disaster continues, the power supply will surely be affected, making communication impossible. Yeye has a satellite phone, do you have one? Truly, she was the epitome of a doomsday enthusiast. How could he not be prepared for a satellite phone? Xiaoran chuckled. I used the Huawei Mate 60. It was a satellite communication terminal, not merely a phone. Chapter 32. A power outage. A night has passed, and the apocalypse has entered its fourth day, marking the most despairing moment thus far. Today, the power will be cut. Outside, the temperature plummets to below 10 degrees Celsius. How can one possibly survive without air conditioning? Had there been any forewarning, one could have made preparations, perhaps even constructed a heated platform, but natural disasters strike unexpectedly, leaving urban dwellers in utter despair. From this day forth, civilization, order, and morality will crumble entirely. Thus, it is not inappropriate to refer to today as the true prelude to the end of days. I recall that in my previous life, the power outage occurred around noon, and I cannot help but wonder if this time will be any different. It likely will not. I shall not dwell on it. Even if the power does not fail today, it will inevitably do so tomorrow, or the day after. With no one to maintain the power station, how could we expect uninterrupted electricity? It is merely a matter of time. I amused myself with the leopard, who reciprocated my playfulness, bounding about with untamed energy yet refraining from wreaking havoc, earning my affection. I have a fondness for the Chinese rural dog, capable of guarding the home rather than bringing back a father figure. Gazing out the window, I beheld a foggy, somber landscape. Of the next 10 days at least will likely remain in this dismal state, and I cannot ascertain when the sun might re-emerge. A sudden pang of longing for sunlight washed over me. Soon, midday approached, and I began my meal. The leopard too indulged heartily. Suddenly, the light flickered, and other appliances followed suit, experiencing brief interruptions. I immediately grasped the situation. The power was out. However, I had connected a backup power source, a battery. While I possessed a generator, it required diesel to operate, and although I had prepared some, it was woefully insufficient to sustain continuous operation. Fortunately, I had stockpiled a significant number of fully charged batteries. Over 1,000 is sufficient for an extended period. At that moment, my phone buzzed with a flurry of messages. The power had indeed been severed, yet many base stations had backup generators that could last another day or two. But what good is a phone if it cannot provide comfort? The air conditioning and electric blankets were rendered useless, and the chill would soon become life-threatening. The chat groups erupted with laments and complaints. This power failure had become the final straw. It was over. Truly over. 3 entire days had passed, and if there were to be any rescue, it would have arrived by now. With the power out, it would not be long before even mobile signals vanished, leading to a state of helplessness. Calling out to the heavens would yield no response, nor would the earth provide solace. I shook my head. Henceforth, all would succumb to despair, transforming into wrathful beings. For some malevolent individuals, this disaster would unleash the inherent evil within their very genes. With communication severed, they would find themselves liberated from fear and concern. In such dire circumstances, who would know of their heinous acts, and who would dare to punish them? The apocalypse, for the ordinary person, is akin to hell, yet for the wicked, it becomes a paradise for their nefarious deeds. A series of knocks echoed from the basement door, and my phone alerted me. Monitoring detected a presence. It was Zhang Jingya. Was she here to beg for food again? I descended the stairs, confirming her solitude before allowing her entry. We moved in unison. One prepared food while the other shed their outer garments. However, today I took the liberty of drawing a drop of her blood, placing it into a simple testing device. Beep, it displayed green. This was a test for sexually transmitted diseases. Green indicated negative, while red signified positive. Oh, excellent. That meant I could afford to let loose. Zhang Jingya initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing the roast chicken before her, she silently began to eat. Having secured a lucrative project worth billions, I handed her an emergency contraceptive pill. I had no desire to bring forth progeny in this desolate world, and even if I were to have a child, it would certainly not be with Zhang Jingya. She remained silent, nearly consuming the pill. As she prepared to leave, I provided her with 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water, ensuring she would not go hungry. Additionally, I thoughtfully charged her phone. Why? Naturally, it would be useful as Zhang Jingya departed, dragging her weary body away. I glanced at the time. Over an hour had passed, and no wonder I felt so fatigued. As I ascended the stairs, the leopard once again sniffed at me. Why did I carry the scent of another, and why had I confined myself to the first floor? Alas, dogs cannot inquire. The leopard circled around me, wagging its tail fervently. I understood and chuckled. All right, I'll take you for a stroll. Speak up, you're not a fool, so why fear the cold of the garage? I led the leopard to the underground parking lot. To my surprise, what had been eerily empty just days prior was now bustling with people, primarily elderly folks. With the power out and homes uncomfortably cold, what else could the elderly do? Thus, they congregated in the spacious garage, where they could chat and perhaps even brainstorm solutions, for as the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. Upon seeing me, an elderly gentleman perked up, dashing towards me. Excuse me, he interjected, blocking my path. I was taken aback. Is there something you need? This gentleman, Mr.Ma, was in his 60s, a former miner supervisor at a state-owned enterprise, wielding considerable authority in the community. He was known for his abrasive demeanor. When displeased, he would not hesitate to unleash a tirade, earning him a poor reputation among residents. Mr.Ma cleared his throat, addressing me. You must be Comrade Xiao, correct? I couldn't help but laugh. He greeted me with such pretentious formality. I am Xiaoran, I replied coolly. Mr.Ma snorted dismissively. He certainly recognized me, or else he would not have accosted me. With an air of superiority, he continued, we were just discussing the future of our community. We unanimously believe that the duration of this disaster will not be brief, and thus, we must unite to weather this storm. I remained silent, merely observing Mr. Ma. His words were clearly just a prelude. Cough. Cough. He cleared his throat again, an all too common habit among those in authority before they speak. First and foremost, we must avoid wasting resources. Comrade Xiao, you must have a considerable stockpile of food and bottled water, correct? Hand them over to us for safekeeping, we will distribute them as needed. Once the crisis passes, we will surely report your contributions to the party and the state, your merits will not go unnoticed. I could not suppress my laughter, Mr. Ma, do you take me for a fool? You expect me to hand over my food for your centralized distribution? You should try that approach. Who in their right mind would relinquish food and clean water now? You would be better off taking it by force. Mr. Ma was left fuming, a mixture of anger and embarrassment washing over him, as he trembled, pointing a shaking finger at me, yet he managed to utter a few words. Chapter 33 Han Yun submits. When Grandpa Ma was confronted so bluntly, the other elderly folks could no longer remain silent. Young man, do not presume that a handful of filthy lucre grants you the right to disrespect your elders. Young lad, we have consumed more salt than you have rice. Heed the advice of this auntie and promptly apologize to Director Ma. You must comply with his demands and not oppose the party and the nation, or you shall reap no rewards. The elderly surrounded Xiaoran, all clamoring to voice their opinions. Xiaoran turned to one elderly lady, addressing her with a serious demeanor. I am 27 years old, and you are at most 70, yet even if we assume your age is thrice mine, I consume 3 bowls of rice a day. Thus, you must be consuming at least 1 bowl of salt daily? I was merely speaking metaphorically. The elderly woman was rendered speechless, realizing that Xiaoran was utterly unreasonable. And Xiaoran continued to counter their remarks, leaving the elderly seething with rage, unable to utter a word for quite some time. Nothing left to say, is there? Xiaoran smirked and, accompanied by his pet leopard, strode away. The leopard had grown impatient. Its master had brought it out for a stroll, yet here he was, engaged in tedious conversation with these old men and women for far too long. Now that Xiaoran was finally leaving, the leopard dashed off in delight. After the leopard had its fill of frolicking, Xiaoran felt quite fatigued, but he considered it a form of exercise, a fine opportunity to practice long-distance running. Upon returning home, he washed up and prepared for dinner. Habitually picking up his phone, he was greeted by a plethora of friend requests. Just as he was about to disregard them, he suddenly spotted a familiar profile picture. Han Yun, so she couldn't resist for long. He did not tease her, instead accepting her request without hesitation. Asa man, one ought to be generous. However, despite granting her request, Xiaoran did not initiate a conversation. He chuckled. Shouldn't the one seeking favor be the first to speak? After half an hour, Han Yun finally sent a message. Could you spare me some food and drink? Xiaoran allowed her to stew for another 30 minutes before replying. Certainly, but in an instant, Han Yun shot back. I can accompany you, but you must agree to my terms. Very well, if you demand exorbitantly, I shall negotiate accordingly. Xiaoran retorted promptly, come over, and we shall discuss it in person. I will find an opportunity, Han Yun responded. Xiaoran smiled and set his phone aside, while the leopard tilted its head, its eyes filled with curiosity. The leopard remained bewildered, its canine visage reflecting confusion. As Xiaoran dined, he opted for barbecued delicacies, specifically preparing 3 lamb kidneys. Naturally, the leopard enjoyed the feast alongside him. In this apocalyptic scenario, the leopard undoubtedly dined better than 99% of the populace. Many were still enduring hunger. After a while, a message from Han Yun pinged his phone. I've arrived. With a grin, Xiaoran informed the leopard, stay here and behave, I shall return shortly. The leopard, panting and sprawled on the ground, merely wagged its tail a couple of times. Each time its master ventured alone into the basement, he tended to linger for an extended period, so it decided to take a nap. Upon reaching the basement, Xiaoran first checked the surveillance monitors. Although his combat prowess had reached extraordinary levels, caution and prudence had become second nature. He opened the door, and someone slipped inside. That outfit seems familiar. Wasn't it what Zhang Jingya had worn previously? It dawned on him, it must belong to Han Yun. After all, Zhang Jingya had arrived at the end of May. Would she have prepared winter attire? Thus, it was only natural she donned Han Yun's clothing. It seemed that this winter garment was the warmest choice, and both women had opted for it. Amusingly, it struck Xiaoran as quite funny that he closed the door behind him. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Xiaoran was in no rush. It was not him who was starving or parched. Han Yun bit her lip and declared, I want 100 pounds of rice and a case of water, and you must help me carry it to the 16th floor. She would manage the final flight herself. Indeed, her demands were exorbitant. Xiaoran raised a finger. I can offer you a hearty meal here, with free access to water, and I can provide you with an additional pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water when you leave. Han Yun refused, saying, then I shall take my leave. She moved towards the door, and Xiaoran made no attempt to stop her. Han Yun clenched her teeth, halted, and turned around to say, 50 pounds of rice and half a case of water. She had cut her demand in half. Xiaoran shook his head. I'll observe your performance. I can offer you a few more packs of instant noodles and water when you depart. Refusal means you leave, he stated languidly. Han Yun pressed her lips together, her body frozen as if under a spell. Just as Xiaoran believed she had turned to stone, Han Yun finally managed to utter a single word, fine. Chuckling, Xiaoran moved behind a screen and retrieved several dishes from another dimension, placing them on the table, meat, vegetables, soup, and a bowl of rice. He beckoned Han Yun over, and upon seeing the spread, the alluring woman could not help but lick her lips, her appetite piqued. Dig in, Xiaoran urged. He was in no hurry, settling down next to her while scrolling through his phone. Currently, the internet was rife with anxiety. Not all regions were experiencing power outages, rather, most areas were affected. What would happen if this continued? Was the apocalypse truly upon them? After scrolling for quite some time, a loud burp interrupted the silence. Xiaoran glanced at Han Yun, whose cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. She had overeaten. Xiaoran chuckled, shall we begin? Finally, his wish was granted. An hour later, Han Yun exited the door. Xiaoran provided her with 3 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of purified water for her to take back to Lin Yue. This woman was genuinely devoted to her husband. Despite Lin Yue's gambling addiction that had led even his parents to abandon him, she remained steadfastly loyal, prompting Xiaoran to view her as stubborn to the point of foolishness. Yet, what concern was it of his? Chapter 34 The Qin family's revenge. Xiaoran chuckled softly and ascended the stairs. The leopard, having grown accustomed to the peculiarities of its master, approached with its tail wagging, sniffing curiously. Why does my master smell like a different person today? The leopard regarded Xiaoran with a puzzled expression. Xiaoran couldn't help but smile, gently tapping the leopard on the head. Are you planning to keep an eye on me now? Meanwhile, Han Yun had returned home. Upon reaching her doorstep, she took a moment to adjust her clothing, ensuring there were no visible flaws, before using her fingerprint to unlock the door and step inside. As soon as she entered, she called out, "Husband, dinner is ready." Lin Yue emerged, a hint of disbelief on his face. Is there still food at home? I asked the neighbor to buy some, Han Yun replied casually, her expression composed. It must be said that women are all born actresses. Lin Yue, undeterred, inquired, do you still have money? Han Yun raised her left hand, stating, I exchanged my gold ring. Lin Yue expressed a tinge of regret. That ring cost over 10,000 when I bought it. Well, given the current state of affairs, money, gold, and jewels may soon be worthless. If we can trade it for some food, that's a blessing. He quickly brightened up again, relieved that he wouldn't have to repay his gambling debts. Just days prior, he had been consumed by worry as people splattered paint on his door, and police intervention had proven futile. As long as his safety wasn't directly threatened, their hands were tied, but since the calamity began, he was finally able to sleep soundly. He even chuckled, that Xiao, how unfortunate, his money barely had time to warm up before disaster struck. Now, no matter how much he has, he can't spend it. Bah, that nouveau riche deserves it. He still harbored envy and resentment towards Xiaoran, lingering over the events that had transpired in the elevator that day. Upon hearing Xiaoran's name, Han Yun felt a pang of anxiety, half wondering if her husband was alluding to something, only to realize he had merely mentioned it in passing. She smiled alone, inwardly grimacing. It was the very nouveau riche you speak of who provided the food and clean water, and he even played around with your wife. I'll go boil some noodles, she declared. Lin Yue waved his hand dismissively, go ahead. Moments later, the distinct aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. Zhang Jingya emerged from her room, exclaiming, wow, that smells delicious. Lin Yue nodded. Your sister-in-law went overboard, using her gold ring to buy 3 packs of noodles and 3 bottles of water. Zhang Jingya chimed in, right now, food and water are paramount. Gold and silver are inedible, and cash is only good for wiping one's backside. Young ladies ought to speak more elegantly. Lin Yue frowned. Zhang Jingya stuck out her tongue. Got it, brother. Soon, Han Yun brought out the noodles, but there were only 2 bowls. You two go ahead. I'm not hungry, she stated. This was the truth. She had indeed eaten her fill at Xiaoran's, feeling rather stuffed. Zhang Jingya, however, wasted no time, grabbing a bowl and digging in, though curiosity lingered in her mind. This noodle, how does it resemble the brand Xiaoran had given her? Of course, it was White Elephant Instant Noodles, a well-known brand, so she had no further suspicions. At the Qin residence, husband, do we truly have to do this? Asked the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Qin Dongfang nodded resolutely. Our food supply is dwindling, and with 5 mouths to feed, if we don't make a desperate move, shall we simply starve to death or die of thirst? Moreover, we are targeting that scoundrel. His eyes blazed with fury. His son had merely taken a food delivery by accident, yet they had orchestrated a trap that landed his father in the hospital and forced them to pay 80,000 yuan. His mother, unable to contain her anger, had splattered dung on their door, and for that, they had the audacity to knock on the wall at midnight, disturbing their rest. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, was he to let it slip away? Aunt Qin slammed her fist on the table, declaring, that bastard is indeed worthless, flaunting his wealth in the group chat, while when old Ma and the others asked him for food, he completely ignored them, showing utter disregard for everyone's plight. Qin Dongfang nodded. If we rob him, we could be seen as redistributing wealth, ridding society of a menace. With a self-righteous justification in hand, the 4 adults in the Qin family were filled with fighting spirit, even the child brandishing a pair of scissors, exuding a fierce demeanor. Following the delivery incident, he had narrowly escaped a beating from his parents and thus harbored an intense hatred for Xiaoran. Yet, none of the 5 family members paused to reflect, was all of this truly Xiaoran's fault? Who had originally stolen the delivery, who had taken it without so much as an apology and acted as if they were in the right? As the 5 awaited the cover of night, they stealthily set out, each armed with a weapon, kitchen knives, hammers, and scissors. They ascended the stairs to the underground parking garage. At 11 p.m., the garage was chillingly desolate, devoid of any human presence, and the family shivered as they walked. Even in the coldest winters, Sioux City rarely dipped below -5 degrees, with the lowest at -8, but now they faced a bone-chilling -15. Ordinary winter attire was insufficient to fend off the cold, and even layered clothing did little to stave off the shivers. The darkness enveloped them completely, but fortunately, their phones still had power. Qin Dongfang switched on the flashlight on his phone, leading the way. Before long, they arrived beneath Xiaoran's villa. However, upon confronting the iron gate, the 5 exchanged glances, frozen in place. They had been so focused on how to confront Xiaoran that they had never considered how to enter his abode. Did they truly believe they could smash the iron gate with their hammers? It wasn't that they doubted their capabilities, but even if they tried until dawn, success was absolutely out of reach. What should we do? The 5 were at a loss. How about we go back and discuss a plan, returning tomorrow, suggested the elder Qin. Agreed, came the consensus from the others. Just as they were about to turn away, they heard a click, the gate inexplicably swung open, startling them all. Of the most timid, Will Qin nearly stumbled to the ground, yet, although the gate had opened, no one emerged from within. Summoning his courage, Qin Dongfang peered into the darkness beyond the gate, but he could see nothing. What now? The five exchanged glances, and with a firm resolve, Qin Dongfang declared, the door is open. We must go in, we cannot let this opportunity pass us by. This must be an electronic door, perhaps it had malfunctioned, after all, the power was out, and malfunctions were to be expected. Xiaoran was undoubtedly asleep, so if they charged in now, he might not even realize it until he awoke to find himself bound and at their mercy. The five crept quietly, treading lightly. Yet, once they had all stepped inside, none noticed that the iron gate had automatically closed behind them. Click, Chapter 35. Eliminate them all. As the ominous click resonated through the air, the five members of the Qin family abruptly regained their senses. What was happening? At that moment, a light flickered to life, illuminating the room. The Qin family was taken aback, questioning whether they had stumbled into a haunted abode where doors opened and closed of their own accord, and lights turned on spontaneously. What brings you here at such a late hour? Came the voice of Xiaoran, accompanied by a yawn. He had been on the brink of slumber when the alarm from his phone jolted him awake. The infrared camera had swiftly captured the presence of the five Qin family members, and upon witnessing their intent to depart, Xiaoran had kindly utilized a remote control to open the door for them. Now that they had entered, it was only natural that he would close the door behind them. Initially startled, the Qin family soon realized that the door, lights, and other phenomena were all under Xiaoran's control. However, they quickly regained their composure. After all, it was just Xiaoran against them, 5 against 1, surely they could prevail. Furthermore, Xiaoran was unarmed. There's even electricity here. Qin Dama, though slow to comprehend, was the first to react. The others, including Qin Dongfang, followed suit, awakening to the realization that this electrically lit house could potentially belong to them. And it's quite warm. They discovered a new eye in that moment. Tears of joy welled up in their eyes. This was marvelous. Xiaoran smiled and explained, I have installed a battery backup, so there is no power outage. Additionally, there is a fireplace keeping the place warm. Ah, now it made sense. The Qin family nodded in understanding, only to be engulfed by a wave of indignation. Were they here for a science lesson? Very well, this villa shall belong to us from now on. Qin Dongfang declared, brandishing the kitchen knife in his hand. Xiaoran, I am not unreasonable. I offer you two choices, either you leave quietly through the door, or we will kill you and dispose of your body. Ha ha ha. The Qin family erupted in laughter, including young Qin Kong, who was no exception. Was this truly a choice? Of course not, it was merely a jest at Xiaoran's expense. Did he not once use his wealth to set a trap for them? Now, he dared to act arrogantly. What was so impressive about having money? Could he crush them with it? Even young Qin Kong, brimming with bravado, pointed his scissors at Xiaoran, demanding, kneel down. Xiaoran chuckled softly, your family is quite the spectacle. Never mind, it's late, and I need to get some sleep. I won't waste my time on you. He raised his hand, forming it into a gun shape, aiming it at Qin Dongfang. Ha, do you think that handgun will intimidate me? Qin Dongfang laughed heartily, clearly amused, perhaps thinking Xiaoran had lost his wits. Xiaoran grinned and said, bang. Ah. Qin Dongfang fell to the ground in response, a spray of blood blooming from his left leg, the pain searing through him. In an instant, the 4 remaining members of the Qin family were left stunned. How had Qin Dongfang been injured? They rushed to help him, but their assistance only elicited louder cries of agony from him. Qin Dama glared at Xiaoran, shouting, what have you done to my son? You bastard, if anything happens to him, I will never forgive you. Xiaoran chuckled. They had come to his doorstep, demanding he step outside to be poisoned, crushed, or frozen. Oh, but the moment he struck back, they were in an uproar, vowing vengeance? Sigh, did they expect reason from someone devoid of it? The only reason the Qin family had once offered compensation was not out of guilt, but because Xiaoran had subdued them with his astonishing power. Xiaoran aimed his gun at Qin Dama. She faltered, aware that he was wielding nothing but his hand, yet the sight of her injured son filled her with dread. You dare, she stammered, her bravado wavering. Bang. Xiaoran uttered a single word lightly. Before she could even scream, a gory hole opened in her forehead, and she collapsed, lifeless. At this moment, the remaining members of the Qin family were paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat. They glanced at Qin Dongfang, who had forgotten his pain, trembling uncontrollably. Bang bang bang. Young Qin Kong, being a child, hastily raised his gun and began shooting at Xiaoran. However, Xiaoran remained unscathed, smiling at him with a grin. You cheated. The little boy, undeterred, charged at Xiaoran, scissors in hand, shouting, I'll stab you, old bastard. This child was beyond redemption. With a flick of his wrist, a bullet whizzed past, striking the boy squarely in the forehead. Instantly, he fell backward, lifeless. Little Bao. Qin Dama's daughter-in-law let out a heart-wrenching wail, brandishing a kitchen knife and rushing at Xiaoran. Xiaoran, uninterested in wasting bullets, simply opened a portal to another dimension. In an instant, Qin Dama's daughter-in-law vanished from sight. What? The sight of his daughter-in-law disappearing left Qin Deyi dumbfounded, his anger and fear forgotten as he stared blankly at the spot where she had been. Where did she go? Xiaoran stepped forward, and the two bodies promptly vanished, drawing the gaze of Qin Deyi and his son solely onto him, now convinced that the disappearances were his doing. Where have you taken them? Qin Deyi asked, his voice trembling, what are you, human or demon? Xiaoran couldn't help but chuckle. Demon? Aren't you the real demons? I would never sneak into someone's home at night with a knife and hammer to inflict harm. The Qin father and son were left speechless. I'll send you on your way, Xiaoran said coldly. Qin Di let out a terrified howl and scrambled to escape. He had to flee his son. He couldn't care less. However, just as he took a few steps, he suddenly vanished. Naturally, he had been pulled into Xiaoran's alternate space. Xiaoran could open a portal within a 2-meter radius, so while it seemed Qin Di was distancing himself, he had merely walked into a trap. Only Qin Dongfang remained. At this moment, he found himself surprisingly calm. He had been shot in the thigh, and with Xiaoran wielding unfathomable powers, did he still have a chance to escape? Xiaoran, who exactly are you? He asked, his voice laced with despair, seeking the truth before his demise. Xiaoran approached, leaning in to whisper something in his ear, but in the next instant, he seized him and hurled him into the portal. Qin Dongfang vanished without a trace. Was there any point in taunting a dying man? How amusing. Xiaoran surveyed the blood-stained floor of the basement and sighed. In the future, he should avoid killing people at home. If he must, he ought to find a way to dispose of the bodies directly through the portal to avoid cleanup. There was no turning back now. He retrieved a cloth and began wiping the mess. Fortunately, it was he who had the power to bring in water. What if it were someone else? Water was now the source of life, holding equal importance to food. After a good 15 minutes, Xiaoran finally managed to clean up the bloodstains. He was compelled to take another shower before heading to bed. From now on, I should try not to kill anyone at home, he reiterated to himself. Chapter 36. A chance encounter in the garage. A night has passed, and the apocalypse has entered its 5th day. At 8 a.m., the outside world remains shrouded in a dense fog, enveloped in an oppressive gloom. Hail continues to fall, albeit in a diminished size and less densely than before, creating a thick layer of ice on the ground, which, coupled with icy beads, renders it exceedingly treacherous and, moreover, laced with deadly toxins, making it utterly impossible to venture outside. No rescue is forthcoming. This marks the 5th day, and the patience of the populace has been utterly exhausted, a pervasive sense of despair now casting its shadow over every heart. A significant concern that cannot be overlooked is the likelihood that this natural disaster may persist for an extended period. With no aid in sight, how then are individuals to effectuate their own salvation? Each person grows increasingly restless. Xiaoran arrived at the garage accompanied by his leopard, only to find the atmosphere particularly tense today. Everyone cast strange glances at one another, as if they were not longtime neighbors but rather adversaries. It seems that evening strolls with the dog will be the order of the day from now on. In a direct confrontation, armed with the ammunition reserves from Xiaoran's alternate dimension, he could easily decimate the entire community several times over. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that if a life-and-death struggle truly ensues, who would dare to engage him head-on, with no eyes in the back of his head? What if a hidden arrow were to be shot his way? As the saying goes, a clear shot is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Xiaoran believed it prudent to proceed with caution. Why take unnecessary risks? He had acquired the dog merely to alleviate his boredom, but to risk everything in doing so would betray that original intent. Moreover, Xiaoran noticed that many individuals were eyeing him with predatory intent. Clearly, after flaunting his wealth within the group, he had attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, yet Xiaoran was unfazed. Let them attempt to breach his sanctuary if they dared. The arrival of many guests ensured that life would not succumb to monotony. He chuckled inwardly, for he had orchestrated some grand schemes. As he completed his circuit, preparing to return with his leopard, he unexpectedly encountered 3 familiar faces: Lin Yue, the couple Han Yun, and Zhang Jingya. How intriguing! At the moment Han Yun and Zhang Jingya laid eyes on Xiaoran, both blushed noticeably, quickly averting their gazes, fearful of revealing any hint of their embarrassment to the 2 others. However, upon spotting Xiaoran, Lin Yue's eyes lit up, and he approached with enthusiasm. Xiaoran, the man who won 500 million, he called out loudly, ensuring those nearby could hear him clearly. At his words, many faces displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Indeed, while they were all suffering misfortune, was it not Xiaoran who bore the brunt of calamity? Having won a colossal jackpot, he could now spend at most a few million, while the remainder of his fortune sat idle in a bank account, doing nothing but gathering dust. Lin Yue's remarks were undeniably cruel. He had chosen to bring up a sore point. With purposeful strides, Lin Yue approached Xiaoran, grinning as he remarked, "You must be particularly agitated lately, with wealth but no means to spend it? Given the circumstances, it seems this disaster is not set to conclude anytime soon." "So, you revel in my misfortune?" Xiaoran shook his head. Was this a manifestation of humanity's baser instinct? Although he too was enduring hardship, the mere thought that others might derive pleasure from his plight was disheartening. It was as if the loss of his wealth entitled them to a feast. The reality was, his resources were virtually boundless. Did he truly need to provoke him so? Very well, let him not be surprised when he faces public humiliation. However, before Xiaoran could articulate a response, Han Yun hastily interjected, urging her husband, "As neighbors in the same community, we should support one another. There is no need for such animosity." Zhang Jingya chimed in, Indeed. Both women were apprehensive about inciting Xiaoran's ire, fearing that he might refuse to engage in future transactions with them. Lin Yue, oblivious to the subtle dynamics, had just consumed half a pack of instant noodles that very morning. Little did he know who had provided them. While the 2 women attempted to counsel Lin Yue, they exchanged frantic glances with Xiaoran, signaling him to remain calm, to postpone any confrontation, and not to expose their connection. At that moment, however, the leopard began sniffing at Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, wagging its tail enthusiastically, displaying an unmistakable warmth. The dog's keen sense of smell had detected the lingering sense from Xiaoran's previous encounters with both women. Realizing the leopard's friendliness was directed towards them, the two women exchanged knowing glances, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. They understood the implication. What a revelation! In this instant, they wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. How would they address one another in the future, as close friends? Xiaoran couldn't suppress a chuckle, astonished that the two women had deduced each other's identities based on the leopard's reaction. He paid no mind to it, instead striding towards Han Yun. Seeing this, Lin Yue immediately blocked his path, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing?" His wife was strikingly beautiful, alluring to the core, and he was well aware of the countless suitors who had their eyes on her. He often found himself consumed by jealousy and suspicion. Xiaoran merely brushed him aside. Lin Yue, weakened by indulgence, stood no chance against his strength and was easily moved aside. Xiaoran leaned closer to Han Yun, whispering, "Come with me, or else I shall reveal our connection." Han Yun's face drained of color. Xiaoran turned to leave, leaving no room for negotiation. "What did you say to my wife?" Lin Yue yelled, his anger bubbling over. "You scoundrel, stop right there. Stay put." Han Yun shot a significant glance at Zhang Jingya, signaling her to assist, while simultaneously urging, "Dear, don't let him get to you. It's not worth it to stoop to his level. Please, let us just go home, it's terribly cold out here." Fuming, Lin Yue stormed off, swearing under his breath that he was all bark and no bite. After all, he had been frightened during their last encounter in the elevator. The three returned to their respective building, but Han Yun suddenly said, "Dear, you two go ahead, I need to find a way to borrow some food." Lin Yue regarded her with suspicion, wondering if her private conversation with Xiaoran had ulterior motives. He wasn't foolish. Despite his gambling tendencies. Zhang Jingya quickly interjected, "I'll accompany her." After considering, Lin Yue nodded, "Let Jingya go with you." With a cousin by her side, Han Yun would surely not seek out Xiaoran again. Reluctantly, Han Yun agreed. As Lin Yue ascended the stairs, the two women walked back in silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. What would transpire should they venture to Xiaoran's side? They both understood well going alone was one thing, however, the two of them together, especially given their sister-in-law relationship, was an entirely different matter. How could they endure it? "Perhaps you should return first, sister-in-law," Zhang Jingya suggested, her ulterior motives evident. If she went to see Xiaoran, she could indulge in a hearty meal, while remaining at home and settling for instant noodles. She had no desire to eat instant noodles. Having already been intimate with Xiaoran, what difference did it make between one encounter and 10? Chapter 37. As sister-in-law Han Yun's heart stirred. Unlike Zhang Jingya, who was unmarried and held a rather casual view on matters between men and women, Han Yun, despite her alluring beauty, harbored a conservative mindset. Her sense of morality was profoundly ingrained, and she strongly opposed the idea of selling her body. Indeed, had it not been for her husband, she would never have sought out Xiaoran the previous day. However, just moments ago, Xiaoran had specifically called for her. "I'll wait outside for a bit," she said. "All right," Zhang Jingya replied, visibly relieved, as this was not a matter of great honor. Thus, she ventured alone into the passage leading to Xiaoran's villa basement. Even though it was still daylight, the garage remained shrouded in darkness, prompting her to retrieve her phone for illumination. Xiaoran had previously charged her phone, and now it proved useful. As she messaged Xiaoran, she gently tapped on the iron door. Upon reaching it. With a creak, the door swung open automatically once Zhang Jingya stepped inside. Light flooded the area, but Xiaoran's voice soon echoed, "Where is Han Yun? Did I not ask her to come? My sister-in-law feels a bit shy," Zhang Jingya quickly explained. "I can come today, and she can come tomorrow, alright?" "Not alright," Xiaoran coldly dismissed her. Left with no choice, Zhang Jingya retreated to find Han Yun. Upon learning that Xiaoran wanted them both present, Han Yun's complexion paled, nearly causing her to faint. Yet, thinking of her husband, she managed to suppress her fears. For her husband, she would endure. "Let's go." She suddenly found her courage, grasping Zhang Jingya's hand as they made their way down the passage. This time, before they could knock, the iron door opened directly. Xiaoran had clearly seen them through the infrared surveillance. As the two women entered, the iron door locked behind them. Upon entering the basement, a warm wave enveloped them, and the bright lights imparted a sense of rejuvenation. Han Yun couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Why was it Xiaoran who owned this villa and not Lin Yue? "Go ahead and eat," Xiaoran's voice beckoned. The two women sat at the table and began their meal. Initially, they maintained a semblance of decorum, but since yesterday, they had only had one proper meal, subsisting on instant noodles otherwise. Despite their desire to maintain their figures, the scant amount they consumed was hardly sustainable. Once they began to eat, they could not help but become a bit wild. After half an hour, both women had satisfied their hunger, and Xiaoran even offered each of them half an apple, which thrilled them to no end. Fresh fruit, how delightful! In that moment, Han Yun felt her resolve wavering. Could she really forsake her husband and shamelessly cling to Xiaoran? But as soon as that thought arose, she reprimanded herself. After all, it was merely food. How could she be so lacking in integrity? "First, go wash up," Xiaoran instructed. The two women had not bathed in several days and were beginning to emit an unpleasant odor. Fortunately, the weather was cold. Otherwise, they would have been truly odious. Upon hearing Xiaoran's words, Han Yun and Zhang Jingya exchanged startled glances. Surely, this must be a dream. First, the water pipes were frozen solid, and no water could possibly flow, and second, even if there were water, it would be toxic. Who would dare touch it? Xiaoran walked to the bathroom and turned on the shower, warm water cascading down. He cupped his hands beneath it, feeling no burn at all. "This is purified water?" Han Yun exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Heaven knew how much she cherished cleanliness. Normally, she would wash twice daily. Go on, Xiaoran waved his hand dismissively. The two women exchanged glances and, shedding their hesitations, stepped into the shower together. Alas, this was merely a shower. How much better it would have been to soak in a bathtub. The second and third floors boasted bathtubs, but Xiaoran would never allow them upstairs. This basement had also been remodeled, featuring a glass shower, a bed, and a dining table, albeit slightly smaller in size. Halfway through their wash, Xiaoran entered. Once they finished bathing, they used a hairdryer to dry their hair. Otherwise, with the outside chill, their damp hair would freeze quickly. Then Xiaoran provided them with an ample supply of instant noodles and bread, even a few sausages. Naturally, purified water was in abundance. Both women concealed the food and bottled water beneath their loose winter clothes. Otherwise, parading around with their provisions would surely attract unwanted attention, and now, more than ever, it was wise not to overestimate human morality. Chapter 38 Confrontation. Han Yun and Zhang Jingya returned home with trepidation. To be frank, before the calamity struck, they would not have felt such anxiety even with 100,000 in cash. The social order back then was so stable, who would dare to commit a robbery in broad daylight? But now, for a mere morsel of food or a sip of water, everyone would pounce like famished wolves. Upon entering their home, both women hastily unpacked their food, feeling a wave of relief wash over them. However, Lin Yue frowned and inquired, "Why were you gone for so long?" Han Yun, with an awkward expression, replied, "Food is scarce now." They initially refused to sell, but we managed to persuade them. This time, Lin Yue was not easily deceived. He probed, who would be foolish enough to sell food and water now, that represents life itself? Han Yun quickly exchanged a glance with Zhang Jingya, signaling her to assist in concocting a plausible excuse. Yet, before Zhang Jingya could speak, Lin Yue abruptly yanked Han Yun toward him, sniffing her hair, his face contorting with rage. "You washed your hair, where did you wash it?" Zhang Jingya rushed to intervene, exclaiming, "Brother, she did it for you, otherwise, you would have starved long ago." This remark sent Lin Yue into a complete frenzy as he glared at Zhang Jingya, and with a swift crack of his belt, he lashed out at her. "Ah!" Zhang Jingya cried. Lin Yue continued his assault for a moment, feeling unsatisfied with venting his rage on both his wife and sister. He growled, "Who was that scoundrel? I know it. Is it Xiaoran? Is it?" He recalled their earlier encounter in the garage, where he had mockingly taunted Xiaoran. Now, it appeared to be the most ludicrous of jokes. The man had seduced his wife. No wonder Xiaoran had whispered something in Han Yun's ear, and no wonder she had been reluctant to go upstairs. She had been selling herself. The instant noodles and water from yesterday had come from that. No, there was more to it. Why had Xiaoran transferred Han Yun 5,000 yuan previously? "Wretch, I'll deal with you later." Lin Yue stormed into the kitchen, grabbing a knife before rushing out. What was his intent? Naturally, it was to confront Xiaoran. What man could tolerate being cuckolded? Upon seeing this, Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, momentarily forgetting their own pain, hurriedly followed after him. Yet, they could not catch up to the enraged Lin Yue, who soon vanished from their sight. As Lin Yue charged into the underground garage with the knife raised, his fierce demeanor made passers-by hastily step aside. What is going on? Is he looking to fight someone? Who stole his food supplies? At this moment, what could be more significant than the theft of food and water? Lin Yue's eyes blazed with fury as he made his way toward Xiaoran's villa. Is he going to find Xiaoran? What grudge could he have against Xiaoran that would make him act like this? Oh my! Everyone exchanged glances, suddenly comprehending the situation. Han Yun had been unfaithful, and the other party was none other than Xiaoran. With this realization, envy and resentment bubbled within them. Han Yun was renowned in the community for her beauty. Calling her the most exquisite would not be an exaggeration. Her alluring figure, curvaceous and captivating, was undeniably enchanting. Which man would not desire her? Yet, where would there be an opportunity? Now, Han Yun was apparently having an affair with Xiaoran. Good heavens, what luck that rogue had! If it weren't for the calamity, wouldn't everyone's wealth have turned into mere useless numbers? Why would Han Yun still allow Xiaoran to bed her? Curiosity piqued, the crowd followed, albeit cautiously, fearing Lin Yue's rage might turn lethal. As Lin Yue traversed the long corridor, his phone had long since died, leaving him without light. His anger surged as he stumbled in the dark, colliding with a wall, which only fueled his fury as he muttered curses under his breath. At last, he reached the iron gate and began to pound on. "Get out here, I'll kill you." Initially mere speculation among the onlookers, his outburst revealed everything, prompting a collective gasp of realization. How enviable, with Han Yun's beguiling beauty, how could she possibly be a paragon of virtue? Unfortunately, she had been toyed with by Xiaoran. If only it were them. Each man swallowed hard. Even elderly gentlemen were not exempt. The male spirit remains youthful until death. Lin Yue continued to pound on the door, creating a shower of sparks. Just then, Han Yun and Zhang Jingya arrived, and upon seeing the crowd gathered, Han Yun nearly fainted. It was over. Her reputation was irrevocably tarnished. More critically, with Lin Yue causing such a scene, would Xiaoran ever consider trading with her again? They would starve and die of thirst. What to do now? Suddenly, the iron gate swung open, illuminating the space and releasing a wave of warmth. Lin Yue instinctively shielded his eyes, having grown accustomed to the dark. The sudden brightness stung painfully. Xiaoran had switched on a powerful flashlight, which further compromised Lin Yue's vision. Fuming with rage, Lin Yue tightened his grip on the knife and bellowed, "Xiaoran, you've defiled my wife. How will you compensate me?" Han Yun nearly fainted again. He actually said it out loud. "I can never show my face again." Xiaoran's voice emerged, calm and taunting. "How do you want me to compensate you?" In truth, yet since Lin Yue had come crashing in, he might as well play along. Lin Yue, unable to conceal his greed, retorted, "You can give me this villa, and that wretched woman can be yours. I am tired of her anyway." Han Yun's ability to procure copious instant noodles and clean water indicated that Xiaoran must possess an even greater cache of supplies. He was merely posturing, but since his wife had been sullied, he could no longer cherish her as a treasure. He would let those two lecherous lovers freeze, starve, and die of thirst. Han Yun's face blanched, as if struck a heavy blow. Shame, rage, and heartbreak surged within her, disappointment in having misplaced her affections. She had devoted herself wholeheartedly to Lin Yue, remaining steadfast even when he lost everything to gambling. She had even gone so far as to sell her own body to procure food for her husband, and this was her reward. Han Yun, utterly despondent, collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 39. The descent into darkness with a swift motion, the flashlight beamed directly into Lin Yue's eyes. Despite his futile attempt to shield himself with his hand, he was compelled to retreat repeatedly until, with a thud, he collided against the wall of the corridor, finally coming to a halt. A blinding light flickered, and Xiaoran emerged from the shadows. "You possess quite the appetite," he remarked coldly. "Xiaoran, I will fight you to the death." Lin Yue bellowed, swinging his knife in a desperate attempt to strike. In truth, he could not discern Xiaoran's location, merely following the light's direction in a blind rage. At that moment, fury had completely clouded his judgment. Xiaoran smirked, delivering a powerful kick. Though Lin Yue could not see his opponent, Xiaoran's foot landed squarely on Lin Yue's abdomen, sending him stumbling backward until he finally collapsed onto the ground, sitting in a daze. The knife clattered to the floor. Xiaoran stepped forward, casually picking up the fallen knife. As he approached Lin Yue, he pointed the blade threateningly at him. Startled and bewildered, Lin Yue, still regaining his senses, found himself face to face with the ominous weapon. Terror gripped his heart, causing cold sweat to bead on his back. "Don't do anything reckless," he stammered, reverting to the cowardly gambler he had been months before in the elevator. Xiaoran glanced at Han Yun, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "I intend to purchase your wife. Name your price. How many packets of instant noodles and bottles of water do you require?" This, Lin Yue hesitated. He could forgo his wife, as she had betrayed him, but selling her to Xiaoran changed everything. Was he still a man? In ancient times, only the most despicable gamblers would sell their wives. If he named a price, he would be forever marked by shame. "Quickly, my patience is waning," Xiaoran said, pressing the knife's edge against Lin Yue's throat. The cold steel sent a shiver through him, and warmth surged uncontrollably within. Thankfully, the chilly weather and his thick clothing would conceal any unfortunate accidents. 10 packets, 10 packets. Lin Yue shouted, as if desperate to rid himself of this predicament. Xiaoran chuckled, casting a glance at Han Yun. She appeared utterly drained, sitting numbly, her eyes devoid of life, resembling a marionette. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue quietly rose to his feet. He longed to return home, locking the door tightly, vowing never to hear a word related to Xiaoran again. However, Xiaoran's gaze sharpened suddenly, and he swung the knife. With a sickening thud, blood splattered as the blade embedded itself in Lin Yue's neck, a torrent of crimson gushing forth. Xiaoran attempted to withdraw the knife, only to find it firmly lodged. Dismissing it, he took a few steps back to avoid the splatter. Whoever dared to stab him would not be spared. Why would he hesitate to kill? He felt no fear of murder, even in front of others. Then, silence enveloped the scene. "He's killed someone, he's killed someone. Xiaoran has committed murder." Panic ensued, and people scattered in terror. Though they understood the world had descended into chaos, the blatant act of murder was enough to terrify them all. But at that moment, Han Yun unexpectedly stood and approached Lin Yue. His resolve was waning, yet upon seeing his wife advance, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes, as if he were witnessing a miracle. Han Yun reached out to pull the knife from Lin Yue's throat. With all her strength, she succeeded, the blade coming free with a sound, and she too collapsed to the ground. Lin Yue clutched his wand with one hand while the other pointed accusingly at Xiaoran, imploring his wife to retaliate. Han Yun raised the knife, bringing it down. However, it did not strike Xiaoran but instead landed across Lin Yue's face. With a dull thud, the knife struck, failing to cleave bone, yet one of Lin Yue's eyes was mercilessly severed. His other eye widened in disbelief. How could his obedient wife possibly turn against him? He stared incredulously at Han Yun, her betrayal more shocking than Xiaoran's attack. Han Yun withdrew the knife and struck again, and again, until exhaustion overtook her, collapsing to the floor in a fit of tears. She felt wronged, her heart heavy with resentment. She had sacrificed so much for her husband, and yet, he had not only failed to comprehend her but had ultimately sold her for 10 packets of instant noodles. A woman driven to madness by betrayal is not to be trifled with. Xiaoran could only wince. Such a woman was not one to embrace lightly, lest she turn the blade upon him in the dead of night. Yet, Han Yun rose again, swaying as if intoxicated, her clothes stained with blood, a frightening sight. She approached Xiaoran, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. "May I borrow your bathroom for a wash? In return, I'll let you enjoy me without restraint." Such brazen words would have been unthinkable before, yet now, she cared little for propriety. The shock of her husband's betrayal had unraveled her. Xiaoran smiled nonchalantly. "Go ahead." He escorted Han Yun back to the villa, prompting Zhang Jingya to ponder briefly before following suit. Facing a corpse alone was far too daunting. As Han Yun bathed, Xiaoran leisurely sipped tea, while Zhang Jingya trembled in the corner. Both Xiaoran and Han Yun were formidable, leaving her feeling fragile and helpless. After what felt like an eternity, Han Yun emerged from the bathroom. How much water had she used? Xiaoran had not bothered to count. If others were to discover the extent of her cleansing, she would surely be reprimanded, yet Xiaoran remained indifferent. He had no idea how many tons of water he had amassed. With such resources, he could wash for 100 lifetimes without ever exhausting it. Such extravagance was unparalleled. Chapter 40 of the villains convene. Han Yun and Zhang Jingye departed. Xiaoran offered them some advice, such as ensuring the door was tightly shut, refraining from opening it for anyone who might arrive, and confirming that no one was lurking outside before venturing out. Of course, the latter was highly improbable, for the weather was frigid. Sioux City had never plummeted to temperatures below -10 degrees. The winter attire was utterly inadequate. Thus, while a brief stroll outside was permissible, enduring prolonged exposure was simply unbearable. This was merely a chill of -10 degrees. Should the temperature descend to an extreme of -40 or 50 degrees, the bitter cold could indeed harm one's lungs, with internal injuries manifesting within a mere 20 minutes. Death would not be surprising. Therefore, one merely needed to exercise caution before stepping outside. Xiaoran's verbosity stemmed, of course, from his infatuation with Han Yun's beauty and figure. He was reluctant to part with such a delightful companion. Heaven forbid Han Yun fell victim to someone else's advances. He would certainly not want her back. He pondered briefly. Should he eliminate Lin Yue in public, he would undoubtedly attain a status akin to a tyrant within the community. The downside would be that everyone would shun him, fearful of meeting a similar fate. The upside, however, was that most would refrain from provoking him. It seemed the two scenarios were rather similar. Xiaoran chuckled to himself. Following today's events, it was likely that the townsfolk would suspect he possessed a considerable stockpile of resources, drawing many eyes upon him. He was unperturbed by their scrutiny. If necessary, he could always expose the secret of his alternate space and eliminate them all. Yet, if given the choice, he preferred to spend a few more days amusing himself with his charming neighbors. Being confined within the community with no company was exceedingly dull. While carnal pleasures were indeed exhilarating, one could not indulge in them 24 hours a day, could one? Thus, Xiaoran regarded the entire neighborhood as his playthings. After all, a man who has died once can hardly be expected to retain any sense of morality or benevolence. Xiaoran's abstention from malice was, in fact, the greatest form of goodness, and news of Lin Yue's demise swiftly circulated throughout the community, causing quite a stir. Consequently, several individuals convened to deliberate, their focus squarely on Xiaoran. The instigator of this assembly was Mo Pang, a man with a notorious past in gang affiliations, ranked 4th, hence his moniker, Mo Lousy. He held a degree of notoriety within the neighborhood, which made him the natural leader for this meeting targeting Xiaoran. The gathering took place at Mo Pang's residence, and to everyone's astonishment, despite being 40 years old, he had a young mistress in her 20s, who was quite passable in appearance. Someone recognized her and exclaimed, "Isn't that Wang Meiqi, the wife of Li Juanhao?" Upon hearing her identity unveiled, Wang Meiqi trembled and opened her mouth to protest. Slap. Mo Pang delivered a swift blow to her face, barking, "Get back to your room." He then explained to the others, "This woman forsook her husband for a morsel to eat, shamelessly seeking refuge with me. I took pity on her and provided her with sustenance, while also warming my bed." The others exchanged knowing smiles, yet the next moment, they cast wary glances at Mo Pang, silently acknowledging his ruthlessness. What food could an old rogue like Mo Lousy possibly possess? It would be more plausible to suggest that he had ensnared the couple, murdering the husband, seizing the provisions, and abducting the wife. Surely, that narrative would have more credence. Anyone daring to knock on the neighboring door would find Li Juanhao unwilling to answer. If they were to force the door open, they might very well stumble upon Li Juanhao's corpse. However, given the biting cold, the body would be unlikely to emit any foul odor. Otherwise, they could have detected it through several doors and walls. Yet, did this concern them in the slightest? They were indeed gathered to discuss how to deal with Xiaoran, but was it truly out of a sense of justice? Hardly. Such altruism was scarce among them. Their interest lay in the supposition that Xiaoran possessed a wealth of resources, prompting their congregation. After all, someone capable of dispatching Lin Yue without a flicker of hesitation would incite fear in anyone. Strength in numbers was essential to guarantee their success in overpowering him and seizing his supplies. One individual even asked Mo Pang with a grin, "How was the young mistress?" "Tight." Mo Pang laughed heartily, observing the glimmer of desire in the other's eyes. He added, "You can have a turn. I'll only charge you 2 packets of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food. If it's meat, just 2 taels will suffice." The man contemplated this but ultimately declined too steep a price. Wang Meiqi could hardly be deemed a beauty. While her figure was commendable, was she truly worth 2 packets of noodles? If it were Han Yun, perhaps that would be another matter. "Gentlemen, if we successfully pull this off, we shall undoubtedly become wealthy men. At that time, any woman in the community will be at our disposal, provided we offer food and clean water." Who wouldn't be willing to comply? Mo Pang rallied his companions. "Let us do it." The remaining 5 echoed in unison. Mo Pang had not invited too many individuals, for the more participants there were, the less each would receive. Yet with a total of 6, surely they could subdue Xiaoran. "Old Li, you are a locksmith, do you still have your tools and skills?" Mo Pang inquired of an elderly man, who was the oldest of. Old Li grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed and missing teeth. "No problem." "Excellent," Mo Pang replied, turning to the others. "Old Li will handle the door, while we will bring Xiaoran down. Make sure to strike hard and with lethal intent." "Understood." Everyone nodded in agreement. "All right, we shall act at midnight." Mo Pang declared decisively. The remaining 5 did not return home, for they all harbored concerns. What if one among them betrayed the group to Xiaoran in exchange for resources? Thus, no one was permitted to leave until the operation commenced. After all, there were only a few hours left. Chapter 41 The Water of Nourishment. A few minutes later, Mo Pang and Old Li emerged through the partially ajar door. One could observe Wang Meiqi lying on the bed, her expression vacant, resembling a corpse. However, neither Mo Pang nor Old Li paid her any heed. The six took a brief respite, skipping dinner, persisting through sheer willpower. Mo Pang, of course, was reluctant to part with his own provisions, and Old Li's group could not have brought food either, so they simply bore with it. Once they subdued Xiaoran, they could indulge in a hearty meal. Time dragged on, and finally, midnight arrived. Action. The six set forth, with Mo Pang not even bothering to lock the door, utterly unconcerned about Wang Meiqi escaping. He had firmly resolved to seize Xiaoran's villa. They made their way to the garage, flashlights illuminating their path, and soon arrived beneath the villa. Gazing at the sealed iron gate, Mo Pang smirked. Old Li, it's up to you now. Not a problem, Old Li replied, stepping forward to tinker with it. However, 10 minutes later, he was still at it. Old Li, why is it still not resolved? Mo Pang and the others were freezing. Old Li was nearly in tears. This is a top-of-the-line electronic lock. How paranoid can this guy be to install such a sophisticated lock even in the basement? I need more time, damn it, it's so cold that my hands are trembling, and I can barely exert half my usual strength. Impatiently, Mo Pang pressed. How much longer will it take? 10, maybe 30 minutes, Old Li replied. This revelation nearly sent the other 5 into despair. It was far too cold to remain in this wretched place for another half an hour. Damn it, Old Li, have you spent all your energy on women? Someone cursed. We're supposed to act tonight, yet you're thinking about women. Haven't you ever had your fill? They all grumbled. They were a ragtag group, and while everything went smoothly, they were fine, but the moment they faced adversity, infighting erupted, and splitting up was not out of the question. Click, just then, the iron gate unexpectedly swung open. Old Li, you did it. How come you said it would take at least 10 minutes, and then it opened immediately, the others exclaimed joyfully. But Old Li looked bewildered, saying, I didn't open the door. Ha, then what was happening? The six quickly focused on the entrance. Suddenly, a brilliant light blazed forth, nearly blinding them. The group hastily retreated while shining their flashlights in that direction. Xiaoran materialized before them. Unlike the kitchen knives, hammers, and screwdrivers in their hands, he wielded a water gun in his other hand. A water gun, Mo Pang and his comrades chuckled, thinking, are you planning to drench us with that? In the next instant, Xiaoran fired. Whoosh, 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 the water bullets came flying in rapid succession. The speed was astonishing, and the impact was excruciating. Xiaoran grinned. This was an electrically powered water gun, its force comparable to that of a high-pressure water gun, but concentrated in each water bullet. The impact was immense. But that was not the most critical aspect. Water bullets struck their faces, hands, and necks, causing the six to shriek in agony, their cries piercing the night. This is poison water. Poison hail. The six finally grasped the situation, but it was too late. They collapsed to the ground, writhing in intense pain. Xiaoran ceased firing, opting to wait. It took a full half hour before their groans subsided somewhat. Meanwhile, Xiaoran had thoughtfully brought over a portable heater, primarily to warm his own hands, but in doing so, he also prevented Mo Pang and his group from freezing to death. Now, listen to me, Xiaoran said. If you succeed, these instant noodles and water will be yours. Should you fail or attempt to seize them by force, feel free to try. Mo Pang refrained from outright rejecting or accepting, instead asking, what do you want us to do? There was no harm. Xiaoran smiled. Go to room 302 in building 11. There are 4 individuals inside, an elderly couple and a pair of siblings. I want each of you to take turns with all 4 of them. Yes, each person 4 times. Once completed, you can claim your reward with the tokens. What the hell, isn't that the family of your ex-wife? Mo Pang and the others gasped, thinking that Xiaoran was truly ruthless. Yet, for them, was this task insurmountable? Old Li could pick locks, and they had weapons at the ready. Subduing a household of 2 elderly and 2 young individuals should be manageable, right? Though they might hesitate to harm the men, what if they tried to overpower Xiaoran directly? Looking at the plastic bin beside Xiaoran filled with instant noodles, jerky, and clean water, their eyes turned green with desire. Ultimately, all gazes fell upon Mo Pang. Having once been part of a gang, he was undoubtedly the most formidable among them. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, all right, we'll take this task. The remaining 5 exchanged puzzled glances while Mo Pang winked at them, signaling them to remain calm. Thus, they all fell silent. Xiaoran tossed out 3 boxes of tokens, grinning. If anyone wishes to have extra rounds, there are additional rewards to be claimed. However, please do not seriously injure or kill this family. I still wish to savor my fun. You have 1 day. How cruel, to have them take turns with all 4, regardless of gender, and it was merely an appetizer. How deeply must he loathe this family? Yet, they had heard rumors that Zhang Wan had cheated before marriage, leaving Xiaoran as the unwitting scapegoat. With this in mind, they could understand, after all, if the tables were turned, they might be even more ruthless than Xiaoran. The 6, armed with tokens, picked up their discarded weapons and tools, advancing towards the front, while Xiaoran followed behind with his water gun. In a hushed tone, Mo Pang remarked, that guy has a water gun. If we're hit by a water bullet, we'll lose our resistance. So, let us follow his instructions, complete the task, and exchange the tokens for our reward. At that point, we can strike together and take him down. Truly, Mo Lao Si was worthy of his reputation. A commendable plan. But do we really have to engage with the men? Someone hesitantly inquired. Damn it, close your eyes and do what needs to be done, regardless of gender. Mo Pang retorted fiercely. The others could only nod in agreement, though the prospect of needing to engage 4 times within 24 hours posed a challenge, especially since they were no longer young men brimming with vigor. Before long, they arrived at the door of room 302. Xiaoran kindly tossed a box of medication, saying, good, you know what to do if it gets tough, take one. Damn, how considerate of you. Mo Peng silently picked up the medication box. Chapter 42. The calamity of the Zhang family. Oldly commenced his task of lockpicking. Truly, he was a professional. It took him nearly half a minute to unlock the door. The reason why Xiaoran could not open the lock was that he had invested a staggering 80 million in modifications, demanding it to be robust and impervious to damage. If a mere locksmith could pry it open with ease, well, even if it were hailing, Xiaoran would undoubtedly seek out Jia Yongdue to exact vengeance. In an instant, 6 individuals surged inside. Xiaoran smiled and turned to depart. My ex-wife's family, take your time to reckon with my resentment. This is by no means the conclusion, unless one of the Zhang family members resorts to self-destruction. However, given their nature, is there even a sliver of hope that they might take their own lives? Therefore, it is likely that he could torment his ex-wife's family several more times. Upon returning home, Xiaoran indulged in a delightful slumber. The leopard yearned to join him in bed, but Xiaoran kicked it off, playfully rebuking, regardless of whether you are male or female, you cannot share my bed. Perhaps tomorrow, when the fog clears, A night passed. The community buzzed with news of the Zhang family's tragic incident. Just the previous night, Mo Laosi and a group of individuals had forcibly entered the Zhang residence, subjecting the 4 members to unspeakable horrors. Why 4, you may ask? Because all 4 were screaming in agony, pausing momentarily before continuing. Truly a spectacle to behold. It was one thing for Mo Laosi to ravage Zhang Wan, a young woman of decent appearance, but to think that Lin Meiying, despite her advanced age, also fell victim to their depravity? What depravity? Yet the most grotesque aspect was that Mo Laosi and his cohort spared no one, even Zhang Yujun and his son. How depraved must one be? This was reported by Aunt Zhao from 402, who, although she did not witness the events firsthand, had heard them with utmost clarity. She was quick to spread the news in her social circle and rushed to the garage the following morning to confront others about the matter. Was it terrifying? Indeed, it was. Yet, did any righteous souls emerge to put an end to the Zhang family's malevolence? None. Each swept the snow before their own doors, indifferent to the frost upon others' roofs. However, the residents became increasingly cautious, with building leaders canvassing each household, preparing to unite should they encounter a similar fate to the Zhang family. Surely, they could not be picked off one by one. In the short term, this was feasible, but in a few days, as hunger and thirst gnawed at their resolve, many would inevitably turn on their own neighbors. After all, one must be familiar with those in their own building, otherwise, how could one know how many individuals might emerge to retaliate? Thus, the soft targets would certainly be prioritized. Alas, the Zhang family had become the sacrificial lamb. But did anyone harbor sympathy for them? How could it be? Were there any virtuous souls within the Zhang family? Did anyone truly understand the nature of Zhang Yujun and Lin Meiying? Zhang Gang was the epitome of a scoundrel, adept in all vices: gambling, drinking, and debauchery, engaging in honest work. As for Zhang Wan, she had previously maintained a relatively untainted reputation. However, in the past 3 months, her image had disintegrated. First, she was exposed for being pregnant out of wedlock, and moreover, the child was fathered by her lover, a scandal that forced a decent man to take on her disgrace. The most shocking revelation, it was rumored that she had orchestrated her own son's demise for the sake of compensation. What depths of depravity must this woman possess to go so far? Thus, the Zhang family's fate could only be described as poetic justice. Wickedness begets wickedness, and how could one possibly feel sympathy? Morning arrived, a little past 10. Xiaoran awoke, stretching luxuriously. The sensation of waking naturally was truly delightful. After completing his morning routine, he prepared breakfast, one portion for himself and another for the leopard, a feast that would make anyone salivate. Just as he finished breakfast, Xiaoran received an alert on his phone. Someone was at the door. Initially, he assumed it was Han Yun and her sister-in-law, but upon closer inspection, he discovered it was an unfamiliar woman. The infrared monitor captured her face in black and white, revealing only that she was a beauty, yet lacking in finer details. She stood alone, seemingly hesitant. Though her hand was raised, she delayed knocking, biting her lip in indecision. After a full 5 minutes, she finally tapped on the door with a click. The iron door swung open. The woman was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the light within and feeling the warmth emanating from the room, she instinctively stepped inside. The door clicked shut behind her. She shivered slightly, startled by the sound. Speak plainly, do not meander. I do not have much time, Xiaoran stated, his gaze appraising her. In truth, everyone was short on time. What, did she have a class to attend or a meeting to convene? Nevertheless, that was neither here nor there. The woman bit her lip, summoning her courage to meet Xiaoran's gaze, saying, could you spare me some food? Xiaoran chuckled softly. Xiaoran regarded her thoughtfully. Her appearance was acceptable, though perhaps not quite a perfect score of 90. Achieving a 90 would denote exceptional beauty, but certainly above 80, far surpassing Zhang Wan and her ilk. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, in the prime of youth, though her figure was obscured beneath layers of winter clothing. Xiaoran smiled and inquired, what is your name? Zhong Lei, she replied promptly. I reside in 2201 of Building 16, though I am not an owner, merely a tenant. I study at Su University and am in my final year. Xiaoran pressed further, why not reside on campus? The university offered dormitory accommodations, and renting off campus incurred costs. Thus, his underlying question was whether she was being supported by someone. Zhong Lei explained, I found the dormitory conditions unsatisfactory, and my family is well off, so I sought a place nearby to rent. I was supposed to graduate at the end of the month, but unexpectedly, she had encountered disaster. It was not just her who was taken by surprise. Who in the world could have foreseen such calamity? This girl was reasonably attractive, and Xiaoran saw no reason to reject this tempting opportunity presented to him. However, he cautioned, I do have some food and clean water, but you must understand what food signifies in these times and what price you may have to pay. I understand, Zhong Lei nodded, although she hesitated. She had indeed made up her mind. Chapter 43 Door-to-door delivery. Very well. Xiaoran stepped behind the screen, retrieved several dishes along with a bowl of rice, and prepared a bottle of purified water before beckoning Zhong Lei over. Upon seeing the spread before her, Zhong Lei couldn't help but swallow hard. She was famished and parched. She approached and sat down, taking a sip of water. The cool liquid soothed her scorched throat, eliciting a near moan of ecstasy. Then, she began to devour the food voraciously. However, as she ate, she shed her outerwear. It was too warm. You actually have electricity and heating here, she exclaimed in astonishment, then looked at Xiaoran with pleading eyes. Could I possibly stay here indefinitely? You can do whatever you wish with me. Once inside, she truly didn't want to leave. Xiaoran naturally declined. Even Han Yun, who surpassed her in both beauty and figure, was not qualified to reside here. She was certainly no exception. Casual encounters were one thing, but to truly become his woman, she had to be flawless. He had learned his lesson the hard way from Zheng Wan. Are you a virgin? Xiaoran asked nonchalantly. Zhong Lei's face flushed, and she shook her head. She had had a boyfriend since her sophomore year and they had even cohabited. How could she still be a virgin? But I've only had one boyfriend, she quickly added, attempting to bolster her credentials. Did it make a difference? Xiaoran was disinterested in wasting time on such topics. Eat up. Zhong Lei felt a pang of disappointment but dared not disobey, burying herself in her meal. Xiaoran was quite pleased and rewarded Zhong Lei with 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water as a tip. Normally, it was a 1-to-1 exchange. Just as he was about to send Zhong Lei on her way, a notification from the surveillance system caught his attention. Someone was approaching. Another woman. Xiaoran grinned. It seemed everyone was aware of his resources, flocking to offer themselves. Fine, if the quality was good, he would consider it. If not, he would pass. He was not greedy. He preferred a boutique approach. Outside, as the woman raised her hand to knock, the door swung open, leaving her momentarily stunned as a young beauty stepped out. The two women exchanged knowing glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions, and both felt an acute sense of awkwardness. Zhong Lei hurriedly departed, while the newcomer entered, only to find Xiaoran emerging in a bathrobe. She glanced at him, her cheeks flushing as she quickly averted her gaze. Xiaoran, unfazed, inquired, Are you here to make a deal as well? Being direct, the woman's complexion paled slightly, yet she nodded. Xiaoran chuckled, Lift your head, let me see. It was essential to inspect the goods before making a purchase. The woman raised her head, her looks were around a score of 70. Xiaoran felt a twinge of disappointment. In truth, a score of 60 would suffice to be considered beautiful. 70 was certainly above average, but Xiaoran's taste had become rather discerning of late. Anything below 80 simply did not capture his interest. Just like Zhang Jingya, were she not paired with Han Yun at present, he would have no desire for her on her own. After all, he now had options since his rebirth. His physique had indeed seen a remarkable enhancement, surpassing 99%. All the beautiful women in the neighborhood, those with confidence, were welcome to come, even if no business transpired. At least there would be transportation fees. The woman momentarily paled, but upon seeing the food and water, her eyes sparkled as she eagerly accepted. Thank you, thank you. Ladies, if you find yourselves struggling, feel free to seek me out. However, among the residents, Han Yun was undoubtedly the most stunning and alluring. Finding a second who met such standards would be exceedingly difficult, and she would have to be a virgin if she were to be welcomed into his home. Xiaoran felt that for a long time, he might remain single alongside a leopard. Better to be selective than indiscriminate. To Xiaoran's surprise, Han Yun and her sister-in-law did not come to find him today. It seemed the shock had affected Han Yun significantly. Her husband had first betrayed her, then met his demise, and she was one of the executioners. Although Lin Yue would not have survived even without her subsequent blows, Han Yun could hardly be expected to view it that way. Until yesterday, she had been willing to sell her body for her husband, only to turn around and become a vengeful woman wielding a knife against him. It would be unnatural if she didn't experience some internal turmoil. Xiaoran smiled faintly. Whether Han Yun could overcome her psychological shadows was of no concern to him. It would be a pity if she couldn't see past it, though gradually, night fell. Around 7 o'clock, Mo Pang and his entourage arrived. They knocked on the door. To the garage, Xiaoran's voice emanated from the concealed speaker. Thus, the 6 of them retreated to the garage. Lin Yue's corpse had not been disposed of. If Xiaoran didn't take care of it, no one else would, and due to the frigid weather, his body remained frozen. As a result, while the sight was somewhat gruesome, there was no foul odor emanating. The 6 men frowned upon seeing it. Who would feel comfortable in the presence of a corpse? They had rushed in and out the day before without paying it mind, but now that they found themselves in this situation, they all silently cursed their ill fortune. Mo Pang cursed inwardly, thinking they wanted him to take the lead. Very well, since he initiated this, he would indeed reap greater rewards. For instance, this villa. Alright, he nodded. At that moment, a flashlight beam illuminated the scene, and Xiaoran strode over confidently. Let us inspect the goods. Mo Pang tossed a plastic bag towards Xiaoran, containing 4 used condoms. As soon as Xiaoran opened it for inspection, Mo Pang would charge forward, and Zhang Guowei and the others would follow suit. 6 burly men working together, could they not subdue a single individual? Without that water gun, what could he do? Chapter 44 Salting the wound. Xiaoran smiled faintly as the portal to another realm swung open. He feigned a glance downwards, his flashlight illuminating the ground. Now was the moment. In an instant, Mo Pang was the first to charge forward. Die, he bellowed, a rallying cry for the others to join the fray. Zhang Guowei and his 5 companions, witnessing Mo Pang's reckless advance, instinctively followed suit, unleashing their own battle cries as they surged towards Xiaoran. One by one, they vanished without a trace. Xiaoran, using his mental prowess, scanned the otherworldly space and noted the presence of 6 vividly lifelike corpses, their expressions a blend of ferocity and grotesqueness, yet tinged with a flicker of fear. This indicated that upon entering the alternate dimension, one did not meet immediate demise, but rather endured a fleeting process before succumbing. Though Mo Pang and his cohorts had plotted against him, Xiaoran had no intention of sparing these 6 individuals. Their sole purpose was to inflict suffering and humiliation upon the Zhang family. With that objective fulfilled, what need was there to retain them? With a smirk, Xiaoran willed all the bodies from the alternate space to materialize before him. The area was laden with supplies, and mingling them with the corpses, despite knowing there would be no mutual contamination, still unsettled him. He snapped photographs of Mo Pang and the others' remains with. He sent the images to his ex-wife, uncertain if Zheng Wan's phone still had any battery left. One could only hope. It had been quite a while since he had received a response. Sighing, Xiaoran concluded that her phone must have run out of power. Well, one could only hope to avoid adding salt to the wounds. After taking a shower and preparing for bed, he picked up his phone, only to find that Zheng Wan had indeed replied. Did you kill these? Xiaoran chuckled, replying, indeed. Xiaoran, thank you, I knew you still had feelings for me. Zheng Wan was on the verge of tears. Despite having been subjected to the whims of 6 nefarious men, she felt that if she could elicit Xiaoran's sympathy and protective instincts, she had struck gold. She envisioned living in a grand villa, feasting on delectable meals, free from worry. Without hesitation, she dialed Xiaoran's number. Xiaoran, I'm coming to find you right now, alright? Have you misunderstood something? Xiaoran. Thus, in a bid for their lives, they subjected your father and brother to unspeakable acts. Otherwise, do you think they would have indulged in such depravity? How could one commit heinous acts without leaving a mark? I must ensure you despise me, that you rue the day you crossed my path. Zheng Wan was in disbelief. The phone slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. Zheng Wan, you harbinger of misfortune. The furious roar of Zheng Yujun echoed, clearly indicating that Zheng Wan had committed a grave error. She had inadvertently switched to speaker mode. In her excitement, Zheng Wan had assumed Xiaoran still harbored affection for her, believing he had avenged her by eliminating Mo Pang and his cohorts. Eager to flaunt her newfound power before her family, she envisioned herself as the mistress of the villa, hoping they would curry favor with her if they wished to share in her fortune. But alas, joy turned to despair. These 6 men were sent by Xiaoran. Zheng Yujun, a man in his 60s, had been subjected to such humiliation, and the anger and indignation brewing within him were unfathomable. All of this unfolded because of Xiaoran. And why did Xiaoran seek vengeance against the Zheng family? Was it not because Zheng Wan had been unfaithful, or rather, because she had become pregnant and hastily sought a scapegoat? How could Xiaoran not be enraged? Thus, everything stemmed from Zheng Wan. Had it not been for her, would her family have suffered so greatly? In the past, they had indulged her with compensation, but now? It was the 6th day of calamity, and what good was money? At least 99 of the populace had come to realize that former wealth had turned to dust, mere scraps of paper and meaningless figures, while possessing food and clean water was the true fortune. Given this, would they still care for Zheng Wan, especially now that they were in dire straits, all because of her? Furious, Zheng Yujun could barely contain himself as he flung off. Zheng Wan attempted to evade, but Zheng Gang and Lin Meiying soon joined in, subduing her and unleashing a flurry of blows. Zheng Wan's face was left bloodied and swollen like a pig's head. Only then did Zheng Yujun retrieve the phone, adopting a sycophantic tone. Xiaoran, we'll deliver Zheng Wan to you in exchange for a box of instant noodles and a case of water. What do you say? Zheng Wan lay on the ground, writhing in pain and unable to utter a word. Her father had sold her out, yet, she felt little surprise. After being cast out of her home twice, she should have been prepared for such betrayal. Xiaoran would never acquiesce. What he desired was the despair of this family, as they turned against each other, ultimately leading to their annihilation. He laughed heartily before hanging up. Zheng Wan, oh Zheng Wan, how delightful it must feel to be betrayed by your own kin. Zheng Yujun cast a furious glance at his daughter, his anger only intensifying. Dad, I'm starving. Zheng Gang exclaimed. Mo Pang and his crew had not only ravaged their home but had also consumed the last remnants of food and water, leaving them famished for over a day. Zheng Yujun's eyes narrowed fiercely. Bind this wretch. Zheng Gang hesitated momentarily. Dad, you're not seriously considering eating my sister, are you? Zheng Yujun waved dismissively. Why are you asking so many questions? Just bind her, no more nonsense. Alright, Zheng Gang acquiesced, procuring some rope. Of the 2 men, despite their hunger, overpowered Zheng Wan, who was equally weakened by starvation. Let us go door to door, see if anyone is willing to take your sister off our hands. One encounter could earn us a pack of instant noodles or a few ounces of rice, or perhaps even a bottle of water. Zheng Yujun finally revealed his intention. Old man, are you out of your mind? Lin Meiying could hardly believe that Zheng Yujun would stoop so low as to sell his own. Zheng Yujun shot her a glare. Then you better get me some food and drink. Lin Meiying opened her mouth to protest but ultimately fell silent as Zheng Wan had ceased her tears, her expression one of utter numbness. What does it mean to suffer the greatest sorrow? This is it. Chapter 45. Li Zhonglin's scheme. Recently, Li Zhonglin has been under. At the onset of the calamity, he wove a deceitful tale, claiming that he had a relative working within the government, and that the nation had established a refuge, permitting only a select few to enter and weather the storm of disaster. He boasted of possessing 3 coveted spots in this sanctuary. Astonishingly, a handful of individuals believed him, not only becoming subservient to his whims but also fawning over him, offering up all their possessions. There were but 9 fools, 2 of whom were women. Of course, he had taken advantage of them, despite their rather unremarkable beauty, yet, he was no high-ranking individual, with women willingly offering themselves to him. How could he not revel in such indulgence? However, as the days dragged on, food and clean water grew increasingly scarce, while his grandiose claims remained unfulfilled, igniting anxiety among the 9, who incessantly inquired when the government's convoy would arrive to rescue them. He was rapidly running out of fabrications. The moment his deceit was unveiled, he would undoubtedly be torn apart by the fury and despair of those 9. What a chaotic world it has become. Is murder truly so strange? Thus, he needed to devise a plan, lest he imperil his very life. He summoned the 9 individuals. I have just received word from my cousin, Li Zhonglin declared. Li Zhonglin hastily added, food is dwindling, and we must find a way to survive. My cousin has advised that in these extraordinary times, we must act with extraordinary measures. I have relayed the recent happenings in our community to him, and he suggests during this critical period, he poses a grave threat to society, and thus, he must be curtailed. My cousin has stated that in these exceptional circumstances, once we subdue Xiaoran, we can freely manage his supplies. Instantly, several individuals displayed signs of intrigue. Why did they place their trust in Li Zhonglin? Was it not their desire to survive, and why were they now anxious, concerned about starving, dying of thirst, or freezing to death? Ultimately, it all boiled down to a singular motive. The will to live. If they could subdue Xiaoran and seize his provisions, they could prolong their survival until the government's rescue arrived. They could hardly be deemed foolish. Rather, in moments of desperation, individuals cling to even the faintest glimmer of hope, no matter how elusive. Furthermore, Li Zhonglin was astute in human nature, using cousin to convey his command. And who was this cousin? A government official. Thus, the act of subduing Xiaoran and appropriating his resources morphed into a righteous endeavor. As the saying goes, one must have a justifiable cause. Now, they had their cause, and they would be the champions of justice. Indeed, Xiaoran is a vile character. He flaunts his wealth in the group yet shares nothing with us. He even brazenly killed Lin Yue. He is a criminal. By capturing him, we are ridding society of a menace. The 9 fervently echoed, each inflamed with righteous indignation, engaging in self-brainwashing. Seizing the moment, Li Zhonglin further urged, everyone, arm yourselves. Shouting, Ruifan. That lecherous Xiaoran is rumored to offer food and water in exchange for companionship in bed, so act a bit flirtatiously. The moment he opens the door, we will seize him. Absolutely. The 2 women, the only females among the 10, confidently patted their chests. In truth, he was merely a salesman with a talent for persuasion, never envisioning that one day he would manage to rally 9 individuals to follow his lead in an endeavor as grave as murder and robbery, not merely a casual outing for a meal. Thus, the weight of his leadership was indeed substantial. They arrived at the garage, illuminating their path with a flashlight. After the power outage, even during the day, the garage was shrouded in darkness. Without a flashlight, visibility was impossible, and nighttime rendered it even more obscure. With the entrance engulfed in pitch blackness, the 10 possessed only a single flashlight, necessitating that those behind grasp the shoulders of those in front to navigate safely. Eventually, they reached the vicinity of the villa. Shouting, Ruifan, it's your turn, Li Zhonglin instructed the 2 women in the group. He then advised the others, let us find a place to hide. In truth, given the pervasive darkness, was there any need to seek a hiding place? This was merely a reflection of his inexperience, as the apocalypse had only commenced 6 days prior. Not everyone could adapt and transform instantly. Hey! Suddenly, Li Zhonglin gasped, what the hell? What did he behold? Between 2 cars, there were indeed many individuals standing or crouching. Surely there were 10 or so. Were they also lying in wait for Xiaoran? They needed to negotiate the distribution of spoils first to prevent a violent clash later. He chuckled, are you also here to rid society of a menace? Haha, let us decide how to distribute the spoils after we succeed. He gestured for his followers to join him. The terms of distribution must be agreed upon beforehand, otherwise, conflict between the 2 groups was inevitable. Our numbers are nearly equal, so how about we split the resources equally, regardless? However, the opposing group remained silent. This was rather excessive. Not only did Li Zhonglin feel a surge of anger, but his 9 subordinates were equally displeased. Even if they were dissatisfied with the proposed distribution, surely they could at least muster a response? Li Zhonglin furrowed his brow. My proposal is quite sincere. Even if you are unsatisfied, we should be able to communicate, shouldn't we? He had approached closely, directing the flashlight towards them. Good heavens, in that instant, all 10 were struck with shock that nearly sent their minds reeling. Those were not individuals lying in wait, they were clearly corpses. Several bore evident fatal wounds, blood holes in their foreheads and chests, while one had its throat slashed. The 2 women were so terrified they lost control of their bladders, warmth spreading across their backsides. No wonder they had displayed such fortitude, remaining silent in such a frigid environment. They were nothing more than lifeless bodies. Do corpses fear the cold? But why were there corpses here? Wait a moment, this was beneath Xiaoran's residence. Could it be? A shared dread coursed through all 10, their bodies trembling, cold sweat pouring down. Perhaps we should just forget it, someone stammered. Chapter 46, A Clean Sweep. What are they here for? To kill Xiaoran and seize supplies. Of course, the act of murder is secondary. Should Xiaoran willingly submit, they would not necessarily resort to violence. After all, aside from those inherently deranged, who would relish the act of killing, yet, the risk of slaying Xiaoran now appears far too great. One's own life is at stake. Under such circumstances, who would not waver? After all, they are merely ordinary individuals, not professional assassins. Li Zhonglin hesitated. If they retreated now, they would again face the dire straits of water and food shortages. Therefore retreat is not an option. To deflect the conflict, they must capture Xiaoran. What does it matter if a few lives are sacrificed, as long as he survives? Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. We must take down Xiaoran today, otherwise we will perish from hunger and thirst. Li Zhonglin declared ominously. If we do not fight now, we shall truly await our demise. Should we fear him? He shouted. You had better fear me. However, a voice echoed from a distance, accompanied by a blinding light that rendered their flashlight utterly insignificant, like mere stars compared to the bright moon. The intense glare caused all 10 men to simultaneously shut their eyes, overwhelmed by its brilliance. Then, they suddenly realized it was Xiaoran. Hiss, what is he doing out at this hour, wandering the garage? Woof, the leopard growled, baring its teeth in a fearsome display. The dog was acutely sensitive to malice and possessed a strong territorial instinct, marking the area beneath the villa as its domain. In the stillness of the night, these intruders crept forward with evidently sinister intentions. A dog that bites does not bark. The leopard merely growled and stealthily approached the 10 men, preparing for a surprise attack. Xiaoran did not intervene. In such darkness, the agility of a dog far surpasses that of a human. He was unconcerned about the leopard's safety. His nighttime outing was, of course, to walk the leopard, but upon returning from a stroll, he discovered that Li Zhonglin and his group intended to do him harm. How intriguing! In his past life, Li Zhonglin had been killed by deceived residents of the community around this time, yet this time, the focus was directed at him. This brought a smile to Xiaoran's face. It was a perfect opportunity to pass the time and add some amusement to the evening. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night. The leopard had launched its surprise attack, sinking its teeth into a man's calf. The others, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, were taken aback. The key was that Xiaoran was using a bright light to blind them, leaving them unable to comprehend the situation, only hearing the horrifying screams of their companion, which instilled a sense of dread among them. Faced with the unknown terror, they were paralyzed with fear, turning to escape. They think they can run now that they have arrived. Xiaoran pursued them, for what he needed to do was exceedingly simple. He merely had to. Li Zhonglin's hair stood on end, enveloped by an overwhelming fear. He heard the calls of his subordinates dwindling. Some, who had been shouting just moments ago, abruptly fell silent, disappearing without a trace. These were living beings. How could they vanish so silently? The thought sent his heart racing. The intense fear stripped him of all strength, and he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Do not kill me. Please, do not kill me. I will do anything. I beg you, spare my life. Xiaoran, however, was somewhat displeased, for in his sitting posture, Li Zhonglin conveniently avoided. The leopard, akin to a shadowy panther, lunged forward and clamped its jaws around Li Zhonglin's throat. Ugh! Li Zhonglin struggled desperately, but the leopard held on fiercely. As he thrashed about, the sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him, causing him to lose control of his bowels. He did not wish to return home to watch the leopard for half an hour. The obedient leopard immediately released its grip and ran back to Xiaoran. Naturally, Xiaoran would not let Li Zhonglin escape. He approached and fired a bullet into him. Consider yourself fortunate. The bullet pierced Li Zhonglin's forehead, erupting in a spray of crimson. Xiaoran promptly dealt with the corpse, stacking it aside to prevent it from disrupting his evening stroll with the dog. This too served as a form of deterrence. I shall see if, with these additional 10 corpses, anyone dares to lay their eyes on me again. Xiaoran returned home with the leopard. Both man and dog enjoyed a bath, after which Xiaoran retired to the second floor to sleep, while the leopard remained on the first floor, fulfilling its role as Xiaoran's guard. As the night passed, the apocalypse entered its 6th day. Today, more rumors circulated within the community. First, there was the Zheng family. The father and son duo proved to be both peculiar and heartless, having bound Zheng Wan, declaring that anyone could have her for merely a packet of instant noodles. However, due to the current scarcity of food and water, Zheng Wan's business was not thriving, yet there were still clients. At least the Zheng family could survive for a short while. In fact, the number of women selling their bodies had increased significantly, but it was no surprise that the Zheng family had once again lowered the bar. Upon learning this, Xiaoran was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. This was indeed something the Zheng family would do. Zhang Yajuan's extreme preference for sons over daughters was notorious. During his time with the Zheng family, he had relentlessly exploited Xiaoran to support his son. Why did this family of 6 live together? Zhang Yajun would rather be cramped than allow his daughter and son-in-law to reside outside, for if they lived away, how could he maintain control over the family's assets? Now, Zhang Yajun was selling his daughter, which did not surprise Xiaoran in the least. In fact, had it not been for him, Zhang Wan would likely have been the first to be slaughtered and consumed. As it stood, Zhang Wan still possessed some value, but when her business eventually dried up, her fate would likely be sealed. Xiaoran sneered. No matter how wretched the wretch, he felt no sympathy, and if Zhang Wan were to meet her end, who would be next? Lin Meiying, Zhang Yujun, or Zhang Gang? Xiaoran was tempted to place a wager. In the morning, while brushing his teeth and washing his face to the tunes of music, he pondered, were there others in the entire community who could still afford to wash up? Once finished, he planned to have breakfast. He enjoyed a bowl of tofu pudding with 2 fried dough sticks, while the leopard feasted on 2 meat buns. Before he could contemplate his next move, visitors arrived from the basement. Upon checking the surveillance, he noted, Han Yun and Zhang Jingya had come. Chapter 47, Building 2. Su Feng, the building manager, opened the door, allowing the two women to enter. Zhang Jingya appeared somewhat hesitant, but Han Yun was remarkably composed, her charming face adorned with a smile as she inquired, "Are we still going to feast first?" Xiaoran gestured for them to proceed, having already prepared the meal. As the two women began to indulge in the food and drink, he casually asked, "Why didn't you come yesterday?" Han Yun paused momentarily before responding, "I contemplated many things yesterday, even thoughts of ending it all. But upon reflection, it seems utterly unworthy to take such drastic measures for a despicable man." She shook her head, exuding an alluring demeanor. "With my exceptional looks, shouldn't I be relishing the affection of men? From now on, I shall no longer shed tears over any vile man." Indeed, extremes often lead to counterproductive outcomes. Fortunately, in this apocalyptic era, her only means to barter her body for benefits was with Xiaoran. Had it been in the past, well, her superiors at work would have surely succumbed. Xiaoran remained indifferent. He had no desire for Han Yun's affections. An hour later, after the two women departed quietly, aware that food had become exceedingly precious and could invite significant trouble, they made sure not to attract any attention. Xiaoran stretched lazily, contemplating a workout to pass the time. In Building 2, Su Feng, the building manager, was diligently mediating disputes among neighbors following the calamity, earning him considerable respect. On this day, he invited 19 homeowners to his residence. "Everyone, I trust one need not elaborate on the perilous circumstances we find ourselves in," Su Feng proclaimed, a man in his 40s with a square jaw and piercing eyes that seemed. His voice resonated powerfully, prompting nods of agreement from the gathered crowd. "Thus, we must take matters into our own hands. And while the situation is dire, it also presents us with an opportunity." This statement elicited puzzled expressions among the attendees. Su Feng smiled knowingly. "Have you not yet realized that this world has descended into a state of anarchy? If you were to commit murder now, even if others still possessed functioning phones to report it, would the police actually arrive? Once we have sufficient manpower, we can strategize our expansion. I firmly believe that this hailstorm cannot persist indefinitely, and once it subsides, even amidst lingering fog, our familiarity with the surrounding environment will enable us to venture to nearby supermarkets and convenience stores for supplies, and perhaps even invade other communities." Su Feng, sensing the moment was ripe, inquired, "Who among you is willing to join me in this endeavor?" "I am." "Me too. Count me in." All 19 stood, responding with fervor. Su Feng nodded, choosing not to further incite their enthusiasm but rather to speak slowly. "Our first objective is to subdue Xiaoran. Firstly, Xiaoran is brazenly taking lives within our community, having already killed more than one person. Many regard him as a demon, so if we were to take him down, our stature would instantly rise. Secondly, Xiaoran likely possesses a significant amount of resources. Once we subdue him, we should not have to worry about hunger for a considerable time. Thus, we can wait patiently for the hail to cease." However, his words elicited hesitation among the crowd. One person remarked, "Su Feng, many have attempted to target Xiaoran, yet all have met their demise. I hear there are already 20 corpses piled at the entrance of his villa. Indeed, this man is far too ruthless and formidable. We should avoid provoking him," echoed others in agreement, nodding in unison. Su Feng smiled. "No matter how strong Xiaoran may be, he is but one man. Can we not, as a collective, overpower him? Moreover, we can employ stratagems." The crowd's eyes brightened. "What kind of stratagem?" Su Feng smiled, lowering his voice to share his plan. After he concluded, their eyes sparkled with renewed determination, dispelling any prior doubts and fears. Could Xiaoran truly not be subdued? They found it hard to believe. "If there are no objections, let us prepare for action," Su Feng declared decisively. "Agreed." At noon, upon checking, he realized someone was at the basement entrance, expecting perhaps a young woman. He was surprised to find a man, around 50, with an honest demeanor. "Knock, knock, knock." The man began to rap on the door. Xiaoran chose not to answer but instead transmitted his voice through a speaker. "What is it?" The man paused, glancing toward the source of the voice, and hurriedly replied, "I have information to sell you." "What information, and how much do you want?" Xiaoran inquired. The man replied, "Someone is plotting against you. If you provide me with a box of instant noodles and a box of water, I will divulge their specific plan." Xiaoran observed him through surveillance, pondering briefly before. The man responded, "My name is Xiaoran, a resident of room 1902 in building 2. Today, our building manager, Su Feng, summoned us for a meeting, specifically to discuss how to eliminate you." "What is their detailed plan?" Xiaoran pressed. However, Xiaoran did not answer directly, instead asking, "What about my food and water?" Chapter 48. "Traitor, please step back a little," Xiaoran instructed. Xiaoran complied, retreating some distance from the entrance, pondering to himself how exceptionally cautious and meticulous Xiaoran truly was. With a creak, the iron door swung open, revealing 2 bottles of water and 3 packets of instant noodles on the ground. Yet, in the next moment, the door slammed shut once more. How overly cautious is Xiaoran couldn't help but scoff before addressing the door. "Su Feng and the others plan to launch a night raid tonight. They have a welder among them, and this iron door may not withstand the welding torch, you know? Moreover, there are a total of 9 of them. If they surge in armed with knives, can you really hold them off?" After a prolonged silence, just as he began to wonder if Xiaoran had heard him, the latter's voice finally broke through. Join them and if you expect me to act as an informant, you'll have to increase the payment. Agreed. The iron door opened once more, and this time 2 additional packets of instant noodles and 1 more bottle of water were added to the ground. Xiaoran's voice resounded again. Keep an eye on them and report to me constantly. From now on, I will provide you with the same quantity of food and water each day. Deal. Xiaoran ceased his negotiations, gathering the instant noodles and purified water and concealing them within his thick winter clothing. He turned and departed, illuminating his path with the flashlight on his phone. After walking a considerable distance, a few beams of light suddenly pierced through the darkness, and he reciprocated. However, Xiaoran felt no trepidation. Instead, a smile crept across his face. Did that kid take the bait? Su Feng inquired. Xiaoran produced the instant noodles and water, saying, Do you believe that kid has been convinced? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among Su Feng and the others. That kid would never suspect that instead of a traitor among us, we deliberately sent him. What is the situation inside the villa? Xiaoran shook his head. That kid is exceedingly cautious. He didn't even allow me to enter. However, I did take a glance at the thickness of that iron door. It's at least 20 centimeters thick and electrically controlled. Even if there were power, it would be impractical to slice through it with a welding torch, and simply pushing it open would require considerable effort. Gasp. The group gasped in astonishment. A 20-centimeter thick iron door was no trivial matter. The kind typically found in bomb shelters must be around that thickness. Have you turned your home into a fortress? Fortunately, we didn't plan to assault from the basement. Otherwise, it would have been a futile endeavor. Still, we couldn't ascertain the internal layout of the villa. Not an issue. That kid's focus is entirely on the basement. We will proceed with Team 2 will feign an attack from the basement to draw Xiaoran's attention while Team 1 strikes from the surface, catching Xiaoran off guard. Once we breach the villa, how can that kid, all alone, hope to withstand our assault? Su Feng rallied the group, igniting their spirits as they cheered and raised their fists in agreement. Within the villa, Xiaoran chuckled to himself. Did he believe Xiaoran? Not in the slightest, not even a shred of belief. He only trusted himself. He was merely pretending to believe. Indulging Xiaoran's little charade, for an unchanging existence was simply too dull. For instance, they might use a car. Although the windshield would shatter from hail, they could lay a blanket over it in advance. After all, it was just within the neighborhood. Could they not drive at a snail's pace to reach the villa's entrance? At that point, the occupants could emerge from the vehicle, shielding their heads with blankets, thus avoiding hail injuries for a brief while. Then, with a mighty thump, the courtyard gate would swing open, and a similar assault on the villa's main entrance would allow them to burst inside. He chuckled. The feasibility of such a plan hinged on the absence of renovations to his villa. However, the reality was that Xiaoran had invested 80 million in modifications. Even if they brought a bulldozer, he was confident that the villa would withstand the assault rather than be toppled. Human efforts to breach the villa, how absurd! He eagerly anticipated the expressions of those who would fail to break through. Perhaps he would indulge in a nap, as he might be awake late into the night. He attempted to rest, but was soon awakened by the sound of an alarm. Checking his phone, he noticed someone approaching. A woman. She seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, it clicked, the wife of that insufferable man. At the onset of the calamity, when Xiaoran was walking his leopard, he had encountered a group of individuals seeking supplies. Naturally, he had refused, and one particularly obnoxious fellow had derided him about Zhang Jie being a bastard child, which led to a physical altercation. At that time, he had provocatively invited the obnoxious man's wife to come to him if she was ever hungry. And now she had truly come. Xiaoran shook his head. Desperation could strip away all dignity. Wait, Xiaoran noticed another figure in the corridor, the obnoxious man. Not only was he lurking by the door, but he also wielded a stick. Was he planning to ambush him? The moment he opened the door, Xiaoran realized he had misjudged. The adversary was not here to debase themselves for a morsel, but rather to employ seduction as a means to eliminate him. How ruthless! Yet, had this insufferable man forgotten that he had previously left him battered and bruised, with such meager combat prowess? Did he truly believe he could eliminate him? But an ambush that changed the dynamics significantly. Even a champion in combat could fall victim to a surprise strike. The night's grand performance had yet to commence, but a tantalizing appetizer was already in store. Xiaoran made his way to the basement and called out through the door, "Who is it?" "Yes, I understand," Lin Lin replied. "Very well," Xiaoran declared, and with a resounding click, the door swung open. Light and warmth flooded out. Lin Lin glanced at her husband, who nodded at her, indicating that she should enter first, while he would follow closely behind, ready to strike Xiaoran the moment he appeared. Summoning her courage, Lin Lin stepped into the room. The brightness was undeniably alluring, and the warmth was intoxicating. The obnoxious man crouched down, ready to follow, but was taken aback when the iron door suddenly slammed shut. Startled, he reached out to grasp the door handle in a desperate attempt to prevent it from closing. However, the force with which the door closed was far beyond his capacity to resist. With a loud clang, it sealed shut. The obnoxious man stood there, dumbfounded. "I'm still outside." Chapter 49 of The Wall Between. Lin Lin ventured into the basement, turning her head only to be struck dumb. "Where is my husband? Where is he?" At that moment, Xiaoran approached, casually tossing out several packets of instant noodles, a few marinated eggs, and a couple of bottles of mineral water, commanding, "Lean against the door." Instinctively, Lin Lin was about to refuse, but as her gaze fell upon the bountiful food spread across the floor, her protest morphed into silent movements of her lips. She had been starving for several days, otherwise, she would not have dared to follow her husband into such peril. With a smile, Xiaoran extended a roasted chicken leg toward her. "Eat." Without hesitation, she She took a bite, and Xiaoran, ever considerate, handed her a bottle of water gratefully. She took it and drank, the fiery dryness in her throat instantly soothed. Within a mere 10 minutes, she had devoured all. He was acutely aware that the arrogant man wished to eliminate him, yet he refrained from resorting to lethal measures, not out of mercy, but rather to strike at the heart of his adversaries. Killing is always an option, but what significance does it hold if it's executed directly? It is far more impactful to ensure that they live in perpetual regret and humiliation. Xiaoran had the audacity to act in this manner because he possessed ample strength. Were he an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly extinguish any threat in its infancy, yet he could eliminate the arrogant man at any moment. Did the opponent truly believe he could escape this community? In fact, Xiaoran need not lift a finger. Merely offering a morsel of food as a bounty would incite countless eager individuals to play the role of executioner. Human life has become exceedingly cheap. Taking a life is now all too simple. Xiaoran, leveraging the resources at his disposal, could incite a veritable bloodbath with just a minuscule offering within the community. Previously, it was the power of wealth. Now, it is the might of sustenance. He refrained from such actions simply because he wished to prolong their suffering, lest he grow bored. You all must endure a bit longer. At the very least, wait for the hail to cease or the fog to lift. Once that occurs, my focus will shift to gathering energy, and when the opportunity arises to venture out, there will naturally be more interesting individuals to occupy my time, rather than fixating on these neighbors within the community. He awaited the arrival of nightfall that night. Su Feng and his companions set their plan into motion. They split into two teams. One, led by Su Feng, would stage a feint, having successfully misled Xiaoran. The other team faced far greater peril. They hoisted a bed down to the base of the apartment building, covering it with bedding that draped down, shielding most of their bodies. Additionally, a plastic layer was placed in the midst of the bedding to prevent any toxic water from the melting hail from dripping onto them, though visibility outside was limited to about a meter. 10 men stood beneath the bed, lifting it as they moved. Traversing a distance of several hundred meters was absolutely feasible. Su Feng rallied the group once more. Brothers, whether we strike it rich, indulge in some defeat on both fronts. Su Feng and his companions divided their efforts, one group moving overtly while the other operated covertly, both advancing towards the villa where Xiaoran resided. It was certain that the individuals utilizing the basement would arrive first. Equipped with 2 flashlights, they began to examine the iron gate. A sharp knock resonated, producing a dull thud. Wow, he has fortified the basement entrance remarkably, someone exclaimed, and from the tone, it was evident that the iron gate was astonishingly thick. Another chuckled. Could it be that he possessed foresight, anticipating an apocalypse? Su Feng scoffed. He must have watched too many zombie films. While this thick iron door is indeed a deterrent against zombies, what good will it do now, with the only threat being the poisonous hail and the biting cold? If this fellow is genuinely brainwashed by apocalyptic cinema, then Xiaoran smiled faintly and pressed a button on his phone. Suddenly, the entire fire sprinkler system in the corridor activated, showering water down upon them. In truth, Jia Yingui would never have consented to modify the community's fire safety equipment. If discovered, he would face criminal charges. Therefore, Xiaoran had merely constructed an additional fire safety system, which surely posed no issue. And what source of water had Xiaoran tapped for this sprinkler system? Naturally, it was the water transformed from the poisonous hail, albeit diluted. Ah, a chorus of screams erupted in the corridor. This is toxic water. Damn, that guy is ruthless. Run! Su Feng and the others scrambled, escaping from the corridor and the deluge of poisonous water. At last, they managed to flee the corridor, collapsing in exhaustion. Stunned and terrified, Xiaoran had audaciously altered the fire sprinkler system. Cursed property management. Cursed housing. But did that make a difference? What now? They exchanged glances, their mission being to draw Xiaoran's attention below, allowing the ground forces to infiltrate the villa successfully, yet they had become nothing but liabilities, barely drawing any of Xiaoran's focus. Almost none. Su Feng found himself dumbfounded. The situation was entirely beyond his expectations. Xiaoran had toyed with them mercilessly without even making an appearance, and the outcome was far from what he had envisioned. How could he respond? In that moment, he felt overwhelmed. Let's return for umbrellas, he exclaimed, suddenly struck by inspiration. Right. The group hastily made their way back to retrieve umbrellas. Fortunately, the substance they had been showered with was merely diluted toxic hail liquid. Otherwise, the consequences would have been more than just discomfort. They would have been incapacitated for at least half an hour. We also need to change out of these wet clothes. Indeed, or we might freeze to death. They hurried back, and at the same time, the ground forces had reached the front of Xiaoran's villa. Break down the door. With a resounding clang, the heavy iron hammer struck, and the villa's gate was easily smashed open, invigorating the group as they pressed forward. They arrived at a window, raising the hammer to strike. Bang! A loud echo resounded, jarring the arms of the wielder and causing the heavy hammer to drop, landing painfully on his foot, eliciting instant tears. What was happening? The group shone their flashlights and were immediately taken aback. Where was the window? What window? This was clearly a steel plate. Disbelieving, some even reached out to touch what should have been a window, only to find that a thick steel plate had replaced it, thus explaining why the hammer strike. Could they even break through? Impossible. What now? What can we do? Retreat. Shouldn't we try the front door? Are you foolish? If they've sealed the windows with steel plates, do you think the front door will lack protection? Quickly, retreat. I'm struggling to hold this heavy bed. Me too, and it's wet and cold outside. I can feel the toxic water seeping in. We need to go back. Our defenses cannot hold out here for long. Let us regroup. Yet, whether they could see him or not, they had to escape, otherwise, they would not last. Boom, suddenly, the bed shook violently, nearly causing them to topple over. What was happening? Bang, another muffled thud followed, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects colliding, reminiscent of stones striking. What was going on is squeak, 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 yet the bed groaned under the weight. What? Boom. Before they could process what had occurred, the bed collapsed spectacularly, trapping them beneath its weight and triggering a cacophony of screams. The men struggled to escape, only to be horrified to find the bed was impossibly heavy, rendering them unable to break free. In that moment, they finally saw clearly the bed was piled high with stones, resembling a small mountain. No wonder it had crushed the bed, no wonder 10 strong men were helpless beneath it. The hail continued to pelt down, though the hailstones were smaller than those from a few days prior. Each one still stung painfully upon impact, and more importantly, the hail was toxic. When it struck the skin, toxins would seep into the body, causing a burning agony. Ah, the cries of the 10 men echoed, as if they had descended into hell itself. Chapter 51. The bounty on the elusive Xiaoran closed the window, his voice raised to an almost jarring pitch. Of course, it was he who had crushed the makeshift shields of those men with stones, iron blocks, and rebar, none of which he had been short of. Woof, the leopard growled low, baring its teeth, exuding a ferocity that was palpable. If Xiaoran were to open the door at that moment, it would undoubtedly charge out without hesitation. However, Xiaoran had no intention of opening the door. Outside, the 10 men were merely awaiting their doom, to be pelted to death by hail or crushed under heavy objects, or perhaps poisoned first, though, thus, what was there to deliberate upon with those whose fates were already sealed? A faint smile graced Xiaoran's lips as he stepped out with the leopard. In the underground garage, the leopard's keen nose detected the scent of humans from quite a distance, which proved remarkably effective in the shadowy depths. Of course, should the intruders wield flashlights, they would only betray their positions further. Xiaoran made some arrangements, securing several flashlights in various locations. Though these devices lacked advanced technology, they were equipped with infrared remote controls. With the press of a button, they would illuminate and extinguish simultaneously. He turned off the lights and waited in silence with the leopard. Soon enough, Su Feng and his companions returned. Climbing the stairs took time, and they had to change clothes, nearly transforming their outfits entirely, which inevitably slowed them down. The beams of the flashlights danced as Su Feng and the others drew closer. It was nearly time. Xiaoran pressed the button, and instantly, 7 high-powered flashlights burst into light, casting their glare upon Su Feng and his associates. Although they too possessed flashlights, they were not aimed at themselves, and the sudden blinding illumination from 7 powerful sources left them bewildered, instinctively shielding their eyes. In that moment, panic ensued. Xiaoran emerged calmly with the leopard, his demeanor exuding an air of unshakable composure. A shaft of light fell upon him from behind, casting a long shadow that rendered him both towering and imposing. A meticulously orchestrated. Xiaoran, Su Feng and the others gasped in astonishment, their fear palpable. After all, too many had sought to deal with Xiaoran thus far, and what had been the outcome? Just look at the pile of corpses at the entrance of his villa. It was almost a small mountain. Do not dare to suggest these individuals had ventured there to meet their end of their own volition. So, why did Xiaoran, an ostensibly ordinary man, possess such formidable combat prowess? This enigma bred intense fear among them. Xiaoran smiled faintly, retrieving a gun from his pocket, a realistic replica, complete with a silencer. He aimed it at Su Feng. Kneel, he said coolly. A gun, fear flickered across the faces of the crowd, and understanding dawned upon them. No wonder so many had fallen to Xiaoran. It was because he wielded a firearm. How could one remain so composed in the face of such a threat? Once they comprehended the gravity of the situation, they began to tremble again. Su Feng was about to kneel when he suddenly halted, exclaiming, "Almost fooled me. You're not a police officer, and firearms are banned in Huashe. I don't believe you could acquire a gun. Those before were merely frightened by your fake one and ended up making foolish mistakes." His analysis seemed entirely reasonable. However, Xiaoran smiled faintly, slightly adjusting the gun's aim before pulling the trigger. Click. Without a sound, one man collapsed, his body hitting the ground with a thud that echoed ominously. Thump, he was dead, a gaping wound in his forehead, his eyes wide open as if questioning, "Why me, when I never claimed disbelief?" Instantly, the others trembled uncontrollably. A real gun, it was indeed a real gun. Su Feng dropped to his knees immediately. A true man can bend and yield, as long as he can preserve his life, opportunities for revenge will arise. Xiaoran grinned, a replica gun paired with real bullets from an alternate space. Who could possibly remain unafraid? "Do you wish to live?" he inquired. "Yes," Su Feng replied hastily. "Alas, I am not inclined to grant you that opportunity," Xiaoran declared, his finger tightening on the trigger as the bullet from the alternate space flew forth. Su Feng, realizing the peril, scrambled to escape, but how could a human outrun a bullet? Furthermore, Xiaoran had deliberately set up 7 flashlights for illumination, leaving Su Feng with no chance to evade through the darkness. After that single shot, the others fled in terror. Xiaoran had no intention of letting them escape. As long as they plunged into the shadows, they might preserve their lives, yet, bullets continued to soar from the alternate space, pursuing the fleeing figures. Thump, 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 one by one, they fell, yet, some managed to vanish into the darkness. It was Xiaoran. However, the leopard had already given chase. Xiaoran's scream echoed, accompanied by the pained growl of the leopard. "Leopard, come back," Xiaoran called out loudly. The life of the leopard was far more precious than that of Xiaoran. Before long, the leopard returned, a noticeable wound on its left ear, yet it wore a look of triumph, having bitten Xiaoran. "Well done, leopard," Xiaoran praised. "Let us return and tend to your injury." As for Xiaoran, there was no need to pursue him, but would he let this man go unpunished? Absolutely not, Xiaoran chuckled coldly, returning to the villa. He first attended to the leopard's wound, then sent a message in the group, a bounty on Xiaoran. Whoever killed him and sent a photo in the group could come to Xiaoran to claim 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water. Under heavy rewards, there will surely be brave souls. With this bounty issued, Xiaoran would undoubtedly become paranoid, unable to trust anyone. Within days, he would surely be found and eliminated. As for how many would perish in the process of killing Xiaoran, Xiaoran was indifferent. What concern was it of his? Did he think he couldn't afford such a small price for instant noodles and water? Xiaoran took a bath and lay down to sleep. In no time, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, utterly at ease. After all, he had transformed this villa with an investment of 80 million. If it could not offer him a sense of security, it would truly be a waste. However, while he slept soundly, the entire community was abuzz due to the bounty he had set. 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water, not mere packets and bottles, but boxes. How long could one sustain themselves with such a reward? Natural disasters cannot last indefinitely. The longer one endures, the greater the chances of surviving the catastrophe. Indeed, many had fallen asleep, while some had their phones die, missing Xiaoran's bounty announcement. Yet, numerous others, fully armed, emerged from their homes, embarking on a hunt. And now, what did 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water signify? They were worth more than the previous 10 million. The crucial point was, even if it required killing someone who would come to apprehend them, social order had long since collapsed. Chapter 52. The charlatan Xiaoran awoke from his slumbered. It was the 8th day of the apocalypse. He leisurely proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face before commencing his breakfast. Only at this juncture did he pick up his phone to peruse its contents. To his astonishment, Xiaoran had been discovered and met with a gruesome fate. His throat had been slit. Someone in the group had tagged him and posted a photograph. How swift! He surmised that Xiaoran must have been in hiding for several days. Xiaoran then replied in the group, "Add me as a friend, you may claim your reward at your convenience, the timing is yours to dictate." Shortly thereafter, he received a friend request, which he chose to accept. The other party stated, "I will come by at 3 this afternoon, please leave the items at the doorstep." Understood, Xiaoran responded. Upon reviewing the individual's profile, he discovered it belonged to Sun Jihao from Building 2. Considering that Xiaoran was also from Building 2, it was likely that Sun Jihao was acquainted with him, enabling him to deceive Xiaoran into opening the door and subsequently ending his life with alarming ease. He was indifferent to the particulars. The fact remained that Xiaoran was dead. As for instant noodles and water, should he desire, he could easily inundate the entire complex with instant noodles or drown it in clean water. Such was his audacity. Building 3 stood in stark contrast to the disarray of the other buildings, having achieved a state of unity, entirely obedient to the commands of a single individual. Yet, he was not the building leader, but rather a man named Zhang Kuan, aged 51, was a full-time missionary. Originally, his business had not flourished, as the populace's approach to deities was one of eclecticism, worshipping whichever spirit they fancied, without a particular preference for any one god. However, following the cataclysm, his enterprise flourished unexpectedly. Such an uncanny disaster easily conjured associations with divine forces, and Zhang Kuan seized the opportunity to proclaim it as a test from the heavens, meant to cleanse humanity of its sins. Only those who truly believed in the Lord could navigate the impending trials. Through his rhetoric, he had effectively indoctrinated the entire population of Building 3. Surely, there must be some who remained unconvinced? The doctrine stated that those who did not believe in him were heretics, deserving of execution by fire. While he would not resort to such barbarity at present, Zhang Kuan led the charge in eliminating these heretics. Thus, only one voice, despite wielding immense power, with all 112 households and 407 individuals fervently devoted to him, Zhang Kuan faced considerable challenges. The people believed in him, not out of a sense of salvation, but rather in the hope of survival. The pressing issue at hand, food and water. He needed to resolve the dilemma of survival. Otherwise, while his followers might kneel before him today, they could very well turn him into a stew by tomorrow. What to do? His initial instinct was, of course, to seize the supplies held by Xiaoran. However, Su Feng and his companions had already demonstrated with their lives that attempting to snatch food from a tiger's mouth would only result in being crushed. Thus, only 2 paths remained available. The first was deception. If he could persuade Xiaoran to embrace his beliefs, he could effortlessly acquire all of Xiaoran's resources. You offer everything to the Lord. Is that not the least you could do? The second option was negotiation, provide Xiaoran with what he needed, thereby securing the desired supplies. After considerable contemplation, Zhang Kuan dialed Xiaoran's number. The power had been cut, so even if the base stations were still operational, how much longer could they hold out? In a couple of days, he would likely have to resort to standing at Xiaoran's doorstep to communicate. "Hello, Xiaoran, I am Zhang Kuan, the representative of Building 3, Zhang Kuan proclaimed. Moreover, I am the Lord's representative on earth. Anyone who believes in the Lord can find salvation through me." A charlatan indeed, Xiaoran recalled the information regarding this individual. There was indeed such a person, exploiting the apocalypse to fervently propagate the idea of deities and divine retribution, asserting that the calamity was a consequence of the God's displeasure with humanity. Only the devout would survive, while those who did not believe in the Lord would be eradicated. However, Xiaoran was aware that this man had only 2 days left to live, and thus he was not particularly familiar with him or his cult. In his previous life, there had been no interaction with Zhang Kuan, but this time around, it was different. "Is there something you need?" Xiaoran inquired coolly. Zhang Kuan responded, "Sinner, you are but a lost lamb." Stop, Xiaoran interrupted, "Get to the point, or I shall hang up. Do you not realize how precious electricity is at present? Chapter 53. A bounty. Once more Zhang Kuan appeared somewhat embarrassed. Naturally, he was acutely aware of how precious electricity had become. How many people's If it weren't for the valuable supplies in your possession, do you think I would be seeking you out? Zhang Kuan took a deep breath. Before the disaster, he had attempted to persuade many to join the faith, and he had been rejected countless times, which had cultivated a commendable patience within him. He spoke with remarkable calmness. I wish to purchase some supplies. Everyone in our building is in dire need, and I hope you can oblige. Xiaoran chuckled lightly. Don't you think it would be more prudent to pray to your deity for the provision of supplies? Damn. Even as a clergyman, Zhang Kuan felt an urge to curse. If the Lord could indeed provide sustenance, then who would need to toil for a living? This was merely a matter of faith. Do you understand faith? Bah, you faithless cur! Zhang Kuan silently scorned Xiaoran, while verbally he stated, I know you have a fondness for women, and our church has 2 female congregants willing to make sacrifices, available to fulfill your desires daily. In exchange, you would provide us with 2 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food, along with 2 cases of water. How does that sound? Xiaoran burst into laughter. After a prolonged fit of amusement, Zhang Kuan could no longer restrain himself. Have you finished laughing? Only then did Xiaoran cease, remarking, firstly, are you a church or a brothel? Secondly, if you're engaging in such transactions, you ought to be well acquainted with the going rates. Currently, a single night S company is only worth 1 pack of instant noodles, with water charged separately. Are your 2 female supplicants adorned with diamonds, or are they celestial beauties, demanding a box of water and noodles each? In the community, Han Yun was likely the most desirable option, yet Xiaoran only allowed her a hearty meal along with 3 to 4 packs of instant noodles and some water. Your demands are simply outrageous. Zhang Kuan's face flushed with indignation. He genuinely was unaware of the market rates, which made him the target of Xiaoran's ridicule. Suppressing his ire, he replied, our building is home to many, necessitating at least 2 boxes of instant noodles and water daily. How about this? How many more women do you require? I shall rally some to see if anyone is willing to make a sacrifice. Stop with the sacrifice nonsense. It makes you sound so noble. You're merely peddling and playing the pimp, yet you present yourself as some sort of savior? Xiaoran replied languidly, I am not in need of women, so you need not trouble yourself. However, since you keep speaking of sacrifices, here is my proposition. Find 3 men willing to take your backside and send me the video, and I shall grant you a box of instant noodles. I speak with conviction. How easy it is for you to demand sacrifices from others, but when it comes to your own turn. Zhang Kuan was momentarily rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, he managed to say, you dare to insult a messenger of the divine? Xiaoran chuckled, aren't you all followers of the divine? Is there a hierarchy among you? Others may sacrifice, but you cannot? I lay it out plainly. If you wish to eat, you may find 3 individuals to take turns, and don't forget to film it. With that, he ended the call. There are always those who, upon acquiring a modicum of power, believe themselves to be exalted and exceptional. In reality, is Zhang Kuan dissatisfied? Let him remain so, they are but a rabble. Do they truly believe that joining the church guarantees unwavering loyalty? Impossible. There is an old saying in Huaxia, clutching at the Buddha's feet in times of need, meaning that in times of crisis, one might temporarily place their faith in you, but if you cannot assist, then farewell to you. Let us see whether your followers truly worship the divine or merely the sustenance that ensures their survival. Xiaoran posted in the group, any individual who can compromise Zhang Kuan from building 3 shall be rewarded with 10 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of any supplies. Ha! Would 10 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent food and water be enough to entice a brave warrior to step forward and take down Zhang Kuan? Absolutely. Dare to threaten me, I need not lift a finger. Simply issuing a bounty will suffice to make you squirm. With a smile, Xiaoran dismissed thoughts of Kuan. Later that afternoon, he placed the promised food and water at the entrance and monitored the situation via surveillance. Around 3 o'clock, a man approached. He appeared to be in his 30s, robustly built, with a somewhat intimidating appearance, tattoos gracing his neck and a scar marring his face, the type to frighten children in broad daylight. He wielded a flashlight and, upon seeing the supplies laid out, grinned and began to collect them. But he was strong, lifting the supplies with ease. Xiaoran watched him exit the corridor and enter the underground garage, but once he stepped beyond the camera's view, he could. I wonder if anyone will attempt to rob the Sun Jiao, Xiaoran mused, but he was merely curious, not particularly invested, and shook his head, dismissing the thought. At Building 7, in front of door 902, there came a knock. The homeowner, Song Fei, peered through the peephole and saw a remarkably beautiful and youthful woman standing at the door, her face a mask of fear, clutching her arms as if she were freezing. It was no surprise, she wore only a thin sweater, and in such frigid temperatures, how could she not be cold? Yet, this also revealed her voluptuous figure, her rounded bosom forming an enticing silhouette that made him swallow hard. Is anyone there? The woman's voice trembled. Please, I'm thirsty, hungry, and cold. Will you take me in? I promise to obey you. Unable to resist, Song Fei unlocked the door with a click. Beautiful lady. Suddenly, the delicate facade shattered as the woman's eyes hardened. With a swift motion, a gleaming dagger appeared in her hand, and with a single slash, she cut open Song Fei's throat, blood gushing forth. Ha! Song Fei could no longer utter a word, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at the cold-blooded woman before him. He reached out a hand, seemingly attempting to grasp her and demand an explanation for her brutal act, only to be disdainfully swatted away. Thud, Song Fei fell to the ground, blood pooling rapidly around him. Hearing the commotion, his wife emerged from the back room. Honey, what is happening? Before she could finish her sentence, she beheld her husband sprawled in a pool of blood, unleashing a piercing scream. But before the scream could fully escape her lips, the woman lunged forward, swiftly locking her throat. Song Fei's wife struggled desperately, but it was futile. She could only flail her limbs helplessly until, with a final gasp, she succumbed. The assassin released her grip. Despite having just taken 2 lives, her expression remained unchanged. For she was, indeed, a seasoned assassin. Chapter 54. Targeting Xiaoran. The assassin wielded a knife against Song Fei, primarily because he was male, while she, a woman, faced a disadvantage in strength. To ensure the swift elimination of her target, she opted for a blade. In contrast, when dealing with women, she preferred to employ a chokehold, leading to suffocation, as she was confident in her ability to dispatch them without the violent spillage of blood, which would inevitably stain her. Where could she possibly wash away the evidence? Hence, she resorted to a more physically demanding method. Damn this natural disaster, the female assassin muttered under her breath as she rummaged through the house. Her search served 2 purposes: to locate sustenance and to identify any potential survivors. After donning winter clothing that concealed her voluptuous figure, she unearthed the last remnants of food in Song Fei's home and began to consume them slowly. Her name was Chikai Sakurika. Indeed, she was a foreigner, and her profession was that of an assassin, fluent in 5 languages, an expert in disguise, and proficient in combat techniques. She had come to Sioux City on a mission to eliminate a man, as she exclusively accepted contracts targeting males, leveraging her captivating beauty as an inherent advantage. Yet, just as she settled into her rented accommodation, her plans were thwarted by an unforeseen calamity. Although she was a professional killer, she was not an expert in survival, and found herself momentarily flabbergasted by the circumstances. With no other recourse, she returned to her primary vocation, murder. By eliminating someone, she could claim their possessions. As she scrolled through Song Fei's phone, she noted that it was the last device with a dwindling battery. Ah, this person named Xiaoran seems to possess a wealth of resources. Chikai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Killing the 2 individuals here would yield only a day's worth of provisions, but a mere bounty placed on Xiaoran's head could amount to boxes of food and water. She licked her lips, her gaze intense. This man is a lecher, preying on women throughout the neighborhood? A cold smile crept across her face. Taking him down will be child's play. However, she also noticed the palpable fear that the residents held towards Xiaoran. He was rumored to be armed. Chikai felt a shiver run down her spine. Despite her expertise in various assassination techniques, if he was within 7 paces, his firearm would surely outpace her efforts. And within that distance, his aim and speed would be lethal. The cinematic portrayals of disarming an opponent or dodging bullets were nothing but fabrications unless the gunman was a novice. A firearm complicates matters. Chikai hesitated slightly, yet her confidence quickly returned as she smiled brightly. Nevertheless, this man's lust will work to my advantage. A mere display of charm could easily lead him to let his guard down, allowing me to strike. She commenced her preparations, slipping a dagger into her boot. She shed her outer coat and, glancing in the mirror, reveled in the alluring curves that would undoubtedly captivate any man. With resolve, she donned her winter attire once more and made her way to the underground parking garage. Utilizing her phone's light, she walked until she arrived beneath Xiaoran's villa. The illumination revealed bodies caught between vehicles, eliciting a gasp from her. Gunshot wounds. A chill coursed through her, her complexion paled. As a trained assassin, she was well acquainted with the marks left by bullets, and these were Given that firearms were prohibited in China, she had only managed to smuggle in a dagger after her arrival. So, where had Xiaoran acquired such weaponry, especially a rifle? Was he perhaps a former soldier? But surely soldiers could not take their firearms home. Chikai found herself momentarily disoriented, contemplating whether it was wise to provoke this enigmatic individual, especially with so many corpses littering the ground outside. Yet, she remembered her own advantage, her beauty. What was Xiaoran's vulnerability? His insatiable desire. I can undoubtedly succeed. If I accomplish this task, it will afford me a prolonged period of comfort. She resolved to take the risk. With newfound determination, Chikai stepped into the passageway, discarding her coat despite the biting cold, enduring the chill as she illuminated her face with her phone, ensuring that Xiaoran would recognize her as a stunning beauty. She rapped insistently on the iron door. It was indeed formidable. With her expertise, she could ascertain that this door would withstand even a significant amount of C4 explosives. Its security surpassed that of most bank vaults. She awaited Xiaoran's appearance. At that moment, Xiaoran had also noticed Chikai Sakurika. Which unit does she belong to? While he could not possibly recognize every resident in the complex, such striking beauty would not go unnoticed, and he couldn't help but express his surprise. Xiaoran glanced at the surveillance footage, confirming she was alone, and opened the iron door. Once she stepped inside, he secured the entrance once more. The door operated via remote control and biometric fingerprint access, rendering any unauthorized individuals helplessly stranded outside. As the door closed, Chikai felt a tightening in her chest. She had mentally labeled Xiaoran as a potential ex-soldier, a sharpshooter, and a combat expert, and now she had to face such a formidable opponent alone, which was undeniably nerve-wracking. However, it was pleasantly warm inside. To accentuate her figure and enhance her allure, she deliberately removed her winter clothing, which had previously left her shivering, now rendering her impervious to the cold. There was heating, splendid, her desire to claim this space intensified. There was even illumination. Her heart raced, but she maintained an expression of bashful allure, inquiring, "Where are you?" "Right here," Xiaoran. His urgency was unexpected. Xiaoran chuckled softly. He was not driven by lust but rather suspicion, keen to ascertain whether she bore any hidden weapons. After all, no one else had been foolish enough to deliberately shed their outerwear at the entrance. She was the first and only one. Considering the frigid temperature well below zero, while she could not succumb to frostbite in a short period, her sheer determination was enough to raise Xiaoran's wariness. One had to wonder, how many could endure such cold to remove their outer garments? The moment the chill hit, most would recoil, yet she had done so. While Xiaoran could interpret this as a mere attempt to flaunt her physique, he questioned whether it was truly necessary. When someone possessed an uncommon level of resilience, it warranted attention and caution. Had Chikisaka Rika realized that her cleverness had inadvertently put her at a disadvantage, she would undoubtedly have refrained from discarding her coat. Chapter 55 of The Female Assassin and Lu Bingcheng. Chikisaka Riri hesitated momentarily, but with her entrance already made, could she really afford to back out now? She gritted her teeth and began to remove her garments, albeit at a... Fortunately, the dagger lay concealed within her boot, she thought to herself. Gradually, she stripped down until only her undergarments remained. Is this sufficient? She inquired. Xiaoran chuckled softly. Do you still wear undergarments while bathing? Is there even a place here to bathe? Chikisaka Riri retorted, astonished. Indeed, Xiaoran replied with a nonchalant grunt. Faced with the tantalizing prospect of a bath, Chikisaka Riri ultimately succumbed. She stepped into the bathroom where warm water cascaded from the shower head. Tentatively, she extended her fingertips to test the water, and upon confirming its safety, her excitement surged. Yet, a wave of dread washed over her. Others struggled even to quench their thirst, embroiled in conflict, and here she was indulging in the luxury of a hot shower. How absurd! How could this be possible? Nevertheless, she chose to set aside her concerns and surrendered herself to the exquisite sensation of the warm water. 8 days without bathing, even in the frigid temperatures that rendered perspiration nearly impossible, her profession inevitably left. Finally, she could relish a thorough cleansing. In this moment, her resolve to seize control of this situation solidified. But what of Xiaoran? She suddenly jolted, realizing that in her astonishment, she had neglected to monitor his movements for quite some time. What was he up to? Chikisaka Riri dared not underestimate Xiaoran, and just then, a man entered the bathroom. How dare you come in here? She exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and fury overtaking her. Xiaoran merely laughed. Did you not come here willingly? Now she feigned modesty? I must admit, I did not expect you to be of mixed heritage, he remarked, observing how the water transformed her once jet-black hair into a golden hue. Chikisaka Riri recognized the futility of her attempts to conceal the truth and promptly removed her colored contacts, revealing a pair of azure eyes. Indeed, my father is an American, she declared with pride. Is that truly something to be proud of? Xiaoran mused, irritation evident in his tone as he advanced toward her. Chikisaka Riri retaliated without hesitation. Her fury had reached its limit, and she was determined to eliminate this man from Huaxia. Despite being unarmed, her skills in hand-to-hand combat as a professional assassin were formidable. However, her opponent was no ordinary individual. Since his rebirth, Xiaoran's physique seemed almost enhanced, exhibiting unparalleled strength at the pinnacle of world standards. Though Chikisaka Riri was no pushover, she fell significantly short of the elite. Thus, the outcome of their unarmed confrontation was inevitable. She suffered a crushing defeat. As she gasped for breath, she seethed. Will you not move aside? Xiaoran replied coolly, your muscles are quite well defined, and your combat techniques were commendable. My dear, who exactly are you? Chikisaka Riri felt a twinge of uncertainty and answered, I am merely a combat enthusiast. Is that so wrong? Not at all, Xiaoran chuckled, his hands encircling her neck with a possessive grip, causing her to shudder involuntarily. However, I discovered a dagger concealed within your boot. Xiaoran's voice rang out. Realizing her precarious situation, Chikisaka Riri instinctively attempted to move, but the grip on her neck tightened severely. Struggling to breathe, she gasped and fought back, attempting to kick at Xiaoran, yet her efforts were futile. The world around her blurred, and the lack of oxygen became unbearable. Just as she felt herself slipping away, Xiaoran abruptly released her. What is your true identity? He inquired, his voice echoing coldly like a distant thunderclap. For someone intent on taking his life, Xiaoran showed no mercy. Chikisaka Riri's will began to crumble at the precipice of death, and she hastily confessed, my real name is Chikisaka Riri. I hail from the Little Sun Country. My father is American, a professional assassin. I came to Huaxia to eliminate someone named Lu Bingcheng, not you. Panic coursed through her as she feared for her life. So, she was from the Little Sun Country. No wonder she boasted about her American lineage, as the United States was indeed the fatherland of her origins. Lu Bingcheng, the name sounded vaguely familiar. Xiaoran pondered, and an ah escaped his lips. Lu Bingcheng was a renowned entrepreneur in Sioux City, reputedly a son-in-law who had seemingly followed the script of a protagonist in a light novel, effortlessly transforming his wife's small factory into a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Hanyuan Real Estate, one of the top 10 private enterprises in Sioux City, but who would hire an assassin to murder a celebrity entrepreneur? Whatever the case, it was of no concern to him. The scent of women from the Little Sun Country is quite pleasant. Should I find myself in Tokyo, I shall seek out a few more to indulge with, Xiaoran remarked, a glint of murderous intent returning to his eyes. His primary goal was to ascertain whether Chikisaka Riri had come specifically to kill him and if she had any accomplices. Now that he had clarified the situation, what was there left to hesitate about? Keeping an assassin in close proximity, she was no mere Little Sun Country girl, a treacherous opportunist, even if she were a compatriot. Xiaoran would not take that risk. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Chikaisaka Riri quickly pleaded, "Please, do not kill me. I am still a virgin, truly, that was my first time." Could her virginity grant her clemency? She sought to take his life, and he might spare her simply because she was untouched. Xiaoran's heart was as hard as stone, he would never harbor a shred of pity for an enemy. What did it matter if she was beautiful? If her existence posed a threat to his life, he would erase her without hesitation. Xiaoran seized Chikaisaka Riri, pushing her forcefully, and she stumbled backward, only to vanish suddenly, as if she had fallen into another dimension. Surely, she was doomed. Who would hire a little Sun Country assassin to commit murder domestically? Xiaoran mused, curiosity piqued, yet he knew this would remain an unsolved mystery. He disposed of the items left behind by Chikaisaka Riri. After all, there was no reason to feel sympathy for an assassin once everything was in order. He ascended to the upper floors just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he contemplated for a moment before answering. Hello. Greetings, Mr. Xiao, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Bingcheng. Chapter 56, the CEO who sells his wife Xiaoran was taken aback. He now harbored grave suspicions that Akai Sakurai and this Lu Bingcheng were accomplices. Otherwise, how could one have just arrived while the other was already making a call? Hello, Mr. Xiao, are you still there? Lu Bingcheng inquired. Noticing Xiaoran's prolonged silence, Xiaoran chuckled, I'm here. I am not certain if you are aware of my identity, so allow me to introduce myself. Lu Bingcheng continued. Mr. Xiao, have you heard of Hongyuan Real Estate? I am aware, you are the CEO of Hongyuan Real Estate, Xiaoran interjected, wishing to prevent Lu Bingcheng from rambling on. Lu Bingcheng smiled. It's good that you know. I have a proposition. If Mr. Xiao is willing to relinquish the villa or allow us to reside in it, then once the natural disaster has passed, I, Lu, would willingly offer half of my shares in return. Ah, what audacity. This was undoubtedly wealth measured in billions. Unfortunately, Xiaoran shook his head. There is no need for Mr. Lu to paint me grand illusions. As for this calamity, let us not even discuss when it will end. Even if it were to conclude swiftly, how many lives would be lost? Under such devastation, what value does Mr. Lu believe your stocks will retain? Even if the disaster were to cease shortly, the real estate industry, being among the hardest hit, would be significantly affected, possibly even collapsing entirely. Thus, Lu Bingcheng's stocks, while not entirely worthless, would be far from valuable. The crux of the matter was that even if the hail ceased and the fog lifted, the plants outside would be dead, leading to the dread of famine, where food and clean water would be the most scarce and sought-after resources. Money, what use would it serve? Lu Bingcheng seemed momentarily at a loss for words, and after a pause, he said, all right, let us not speak of money. I've heard you have a fondness for beautiful women. I happen to have one here for you to peruse, to see if she meets your standards. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoran received a multimedia message containing several candid photographs. The subject was a stunning young woman, no older than her early 20s, possessing not only beauty but an air of innocence, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and eyes reminiscent of clear waters. Her height was indiscernible from the images, but her figure was undoubtedly well proportioned, with a waist delicate enough to be grasped by a single hand, complemented by generous curves, marking her as a true gem. I'll gift you this woman. What can you offer me in exchange for sufficient food and water? Lu Bingcheng asked in a low tone. Xiaoran chuckled softly. Mr. Lu, aren't you in the real estate business? When did you become a trafficker of human lives? His tone had taken on a decidedly unfriendly note. Even if he were to engage in business, he preferred direct dealings rather than through intermediaries. After a moment of silence, Lu Bingcheng said, allow me to share a story. Does Mr. Xiao have the time to listen? Xiaoran replied with a smile. It is a rare occasion to hear a story from someone of your stature, Mr. Lu, please, proceed. Lu Bingcheng began. I was born into poverty, yet I studied diligently and gained admission to a prestigious university. With decent looks, I soon married my wife after graduation. However, my wife came from a well-off family, making me the son-in-law, Mr. Xiao, as a fellow son-in-law, you might understand the struggles we face. No, Xiaoran chuckled inwardly. Lu Bingcheng's circumstances were undoubtedly 100 times more favorable than his own as a son-in-law. Lu Bingcheng continued, however, my wife's health has been somewhat fragile, and after years of marriage, we have yet to conceive. That I was reluctant to hand over my hard-earned success to the parasites of her family, so I sought out another woman to bear me a son. My wife's family possesses considerable influence, thus I placed the child in this community, visiting only once a month. Coincidentally, the disaster struck on June 1. I had arrived early. Xiaoran suddenly realized why a hitman had set his sights on Lu Bingcheng. You have fathered an illegitimate child and would undoubtedly seek to transfer your assets to him, but would your wife's family acquiesce? When hundreds of billions are at stake, what is a hitman's life worth? Lu Bingcheng's demise would mean that Hongyuan Real Estate would naturally revert to his wife's family, even if it meant eliminating the illegitimate child. Wait, Xiaoran's eyes widened. The woman in the photographs you just sent me, is she your mistress? Lu Bingcheng openly admitted. Indeed, she is my mistress, though my age is sufficient to be her father. I chose her for her beauty and as a top student from a prestigious university, thereby ensuring my son inherits the finest genes. I do not conceal these matters from you. I merely wish to convey that all my actions are driven by the desire to ensure my son's survival. For my son, I would forsake everything, yet equally, for him, I am prepared to risk it all. The final statement was unmistakably a threat. Xiaoran smiled lightly. Is Mr. Lu declaring war against me? It is worth noting that you should be grateful to me. I have just dealt with a hitman. However, with the disaster at hand, it is likely that Akai Sakura has lost interest in continuing her mission, right? Regardless, I did not act on your behalf. Lu Bingqing pondered for a moment and replied, Xiao, after all, Mr. Xiao's recent accomplishments are quite impressive. I still hope you will consider my proposition. I can offer you my woman, and in return, you simply need to provide my son with adequate food and water. Xiaoran could entertain the idea of trading for a woman, but Lu Bingqing's condescending demeanor, presenting himself as a benevolent father figure while behaving no differently than those seeking to usurp his resources, was in. What if I decline? He asked coolly. It would be best if you acquiesced. Lu Bingqing replied casually. I have brought along 2 bodyguards, both of whom were mercenaries. One can easily take down 4 or 5 grown men unarmed, and with weapons. Therefore, Mr. Xiao would do well to accept my proposal, ensuring a mutually beneficial outcome. Xiaoran smiled faintly. The proposal is intriguing, but do refrain from bringing it up again. Goodbye. He promptly hung up the phone. Using one's woman as a commodity for trade evoked an instinctive revulsion in Xiaoran towards Lu Bingqing. Perhaps Lu Bingqing was a formidable figure, but he was certainly not to Xiaoran's liking. No, Xiaoran picked up his phone and began issuing a bounty, this time targeting Lu Bingqing. This individual should pose a far greater threat than Zhang Kuan, given his status as a CEO, possessing the ability to persuade many with his earlier rhetoric, far more potent than Zhang Kuan's charlatanism. Bounty for a life named Lu Bingqing, CEO of Hanyuan Real Estate, currently located in our community, accompanied by at least 2 bodyguards. I do not care how many people are involved, as long as Lu Bingqing is killed, I shall reward 20 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent supplies. He uploaded several photos of Lu Bingqing online and shared them in the group. Chapter 57 Lu Mei's advisory. Lu Bingqing gradually ended the call. President Lu? The 4 bodyguards simultaneously cast their gazes upon him. Lu Bingqing had lied. He had not merely 2 bodyguards, but rather 4. He placed his phone upon the table, his brow furrowed, and glanced at a beautiful woman nearby. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, cradling a 3 or 4-year-old boy who was soundly asleep in her arms. He declined, Lu Bingqing stated flatly. The enchanting woman, still cradling the child and soothing him gently, remarked, Did you not say he was lecherous? How could he possibly reject such enticing terms? Lu Bingqing, while your combat prowess certainly surpasses that of the average individual, when it comes to sheer strength, you are merely twice that of a normal person. Do you truly believe that the 4 of you could breach the door? That is utterly impossible. The beautiful woman interjected, Then I shall entice him to open the door. Lu Bingqing shook his head once more. That young man's villa has undoubtedly been fortified. If it were mine, after investing such a substantial amount in renovations, would I not install surveillance cameras? Although the power is currently out, I could easily procure a generator, utilizing diesel or gasoline, sustaining I ask you, if you were to lie in ambush at someone's doorstep, only to be drenched in poison, how would you resolve that predicament? The 4 bodyguards were rendered speechless. When it came to brawling or even killing, they were professionals. However, engaging in such strategic thinking was far beyond their expertise. What shall we do then? Lu Bingqing shook his head. Why do you all? While he may possess an abundance of supplies, the current situation is far from manageable. We should redirect our focus to others, for instance, by establishing dominance over the entire neighborhood. In due time, we could send someone to excavate the walls. Surely, we can unearth that young man. The other's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Indeed, with so many households in the neighborhood, why must they contend solely with Xiaoran? Was the food from other families not food? Was the clean water not clean water? When it came to intellect, they had Lu Bingqing. Regarding martial prowess, each of the 4 bodyguards could take on 10 men. Hence, how could they not dominate a mere neighborhood? The beautiful woman remained silent, cradling the child. Xiaoran stretched languidly, calculating that 2 waves of threats had already been directed at him from within the neighborhood. One came from a charlatan, and the other from a corporate executive. Neither should be underestimated. Xiaoran murmured. In his previous life, he had been a nameless nobody, incapable of intersecting paths with such prominent figures. But now, both factions had their eyes fixed upon him. He owned a villa and possessed ample supplies, which naturally incited covetousness. Indeed, many were driven by greed, such as the Qin family and Su Feng. What became of them? They all ended up as frozen corpses in the garage. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingqing would meet no different fate. The fog has yet to lift. I shall indulge them a while longer, Xiaoran mused. In any case, he was resolutely unwilling to vacate the villa, placing him in an inherently invulnerable position. What was there to fear? In direct confrontation, it mattered not how many followers Zhang Kuan had or how formidable. Under the cover of firepower, all lives were equal. The only concern I must heed is to avoid being outmaneuvered. To that end, I merely need to be wary of women who present themselves at my door. Unfamiliar, even Han Yun and the others might betray me. It all boils down to self-interest. A woman, if sufficiently foolish, may believe the promises made by others, such as the notion of sharing half of my supplies once I am subdued. She may very well fall prey to such deception. After all, no emotional bond exists between us. It is merely a transaction. Should I harbor any belief in a relationship of trust with them, I would be the greatest fool in the world. Xiaoran was curious how long it would take for someone to succeed in claiming the bounty after the 2 notices were issued. I shall wait and see. He monitored the messages within the group. The base station collapsed now. Even if his phone retained battery life, it had become little more than a useless object, limited to playing solitary games or viewing locally stored photos and videos, nothing more. However, the device in his possession was exceptional. It had the capability to dial satellite phones. He ascended to the 3rd floor and established contact with Lu Mei. The signal has completely failed. It is unlikely anyone will charge us for satellite calls, Lu Mei chuckled lightly. You truly are optimistic, you still find time to jest. Of course, I am optimistic I have stockpiled. The supplies prepared by Ye are ample. Was this not a savior complex? Xiaoran smiled. Others treating him well should not be deemed a savior complex, however. If Lu Mei were kind to everyone, that could indeed qualify. I have enough food. I fortuitously stockpiled a considerable amount before the apocalypse, Xiaoran replied. If you all exhaust your provisions, feel free to come to me. What I have can sustain you for 2 to 3 years without issue. Lu Mei was taken aback. The little sister had prepared enough food to last several months, which she already deemed extravagant, yet Xiaoran had stockpiled enough to last 2 to 3 years. Heavens, this man was truly afflicted with apocalyptic syndrome. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the apocalypse would indeed arrive one day, thus making Xiaoran the greatest beneficiary. You must take care, do not let anyone discover that you possess a significant amount of supplies, Lu Mei suddenly warned. Her new sources of information. Upon hearing Lu Mei's admonition, Xiaoran realized that she possessed a lucid understanding of the apocalypse, making it impossible for her to embody the role of a saint. After conversing with Lu Mei for a while longer, he ended the call. Time to sleep. When Xiaoran awoke, he sluggishly brushed his teeth and washed his face, then called for Leopard to join him for breakfast. Habitually, he reached for his phone to scroll through, but the absence of signal struck him with sudden clarity. Communication had been entirely severed. Now, everyone had become a true island unto themselves. He cast his phone aside, knowing it could only function for satellite calls now. No matter, he thought, I shall watch television instead. He had prepared numerous external hard drives filled to the brim with movies, television series, and variety shows, paired with thousands of fully charged batteries, sufficient. After all, lighting consumed very little electricity. The primary drain had previously been the air conditioning. However, Xiaoran was now utilizing a fireplace, even heating water for bathing with it. Therefore, the villa scarcely consumed any electricity throughout the day. By midday, Han Yun, Zhang Jingya, and Zhang Lei appeared punctually. After an hour, Xiaoran unceremoniously ushered the 3 women out, staying overnight in the villa. Not a chance. Nevertheless, he instructed them to gather intelligence. With the internet completely down, the only means of obtaining news was through word of mouth and keen listening. Truly, it felt as though he had been thrust back into a primitive society. Xiaoran mused on this, but aside from the loss of communication, he seemed to be minimally affected. He could still binge-watch dramas, enjoy films, and indulge in gaming. Perhaps gaming would be the way to go. He unearthed a newly released game and quickly immersed himself in it. The quality of the game was exceptional, and Xiaoran became so engrossed that he lost track of time, playing until the early hours of the morning. In the afternoon, he resumed his gaming escapade. That day, he played until 3 a.m., finally achieving victory. Elated, he climbed into bed and slumbered until past 10 the following morning, awakening with a slight headache. Gaming can indeed become addictive. I must refrain from such indulgence in the future, he reflected while preparing breakfast for himself and Leopard. After their meal, he ascended to the 3rd floor, leaning against the window to gaze outside, but the pervasive fog limited visibility to just over a meter. What scenery could one appreciate under such conditions? Yet, he could faintly hear a cacophony of sounds from outside. At noon, Han Yun and the trio returned at their usual time. However, this time, after their visit, Xiaoran did not hastily dismiss them. Instead, he inquired whether any notable incidents had transpired in the community over the past few days. Unfortunately, the 3 women were too frightened to venture outside, rendering them incapable of gathering any useful information. Sigh, it seems I must adjust to this internet blackout, he lamented, realizing that the absence of anyone seeking him out for bounties spoke volumes. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingcheng were evidently still alive and well. How intriguing, he mused, yet, it was of little concern. These individuals could not breach the villa, and in a direct confrontation, the entire community, multiplied tenfold, would merely be annihilated by Xiaoran. If only I possessed a self-preserving ability, I could truly charge through obstacles, he lamented wistfully. After Han Yun and the others departed, Xiaoran returned upstairs to sit for a moment when his phone began to ring urgently. Someone was approaching. To his surprise, it was Lin Lin, the wife of the loquacious man. Curious, he noted that the corridor bore no sign of her husband. What could this mean? Xiaoran descended the stairs and opened the door for Lin Lin. What brings you here? He inquired. Lin Lin bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before responding. I came for something to eat. Xiaoran chuckled. In the face of hunger, everyone must bow their heads. Come in, he said, placing several dishes on the table, prompting Lin Lin. Xiaoran asked, does your husband know you've come here? Lin Lin stammered for a moment before finally saying, yes. Xiaoran raised an eyebrow. He knew yet still permitted her to visit. How amusing, better to starve. Shaking his head, he recalled something and asked, has your husband mentioned the current situation in the community? Lin Lin was taken aback by his question. After a brief moment of contemplation, she began to recount the events. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingcheng had indeed survived, but their circumstances were starkly different. There were individuals eager to claim the bounty, launching attacks against Zhang and Lu, though these were repelled. However, internal discord was brewing within Zhang Kuan's faction. Faith in a deity is easily fostered, yet when would salvation arrive? Days turned into weeks, and as time dragged on, impatience grew. Thus, the collapse of faith could occur at any moment. Perhaps soon, a follower would seek to eliminate Zhang Kuan and come to Xiaoran for the bounty. In contrast, Lu Bingcheng's situation was markedly different. His 4 bodyguards were fiercely loyal and possessed formidable combat skills, successfully repelling all aggressors. Furthermore, leveraging his status from before the catastrophe and his persuasive oratory, he had garnered a significant following. Presently, Lu Bingqing's ranks had swelled to over 20, and crucially, these were robust men, unlike Zhang Kuan's followers, who were a motley crew with questionable battle prowess. Lin Lin was privy to this information because her husband aspired to join Lu Bingqing's ranks. However, Lu Bingqing had dismissed him, leaving her husband incensed and cursing Lu Bingqing for quite some time within their home. Chapter 59 Diverging Paths. On this fateful night, Xiaoran was diligently engaged in a vigorous workout, his body glistening with sweat. Suddenly, the shrill sound of his phone's alarm pierced the air. Curious, he halted his exercise and picked up the device. Someone was at the door, knocking fervently, holding their phone aloft while broadcasting a video to the surveillance camera. The footage was obscured, revealing only vaguely inappropriate imagery. He made his way to the basement and remotely unlocked the door. With a resounding click, the iron gate swung wide open. The man at the threshold appeared momentarily taken aback before stepping forward, an expression of shock washing over his face. The illumination here was not particularly remarkable, yet the warmth was unexpected. His gaze flickered towards Xiaoran, perhaps contemplating whether to seize control of the situation. Ultimately, however, he refrained, well aware of Xiaoran's notorious reputation. This is the video you requested, the man complied, placing the device down, but noticed that Xiaoran remained motionless, prompting his curiosity. Aren't you going to watch it? Will you not step back? The man nodded and retreated to the side. A smile crept across Xiaoran's face. In truth, he was safeguarding the man's life, for otherwise, a bullet might have already been fired. He preferred to avoid bloodshed within his home, as cleaning up the aftermath could prove troublesome. Xiaoran approached the table and picked up the phone to examine the content. Indeed, it was a rather inappropriate video featuring 2 men, one being Zhang Kuan, and the other the man before him. Ah, a bold move indeed. You are truly a courageous soul. Xiaoran nodded, tossing the phone back to the man, saying, wait outside while I retrieve the supplies. Understood, the man replied, stepping back as Xiaoran shut the iron door. Moments later, the door swung open once more. The man re-entered, and to his surprise, he discovered several boxes of instant noodles and water laid out on the floor. He crouched down, carefully transporting the supplies out, yet he remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Xiaoran as if fearing a sudden attack. At last, having moved all the provisions, he closed the door with a thud. Xiaoran was indifferent to the meager supplies, merely a drop in the ocean, hardly worth jeopardizing his reputation. Yet the fact that Zhang Kuan had been compromised hinted at a deeper unraveling of his small congregation. Disasters often unite faith, yet in the face of mortality, faith can easily shatter. Zhang Kuan had amassed a following through belief but failed to lead them out of peril, hence, they betrayed him without hesitation, even resorting to unspeakable actions against him. Xiaoran shook his head, contemplating the contrasting situation with Lu Bingqing. Rather than succumbing to the bounty on his head, Lu's influence had only grown. Deceit alone would not suffice. One must possess strength and personal charisma to become the focal point, drawing others in, akin to stars orbiting a moon, emerging as a leader. In times of calamity, personal allure becomes paramount, binding people together, for during moments of helplessness, individuals yearn for guidance to navigate their way out of despair. Undoubtedly, Lu Bingqing. In truth, he could considerably amplify the bounty, even offering 100 or 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, still a trifling sum to him, but such an action was unnecessary. I eagerly await the moment Lu Bingqing makes his advance, allowing them to witness my true prowess. Even though communications had been severed, any knowledge of it would struggle to disseminate, yet Xiaoran preferred to err on the side of caution. In such chaotic times, one could never be too careful. At the Zhang household, Zhang Wan was making her final plea, but if you release me, I shall become your woman. My affection for you is a given, requiring no further sacrifice. Brother Can, I know you genuinely care for me, otherwise, you wouldn't have sought me out for 4 consecutive days. Trust me, if you help me, I shall never betray you. The man known as Brother Can was roughly 40, yet in Zhang Wan's eyes, he represented her sole chance of escape from her dire predicament. His full name was Lu Kansas. However, Lu Can hesitated. No one could possibly love me. I am so ugly and lack wealth. Brother Can, do you require my oath? Zhang Wan interjected urgently. Aid me in my escape, and I shall Everyone else has betrayed me. You are the only one who has shown kindness. If I do not follow you, whom shall I follow? Lu Can, already swayed, felt his resolve solidify upon hearing her words, and he untied Zhang Wan. She quickly donned her clothes, having previously hidden beneath the covers. Now that she intended to leave the cocoon of her bed, remaining unclothed would surely lead to her demise, not due to a sense of shame, but the cold. What modesty could she possess while being toyed with here? Brother Can, once we step outside. Lu Can was taken aback. Those outside were her family, but then he recalled that Zhang Wan was also one of them, and it was hardly uncommon to betray one's kin for survival. Thus, her hatred for them was somewhat justifiable. He deliberated, gritting his teeth. For you, I am willing. Brother Can, you are truly wonderful. Zhang Wan responded, once I open the door, I will draw their attention. They will surely be taken aback upon seeing me, providing you the perfect opportunity to strike. Prioritizing the 2 men, Zhang Wan instructed. She displayed a keen intellect, recognizing that the men were the primary threats. Once Zhang Yujun and Zhang Gang were dealt with, Lin Meiying would pose no challenge. Lu Can nodded vigorously. He exited, and Zhang Yujun glanced at him, remarking, you've lingered too long. If it weren't for your daily visits, I would have charged you an additional half an hour's fee. Lu Can remained silent, merely nodding. Zhang Yujun had grown accustomed to his taciturn nature, not giving it much thought just then. The door swung open once more. He was startled to see Zhang Wan stepping out. His expression shifted dramatically, and just as he was about to speak, Lucan struck him with an ashtray. With a resounding thud, Zhang Yujun was knocked unconscious. At that moment, Zhang Gang finally comprehended the situation but hesitated to act, instead shouting, "Mom, Mom." As Lin Meiying rushed out upon hearing the commotion, she witnessed her daughter swinging a stiletto heel towards her son's temple. Known Chapter 60 of the Anti-Shou Alliance. Zhang Wan deliberately paused, casting a glance at her mother, before revealing a cruel smile and striking down forcefully. Thud, the heel of her stiletto plunged into Zhang Gang's temple, and instantly, an overwhelming wave of pain compelled Zhang Gang to struggle fiercely, unleashing strength far beyond the ordinary, allowing him to break free. However, he swayed unsteadily, as if intoxicated. "Mom, why can't I stand straight?" Zhang Gang uttered, but scarcely had he finished the sentence when he collapsed with a thud, dead. Zhang Gang. Lin Mei, Zhang Yujun, already in a state of unconsciousness, offered no resistance to the strike, merely convulsing momentarily before succumbing to death. "Old man!" Lin Mei screamed again, her gaze fixed on Zhang Wan with a mixture of fear and hatred. Zhang Wan then languidly remarked, "You have always favored your son over me. Have you ever considered my feelings? Ha, I even orchestrated my son's death, so what does it matter if I kill a brother and a father?" You Lin Mei was utterly horrified, rendered speechless. "Seize her!" Zhang Wan said coldly, and Lucan obediently stepped forward to restrain Lin Meiying. Only then did Lin Meiying realize that her daughter intended to eliminate her as well. The instinct for survival instantly overshadowed everything else, and she quickly pleaded, "Wan, I am your mother. I have never harmed you, everything you did before was your father's idea, it has nothing to do with me." Zhang Wan laughed maniacally, retrieving a kitchen knife from the kitchen and brandishing it above Lin Meiying's head. "But did you ever stop it?" "No, what kind of mother watches her own daughter become a prostitute, being toyed with by different men? You are unworthy." With that, she brought the knife down. Thud, the kitchen knife embedded itself in Lin Meiying's forehead. Yet, being a woman, Zhang Wan lacked the strength to drive it deeply. The intense pain invigorated Lin Meiying, enabling her to break free from Lucan's grasp and flee for the door. Lucan attempted to pursue, but was halted by Zhang Wan. "No need to chase her, she won't survive long like this," Zhang Wan stated coldly. Oh. Lucan, lacking initiative, merely nodded. Zhang Wan cast a disdainful glance at him. His combat prowess was far too weak. Nevertheless, he was all she had at the moment. What could she do but tolerate him? "I need more helpers," she mused inwardly. How to acquire more helpers? Money was useless now, and she had none. Resources were also severely lacking. How could she entice others to serve her? Only through her body. After all, she could still be considered a moderately attractive woman. Other women merely exchanged their bodies for resources, but I am different. I refuse to be someone else's plaything any longer. I want to be the queen who controls the fates of others. She waved her hand, starting with Lucan. She intended to build an army within the community that would obey her commands. "What is the situation outside?" she inquired of Lucan's. Lucan hurriedly relayed the significant events that had transpired, leaving Zhang Wan in a state of disbelief. Xiaoran had actually killed 2 or 3 dozen people? Could that be true? Did she not know what kind of person her ex-husband was? No, perhaps she truly did not know. After the divorce, he seemed to have transformed entirely into another person. Why such a change? Zhang Wan was bewildered. However, Xiaoran remained a solitary figure, having established no faction. How selfish of him, unwilling to let anyone share in his spoils. Zhang Wan guessed, but that works in my favor. Dealing with one person is far easier than a multitude. Many hold a grudge against Xiaoran. I shall rally these individuals together. With resolve, she set out to find the man with a big mouth, who had been publicly knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the door of the man with a big mouth. "Who?" he inquired, his tone unfriendly. With food and water in the house, he feared being robbed. "I am Zhang Wan." "Zhang Wan?" The man was taken aback. He certainly knew who she was, but why would she come seeking him? "I know you bear a grudge against Xiaoran. Do you not wish to take revenge?" Zhang Wan said nonchalantly. Click, the door swung open. "Come in and talk." Another day passed. The apocalypse had entered its 12th day. Xiaoran picked up his phone and glanced at the date. June 12th. Die in his past life. 3 days from now would mark his day of death. Yet in this life, he was indulging in a lavish existence, eating whatever he desired, drinking whatever he pleased, enjoying warmth and hot water, and even having beautiful women delivered to his door, whether for solo encounters or threesomes and foursomes. How could this life even be compared to his previous one? As the day unfolded, before noon had even arrived, a visitor arrived unexpectedly. It was Lin Lin. Why was she here so early? Noticing she was alone, Xiaoran opened the iron gate to let her in. "Xiaoran, I have some news for you." To his surprise, Lin Lin didn't ask for food. She opened with this statement. "Oh, what news?" Xiaoran asked casually. Lin Lin replied, "Your ex-wife has found my husband and pulled him into some anti-Shou alliance, aiming to target you." Xiaoran was taken aback. Zhang Wan has managed to escape? The last he had heard, she was bound to a bed by her family, engaging in unsavory activities. It seemed impossible that she could have freed herself so soon. Lin nodded. She seduced a client, who not only released her but also killed her parents and brother. Someone witnessed Lin Meiing dead in the stairwell, a knife embedded in her forehead. At the mention of the client, she couldn't help but blush, realizing she was not much different from Zhang Wan, both engaged in the trade of their bodies. Xiaoran couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected Zhang Wan to be so formidable, managing to turn the tables under such circumstances. As for the anti-Shao alliance, he had no concern. A motley crew seeking to confront him would be swiftly dealt with, either dispatched with a barrage of bullets or confined within the spatial rift, saving him considerable ammunition. What is your husband's stance? Xiaoran was curious about this detail. If the man with a big mouth had allied with Zhang Wan, then Lin's revelation would certainly take an intriguing turn. Chapter 61. Breaking down the wall. Lin bit her lip and said, "It was my husband who urged me to come and inform you." Initially, her husband had been furious, wishing nothing more than to reduce Xiaoran to a mere pulp, but after several days of hunger, he gradually changed his mind. With death looming, what was there left to care about? Thus, her husband even encouraged her to visit Xiaoran, but could she admit this? It was far too humiliating. My husband believes that Zhang Wan stands no chance against you, so he asked me to remind you, as a means of ingratiating himself. Lin continued. Due to the power outage, the entire garage remained enveloped in darkness day and night, prompting Xiaoran to take the leopard out for a stroll at noon rather than waiting for evening. After half an hour, the leopard, unable to endure the cold any longer, compelled their return to the villa. However, just before entering the passage, Xiaoran suddenly halted, taken aback. He stepped back a few paces and shone his flashlight ahead. 2 corpses were missing. Xiaoran was certain he had personally dispatched them, thus he was acutely aware of how many bodies should have been present, and now, 2 were unaccounted for. Corpses, after all, do not sprout legs and flee on their own, and the toxins from the hailstorm only caused death. There were no reports of them becoming zombies. Therefore, the only possibility remained. They had been removed. White Ye food. In his past life, Xiaoran had been betrayed and dismembered by his ex-wife's family, serving as sustenance for them, making him particularly sensitive to this matter. Calculating the time, it was now the 12th day of the apocalypse, so it was entirely plausible that many households had exhausted their food supplies and were now resorting to corpses. After all, when one is driven by hunger, what is there that one would hesitate to consume? Xiaoran sighed. The grim tableau of cannibalism was once again unfolding. In the face of survival, both men and women shed their dignity and morals, reverting to primal instincts. He shook his head and returned to the villa with the leopard. That evening, in Lu Bingqing's residence, today, over 20 individuals had gathered here. Lu Bingqing sat in a chair, smoking his last cigarette, reluctant to part with it. In truth, to have stretched a pack of cigarettes to this point was already a testament to his frugality. Prepare to move, he finally flicked the cigarette butt away. Understood, came the chorus of responses. Lu Bingqing was intelligent, held a position of authority, and most importantly, he had 4 highly skilled bodyguards, which instilled a profound sense of trust and cohesion among all present, an advantage lacking in previous leaders like Su Feng and Li Zhonglin. They gathered their tools and set out. Even Lu Bingqing's mistress carried a child along, for today's objective was to seize Xiaoran's villa. With a villa in their possession, what need would they have for this house? The group swiftly arrived at the villa, but they did not enter the passage. Smash it down, Lu Bingqing commanded coldly. Instantly, 2 men stepped forward, wielding large sledge. Knowing that the fire suppression system in the passage had been rigged by Xiaoran to release toxic water, Lu Bingqing, being astute, would never make such a blunder as to enter through the passage. Without a door, they could simply break through the wall. Bang, 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 the 2 men commenced their assault on the wall. 80, 80. Others nearby cheered them on, eliciting laughter from many. However, the man wielded. Thus, they rotated in and out. The sledgehammers, designed for wall demolition, proved effective, quickly creating a gaping hole that widened until it was large enough for a person to crawl through, with 5 different individuals taking turns. A bodyguard named Lubo chuckled. Xiaoran must have heard the commotion by now, but since we're not playing by the rules and are bypassing the passage, he can only watch helplessly. Another bodyguard, named Xin Chang, added with a grin, "It's all thanks to our boss Lu for breaking the mold. Why must we enter through the door when we can simply smash through the wall?" Ha, a shift in perspective opens up limitless possibilities. Lu Bingqing maintained a composed smile, though inwardly he felt a surge of pride as he calculated the potential spoils of their endeavor. Clang, just as the wall-smashing individual was about to deliver the final blow to completely shatter the wall, the force of his strike caused his hands to tremble violently, splitting the skin at his palms. Every bone in his hands quaked as if they threatened to eject his innards. What on earth was happening? Why does it sound like that? It seems to resemble metal clashing. Could it be that the group was left dumbfounded? This was exceedingly unfortunate. Let us change our position. They shifted to a different spot and resumed their assault. After another half hour of relentless pounding, they finally created another hole large enough for a person to pass through, but upon fully demolishing the wall, disappointment struck once more. Another metal wall. Was the entirety of this wall lined with metal? Refusing to accept defeat, they decided to tear the entire wall down. After all, having already created 2 substantial openings, dismantling the whole wall. As they shone their flashlights onto the exposed area, a blinding reflection of metallic light ricocheted back, causing their eyes to ache. Chapter 62. Deception and Intrigue. What a despairing revelation this is. After laboriously demolishing an entire wall, another emerges in its place, and this one is made of solid steel. It matters not that they possess merely a heavy hammer, even if they wielded a hydraulic cutter, how long would it take to take it a step further? Even if they had such tools at their disposal, would they have the electricity to utilize them? No. Thus, under the current circumstances, this wall stands as an impregnable fortress. The initial exhilaration they felt has now transformed into profound despair. What shall they do now? Everyone turns their gaze towards Lu Bingcheng, who furrows his brow in contemplation. He too is taken aback. It is widely known that Xiaoran purchased the villa and immediately sought renovations, yet many assumed he merely intended a simple refurbishment. Who could have imagined it would come to this? Is this merely a renovation? It is clearly the creation of an unassailable fortress. The crowd shares in this lamentation, yet lamentation is not their aim. They seek a solution, a method to breach this ironclad bastion. At that moment, a hole unexpectedly appears in the wall, and Xiaoran's voice resonates through. Are you all so restless that you cannot sleep at this late hour, hammering away and disturbing the neighbors? The crowd is momentarily stunned. Given the ruckus they have caused, it is certain that Xiaoran within the villa, and even the residents of nearby buildings, would be alerted. Xiaoran, if you have something to say, come forth and speak. Here I stand, if you have the ability, come and claim it. While his words seem to carry an air of righteousness, the fact remains that Xiaoran stands alone, while Lu Bingcheng commands a considerable force. Is this truly fair? Xiaoran chuckles. Lu Bingcheng, you certainly possess the qualities of a leader. My bounty has not only failed to claim your life but has instead bolstered. However, first, your followers are but a disorganized rabble. Second, I simply cannot be bothered to raise the bounty. Otherwise, do you believe your motley crew would not crumble into disarray at a moment's notice? Lu Bingcheng bursts in. Thus, when we finally draw you out and eliminate you, our spoils will be all the greater. Why must we rely on your charity when we can simply take it for ourselves? True to his nature as a shrewd businessman, he adeptly stirs the hearts of men. Why seek charity when outright theft yields greater rewards? In an instant, the crowd, previously wavering in uncertainty, now exhibits renewed determination. Xiaoran merely smiles. If he were to lay an extravagant feast before them, would Lu Bingcheng maintain his composure? Yet, he finds no desire to do so. Lu Bingcheng, I am here. What must you do to obtain my resources? He inquires with a smile. No matter how eloquently you speak, can you truly expect others to remain foolishly under your thumb, living off your empty promises? Otherwise, he finds himself utterly powerless breaching such a steel fortress. Impossible. Xiaoran chuckles softly. Let us make a deal, Lu Bingcheng. What sort of deal? Lu Bingcheng's brow furrows, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. Xiaoran remains unfazed, calm and collected, indicating that this transaction will not bode well for Lu Bingcheng. Xiaoran continues with a grin. Since you speak so highly of brotherhood and virtue, how about this? Allow your woman to come in and entertain me, and I shall provide each of you with a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of purified water. What say you? Now, the dilemma is thrust upon Lu Bingcheng. Earlier, he had claimed he would offer his mistress to Xiaoran. Was that sincere? Certainly not. He has 4 bodyguards and intends to seize Xiaoran when he opens the door, thereby claiming the villa for himself without any need for a trade. Thus, Xiaoran's public proposal to barter his lover creates a rather grim expression on Lu Bingcheng's face. But how did he unite those people? What persona had he constructed? A man of loyalty. He promised that he would lead them all to safety and a better life. Now, an opportunity presents itself. If only his woman were to sleep with another man, each of them would receive a meal and a bottle of water. Would he be willing to make such a sacrifice for his brethren? In normal times, who would dare to propose such a sacrifice to a billionaire? Yet now, a billionaire is merely an ordinary man. Thus, Lu Bingcheng has relied solely on his silver tongue to rally the masses. If he cannot convince them to make a sacrifice, would his faade not crumble? You accuse me of speaking sweetly, yet what of you? Lu Bingcheng's face darkens, realizing he has been outmaneuvered. He glances at his mistress, who clutches her child tightly and shakes her head. She is no mere object, yet when he looks at the others, each one gazes at him with eager. Taking a deep breath, Lu Bingcheng declares loudly, very well, I accept your terms. No, I do not agree, the beautiful young woman exclaims hurriedly. Lu Bingcheng lowers his voice, do not cause a scene. I am merely deceiving that fool into opening the door. Once he emerges, I shall have him subdued, and you will not suffer any loss. Do you think I would allow my woman to entertain another man? The lovely young woman finally nods in understanding. Lu Bingcheng then raises his voice again, how shall we proceed with this transaction? Xiaoran smiles, have your woman approach the wall a little closer so that I may see her clearly. If she is not sufficiently attractive, I shall have no interest in her. This hole not only allows for sound but also for sight. Lu Bingcheng glances at his woman, who hands their child to him and strides toward the metallic wall, pausing at the opening to allow Damn, this fellow never intended to negotiate. His aim all along was to have her delivered to him directly. Lu Bingcheng erupts in fury, but his 4 bodyguards react with lightning speed, rushing forward to assault Xiaoran. As long as they can subdue him, not only will they reclaim Lu Bingcheng's lover, but the villa will also become theirs. Xiaoran smiles slightly, a water gun now in his hand. Chapter 63 The water gun strikes. No one witnessed how Xiaoran procured a water gun, yet this detail proved inconsequential, for Xiaoran had already fired his weapon. Whoosh, whoosh. These projectiles, transformed from hail, possessed a raw potency, their toxicity unparalleled. Upon impact with their skin, the searing pain rendered even the most seasoned bodyguards incapable of enduring. They writhed on the ground, emitting anguished cries. Who else remains? Xiaoran queried, holding the water gun in one hand while grasping the arm of the beautiful young woman with the other. Her struggles were futile, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Lu Bingcheng stood in stunned disbelief. His 4 bodyguards, all professionals, had been bested by Xiaoran wielding nothing but a water gun. How could he possibly reconcile this? What could he do? With his elite bodyguards reduced to this sorry state, could he really expect a ragtag group to turn the tide? It was preposterous. Such a disorganized mob could only thrive in favorable conditions. In adversity, they would only hinder one another. Lu Bingcheng gritted his teeth, yet maintained a facade of calm as he stated, "Now that you have the woman." Xiaoran laughed heartily, then leaned down to inquire, "What is your name?" The woman bit her crimson lip before reluctantly uttering, "Wang Lulu." Xiaoran responded with a nonchalant, "Lu Bingcheng has forsaken you. What are your thoughts on this?" This was a strike at her very heart. Wang Lulu blared at him with a look of resentment and fury. If looks could kill, Xiaoran would have perished countless times over. Disregarding her ire, Xiaoran began to retreat into the villa, and with a swift motion, the door closed automatically, sealing shut with such precision that no trace of entry remained. Indeed, even the previous breach seemed to vanish entirely, as if it had never existed. Thus, any notion of using fire, water, or smoke to compel Xiaoran to surrender was clearly a delusion. Lu Bingcheng clenched his fists tightly, wishing fervently that Xiaoran were within reach so he could deliver a beating, yet he knew this was but a fantasy. However, this predicament served as a stark reminder. The outside world was rife with weaponry. The toxic hail need not even melt. A mere brush against the skin would elicit a sharp, burning pain, and contact with the liquid form of the toxic hail would be excruciating beyond measure. Today, Xiaoran had assaulted him with such a weapon. Next time, he too would wield toxic hail. It was all too simple, too effective. 4 professional bodyguards had been incapacitated in an instant, their skills rendered irrelevant. Yet, one question gnawed at Lu Bingcheng: how had Xiaoran managed to melt the hail in such frigid weather? Had he encased it in a plastic bag and relied on body heat to liquefy it? While feasible, it seemed reckless to risk freezing to death while attempting to melt ice. Did he not fear that his own demise would come swifter than anticipated? Thus, what method had Xiaoran employed? If melting the toxic hail were impossible, then the inherent power of the hail itself would be limited, serving merely as stones to strike. Then, his thoughts drifted back to Wang Lulu. Even with his usual composure, he felt his resolve waver. Having occupied the position of a corporate head for so long, where every word commanded respect, he had never before been so thoroughly dominated. "Xiaoran, you must perish." His countenance turned ashen, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Chapter 64 The Temptation of Hot Pot. An hour later, with a resonant click, the iron door swung open. Wang Lulu emerged first, followed by Xiaoran, who surprisingly carried a stove. "Xiaoran!" Lu Bingran ground his teeth, filled with an overwhelming desire to tear Xiaoran to shreds. Unfazed, Xiaoran set down the stove, added charcoal, and retrieved a pot from the room. Placing it atop the stove, with a snap, the electric light flickered on, revealing a pot filled with bubbling, crimson hot oil, with ingredients faintly visible within. Oh heavens, it was hot pot! Upon witnessing this, the onlookers instinctively swallowed hard, their mouths watering uncontrollably, consumed by an indescribable craving in the biting cold and gnawing hunger. Could there be anything more delightful than indulging in a steaming pot of hot pot? Xiaoran was utterly despicable for luring them in this manner, yet Lu Bingcheng paid no heed to the hot pot, merely gesturing to Wang Lulu, "Come here." Trembling, who wouldn't want to, however, who dared to approach, setting aside the water gun in Xiaoran's grip, the mere thought of stepping into that corridor, where toxic water could shower down at any moment, was enough to instill fear. Xiaoran was aware of this, yet he remained perilously close to the iron gate, capable of darting into the villa at any moment. What would happen to the others then? But the aroma of the hot pot was simply too tantalizing, rendering them all helplessly salivating. Unable to restrain themselves, Xiaoran had already started cooking the meat, dipping it into the sauce before taking a bite. "Oh, it's so hot," he exclaimed, nearly spitting it out, but after a few moments of swirling it in his mouth, he began to chew. "Delicious, truly delectable." Swallowing it down, he addressed the crowd, "If you wish to eat, it is quite simple, just bow your heads and shout idiot at Lu Bingcheng." The crowd hesitated. Bowing was one thing. In these times, what dignity held any value? However, insulting Lu Bingcheng was an entirely different matter. Who would dare speak ill of their leader? Would they still be able to cooperate in the future? Lu Bingcheng's brow furrowed. Xiaoran was undermining his authority, yet if he were to endure such humiliation, how would he lead others afterward? This would become a dark chapter in his life. He glared at Xiaoran, wishing to issue a command to strike, yet 4 bodyguards lay unconscious on the ground, lost to their slumber. Could he risk sending someone into the corridor? What if Xiaoran activated the sprinkler system? Others were not foolish. Who would dare charge in at this moment? Why was Xiaoran consuming hot pot in such a location? He had accurately gauged that no one would dare make a move there. This young man was proving to be quite the adversary. Lu Bingcheng nearly ground his teeth in frustration, forcing the words through clenched jaws. "You are nothing but a nouveau riche. What do you have to be proud of? Winning 500 million from the lottery, paying taxes, and left with only 400 million. What right did he have to compare himself to the CEO of a $100 billion conglomerate?" Xiaoran chuckled lightly. "It seems you too, Mr. Lu, hail from humble beginnings. You only soared to success by clinging to your family's resources. So, since neither of us started from scratch, what right do you have to mock me? Moreover, if we are to compare financial standings, Mr. Lu, it appears you are no different from a pauper. Wouldn't you agree? Do you all wish to partake in hot pot? My previous proposal had a time limit. There are only 30 seconds was hardly sufficient for such a monumental decision. They were starving. There was meat. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves, kneeling before Xiaoran to bow, then softly apologizing to Lu Bingcheng. Since Xiaoran was within the corridor, as long as he remained there, no toxic water would rain down. Even if it meant death, they would prefer to be well-fed rather than starve. "May I eat now?" the individual inquired. Xiaoran gestured for them to proceed. There are no seats, you'll have to make do and squat. The person showed no signs of complaint, hastily grabbing a pair of disposable chopsticks to begin eating. They dipped a slice of lamb into the pot, lifting it out, and upon tasting it with the sauce, their brows relaxed with pleasure, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. They had thought they would never taste hot pot again. Seeing this voracious display, the others could no longer remain still, with one person taking the initiative. What was there to hesitate? I apologize, Mr. Lu. My apologies, Mr. Lu. One by one, they greeted Lu Bingcheng, then shouted idiot, bowed to Xiaoran, and rushed toward him, encircling the hot stove to indulge in the feast. What bliss! If Xiaoran were to extend an invitation to join him, it was not far-fetched to think that nearly everyone would nod in agreement, with at least 9 out of 10 consenting, while the last would hesitate for no more than 3 minutes. What mattered most now, undoubtedly, it was food, and not just any food, but the warm, hearty hot pot. Who could resist? Alas, Xiaoran had no intention of extending such an offer. To be honest, Lu Bingcheng was equally tempted, but he understood that even if he begged for mercy, thus, he clung to the last remnants of his dignity and remained silent. Daddy, I'm hungry. Suddenly, a child's voice pierced the air. The cold had awakened the child from I want hot pot. The child pointed at the stove, having been held by Lu Bingcheng and thus able to clearly see the steaming pot surrounded by eager diners. What do you want to eat for? Lu Bingcheng snapped, infuriated that those people had betrayed him. Did his son wish to? I want to eat. The child burst into tears, clearly spoiled. Lu Bingcheng, frazzled, could not help but swat his sons behind a few times, causing the boy to wail in pain. Have you lost your mind? The child is so young, and how many days has it been since he had a proper meal? Is it not natural to feel hungry? Wang Lulu swiftly snatched the child away, glaring at Lu Bingcheng. In truth, Lu Bingcheng regretted striking him, but he waved his hand, signaling Wang Lulu to take the child further away, and was about to speak when the first person to approach Xiaoran suddenly collapsed onto the ground, clutching their throat, their face turning a ghastly shade of blue. Chapter 65 A collective poisoning. What on earth is happening? Everyone was taken aback, their gazes fixated on the person who had collapsed. The individual clutched at his throat, beginning to retch violently. It was as though a switch had been flipped. All those gathered around plummeted to the ground, succumbing to uncontrollable vomiting. The answer was, therefore, self-evident. Xiaoran, Lu Bingcheng was filled with a mixture of rage and shock, thinking to himself that those rascals had been tempted, and now they were facing the consequences. This was undoubtedly food poisoning. The items provided by Xiaoran were not to be trifled with. They were now reaping what they had sown, yet he found himself puzzled. Xiaoran had dined with these individuals as well, and he had been the first to partake, so why was he unaffected? By now, the others had already slipped into unconsciousness. Xiaoran chuckled softly. It wouldn't be accurate to say I poisoned them, I merely added some apple seeds to their meal. Lu Bingcheng was momentarily. Have you often considered poisoning your own wife? How could you possibly acquire so many apples? Lu Bingcheng could not fathom this. Apple seeds contain cyanide, but to reach a lethal dozens of kilograms, hundreds, at this time, how could one possibly procure such a vast quantity of apples? Xiaoran smiled slightly. I bought them previously. I am a law-abiding citizen and never resort to robbery. Was he subtly mocking himself for having taken over the villa? Lu Bingcheng, however, was not embarrassed by this. Instead, he pressed, but why are you unharmed? Xiaoran glanced at the individual sprawled on the ground. The potency of cyanide was exceedingly severe, and they had gradually fallen silent. He smiled and replied, because I only sprinkled the powdered seeds into their condiments. To ensure that these individuals would undoubtedly use the seasoning, he had refrained from adding even a grain of salt. Lu Bingcheng suddenly understood, exclaiming, you are truly cunning, yet, your patience is remarkable. You actually peeled every single apple core and ground the seeds. Why not simply use poison ice hail instead? Xiaoran shook his head. Even if the seasoning is overpowering, it cannot mask the odor of the poison. However, the scent of the apple seeds is easily concealed. Of course, the primary reason for his actions was that he had been exceedingly idle. What else did he have to do? Aside from binge-watching shows, playing cards, and exercising, he needed to find something to occupy his time. Thus, the notion of poisoning with apple seeds, an endeavor requiring such patience, had. Lu Bingcheng stared blankly at Xiaoran, utterly unable to comprehend the mindset that had propelled Xiaoran to undertake the preliminary work. You must be remarkably idle. No, you must possess an abundance of resources. You peeled hundreds of kilograms of apples at your whim. Little did he know that Xiaoran would never allow any waste. The peeled apples could be stored in a different space without spoiling, and could still be consumed later. At that moment, all those who had partaken in the hot pot had ceased to breathe. The toxicity of cyanide was simply too potent. Xiaoran smiled faintly as he approached Lu Bingcheng. A chill ran down Lu Bingcheng's spine. Had Xiaoran demonstrated any remarkable martial prowess? Not at all. Initially, he had utilized a water gun to dispatch the 4 exceptionally formidable bodyguards, and then he had employed the hot pot as bait, leading his subordinates to poison themselves, accomplishing the feat of one against many. Throughout, Xiaoran had merely engaged physically when seizing Wang Lulu. Otherwise, his tactics had been purely cerebral, using weapons that were utterly ordinary, easily gathered from the ground. Poison ice hail, apples. Lu Bingcheng, self-proclaimed clever, had been utterly defeated in this confrontation. As Xiaoran advanced, Lu Bingcheng found his resolve evaporating. If so many had been unable to contend with Xiaoran, what chance did he have alone? Well, there was still Wang Lulu and her son, but could he be certain they wouldn't hinder him? His most trusted 4 bodyguards lay lifeless on the ground, their fates uncertain, yet lying in such frigid conditions meant that death was all but guaranteed. How could he possibly contend with this formidable foe? Casting a glance at his son, he abruptly turned and fled, moving with remarkable speed. He even extinguished his flashlight, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to locate him in the pitch-black garage. However, nearly does not equate to impossible. Xiaoran chuckled, opening a portal and unleashing a volley of bullets. A series of frantic screams erupted, followed by the sound of a heavy body hitting the ground. Xiaoran effectively sprayed bullets like a machine gun, requiring no precise aim. Some would inevitably hit their mark, and even a single bullet in such extreme cold would signify death. Lu Bingcheng was finished. The words of a brash fool posed no threat, thus Xiaoran could afford to let him live. He could eliminate him whenever he wished, yet Lu Bingcheng could still stir trouble, even with his 4 bodyguards deceased. Those who posed a threat must be dealt with. What a pity, if he were to die, playing with Wang Lulu would lose some of its thrill. Am I becoming somewhat depraved? Xiaoran mused, then chuckled. In such a world, who can avoid becoming twisted? By comparison, he was merely a petty rogue, his depravity limited. Then, turning to Wang Lulu, he said, in the future, if you are hungry, feel free to seek me out. Wang Lulu was uncertain whether to feel happy or sorrowful. Her protector was Lu Bingcheng, yet Lu Bingcheng had surveying her surroundings, she spotted the faint glow of flashlights. Evidently, neighbors had been drawn by the commotion. How could they still have the presence of mind to watch the drama unfold at such a time? This incident would undoubtedly cement Xiaoran's fearsome reputation. Surely no one would dare to challenge him again. Wang Lulu had no choice but to submit, asking, "May I bring my son with me?" Without hesitation, Xiaoran shook his head. What, to have the child witness their transaction? That would be truly twisted. Wang Lulu merely wished for her son to have a warm meal, and without overthinking it, she felt uneasy after being denied. Nodding to Xiaoran before him, she still had some water and supplies in her clothing and needed to hurry home to avoid drawing attention from those present. Xiaoran, however, smiled slightly and declared loudly, "I hereby announce a few rules. First, whoever dares to touch a woman I desire shall meet their demise. Second, confident beauties are welcome to barter with me. I can provide food and water." Having said this, he turned and returned to the villa. He was aware that many lurked in the shadows, so this proclamation was directed at them. With his current fearsome reputation, who would dare dismiss his words? Chapter 66. Over the hurdle Xiaoran was, of course. Rather, he pondered how they could come to him for amusement if he could not ensure their safety. He certainly had no desire to venture out, one reason being the cold, and the other, the perilousness of the situation. Even with his unmatched prowess, what if he were to be ambushed from behind? Caution is the mother of safety. When it comes to matters of security, no amount of vigilance is excessive. What time is it now? Is there still law and morality? Therefore, one must be prudent. Indeed, this engagement had immortalized Xiaoran as a deity of death. A god of slaughter. In the wake of calamity, how many souls had perished at his hands? Dozens. What else could one call him if not a god of death or a demon? Yet, how many would pause to consider that these individuals were not slain without cause? On the contrary, they were all wicked souls seeking to invade Xiaoran's domain. Is it wrong to protect oneself and one's home? Others, however, would not entertain such thoughts. They would only dwell on Xiaoran's ferocity. Yet, this was precisely. He sought neither sympathy nor admiration from others. A fear that was even better. Within a room, Zheng Wan's expression was grim. Even a figure as formidable as Lu Bingcheng could not stand against Xiaoran. How could she ever hope to exact revenge? At present, even if she possessed a vast array of resources, could she truly rally others to aid her in confronting Xiaoran? Who would dare? Furthermore, would it not be far simpler to eliminate her instead? The current Xiaoran was akin to a dark overlord. Of course, this was contingent upon everyone wielding cold weapons. Should anyone procure a firearm, well, even the most timid would likely challenge Xiaoran. But how to acquire a gun? This is not a country where firearms are as common as dirt. Unless I can venture outside. Surely the police station is deserted now. If anyone is there, they would have succumbed to the cold. Securing a gun should be a trivial task then. She began to contemplate earnestly. In truth, it was not entirely impossible to venture out. Donned in heavy clothing and topped with a raincoat, she could significantly mitigate the risk of exposure to toxins. If she could shield herself with something substantial, a short foray might be feasible. However, there remained a significant issue. The fog was simply too dense, rendering visibility so low that even the signs on buildings were scarcely discernible. Thus, while exiting might be straightforward, moreover, with the frigid air outside, even the simplest defense could not be sustained for long. The ultimate outcomes would either be injuries from hail or succumbing to the cold. In fact, just days prior, someone had ventured out in search of food. But did anyone return? Yes, only one did. But that individual realized something was amiss immediately upon stepping outside the community and promptly turned back. Every other soul who left had not returned. Zhang Wan briefly entertained this tempting notion before discarding it. At no one would willingly accompany her on such a reckless venture. Wait, could she collaborate with Lu Bingcheng? Anyone in the community might capitulate to Xiaoran, but for him to submit would signify his own demise. Thus, he and Xiaoran were sworn enemies. It was worth a try. Yet, one crucial question remained. Where was Lu Bingcheng? She was unaware that Lu Bingcheng had already met his end. Zhang Wan's gaze was filled with malice. She attributed the disintegration of her family and the demise of her loved ones entirely to Xiaoran. I must kill you, she seethed, her voice laced with venomous. Lu Bingcheng was dead, and Zheng Kuan had suffered numerous humiliations. After rewarding Zheng Kuan as per their agreement, Xiaoran declared the bounty against him concluded. In truth, he was merely an old fool. No one wished to follow him any longer. What could he possibly accomplish? Xiaoran could hardly be bothered with him. The following day, Xiaoran noted that the number of corpses in the garage diminished by 1 or 2 each day. who was pilfering the bodies. Curiosity piqued, Xiaoran installed a surveillance camera directed at the corpses. This way, he could also monitor the garage's conditions. During the renovation, he had desired to have Jia Yungue install one, but Jia had insisted that public. Nevertheless, after much persuasion from Xiaoran, he managed to run a wire for it. Thus, the installation of the camera was a simple task. With that accomplished, he turned his attention elsewhere and headed to the gym. Today marked the 13th day of the apocalypse. In 2 days, it would be the anniversary of his demise in his previous life. As the date approached, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He feared that everything unfolding now was merely a figment of his imagination in his final moments. In truth, he had indeed been dismembered by Zhang Wan and her family, but the intense hatred and resentment had forged this false illusion. Therefore, he resolved to cast aside all thoughts and indulge in the pleasures of the moment. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. The 15th day of the apocalypse. On this day, he chose not to summon Han Yun and the others, opting instead to remain alone in the house with only the leopard for company. As time slipped away, when night fell, he lay in bed, his eyes wide open, unable to drift into slumber. A night passed, and on the 16th day of the apocalypse, Xiaoran awoke to a world still shrouded in darkness. He glanced at his phone, which read June 16th, for 12 a.m. In his previous life, his existence had ceased on June 15th. Thus, this was not a mere illusion in his dying moments. It was, indeed, happening that he had been reborn, armed with memories and an abundance of resources. Xiaoran even took the time to call Lu Mei. Hello. Lu Mei's voice sounded somewhat drowsy, clearly having been roused from sleep by Xiaoran's call. After all, it was barely past 4 a.m. Xiaoran, you'd better have a compelling reason for this call, otherwise, I will surely make you regret it, she retorted. Xiaoran chuckled. I'm not dreaming, am I? You're calling me at this hour just to ask? Chapter 67 Accidental killing. Xiaoran felt a stir in his heart. So, this is the friend of Lu Mei, the girl named Ye. They actually shared a bed. Could it be that there exists some kind of intimate relationship between them? The thought only intensified Xiaoran's curiosity. He longed to leap through the phone line, not only to feast his eyes but perhaps to join in this battle. Lu Mei is truly a gem. Yet, he wondered if she was still a maiden. After suffering betrayal in a past marriage, Xiaoran had grown particularly sensitive about a woman's purity. Alright, as long as it's not a dream, you two continue sleeping, Xiaoran chuckled, decisively ending the call. This left Lu Mei on the other end nearly frantic. How could one wake someone from slumber only to hang up after a single sentence? How could one be so cruel? No longer able to shake off her restlessness, Lu Mei promptly redialed, only to discover that Xiaoran's phone was unreachable. He had turned it off. Xiaoran, you bastard. At last, dawn broke. Xiaoran rose, stretching luxuriously, invigorated. Having transitioned from the 15th to the 16th, he felt as if he had transformed into a different person, freed from all anxieties. He truly felt reborn. In this life, he vowed to live splendidly, unbound by any constraints. I shall do as I please. Who dares to stop me? A wicked smile crept upon Xiaoran's lips. What shall I do today? He couldn't help but think of his ex-wife. Now that the 15th had passed, it was high time to release the shackles of his past. Perhaps it is time to eliminate her. Xiaoran had no intention of venturing out himself. Instead, he grabbed a microphone, connected it to a speaker, flung open the window, and cranked the volume to the maximum. Dear neighbors, I am offering a bounty for a person named Zhang Wan. Anyone who brings her to me alive shall receive 2 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food. With that, he hastily shut the window, as the chilly breeze that swept in was bone-chilling. While he remained unfazed, the entire community was thrown into chaos. The longer the apocalypse lasted, the more severe the shortage of food and clean water became. The value of those 2 boxes of instant noodles had skyrocketed compared to. It could be said that such provisions were enough to drive people into madness. In a certain room within the community, Zhang Wan paced back and forth, her expression dark as night. She had finally learned of Lu Bingqing's demise, leaving her with one less potential ally. This revelation filled her with both bitterness and despair. However, the announcement that had just echoed through the neighborhood sent a chill through her body, leaving her agitated. As the saying goes, under a heavy reward, there will surely be brave men. She was not Lu Bingqing, who would fear her, thus, anyone could turn against her at any moment. Who could she trust now? As she paced back, she unexpectedly collided with someone. Lu Kansas. Upon catching a glimpse of him, Zhang Wan's heart tightened, for she saw Lucan gripping a kitchen knife, his face radiating murderous intent. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak. In that fleeting moment, a singular thought crossed her mind. Strike first. Without hesitation, she lunged forward with her fruit knife. Lucan made no attempt to resist. It seemed he had not anticipated her attack, and in an instant, his throat was slit open, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He stared blankly at Zhang Wan, confusion etched across his face, as if he could not fathom why she would turn on him. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Wan's eyes. If you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You intend to capture me to claim the reward from Xiaoran? You shall die. At that moment, 2 men rushed in, momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Zhang Wan quickly explained, Lucan was trying to capture me to claim the bounty from Xiaoran. Please do not misunderstand. These 2 were her recent accomplices, and if they misconstrued her actions as treachery against a comrade, their little group would surely fall apart. The 2 men, Luo Wu and Du. Zhang Wan was bewildered by their mirth and couldn't help but ask, what are you laughing at? Laughing at you for being a fool. Luo Wu scoffed, we were just quietly discussing how to deliver you to Xiaoran, but Lucan overheard us, and we chased after him, intending to eliminate him. Who would have thought he would end up here with you? Only, who could have imagined that Zhang Wan would personally slay the only ally she had? How ironic and ludicrous. Originally, with Liu Kan's assistance, Zhang Wan might have stood a chance in a 2-against-2 confrontation. Even as a woman, in a moment of desperation, she could have had a fighting chance. Moreover, Luo Hu and his companion had to consider the possibility of a Pyrrhic victory, incurring significant costs. Should they proceed? But now, Zhang Wan trembled as she realized she had effectively destroyed her own defenses. Now, as a frail woman, how could she contend against 2 strong men? Why had she acted so impulsively? Why hadn't she allowed Liu Kan to speak? He had clearly intended to communicate, yet, she had been too hasty, too frightened, too eager to strike first. No, she should not blame herself but rather Liu Kan. Why had he allowed her to misunderstand? In such a situation, wouldn't anyone have acted in self-defense? Naturally, she would not hold herself accountable. Instead, she shifted the blame onto Liu Kan, choosing to disregard the matter entirely. Waving her fruit knife, she shouted, "Do not come any closer, stay back." Luo Hu and his companion merely scoffed. Had Liu Kan still been present, they might have hesitated. The two advanced from either side, encircling her. Xiaoran opened the door to see Han Yun and the others off. Moments later, the doorbell to the basement rang unexpectedly. Checking through. However, her current state was far from favorable. Her hands were bound, her face marred by multiple injuries, and her expression was one of sheer malice. Chapter 68. The entanglements of past and present. Indeed. A faint smile graced Xiaoran's lips as he opened the door with ease. Should this be a trap, a ploy devised by the loquacious man and his companion to deceive him into opening the door, they would find themselves mercilessly consumed by the portal. However, the loquacious man wore a disarmingly obsequious smile, bowing and scraping in a manner that suggested utter subservience. Xiaoran could not help but sigh. This individual had clearly lost all semblance. Having dallied with his wife, he still managed to greet him with such a facade of friendliness, a testament to his abject surrender. How utterly tedious. He gestured towards the 2 boxes of instant noodles within, saying, "Take them." The loquacious men were overjoyed, promptly shoving Zhang Wan inside before each seizing a box of noodles and fleeing. Xiaoran, meanwhile, pressed a button on the remote, sealing the iron door shut, then regarded his ex-wife with a detached expression. Zhang Wan forcibly suppressed her simmering resentment, mustering a smile as she said, "Xiaoran." Zhang Wan, momentarily bewildered, took several seconds to respond. "It's wonderful, this place is simply fantastic." How could it not be? Just the presence of heating and electricity was enough to entice a former star and socialite to humble herself in seeking Xiaoran's refuge. She finally comprehended the extent of the renovations Xiaoran had undertaken over the past 2 months. Xiaoran smiled and guided her upstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhang Wan's eyes fell upon the roaring fireplace, the room evidently warmer. Xiaoran had no intention of assisting her in that regard. The leopard approached, fixating a predatory gaze on Zhang Wan, emitting a low growl. Had it not been for Xiaoran's command, it would surely have lunged at her. Zhang Wan trembled slightly. A quiet dog may bite, and the leopard clearly belonged to the category of ferocious beasts. Yet Xiaoran retrieved a plate bearing a perfectly seared steak and placed it before the leopard. In its simplistic understanding, Zhang Wan was an adversary. How could it possibly indulge in a meal with an enemy in its midst? It was determined to protect its master and guard its territory. You actually feed your dog? What do people consume nowadays? Instant noodles, biscuits, bread. Only families with ample provisions could afford rice, meat. Apologies, which household would stockpile fresh meat? Even salted meat was not something every home would cure. Thus, the audacity to lavish a steak upon a dog. Were you not concerned about being criticized? Xiaoran merely smiled faintly, taking his seat at the dining table, which was already laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. There were king crabs, river shrimp, lamb soup, and marinated beef. An extravagant feast indeed. Were you to consume all of this alone? Did you not fear bursting from such excess? Wasteful, indeed. Are you envious? Zhang Wan instinctively nodded, her gaze toward him softening from animosity to a fervent longing. Darling, let us start anew, shall we? Ha ha ha. Xiaoran's laughter rang out, rich with derision. Look at what you are. It was Han Yun and her sister-in-law, along with Zhang Lei and Wan Lulu, captured earlier that afternoon by a hidden camera, the footage in stunning 8K clarity, allowing Zhang Wan to discern every detail of their appearances. Han Yun and Wan Lulu were breathtaking, their figures, even as a woman who considered herself attractive, Zhang Wan could not help but feel overshadowed. Yet, no matter how beautiful they were reduced to serving Xiaoran with abject humility. Her complexion paled. If Xiaoran had taken up with such exquisite company, would he still hold any regard for her? Xiaoran, what grievances do we share that you would treat me so? She suddenly erupted, her composure fracturing, no longer pleading but glaring at Xiaoran, having lost all hope. Xiaoran chuckled, you still dare to question me? Indeed, a venomous woman never reflects upon her actions. Yet, I have no intention to engage in debate. I show you this merely to illustrate how splendidly I now thrive. To awaken you, to make you weep and repent? That is a task fit for the underworld, while my role is simply to send you there. With a smile, Xiaoran shoved Zhang Wan toward the entrance. Startled, Zhang Wan realized his intent and panicked, shouting, Xiaoran, what are you doing? What do you want? No, no, no. Xiaoran remained unmoved, flinging the door open with a smile, and with a swift kick, he sent Zhang Wan tumbling outside. Zhang Wan immediately attempted to return, but a hailstone struck her squarely in the face. Though the hail had lessened in size, it still stung like a marble, causing her significant pain, especially since the hail was toxic, leaving her skin burning. She screamed, desperately seeking refuge, yet more hailstones mercilessly pelted down upon her, forcing her to cry out in agony. Utterly overwhelmed, she fell to the ground, rolling about in torment. Xiaoran, save me! Help me, she cried to the only person who could possibly save her, yet her voice dwindled, fading into silence. She lay still. It was not the poison that claimed her. Contact with the toxic substance was not instant, but the extreme cold. Xiaoran observed from the window, his expression inscrutable. As he had proclaimed, Zhang was dead, and the animosities of past and present had been irrevocably severed. At last, he could let go. Xiaoran turned away, feeling an extraordinary lightness in his heart. First, the 15-day period had elapsed, proving he had truly been reborn. Second, the last of the Zhang family had perished, allowing him to fully unburden himself. From here on, he need only indulge in the pleasures of life. He hummed a tune as he commenced his workout, determined not to neglect his fitness regimen. After completing his exercise, he took a shower and began sifting through. He scrolled through rapidly, soon discovering yet another body had gone missing. Rewinding, he pinpointed the culprits responsible for the body theft. A group of men were seen lifting a corpse, swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Lu Yang from Building 4. Xiaoran recognized one of them. Is the entire building full? Given that an adult's weight exceeds 100 pounds, how could a few men possibly consume all that in such a short span? It was clear that the entire building was complicit. The thought sent a shiver coursing through Xiaoran. What a world this had become. Chapter 69. Venturing out another night has passed. Day 17 of the apocalypse. As Xiaoran awoke, a wave of joy washed over. Each day had transformed into a fresh beginning. Wait, what? He gazed out the window in astonishment, for the once gloomy and oppressive view had brightened considerably. The fog had lifted. Xiaoran could Indeed, visibility had improved to around 20 meters, although there was still a ways to go before the fog completely dissipated. Navigating in such weather posed no risk of getting lost. He could finally venture outside. Xiaoran's heart soared. After being cooped up in the community for over half a month, even with the company of women, the monotony of mere eating and sleeping had left him feeling rather bored. After all, being forced to be a homebody was vastly different from choosing to be one. It was time to explore. Most importantly, he needed to procure some fuel, such as gasoline or diesel, which had been nearly impossible to obtain in large quantities before the apocalypse. As for Lu Mei, that friend of his, she was a different story altogether. She must possess considerable connections, otherwise, it would be impossible for her to obtain several acres of land and construct a doomsday fortress. Wealth and influence certainly made acquiring more diesel and gasoline a trivial matter, but never mind, zero-cost shopping is still an option. Xiaoran smiled, recalling that his G-Class had cost him over 2 million, with modifications amount. The vehicle's windows had been replaced with bulletproof glass, the tires were designed for enhanced traction, and the body boasted exceptional insulation with specially designed heating equipment. After waiting for so many days, he finally had an opportunity. All he hoped for was that the roads outside wouldn't be congested. That was a significant concern. When the hail had fallen, the rush hour had yet to conclude, meaning many vehicles on the streets might not have found shelter in time, resulting in shattered windows. Combined with the thick fog, how many people had abandoned their cars in the middle of the road? At that moment, Xiaoran wished he had prepared a tank instead. The only piece of good news was that the nearest gas station was only about 2 kilometers away. It shouldn't pose much difficulty. Xiaoran made his preparations and set off. Baozi, I can't take you this time, stay home and keep watch. Baozi barked, though it was uncertain whether he understood. Xiaoran arrived at the ground-level garage. The villa's garage was above ground, though a basement could also be converted into a garage, depending on the owner's choice. Xiaoran had opted to convert his basement into a living room and a surveillance room to maximize space. He entered the vehicle, closed the door, and with a roar, the engine ignited as the G-Class slowly exited the garage. Hail immediately began to pelt the roof, producing a crisp sound. Xiaoran smiled slightly, unperturbed. Ordinary cars need not worry about hail damage unless they were of such poor quality that they were filled with foam, and his fortified luxury vehicle was certainly not something to fret about. Of course, hail striking the glass was the true test. Not only was the glass of the G-Class bulletproof, but it could also deploy a steel mesh to keep the hail at bay. Absolutely secure, the ground was already frozen, slick as ice, yet with the anti-slip tires, the G-Class maintained a steady course. Xiaoran remained cautious, keeping the speed at around 20 miles per hour. Was there any urgency? The vehicle wound its way through the community, and soon arrived at the entrance. However, the sensor devices had long ceased functioning, and the barrier could not be raised. No matter, I shall ram through. With a firm press on the accelerator, the car surged forward, with reinforced bumpers of the highest quality, coupled with a modified engine. Not merely a barrier but even a wall could be pushed aside. However, Xiaoran did not conceal his presence. With visibility at around 20 meters, many people noticed him. Who is that? Isn't that Xiaoran? I saw that car coming out of the villa. How does he dare to go out? Isn't he afraid of the hail shattering his windows? Indeed, even though the fog has lifted, the hail hasn't stopped. Let's venture out and try our luck. Right, we can cover the windows. If we drive slowly and cautiously, it shouldn't be too difficult. Absolutely, we must take the risk, otherwise, we might starve or die of thirst. Many mustered their courage and rushed to the underground garage, though a significant number still hesitated or lacked vehicles, primarily the elderly. They, too, went to the garage but were discussing alternative matters rather than risking the outside. Why not reap rewards without effort? Xiaoran paid no heed to the others as he drove along. Though his speed was modest, he had indeed left the community behind. He felt as if he were a dragon emerging from the depths of the ocean. What a thrill! Moreover, luck was on his side. Although the streets were cluttered with abandoned vehicles, he could still navigate around them. Only at one juncture did he encounter a complete blockage caused by 3 colliding cars. No matter, he rolled down the window, held an Into the alternate space at which just one car was sufficient, Xiaoran retracted the umbrella, closed the window, and continued on his way out. In just about 2 kilometers, he quickly arrived at the gas station. He parked the vehicle, exited, locked the doors, and headed directly to the storage area for fuel tanks. He intended to take them all in one go. Collecting the tanks, he stored them in the alternate space. In total, there were 3 tanks corresponding to 92 and 98 octane gasoline and diesel, though the absence of 95 octane gasoline left Xiaoran somewhat dissatisfied, as he had made the same trip but ended up with 1 less tank. Fortunately, each tank was nearly full, suggesting they had just been replenished before the apocalypse. As Xiaoran held his umbrella, preparing to return to the vehicle, he suddenly noticed several cars swerving towards him. To his dismay, these vehicles encircled him. At that moment, numerous individuals jumped out of their cars, clearly having come to refuel, and rushed to grab the fuel nozzles. However, due to the power outage, the nozzles were inoperable, and with Xiaoran having taken the gas station's roof offered protection from rain and hail but not from the cold, and the people shivered violently, hugging themselves, wearing hats, and covering their faces with cloth, rendering their identities unrecognizable. They noticed Xiaoran immediately, their eyes fixating on the clothes he wore. That was a custom-made tactical jacket, suitable for climbing Everest, thus ensuring exceptional warmth. Even if they were unfamiliar with quality goods, a mere glance would reveal it as high-end merchandise. Chapter 70. I must silently eliminate you. Xiaoran furrowed his brows and remarked, "It's so cold, what will become of me if I strip off my clothes?" "Ha, whether you freeze to death." Xiaoran shook his head, reflecting that he was not a bloodthirsty individual, yet here he was, being coerced. With a smile, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a replica gun from an alternate dimension. What? Instantly, the group's pupils dilated, their tension palpable as they instinctively recoiled. A gun, who would not be afraid upon seeing one? How audacious you all are. The hail was notoriously lethal, causing excruciating pain to twofold, with the toxin inflicting unbearable agony that would have one writhing on the ground. To roll on the ground in such weather, it would surely. Xiaoran scoffed, "What do I care?" The words were returned verbatim. The group exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with malice. That if that was the case, they would. In this post-apocalyptic world, many had turned ferocious, and with the stakes being life or death, everyone was compelled to fight fiercely. Xiaoran smiled slightly, hoping they would indeed charge. This way, he could conserve some ammunition. He opened the portal to his alternate space. The foremost attackers vanished instantly, while those lagging behind, despite sensing something amiss, could not halt their momentum and collided into the portal. Only one person was spared, his speed too slow. That individual trembled, terror etched across his face. Do not kill me, I beg you, spare my life. He had lost all will to resist. Xiaoran shook his head. "You have uncovered my secret, I must eliminate you." The man was utterly aggrieved, tears streaming down his face. "But I know nothing." He had merely witnessed others vanish without any understanding of how it transpired. How could that constitute knowledge of a secret? Was it not excessive to silence him for this? Xiaoran smiled. A bullet from the alternate space silently flew forth, and with a soft pop, a spray of crimson erupted from the man's forehead. He looked at Xiaoran in disbelief before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Thud, he fell, eyes wide open in death. Xiaoran reached out, clearing the cars obstructing his vehicle, and climbed into the warmth of his car, enveloped in a comforting heat. He had not turned off the engine, the air conditioning was still running, save on fuel. Did he appear to be in need of money? Returning home, Xiaoran pondered whether the fog would dissipate or thicken again. He no longer had any foreknowledge, so safety was paramount. After stockpiling numerous supplies and preparing extensively, it would be absurd to find himself trapped outside in the fog, frozen to death. Safety first, this was his principle. Driving cautiously, having previously cleared the path, he returned effortlessly and soon spotted the entrance of his community. However, he discovered that although he had crashed through the entrance barrier, several stone blocks had suddenly appeared, obstructing the way. Inside the security booth sat over a dozen elderly individuals who, upon seeing Xiaoran return, exhibited expressions of excitement. Xiaoran lowered his window slightly and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "Xiaoran, we are on the brink of starvation and thirst, therefore you must provide us with food and water, otherwise, we shall not allow you entry," one of the elders declared, opening the window. Though the security booth offered some protection from the hail, it could not shield against the wind or freezing temperatures. With the window open, a frigid gust swept in, causing the elderly man to shiver uncontrollably. Xiaoran chuckled, "Are you not afraid I might retaliate? Ha, we are not fools." To his astonishment, the elderly men brandished toy water guns at him. These were the most basic kind of water guns, pressurized, capable of shooting a mere 3 to 5 meters. Yet, should Xiaoran exit the vehicle to remove the stone blocks or attempt to enter the community, they could spray him with their water guns. One could only surmise that the contents were not merely water, but the toxic residue of. Xiaoran smiled again. In such cold weather, if he merely delayed, the toxic water would freeze in the guns. How could they possibly squeeze out a tube of ice? However, he had no desire to waste time with these old men. He pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward, the bumper colliding with the stone blocks. The immense power pushed them aside effortlessly, allowing for the car's passage. After retreating slightly and adjusting his direction, he evaded the obstacles. Yet, instead of fleeing, he tossed 2 packets of instant noodles towards the security booth. The elderly man, initially disheartened, had anticipated that Xiaoran would simply bulldoze through the blockade, leaving them powerless to retaliate. Given the ferocity of people these days, he could easily have run them over. Yet, to their astonishment, he had thrown out 2 packets of noodles. Instantly, they could no longer contain themselves, surging from the security booth in a frenzy, all vying for the noodles. Despite their typically frail appearances and penchant for demanding seats on public transport, the allure of the noodles ignited within them a remarkable vigor, as they pounced like starving wolves. Fists flew, and while some struck with fair play, others resorted to underhanded tactics. Cries of pain and muffled protests erupted. Xiaoran observed this farcical scene through the car window, a faint smile gracing his lips. See how quickly the newly formed alliance crumbled. This is human nature. It cannot withstand scrutiny. When faced with interests and the specter of death, people's true colors emerged. As the elderly men fought amongst themselves, likely resulting in grievous injuries, after parking the car, Xiaoran removed his coat, and the dog, Leopard, wagged its tail as it approached, ruffling the dog's head. Xiaoran glanced at the time. It was just 3 minutes shy of 11. He began to eat with Leopard, and after their meal, he prepared some fruit. Following the fruit, he brewed a cup of goji berry tea. There was no choice. Daily consumption necessitated maintenance. Shortly after, Han Yun and her 3 companions arrived punctually. Chapter 71, Building Number 4. Xiaoran was quite pleased and treated the 4 women to some watermelon each. The 4 ladies naturally enjoyed their treat immensely. For Xiaoran, the supplies were merely a trifling matter. He had an abundance, with several thousand tons of watermelon alone. Even if he were to consume one each day, how long would it last? However, for the 4 women, any fruit at this time was a luxury. Moreover, given the frigid weather outside, how delightful it was for them to be in a warm room, indulging in hot pot until they were drenched in sweat, only to then savor the refreshing chill of the watermelon. What a blissful experience. Not even celestial beings could rival such a delight. How could they possibly distance themselves from Xiaoran? Even if he demanded they act as his subordinates, they would comply without hesitation. In these times, whoever controls the resources reigns supreme. Of course, one must also possess the ability to safeguard these resources, otherwise, one merely becomes a benefactor to others. Fortunately, Xiaoran possessed both qualities. If he wished, he could easily become the ruler of the entire community. Yet, what would be the significance of that? Would he command a legion of subordinates merely to engage in skirmishes? In this era, is there still a potential for widespread warfare? How would they even venture outside? No, it should be noted that in a few days, the majority of people would likely perish from starvation, leading to a drastic reduction in global population. How could large-scale conflicts possibly arise under such circumstances? Thus, in minor altercations, Xiaoran's spatial gate served as the most formidable weapon. A single volley of bullets would challenge anyone to. The 4 women devoured the watermelon with great enthusiasm, leaving little trace of the red flesh, their expressions revealing an insatiable desire for more. It was not that Xiaoran was stingy. Rather, if they were to be completely satisfied at once, they would not appreciate its value. Currently, although there was food to be had, they could only partake in small portions each time, making every bite seem more precious and endearing them. The adage, a grain of rice brings kindness, a grain of millet brings enmity, aptly illustrates this principle. After their watermelon feast, Xiaoran reluctantly bid farewell to the 4 women. Later in the afternoon, many households were in an uproar, cursing and complaining. Several individuals had been killed or frozen to death at the entrance, fighting over instant noodles. Upon learning this, Xiaoran merely smiled faintly. As long as they did not provoke him, he could not be bothered to intervene. However, if they sought confrontation, well, they could perish for all he cared. His own life was paramount. Nonetheless, he glanced towards building number 4, where its residents had begun resorting to cannibalism. Once the threshold was crossed, they could easily resort to any deed. One must always be wary. He feared not open confrontation but rather the treachery that lurked in the shadows. As evening fell, a sudden thick fog enveloped the city, its origins unknown. Visibility plummeted from 20 meters to 10, then to 5, until it dwindled to a mere 1 meter, reminiscent of the previous days. Those who had ventured out to gather supplies were now in dire straits. Those who had returned early were fortunate, but those still outside were surely doomed. In such frigid conditions, if they did not find shelter promptly, the likelihood of freezing to death was exceedingly high. Xiaoran clicked his tongue in relief. Fortunately, he had not been greedy and had returned early, or else he would have had to endure the night outside. Although his vehicle had been modified for excellent insulation and he possessed the finest thermal jacket, sleeping in the car was both. One could never predict what might transpire in the dead of night. In a world on the brink of collapse, one must exercise utmost caution, with safety as the priority. In an apartment within building number 4, 7 men were gathered, heartily consuming soup from large bowls, their ravenous appetite causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads. These men were the organizers and overseers of building number 4, which had now formed a tight. Sun Wentao finished first, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. We need not worry about food for now, but our clean water supply is running low. It will not suffice for the next meal. Lu Yang was the second to finish, wiping. Many must have ventured out today to gather supplies. We can raid a nearby building, securing plenty of clean water and additional provisions. This is a splendid idea. Eating meat daily is becoming tiresome. Lu Wei chimed. Whether we can provide our wives, children, and parents with something good to eat will depend on our haul tonight. Lu Yan declared. Which building shall we target? Being on the 4th floor, our nearest options are buildings number 3. Which do you prefer? Building number 3. Number 3. Number 5. Alright, the majority has chosen building number 3, we will raid it tonight. The others pondered this and nodded in agreement. But Xiaoran is quite formidable. Indeed, one can only wonder if his success stems from luck or skill. He managed to take down so many. Whether he is truly capable or merely fortunate, we should refrain from provoking him for now. Yes, there is something quite eerie about him. In the dead of night, Lu Yang and his group, totaling 30 men, set out, first arriving at the underground garage before entering building number 3. With a resounding crash, the door was smashed open, and a horde of burly men surged inside. Who could stand in their way? A piercing scream echoed through the air. Moments later, Lu Yang and his men emerged, proceeding to the next unit. With another heavy blow, the door was shattered, and they flooded inside. However, this time they lingered much longer, with the harrowing cries of women emanating from within, pausing intermittently before resuming. It was a full 2 hours before they finally trickled back outside. I did not expect Zhao Jiayi's wife to be quite so beautiful. Tell the brothers to take it easy, don't break her, just bring her back to enjoy later. Yes, the brothers at the back should hold off for now. There are surely more beauties in building number 3, so no need to rush. They continued their assault on the doors. Chapter 72, Relax a little. The apocalypse had entered its 18th day. At dawn, news spread rapidly, with residents denouncing the atrocities committed by Building 4 the previous day. They had launched a surprise attack on Building 3, ruthlessly slaughtering nearly all its inhabitants. Among the victims, some had desperately fled for their lives, hiding in the underground garage, where the darkness and cold dissuaded their pursuers from searching, allowing them to escape a grim fate. Nevertheless, by the following morning, more than half of these survivors had perished. The news came directly from their lips. Upon hearing this, the entire community was engulfed in shock, and countless residents voiced their outrage. Under the coordination of the building leaders, most homeowners gathered in the garage for a meeting. Naturally, no one from Building 4 participated, as the day's agenda centered on how to confront them. This was utterly outrageous. Previously, Xiaoran had taken lives, but it was clear to anyone with sense that it was always others who provoked him first, leading to his retaliatory actions. Conversely, if no one dared to provoke him, who would be victimized, who would die? No one. Hence, while there was a palpable fear of Xiaoran, after all, he had killed many, there was no sense of terror. As long as one refrained from antagonizing him, danger was averted. But Building 4 was different. They would come after you, even if you did not provoke them. They would feast on your flesh, drink your blood, and violate your wives and daughters. They were nothing short of a cult, who could remain unafraid. Thus, a strategy needed to be devised. Xiaoran, however, chose not to take part. Upon waking, the first thing he did was gaze out the window, noticing that the thick fog had considerably dissipated. Although visibility was not as high as the previous day, he could still see about 15 meters, which was sufficient to venture out in search of supplies. He had just collected 3 large cans of gasoline and diesel the day before, so he was not in a hurry to go out again today. By midday, Han Yun and her 3 companions arrived, informing Xiaoran of the heinous acts committed by Building 4, their faces etched with worry, for who could predict whether the occupants of Building 4 would break down their doors at night, invading their homes to wreak havoc. Among them, even the less striking Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei were still at least 70 points on the beauty scale, while Han Yun and Wang Lulu exceeded 90, being exceptionally stunning. If they fell into the hands of those from Building 4, the outcome would be nothing short of tragic. Though they were currently engaged in selling themselves, Xiaoran was quite reasonable. He was not taking advantage of them. On the contrary, they could indulge in lavish meals, enjoy warmth, and take hot showers, akin to being kept by wealthy patrons. While it might sound derogatory, they were living a life far superior to many. Yet, what awaited them in Building 4? They would be ravaged, abused, and ultimately reduced to mere sustenance. With such fears weighing heavily on their minds, could they possibly maintain calm brows and light hearts? Xiaoran listened as they recounted the atrocities of Building 4, and while the community had organized a meeting, the lack of unity resulted in no concrete decisions being made. Thus, the gathering was ultimately futile, leaving everyone to endure the cold in the garage for no reason. Indeed, these individuals had already tasted blood, completely discarding any semblance of morality and societal order, their minds consumed solely by the instinct to survive. In truth, such a mindset could indeed facilitate survival in the apocalypse. However, living amongst a group of beasts that had savored blood, even Xiaoran felt a prickling unease. He had no fear of these thugs himself, but if Han Yun and her friends caught, Xiaoran was not yet weary of the game and had no desire for Han Yun and her companions to be seized by those from Building 4, reduced to mere playthings. Moreover, should Building 4 eliminate the residents of the community one by one, the flames of their destruction would inevitably reach him as well. Since they were destined to be adversaries, why not take the initiative and eliminate them before they could pose a threat? Xiaoran contemplated this, firmly grounded in his strategy of stability. Even if he were to act, he needed to ensure his safety was guaranteed. Anything less would be an irresponsibility on his part. Yes, he thought, nodding to himself, though this plan might not guarantee the complete annihilation of the occupants of Building 4, it would at least incapacitate them from causing harm for a time, likely resulting in the demise of more than half of them. Thus, he declared, you all should stay here for the next few days. Once the issue with Building 4 is resolved, you can return. The 4 women were naturally elated, but Wang Lulu quickly inquired, can I? That was simply not possible. Wang Lulu's disappointment was evident as she stood there, torn between the decision to come alone or stay with her son, creating a significant inner conflict. Ultimately, she resolved to come on her own, entrusting her son to the care of a neighbor, a kind elderly couple whom she believed would look after him well, provided she offered them some food. This was a reluctant choice, for her love for her son was not profound. He was merely a means to her ascent, and when compared to her own desires, the choice was relatively easy. After finishing her meal, she departed with some provisions, returning an hour later. As evening approached, the fog descended once more, visibility plummeting to about 1 meter. This led Xiaoran to speculate whether the fog, if this were the case, failing to return before dusk would necessitate spending the night outside, waiting for the fog to clear the following morning before taking action or returning home. Checking the time, Xiaoran resolved to act. Chapter 73, The Sealed Building. After reviewing the surveillance footage, he stepped outside. The 4 women, Han Yun and her companions, were in a deep slumber, none stirred from their sleep. This was due to Xiaoran having discreetly added a touch of sedative to their dinner, ensuring they remained blissfully unaware of his nocturnal departure. A piercing chill enveloped him, jolting Xiaoran into alertness. How cold it was, despite being fully armed against the elements, he still felt the penetrating cold seeping into his bones. By nightfall, the temperature had likely plummeted to a frigid -30 degrees or even lower. With a flashlight in hand, he swiftly made his way to building number 4. Ascending the steps, he reached the second floor. In this complex, the first floor of each building was essentially elevated, devoid of residents. Xiaoran positioned himself behind the fire escape door, and with a flicker of intent, he summoned large, square blocks of ice. Why had he prepared ice blocks? It was undeniably the ice age outside. Because Xiaoran feared the erratic weather. This year was exceptionally cold, and he worried that the following year might bring extreme heat. The alternate space was expansive enough, and ice blocks held little value. Furthermore, ice was simply frozen water, which could be melted for drinking and bathing. Before long, he had laid down a thick layer, approximately 1 meter high. He retrieved steel bars and inserted them between the ice blocks, propping them up near the ceiling. Then, he poured water into the gaps between the ice blocks and the steel bars. How cold was it now? 30 to 40 degrees below zero, and the moment the water was poured, it froze instantly. As a result, the ice blocks fused seamlessly with one another in the steel bars. He continued to layer the ice blocks until they reached the ceiling. Now, matters became somewhat complicated. He fetched a ladder to ascend and continued pouring water over the ice blocks. In this manner, an impenetrable ice wall, it would require force to push against an entire wall. Even if they were to chop down the fire exit door with an axe, confronting such a thick ice wall, fortified by steel bars, would demand considerable. Perhaps it would take 10 days or even half a month. After such a prolonged starvation, most of them would likely perish. Xiaoran proceeded to another unit, employing the same strategy to seal off that safety door as well. Moreover, he even maneuvered several cars into the hallway, further obstructing the residents' escape routes. And the elevator shaft. Xiaoran descended to the first floor, pried open the elevator doors, and dumped ice blocks inside, followed by water, rendering the elevator shaft completely inoperable. Now, for the residents of building number 4, there remained only one option to escape: to jump from the building. It wasn't a significant height. Jumping from the second floor was unlikely to result in fatality, or even severe injury, especially if they used bed sheets to lower themselves, reducing the risk. However, what was the weather like now, in such extreme cold, coupled with the assault of toxic hail? How many could safely make it out? Certainly, some would, but the odds were exceedingly slim. This was sufficient. If building number 4 had been so significantly weakened, the other residents in the complex would stand no chance against them. They were undeserving of survival. Xiaoran took great satisfaction in his handiwork. The key was that he had not needed to take any risks. With that, he returned to the villa, secured the iron door, and found that Han Yun and her companions were still sound asleep, the sedative's effects proving potent. Upon reaching the first floor, however, the leopard greeted him, wagging its tail. Xiaoran smiled. When it came to loyalty, only the leopard could be counted on. As for Han Yun and the others, they followed him merely because he provided such favorable conditions. Should he find himself destitute, one could only imagine their attitudes. Yet Xiaoran believed that the leopard would remain steadfast by his side. Those who would share in your poverty are the ones truly worth cherishing. As night passed, the apocalypse entered its 19th day. Before dawn, chaos erupted in building number 4. The safety door leading to the first floor would not budge. Initially, no one paid much heed, assuming the extreme cold had caused some water on the door to freeze, thus sealing it shut. A forceful push would surely open it. However, when one person after another failed to open the door, the entire building's residents were alerted. Several burly men took turns ramming against the safety door, but it was as futile as splinters flew in all directions. After a while, Lu Yang grew weary and passed the axe to another. After roughly an hour of effort, they finally managed to hack the safety door open. What they initially believed to be a simple task turned into bewilderment as they beheld the thick ice wall beyond the door. What was happening? Why was there an ice wall in the second floor hallway? Moreover, they could vaguely discern steel bars within. Was that steel reinforcement? What on earth? Wasn't everything fine just yesterday? Who had sealed off the hallway in the middle of the night? Surely, it couldn't have been the entire community working together. It was inconceivable that one person, or even a few, could accomplish such a feat. They were yet to see the cars blocking the stairwell, which would send them further into a state of disbelief. How had the cars been moved upstairs? Even the most skilled female drivers wouldn't possess such expertise. Let's use the elevator shaft, someone suggested. Thus, the group hurried to the elevator shaft, prying open the doors, only to be met with a thick layer. What now? They found themselves trapped within the building. Let's climb out the windows, another bright spark proposed. Eyes lit up at the suggestion. The drop from the second floor to the ground was only about 3 meters. Even jumping directly would likely not result in death. Furthermore, they could use ropes to descend or toss bedding down first to cushion their landing. However, the issue remained that outside, the toxic hail continued to fall. Was that a joke? Moreover, while adults could jump, what of the elderly and children? Damn it, who would do something so malicious? The residents of building number 4 exclaimed, cursing in frustration. They could consider the risk of jumping, but for now, they were not yet at the end of their rope. They were reluctant to take such a gamble. For the time being, they would have to endure. As dawn broke, news of the situation quickly spread throughout the community. Many were skeptical and rushed to building number 4 to witness the spectacle for themselves, each one left in awe. Indeed, it was as described. Who were these mysterious benefactors, performing such deeds anonymously? The crowd was filled with curiosity. To accomplish such a feat in a single night was certainly beyond the capabilities of one individual, especially considering the cars wedged in the stairwell, a sight that was utterly perplexing. Yet, this question would forever remain unanswered. Chapter 74 of the disappearance incident. The entire community convened once more, this time to deliberate on measures to prevent the residents of building number 4. The previous day's meeting had ended in discord, as no one was willing to confront a group of merciless individuals, each harboring a mindset of letting others take the lead while they remain spectators in the background. This lack of unity rendered any fruitful discussion impossible. However, today was different. What threat did the inhabitants of building number 4 pose now? None at all. If they wished to emerge, they could only do so by climbing or jumping from the second floor, thereby severely limiting their numbers. Thus, the question arose, how could this route be obstructed as well? Ideas flowed freely as everyone contributed their suggestions. Some proposed excavating the soil beneath the windows of building number 4 to a depth of 3 feet. However, the undertaking was considerable, yet, given the implications for everyone's safety, there was a collective willingness to contribute labor. The work was divided by building number, with residents from each block taking turns to assist daily. Additionally, individuals were assigned to monitor building number 4 around the clock. Should any of its occupants dare to climb out, an alarm would be sounded, and the community would unite to This was a life or death situation. It was either their demise or that of the residents of building number 4. The night before last, they had brutally slaughtered nearly half of the residents of building number 3, who could still harbor any sympathy for them? Regardless of age or gender, all were deemed enemies. Xiaoran, naturally, refrained from participating in such activities, which led some to hurl insults at him, claiming that his survival was entirely. It was said that those with wealth should offer financial support, while those without should lend their labor. If he was unwilling to work, at the very least he could contribute some supplies. Yet, Xiaoran was as miserly as a proverbial iron rooster, hoarding his resources. They scorned him, as if to ensure he heard. Some even brandished megaphones in the underground parking garage, shouting their derision. Xiaoran, of course, heard them. Under the cover of night, he locked down building number 4 and even administered sleeping pills to Han Yun and her companions, keen to conceal his involvement. The reactions of certain individuals were entirely predictable. Had they forgotten who he was, he stepped outside, brandishing a compound bow, and unleashed a flurry of arrows, sending the group into a frenzied retreat, cries of despair echoing in their wake. A few were struck down, others wounded. The deceased fell silent, while the injured lay groaning on the ground, though it wasn't long before they succumbed to the cold. Xiaoran chuckled coldly. His sealing off of building number 4 was not out of some benevolent impulse to save the entire community, but rather a pragmatic concern that they might disrupt his own existence. After all, he had future endeavors to pursue in search of resources, and he did not wish to return to find himself ambushed. Undoubtedly, the residents of building number 4 could resort to such tactics, and so could others. He trusted no one. Around 10 a.m., Han Yun and her companions began to awaken, surprised to find how late it had become. They were astonished but did not suspect it was due to the sleeping pills. Instead, they attributed their deep slumber to the warmth of their surroundings. So this explanation seemed entirely plausible. Xiaoran did not hasten their departure, even though the troubles with building number 4 had largely been resolved. Breakfast consisted of steaming soy milk, fried dough sticks, and dumplings, available for their selection, which understandably thrilled the 4 women and piqued their curiosity. Had Xiaoran prepared an entire room filled with food? After a morning workout, the time had already slipped into midday. The 5 of them first took showers, and afterward, they shared a meal. Following the meal, Wang Lulu decided to leave, as she needed to deliver food to her. However, it was not long after Wang Lulu returned home that she came back, her face pale with terror. Xiaoran, my son is missing. She exclaimed. The situation unfolded as follows. Upon returning home, she discovered the neighbor's door ajar. Summoning her courage, she entered, only to find blood everywhere. The elderly couple lay lifeless in pools of blood, having been dead for some time, and her son was nowhere to be found. What recourse did she have but to seek Xiaoran's assistance? Would he help her find her son? Firstly, he would not. The plight of another's child was of no concern to him. He had merely struck a deal with Wang Lulu. She provided her body in exchange for food. Beyond that, he had no obligation. Secondly, even if he were inclined to assist, how would they search? Knock on every door. Who knew if he would be met with a kitchen knife or a blunt object upon entering? Considering his own safety, how could Xiaoran possibly take such a risk? Chapter 75 Unexpected guests. Thus, Xiaoran merely offered some consolation to Wang Lulu, providing her with an analysis of the difficulties involved in the search. Beyond that, naturally, Han Yun and the other 2 women were in agreement with Xiaoran's decision. After all, what concern did Wang Lulu's son hold for them? At most, they would utter a few sympathetic words from a humanitarian standpoint. However, had Xiaoran consented to search for Wang Lulu's son, they would have undoubtedly dissuaded him. What if something were to happen to Xiaoran? It was not that they held any profound affection for him, but rather, the villa's entrance was secure. Access could only be granted via a remote control, which Xiaoran had not provided them. Thus, should misfortune befall him, they would find themselves trapped in the basement. Just imagine, if no one tended to the fireplace, once the fire was extinguished, how would they keep warm? Better a friend die than me. In comparison, what noble ideals could they possibly hold if their own survival was jeopardized by aiding others? Regrettably, such notions were utterly implausible. What could Wang Lulu do? Her son was utterly untraceable. In such frigid, she was resigned to her fate. From this, one could discern that this woman harbored a notably selfish disposition. In her view, her own safety was evidently of greater significance. Xiaoran merely smiled. He had no need for Wan Lulu to follow him for a lifetime. Whether she was virtuous or vile held little weight for him. Should she dare to betray him, a single bullet would suffice. It was akin to seeking a technician at a club. Would one truly assess the character or morals of the individual? Of course, Wan Lulu remained profoundly concerned for her son, spending. Just as Xiaoran believed the day would pass in such a manner, a loud crash reverberated, followed by the wailing of police sirens. Indeed, it was the sound of sirens, not the alarm of a car. Could it be that a police car had arrived? Xiaoran ascended to the third floor to peer outside. However, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and thick fog had once again gathered, reducing visibility to around nothing at all. He felt a twinge of curiosity, but to venture outside for such a trivial matter, impossible given the current circumstances. The likelihood of breaching his secure refuge was zero, unless an army or military-grade weaponry. Xiaoran descended the stairs, first preparing dinner for the leopard before heading to the basement to invite Han Yun and the other 3 women for supper. After dining, he offered some fruit. In stark contrast to the burgeoning spring ambience within the villa, another household was enduring misfortune. Time rewound slightly. A vehicle careened into the community, erratically, as if a drunken individual were. However, in reality, it was due to the icy ground, rendering the driver unable to maintain control. Bang! The car crashed heavily into the entrance of building number 5, causing the onboard equipment to malfunction, prompting the overhead police lights to flash and this was a police vehicle, specifically, a prison transport van. Moments later, a door swung open, revealing a woman stumbling out, followed by a second, a third, after the ninth. All 9 were women, varying in age and stature, the youngest scarcely in her 20s, while the eldest appeared to be in her 30s. Among them was a particularly rotund woman in her 30s, clad in thick clothing, resembling a spherical figure. Though they had disembarked from a prison van, their attire was quite ordinary, making it difficult to discern whether they were guards or inmates. While the accident was not severe, all 9 women sustained minor injuries. After a brief respite, the largest woman declared, "The vehicle is damaged, and with such dense fog, we cannot proceed. We shall have to spend the night here. Let us find a place to stay. It is freezing outside, and we need to procure some food," remarked a woman adorned with tattoos around her neck. "Let us go." They ascended to the second floor and knocked on the door of room 201, but after a time with no response, they proceeded to knock on the door of room. Inside, a bald man peered through the peephole, brandishing a kitchen knife. The tattooed woman stepped forward, smiling. "Brother, please open the door. We sisters are merely seeking refuge from the cold. If you grant us shelter, we shall entertain you in whatever manner you desire." He concealed the knife behind his back before unlocking the door. The 9 women hurriedly squeezed inside. The cold outside was unbearable. Once all 9 had entered, the bald man shut the door and brandished the knife, his expression turning menacing as he barked, "Anyone who dares to defy me will meet a swift end." Within the room lay ropes. He intended to force the 9 women to bind each other's hands. Those deemed unattractive would be executed immediately, while the beautiful ones would be, well, subjected to his However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that none of the 9 women displayed any signs of fear. This spectacle left him momentarily dumbfounded, but in the next moment, he waved the knife. "You really want me to kill a few of you to establish my authority?" To his astonishment, 3 of the women advanced rather than retreating, each fixing him with fierce gazes. One was the stout woman, another the tattooed one, and the third, a woman. Her gaze was resolute, resembling a wounded lone wolf. Chapter 76 The Great Escape. The bald, muscular man first froze in surprise, then broke into a wide grin. 3 women wished to challenge him? He would dispose of this hefty lass first and see if they dared to act so brazenly thereafter. Just as he raised his knife, he noticed the 3 women simultaneously lift their hands, revealing a gun in each of their grips, the dark muzzles aimed squarely at him. "Shit. I am just playing around with you all, huh?" He laughed nervously. "Xiao Lu, bind him up," commanded the plump woman. "All right." Initially dismissive, the bald man scoffed at the flimsy garment, certain he could snap it with a mere flex of his muscles. However, as the woman finished tying him up, he discreetly tested his restraints and found himself utterly unable to break. Now, he was entirely at their mercy. The tattooed woman holstered her gun, retrieved the fallen kitchen knife, and brandished it near the bald man's throat. This sight sent him into a panic, and he quickly exclaimed, "These women were ruthless. Who exactly were they? What is the current situation in this neighborhood?" the tattooed woman inquired. The bald man began to speak candidly, recounting As he concluded, the 9 women exchanged glances, a look of surprise evident on their faces. It had barely been 20 days since the calamity began, and the outside world had devolved into such chaos? Who were these 9 women? Criminals. The plump woman, Mei Ting, known as Sister Mei, was a human trafficker sentenced to 20 years. The tattooed woman, Zhou Yalan, referred to as Sister Zhou, was a drug dealer linked to murder, originally sentenced. The beauty with hair concealing her face, Su Qingmei, had committed homicide in self-defense, receiving a 9-year sentence. These 3 were the decision-makers among the 9. Following the disaster, a riot. They seized firearms and resisted the guards for several days, ultimately seizing an opportunity amid the fog to escape via a prisoner transport vehicle. However, due to the dense fog, they lost their way and ended up crashing into this neighborhood. The outside world is. The prison has been in turmoil for nearly 10 days without any external reinforcement. This indicates a complete collapse of social order, another added. "So we are now free." All 9 women displayed expressions of exhilaration. Escaping from prison would compound their crimes, and while they had successfully fled, fear lingered in their hearts. Before the might of the state, they were as insignificant as ants, but now? What military, what police, none existed to pursue them. Who would dare hunt them down? Furthermore, in this world devoid of electricity, unless someone had prior knowledge of their identities, who could possibly recognize them? That fellow Xiao. Despite being women, the gravity of their crimes was not trivial given the current state of disorder. What did they have to fear? Mei Ting pondered for a moment and then chuckled. What Xiaoran relies upon is merely a high-end toy gun capable of spraying venom. Yet we possess genuine firearms. Which is more effective, a bullet or a water gun? The other women nodded in agreement. Mei Ting's analysis was astutely logical, although Xiaoran could defend himself with the villa's fortifications and his toy gun. Now that they had arrived, Xiaoran's position as a local tyrant was utterly untenable. The greatest flaw of that man is his lust. Women, we can easily deceive him into opening the door. With a swift motion, blood erupted from the bald man's throat, and he thrashed violently, but bound as he was, he resembled a fish out of water, flopping helplessly on the ground. Within moments, he lay still in a pool of his own blood, eyes wide with terror and disbelief, unable to accept that he had perished at the hands of these women. Let us proceed to the villa, Zhou Yan. Mei Ting nodded. Though the temperature inside the house was approximately 10 degrees warmer than outside, night had fallen rapidly, and the chill was intensifying, plunging indoors below freezing. The allure of a villa with heating was, I'll part ways with you here, Su Qingmei suddenly announced. Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan exchanged glances, their eyes glinting dangerously. Su Qingmei toyed with her gun, remarking, this world is in such disarray that who cares about our criminal identities? Previously, the 9 women had been united in their escape, knowing that if one were caught, the others could easily be implicated, thus, any desire to stray from the group would be met with collective retribution. However, the situation had changed. Who would cling to past misdeeds now? The act of murder was rampant. The 4th building had seen half its occupants slaughtered in a single night. In times past, such violence would have warranted, but now, who would concern themselves with it? In comparison, their previous transgressions seemed trivial. Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan exchanged a glance, both nodding slightly. Very well, let us part ways. She approached the door, shutting it behind her, then walked to the bedroom, opening the door to find another woman standing there. Startled by Su Qingmei's sudden entrance, the woman stumbled back, exclaiming, I'm also a victim. I am from next door. I was taken by a man from outside, and my husband was killed by him. Su Qingmei's expression remained unchanged as she coldly replied, return to your own home. Su Qingmei closed the door and sat down, her face finally revealing a semblance of relaxation. She produced a photograph depicting 2 individuals, a pair of sisters, the older one appearing no more than 20, suggesting it was taken several years prior, while the younger girl seemed around 16. Both wore sweet, enchanting smiles. She pressed the photograph to her chest, whispering, little sister, hold on, I will find you. Chapter 77. Turning the hand to cloud. On the other side, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting, accompanied by 6 other women, descended into the underground. They illuminated their path with flashlights before making their way toward Building 8. It's so damned cold, someone complained. Mei Ting chuckled. Once we enter the villa, we needn't fear the chill. Indeed, the garage was relatively small. Despite their unfamiliarity with the surroundings and the dimness below, they reached the corridor leading to the villa within minutes. They were well prepared and had opened their umbrellas. One must always be cautious, especially since their intent was to cause harm, thus they were even more vigilant. Knock, knock, knock. They rapped on the door of the woman at the forefront. Ingzi was the most beautiful among the 8. To coax Xiaoran into opening the door, they naturally sent forth their most attractive member. Unfortunately, Su Qingmei had withdrawn from the group. Had she been present, it was hard to believe any man could resist her allure. What do you want? A man's voice. Ingzi swayed her hips, forcing a smile as she feigned a sweet tone. Big brother, didn't you say that as long as we were willing to sleep with you, you would provide us with food? Hee, all of us sisters wish to keep you company. Xiaoran observed through the surveillance cameras. There were 8 of them. Although all were women, the quality of a few was truly lacking. The sight of the overweight woman was particularly disconcerting. Was she serious? If she were to solicit on the streets, would anyone even consider her? Moreover, what was this? He spotted a gun concealed behind the... They mistakenly believed Xiaoran had installed just 1 camera. In truth, there were 3, placed at different angles and equipped with infrared imaging. So, they had come to rob his villa? But why had such a band of women suddenly appeared in the neighborhood? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be the same group responsible for the earlier crash and sirens? Well then, since you've come knocking, I shall deal with you all at once. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to search for 8 women scattered throughout the community. Come over here, Xiaoran instructed as he turned off the surveillance, beckoning for Han Yun and her 3 companions to join him. He preferred they not witness him using the spatial powers. Han Yun felt a twinge of discomfort, remarking, what is this? With newcomers arriving, are we to be cast aside? Xiaoran smiled lightly. These newcomers are not to be underestimated. They rearmed. Armed, the 4 women were taken aback, and Zhang Jingya was the first to respond. Then let us ignore them. After all, they cannot get in. Right, the other 3 chimed in unison. The villa had everything one could desire, and it was exceedingly safe. Why would they risk opening the door to confront a group wielding firearms? Xiaoran paid them no mind, instructing them to hide behind the screen. Then he extinguished the lights. With a press of the remote, the iron door slowly opened toward the corridor. Outside, the 8 women gazed into the pitch-black interior, suddenly hesitant. Why was it so dark? Had Xiaoran anticipated their arrival? However, the moment the door swung open, warmth flooded out, enveloping them in a comforting embrace that words could scarcely convey. Unable to resist, they stepped inside. One by one, they vanished without a sound. The darkness was so profound that the remaining members failed to notice their companions had disappeared until 5 of them were gone. At that moment, Zhou Yalan shone her flashlight, halting in shock. Where had they gone? Where were the others? Why was there not a single shadow in sight? Ingzi, Xiaolu, she called out loudly, but her voice trembled with fear. This cry caused Mei Ting and another woman to stop as well, directing their flashlights throughout the room in search of their missing companions. Yet, they found nothing. Panic gripped the three of them, the combination of darkness and the unknown birthed to profound terror. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, caught in the beam of the flashlight. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting raised their guns and pulled the triggers. A bang, bang, bang. In the darkness, each bullet fired from their handguns ignited a brief spark, yet to their horror, they discovered the figure still stood unmoved. Your aim is truly abysmal. Xiaoran chuckled. Was it that Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan were so poor in marksmanship? Certainly not. He had opened the spatial door at the iron gate, absorbing all incoming bullets into the other realm. Thus, it would indeed be a miracle if even one bullet managed to strike him. They didn't even penetrate the interior, otherwise, the bullets would have made noise upon hitting the walls or furniture. The three women, paralyzed by fear, were incapable of contemplating this. They trembled violently, struggling to breathe. Xiaoran could not afford to take any risks. Seeing that the three women neither advanced nor were certain of their remaining ammunition, he opted not to approach further. Instead, he activated a powerful flashlight and aimed it at the trio. With a swish, several bullets silently shot out from the spatial realm. The distance between the spatial doorway and the three women was no more than 1 meter. Thus, Xiaoran's accuracy was unquestionable. Thud, thud, thud. The three women were struck in the forehead, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. With that, all 8 had been eliminated. Xiaoran approached, collecting both the bodies and their weapons. He returned to the villa, closed the door, and switched the lights back on. Only then did Han Yun and her companions cautiously peek out from behind the screen, their faces etched with fear. Firearms, who wouldn't he be afraid? No matter how fierce one might be, in the face of a gun, one is but a fragile infant. And those people? Han Yun inquired, her voice trembling. They've been dealt with. The bodies have been moved outside, Xiaoran replied casually, though a furrow creased his brow upon inspection. He noted that 4 of the women bore tattoos, indicating they could not possibly be police officers. Coupled with the sound of sirens, it led him to suspect that these 8 women had procured firearms and a police vehicle. Had he only seen the vehicle, he would have realized he was mistaken. Their weapons had not come from the police station but rather from a prison. This meant that ordinary individuals could now easily acquire firearms. This was a significant problem, while Xiaoran wielded the power of the spatial realm, rendering him invincible in direct confrontation. What if someone were to ambush him from behind? It was an unpreventable threat. From now on, we must exercise utmost caution when going out. Fortunately, the vehicle is bulletproof. Next time, I ought to procure a bulletproof vest and riot helmet from the police station. Xiaoran reminded himself to remain vigilant. He had merely acquired spatial powers, not transformed into a superhero. Not wishing to dwell on such thoughts, he decided it was late and retreated to rest. Chapter 78 out again. Additional update. Another night has passed, marking the 20th day of the apocalypse. 20 days. As Xiaoran gazed out at the gradually lightening landscape, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The resilience of humanity is indeed formidable. After 20 days, it seems that at least half, if not more. Moreover, were it not for the internecine strife among humans, the number of survivors would likely be even greater, a thought that left Xiaoran in awe. After lingering in bed for a while, with a smile, he tossed it 2 meat buns before opening the basement door and heading down with his breakfast. Of course, he had confirmed the area was safe through surveillance. In any situation, the only person he truly trusts is himself. Han Yun and her 3 companions were sleeping soundly compared to the frigid temperatures at his own home. This place felt significantly warmer. Nestled in the blankets, it was delightfully cozy, though a bit cramped. With only 1 bed for 4 people, it was inevitably a tight squeeze. However, this discomfort was easily overlooked in light of the warmth. The 4 women soon roused themselves, preparing to wash up and have breakfast. After their meal, Xiaoran suggested they watch some dramas or read novels, while he made his way to the 2nd floor. He couldn't remain in their company indefinitely, with nothing pressing to do. What else could a man and women do together? The temperature seemed to have dropped again. Xiaoran glanced at the thermometer. The room temperature had plummeted to 15 degrees, down from 23 or 24 degrees earlier. He added some firewood and opened the window to check the temperature outside. Good heavens, a chilling -41 degrees. To think that the temperature could drop so low during the day, what would it be like at night? He glanced at the surrounding residential buildings. It was no easy feat for those who had survived to this point, yet the struggle to continue living would become increasingly. Without air conditioning, underfloor heating, or a fireplace, the only warmth came from huddling together, which was merely a drop in the bucket. Thus, it seemed inevitable that, day after day, more individuals would succumb to the cold. Xiaoran felt a deep sense of melancholy, but it was merely a fleeting sentiment. He was not a savior, nor did he aspire to be one. He simply wished to take care of himself. At most, he would take in a few beautiful women, for solitude could be excruciatingly dull, and left unaddressed for a year and a half, it might drive him to madness. With this mindset, Xiaoran chose not to send Han Yun and her companions back to their own place. They would certainly struggle to last 2 days. Although they did not meet his lofty standards for companions, there were no other options available at present. When faced with a lack of choices, standards naturally had to be lowered. However, the 4 women could only remain in the basement. Xiaoran would never allow them upstairs. During the day, the fog had lifted considerably, and visibility reached about 20 meters. Perhaps it was time to venture out in search of resources. Xiaoran pondered. In such frigid temperatures, the number of people willing to go outside would undoubtedly be fewer. exposure to such extreme cold for even 20 minutes could severely damage the lungs or even lead to organ failure. However, as long as he remained inside the vehicle, he would be safe. He calculated that, after modifications, his car would maintain warmth without issue, so he just needed to ensure that. Additionally, he needed to swing by the police station to collect his bulletproof vest and helmet. Another reason for his desire to venture out was the nagging thought of 4 alluring companions waiting below, making him worry about his own premature demise. Why were so many ancient emperors short-lived? A significant portion of them indulged to the point of self-destruction. He was mindful of this cautionary tale. Since he was going out, he had to prepare thoroughly. Not only did he don the warmest winter attire, but he also equipped himself with thermal pads. Considering today's temperature was approximately 20 degrees colder than his last outing, this was no trivial matter. After some deliberation, he also packed 3 days' worth of food and clean water in the basement, just in case he encountered delays outside and returned to find 4 corpses or, worse, only 3 survivors. With the 4 women temporarily sheltered in his home, Xiaoran certainly did not want them to perish from hunger or thirst. Nevertheless, he locked the door firmly. If he were to meet his end out there, it would be only fair for Han Yun and her companions to join him in death. I take care of you, so if I die, it's only just that you accompany me in death. He treated Han Yun and her companions with the same consideration he extended to Leopard. He prepared ample dog food and fresh water, advising Leopard to eat only 1 portion each day. After days of training, the dog understood this simple command, though it tugged at Xiaoran's pants while wagging its tail, seemingly pleading with him not to leave. With a chuckle, Xiaoran patted Leopard's head and broke free from its grasp, stepping outside. He opened the car door and noted that the hail had almost ceased. Not a single piece had fallen in half a day. As starting the engine, he drove out, immediately sensing the car skidding slightly. The roads were perilously icy, the ground was covered in a thick layer of ice formed from hail, so slick that both people and vehicles traversing it felt like they were skating. Thankfully, his modified vehicle boasted excellent anti-slip capabilities, and its weight provided sufficient stability. Otherwise, he would have lost control and crashed multiple times by now. The entire city had transformed into a vast ice rink. Yet, this rink was uncomfortably cold. Even fully equipped, one could only remain outside for 15 to 20 minutes, or risk severe lung damage. Xiaoran maneuvered the car, exiting the community. This scene was witnessed by many, eliciting both surprise and envy. The good news was that the fog had lifted, and the toxic hail had nearly stopped. However, the bad news was that the temperature had plummeted once more. Sioux City had never experienced such extreme temperatures below -10 degrees. What household's winter wear could withstand such conditions? How many layers could one possibly wear? Setting aside the question of fit, even if they could wear multiple layers, how cumbersome would they become? The ground was treacherously slippery, and with the ice being toxic, a simple fall could result in skin abrasions. Among those who had ventured out for supplies last time, a significant number had not returned. Now, with even lower temperatures and slicker roads, how many would still dare to venture out? Chapter 79 of The Unknown Beast. Xiaoran had consulted the map in advance and was aware of the nearest police station's location. It was a station, not a substation. The latter was too small, potentially lacking the resources he required. The nearest police station was approximately 5 kilometers away, maintaining a steady speed. The visibility was between 15 and 20 meters, and he could still discern the road clearly at a leisurely pace. Turn left at the next intersection. Proceed straight at the subsequent intersection. Xiaoran murmured to himself, glancing at the temperature display inside the vehicle, which shockingly read 0 degrees. He promptly raised a heat-insulating layer on all windows except the windshield, instantly feeling a noticeable increase in warmth. The windshield could not be obscured, as visibility was crucial while driving. Checking the temperature again, it had risen to 10 degrees. Well, if he activated the electric blanket, he would certainly be comfortable. However, it was rather fuel-consuming. Xiaoran chuckled. Did he really? He planned to visit a few gas stations today, although emptying one station would provide him with ample fuel for a considerable time. Who would ever complain about having more? Given his cautious nature, he ought to prepare enough. The same applied to food and clean water. He could not afford to lag in terms of energy resources. Nevertheless, he first arrived at the police station, exiting the vehicle. Xiaoran. The biting wind outside was fierce, howling and cutting through him like daggers. He hurried towards the police station. The ground was slippery, and he nearly lost his footing but managed to stabilize himself. Wearing thick gloves, he felt secure. Even if he slipped on the icy surface, he would not suffer severe frostbite. The main door was slightly ajar. When he pushed it, he found it unyielding, frozen shut by the ice. Summoning all his strength, he pushed again, and finally, the door creaked open. Of course, Xiaoran did not intend to open it fully. He aimed to close it behind him to keep the howling cold at bay. Immediately, he felt a slight warmth, though it was fleeting. Without heating or underfloor heating, the indoor temperature was still a frigid -30 degrees. Fortunately, Xiaoran had adequately prepared for the cold. He believed he could endure this temperature for 20 to 30 minutes without issue. He began to search each room. An empty office, an empty reception area, another empty room. Xiaoran suddenly froze, for this room was not. A corpse lay within. More precisely, it was a human corpse that had been partially devoured. The face had been gnawed away, obscuring any distinguishing features, and the chest had been hollowed out, rendering it impossible to ascertain the gender. However, the curvature of the waist and the remnants of a floral dress confirmed it was a woman. Cannibalism. This was Xiaoran's initial reaction, but he quickly shook his head in denial. Would humans consume one another in such a manner? Moreover, it appeared that the chest had been gouged out by claws. Due to the frigid weather, the flesh retained its original state, indicating it was not cut with a knife but rather the work of a beast, no, a ferocious beast. Xiaoran's mind conjured an image of the scene, a massive beast pouncing on a woman, viciously tearing at her face, then raking open her chest to consume the entrails. Why the entrails? Firstly, they contain a high water content. Secondly, they are warmer, aligning with current feeding habits. In the cold weather, where clean water was scarce, the beast had consumed the internal organs and discarded the rest of the body. In this city, humans were easy prey. With tools in hand, humanity reigned supreme, yet unarmed, one could easily fall victim to the many ferocious beasts lurking about. Could it be that a Siberian tiger from the zoo has escaped? Xiaoran pondered. Or perhaps a Siberian wolf. Why make such assumptions? Because other predators, such as lions or leopards, could also commit such acts, but they resided in tropical climates and would likely succumb. Snow leopards were a possibility, but were there any in the zoo? No. Thus, the most likely culprits were the Siberian tiger or the polar bear, yet, the zoo was over 10 kilometers away. How could such a beast have traversed through this treacherous weather? Xiaoran found it hard to believe. Moreover, the notion that someone nearby might be harboring a beast seemed even more implausible. This was not the Middle East, where one could keep a lion or tiger at home, thus, it was perplexing. Or perhaps, I am mistaken. This isn't the work of a single beast, but rather multiple? If a pack of beasts had feasted, how could they have left the limbs untouched? Did they line up to take turns? With lingering doubts, Xiaoran exited the room, his vigilance heightened to the utmost. He moved cautiously, step by step. Perhaps that beast, or those beasts, had not yet departed and were lying in wait within the police station. He could not afford to be careless. He had come to collect bulletproof vests and riot helmets to enhance his safety, not to plunge himself into danger. In this heightened state, Xiaoran felt his adrenaline surging rapidly, his entire being in a state of exhilaration as if something within him were about to be birthed. He continued his search. After 2 more rooms, Xiaoran once again encountered a lifeless body sprawled across the floor. This time, it was 2 men, and they were police officers. However, like the previous female victim, their internal organs had also been removed. Their necks had been brutally twisted. One could imagine their encounter with the beast, a single powerful strike to the face, snapping their necks and ending their lives in an instant. Both male corpses bore the same fate. This led Xiaoran to conclude that it was not a pack of beasts but rather a single creature, one of immense strength capable of breaking a human neck with a single blow. His heartbeat quickened, thumping loudly. He could hear it distinctly. If this beast were to attack him head-on, Xiaoran felt no fear, whether he utilized a spatial portal to escape or fired from an alternate dimension. Yet, the uncertainty of where the enemy was hiding, perhaps even right behind him, naturally instilled tension and fear. At times, fear is not a negative force. It can heighten one's caution and unleash boundless potential driven by the... Xiaoran did not wish to die. Therefore, if this beast intended to attack him, to devour him, he would muster every ounce of strength to retaliate. His heart raced faster, and Xiaoran felt as though he had entered a wondrous realm. Chapter 80 of The Husky. Upon entering the police station and discovering the first corpse, Xiaoran's adrenaline surged uncontrollably, as if something within him was about to be birthed. Now, his anxiety and unease intensified, the sensation growing ever more potent. Yet, before he could fully digest this feeling, a powerful gust of wind suddenly struck from behind. In that instant, Xiaoran entered a state of profound awareness that he could see behind him. No, it was not merely behind. He felt as though he had ascended to a godlike perspective, perceiving everything around him, front, back, left, right, above, and below. Behind him, a colossal creature, black. Xiaoran knew he would not have time to evade the impending strike, and his nervous reflexes outpaced his physical reactions. The moment he saw the massive beast approaching, he swiftly opened a portal behind him, 5 by 5 meters, ample enough to shield himself securely. However, this divine perspective vanished almost instantaneously. He turned around, catching a fleeting glimpse of the beast, a creature the size of a lion, its thick fur predominantly black with sparse white patches. Despite its lion-like stature, Xiaoran was certain this was an enormous husky. Yet how could a husky possess such size? It resembled a lion, particularly that of a male. The husky did not charge into the dimensional rift but seemed to sense the portal. It snarled at Xiaoran, baring its teeth, yet its feet were in retreat. In that moment, Xiaoran had no time to ponder how a husky could grow to such proportions. He believed the 3 previous victims had all been slain and devoured by this very beast. Such size naturally translated to immense strength, capable of effortlessly snapping a human neck with a single blow. Faced with such a formidable creature, how could Xiaoran hesitate? With a swift motion, bullets erupted from the portal. The husky evidently did not anticipate such an attack. Although it instinctively leaped to evade, Xiaoran unleashed a torrent of several hundred rounds. Such a dense barrage of fire was impossible to entirely avoid. The husky was immediately struck, yet astonishingly, it only took 1 hit. The creature's speed was remarkable. The bullet struck its hindquarters, but to Xiaoran's astonishment, it penetrated only about 2. Goodness, was its hide fashioned from bulletproof material? Wounded and enraged, the husky roared at Xiaoran, bearing its 7-centimeter-long fangs, capable of easily tearing through human flesh. However, after locking eyes with Xiaoran, it unexpectedly turned and bolted, vanishing into the shadows with incredible swiftness. Even during the day, the police station was rife with dimly lit rooms, many devoid of windows, providing ample opportunities for concealment. Xiaoran retreated against the wall, opening a portal before. The case was cracked. The 3 victims had indeed been killed and devoured by this husky. Huskies, known as one of the 3 fools of the snowy land, were originally bred in Siberia for sledding, making them particularly resilient to the cold. Thus, it was no surprise they could survive in such low temperatures. However, how could a husky grow to such a size? Had it mutated, a mutation? Could this natural disaster have triggered such a Xiaoran furrowed his brow. Considering the information at hand, the husky's size had multiplied several times over, its weight shifting from dozens of pounds to at least several hundred, accompanied by a corresponding increase in. This creature could even evade bullets. This indicated its speed and agility were astonishingly high. Furthermore, its skin was remarkably tough, comparable to bulletproof vests. With such a come forth, let us settle this score. Though typically cautious, when the time called for a fight, he would not flinch. Let us see who shall prevail. Xiaoran advanced cautiously, reflecting on the earlier encounter. When the husky had launched its surprise attack, he had entered a state of extraordinary clarity, as if granted a divine perspective, encompassing everything around him, well, rather, everything in his mind. If he could maintain such a state, would the husky dare to ambush him again? Not a chance. But how could he summon that state once more? Xiaoran was at a loss. He seemed to forget the husky, continuing to search the rooms one by one, discovering more corpses, all of which had been gruesomely devoured. The husky had done this, Xiaoran. In these times, murder, death, and cannibalism were sadly commonplace. Humanity, once powerful enough to hunt various animals, now found itself weakened, with certain animals rising to prey upon humans as food, a rather natural turn of events. The essence of this world is indeed survival of the fittest. This principle applies to humanity and the entire biological chain alike, yet, the husky regarded humans as prey, and Xiaoran was no exception, especially after injuring it. This enmity had undoubtedly deepened. Xiaoran was convinced the husky had not departed but was instead lurking, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. At any moment, it could attack. Amidst this tension, Xiaoran's adrenaline surged anew, but he still could not access the divine perspective. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. The husky launched its assault. In that moment, Xiaoran finally pierced through the barrier and regained the godlike perspective. He saw the husky springing from the side door, a claw aimed directly at his face. Should it land a blow, while he might not face a broken neck, his face would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries, possibly even being torn apart. With a huff, Xiaoran opened the portal, inviting the beast into his trap, simultaneously unleashing thousands of bullets from the rift. Thousands. To eliminate this monstrous creature, Xiaoran spared no expense. Such a terrifying entity must be dealt with at once. The husky, seemingly endowed with a powerful sixth sense, abruptly halted its advance, instinctively sensing the invisible portal, and made a swift retreat. Chapter 81. As survivors, however, no matter how swift the husky may be, it must undergo the trifecta of sudden stops, turns, and re-acceleration. But just how fast is the speed of a bullet? A rifle bullet, after all, travels at nearly the speed of sound. This time, Xiaoran deliberately controlled his aim, unleashing the bullets like a net, and not just one net, but 7. Otherwise, why would he need to fire thousands of rounds at once? Strictly speaking, he had fired 7 times, but the intervals were negligible, allowing for the perception of simultaneous discharge of. Was this a jest? The husky was hit. Woof, woof, woof. The mutated dog let out a wail, filled with both agony and fury. It was struck by more than 10 bullets, its frenzied body losing control and crashing heavily into the wall. The immense force of the impact caused a resounding crash as it broke through the wall, its massive form sliding outwards, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Just as Xiaoran intended to give chase, a sharp pain pierced his head. What was happening? He had used the spatial portal numerous times before without encountering such a phenomenon. Could it be? Was it God's perspective? No, this was not what one would call God's perspective. I have acquired spatial abilities, even possessing the capability to open spatial portals to contain anything that does not exceed their dimensions. What does this signify? I have mastered spatial powers. Just moments ago, I could see everything around me, including behind, above, and below. Was this not also a manifestation of spatial perception? The name matters not, however. The immense pressure and my fervent desire to survive have awakened a second ability within my spatial powers. Let us call it spatial perception, for I do not subscribe to any religion. Yet, first, I am not proficient in utilizing spatial perception. Second, employing this ability must consume substantial, supernatural energy, for this sensation of depletion does not stem from physical exhaustion. But why do I not feel burdened when using the spatial portal? Xiaoran pondered, sinking down onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Even so, he did not forget to open a spatial portal before him, lest the husky launch a counterattack. After resting for a while, he gradually regained his composure. He wished to employ spatial perception once more but found himself unable to activate it at will. Must it be triggered by a crisis? Or was it due to his limited usage, rendering him inexperienced? If he practiced more, would he be able to use it at will in the future? Xiaoran pursued, hoping to trace the husky through the blood trail, but the blood on the ground ceased after a certain distance. Damn it, has it already stopped bleeding? Xiaoran grimaced, astonished by the creature's terrifying regenerative capabilities. Is there any organism on Earth capable of such feats? If it had not undergone mutation, I would never wield a great sword. With no further leads, Xiaoran abandoned the search for the husky and returned to his initial goal, to find a bulletproof vest. After a while, Xiaoran located the armory. It was a secure door. He took out a welding gun and directed the flame at the lock, applying the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. Thus, after a brief period, a brittle sound echoed as the secure door suffered a critical blow from within. There was no alternative. Sioux City had never experienced such low temperatures, and who would impose temperature control on a secure door? Moreover, this was China, who would dare to break into a police station with a push, the secure door swung open, but for safety's sake, he opened a spatial portal in front of him. Caution is never excessive. Do not open the door. A voice called from within. Xiaoran was taken aback. He had merely opened the spatial portal out of caution, never expecting there to be people behind the secure door. Who is inside? He shone his flashlight into the room. 5 individuals approached, each bearing expressions of trepidation. Counting them, there were 3 women and 2 men, all clad in thick military coats, a necessity for enduring such frigid conditions. However, each of them wielded weapons, all firearms. This was an armory, so it was not surprising they could access weapons. You've doomed us, exclaimed a gun-wielding man. There's a dog that has become a monster, nearly the size of a lion, which has killed everyone in the police station. We barely escaped here and used this door to barricade that monstrous dog, and you have the audacity to destroy it. Now we are all doomed. As he spoke, he fixed Xiaoran with a gaze filled with bitterness and resentment. Thankfully, or else Xiaoran would have had to retaliate. If he had launched an attack, it would have been indiscriminate, for who knows if the others would take the opportunity to strike at him. Thus, it would be best to eliminate them all, and nonetheless, Xiaoran made a mental note of this man. He must die. Anyone harboring ill will towards me must be dealt with. It is the safest course of action. The one who pushed aside the gun was a woman with long, flowing hair. Despite her collar being turned up high, obscuring her chin and partially veiling her mouth, her beauty remained undeniable. She was a solid 8.5 out of 10, at least. After all, with her chin and half of her mouth hidden, it was unclear whether to add or subtract from her score. What is the situation outside? The woman inquired, not waiting for Xiaoran's response before continuing. Your safe arrival here and the time to weld the door shut indicate that the mutated dog has already left. That cannot be a mutated dog. It must be a monster, a demon dog, the previously agitated man retorted. Xiaoran smiled. I am unarmed and pose no threat. How about everyone lowers their weapons? The others exchanged glances, and one by one, Xiaoran stepped inside, confident that with his reflexes, he could activate the spatial portal at the first sign of anyone raising a weapon, protecting himself while eliminating his opponents. Thus, he walked along the wall, ensuring he would not be caught off guard. My name is Xiaoran, and you? He casually asked. The woman who had pushed aside the gun replied, I am Jiang Yuning, a police officer. Now, I ask you, what is the situation outside? Upon hearing her question, the remaining 4 displayed expressions of curiosity and anticipation. Indeed, what is the situation outside? We have been trapped here for many days. Why has no one come to rescue us? This is the police station. My phone is dead, and I cannot call home or request leave from work. Had I known, I would never have gone to the police station that day. Who hasn't thought the same? They chimed in, all voicing their grievances. Jiang Yuning raised her hand, signaling for silence. Let Xiaoran speak. Chapter 82 Conditional Opening. Additional update. Did these individuals remain oblivious to the circumstances outside? Xiaoran pondered for a moment and remarked, the social order has utterly collapsed. In this frigid climate, the vast majority of people are unable to step outside their homes, left to languish in despair. What? Many listeners gaped in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept such a notion. How could it be? In such a vast nation, how could it possibly succumb to the ravages of a natural disaster? Xiaoran chose not to elaborate further, merely casting a calm gaze. Such a brutal reality is indeed not one that everyone can readily accept. Gradually sliding into such an abyss might be bearable, but facing it all at once could drive. I refuse. The man who had earlier threatened to shoot Xiaoran became suddenly agitated, veins throbbing on his forehead as he paced frantically around the room. His name was Gu Bing. If it's true, we can ascertain that by stepping outside. Another man spoke up, introducing himself as Chang Shuli. But the rest, that monstrous hound. Chang Shuli glanced at Xiaoran and replied, the fact that he could walk in here alive suggests that the mutated dog has likely left. That's a monstrous hound, a monstrous hound. Gu Bing insisted vehemently. His frantic insistence over mere terminology indicated that his nerves were frayed, teetering on the brink of a breakdown. Chang Shuli turned to Xiaoran, smiling as he said, you claim that nearly no one can venture outside, and thus the entire social order has collapsed. Yet, how did you arrive here? Don't tell me you've been holed up in the police station all this time. Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals simultaneously redirected their gazes toward Xiaoran. He offered a slight smile, responding, because I possess a modified vehicle capable of traversing such extreme weather conditions. Chang Shuli wore an expression of mild surprise, casually remarking, name your price. How much would it cost to escort me home? Xiaoran chuckled softly, even if I offered you 1,000 billion, could you procure a tea egg? Indeed, the prophecy of the Taiwanese individual had come to fruition. It was true, tea eggs were beyond their reach. Chang Shuli momentarily stunned, then a smile crept onto his lips as he introduced himself. I forgot to mention, I am Chang Shuli, of the Chang family. The Chang family? Xiaoran immediately understood. In Sioux City, the mention of the Chang family was known to all. The Chang family's Baolong Group was the largest enterprise in Sioux City, contributing over 10 billion in taxes annually. However, the history of the Chang family's rise to prominence was said to be less than savory, interconnected with darker dealings, yet one could argue that they operated in both the light and shadow. Xiaoran nodded, and so? Does being a member of the Chang family make you exceptional? Who still indulges you in this day and age? Chang Shuli found himself momentarily stumped. Throughout his life, he had never been confronted. Typically, had someone dared to speak so boldly, his bodyguards would have swiftly intervened to silence the offender, but now, all three of his bodyguards had perished at the hands of the mutated hound, leaving him vulnerable. It was a case of a tiger falling into the plains only to be bullied by a dog. This insignificant figure dared to challenge him. Chang Shuli felt no anger. His upbringing had conditioned him to adopt a facade of congeniality. What was the point of anger? It was far simpler to eliminate the problem. Thus, he mentally noted Xiaoran for future reference. With the social order in shambles, taking a life would surely incur no consequences. I merely wish to inform you that the Chang family possesses everything one could desire. We lack for nothing, therefore, if you can escort me home, feel free to take whatever you wish from my residence. Even celebrity actresses are available. This was not an attempt. The Chang family frequently hosted gatherings that included lesser-known actresses, even third-tier stars. As for the specifics of these gatherings, well, those in the know would understand. Of course, whether or not would Xiaoran fall for such a ruse? Hardly. With the abundance of resources at his disposal, did he truly require someone to provide him with women? Han Yun and Wang Lulu were already exquisite choices. The only drawback was that they were not virgins, but would the Chang family have clean women? Xiaoran regarded him with indifference, stating, "I'm afraid my vehicle only accommodates beauties." He glanced at the... In fact, they barely qualified as attractive at best, they were merely not unattractive. Thus, only one woman was worthy of riding in his vehicle. Upon hearing this, both Gu Bing and Chang Shuli's expressions darkened, a flicker of malice glimmering in their eyes. They tightened their grips on their firearms. If you refuse to comply, we shall simply eliminate you and seize your vehicle. As they prepared to act, a massive shadow suddenly loomed at the doorway. Monstrous hound! Gu Bing gasped in terror, for there it stood. In an instant, all other thoughts fled from his mind as he raised his gun and pulled the trigger at the entrance. Bang, bang, bang. However, such futile shots posed no threat to the mutated hound. It merely swatted the bullets away with its enormous paws, sending them clattering harmlessly to the ground. A chill coursed through Gu Bing's body. If it could swat away bullets, what else could it do? While he was momentarily stunned, Chang Shuli also raised his weapon, shouting, "Fire your guns, what are you waiting for? Do you wish to perish?" At his urgent command, the three women snapped to attention, but even Jiang Yuning, a police officer, was merely a novice. Not only did she lack accuracy, but the recoil sent her aim soaring higher and higher, the bullets ricocheting chaotically. The hound lunged forward, crashing down upon Gu Bing with a thud, its claws raking across his chest, tearing his shirt and causing blood to spurt forth. Ge Bing trembled violently, but after a few convulsions, he lay still. Dead. The hound, almost in a taunting manner, cast a glance at Xiaoran before seizing Gu Bing's body in its jaws and swiftly retreating from the room, disappearing without a sound. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that the vicious beast had not engaged in a massacre, contenting itself with the single kill before carrying the body away. In their minds, it was inconceivable that the hound would see. They could not possibly know that the hound was wary of Xiaoran, a human capable of injuring or even killing it. Having undergone mutation, the hound's intellect had sharpened considerably. "Xiaoran, take me away, I shall agree to any terms you propose." Chang Shuli urgently called out to Xiaoran. This time, he was genuinely fearful. Chapter 83, Strengthening Firepower in the World Before the Apocalypse. The police station should have been one of the safest havens. But now, the officers have vanished, replaced by a monstrous, man-eating mutated dog, who wouldn't feel a chill run down their spine. Xiaoran cast a disdainful glance, his expression stern. The creature was relentless. "Well, I had no intention of letting you off the hook, but how could I possibly deal with this behemoth, endowed with immense strength, blinding speed, and formidable regenerative abilities?" During the second confrontation, the creature was struck by more than a dozen bullets. Yet, it appeared utterly unfazed, its healing capabilities truly horrifying. Xiaoran's gaze shifted to the armory. Were there any more powerful weapons available? He began his search. "Xiaoran, I'm talking to you." Chang Shuli, seeing that Xiaoran ignored him, could no longer contain his fury, lunging to grasp Xiaoran's shoulder. Slap! Xiaoran delivered a sharp blow, and Chang Shuli instantly found himself rolling on the ground. Though Xiaoran could not match the brute strength of that mutated creature, he was undoubtedly one of the strongest among humans. A single slap should suffice to send Chang Shuli flying. Chang Shuli sat on the ground, dazed, his eyes swirling as if he had been struck senseless. "How can you hit someone?" Jiang Yuning exclaimed, unable to suppress her sense of justice. Xiaoran remained indifferent. The priority now was that mutated dog. What did a woman matter, whether it was Jiang Yuning or Lu Mei? If they dared to prattle on, he would similarly disregard them, and if they provoked him, he might even reward them with a bullet. In matters of life and death, could he still ponder whether his sword could be sheathed? Such individuals, no matter their power, would meet a tragic end. Xiaoran continued his search, soon revealing a smile. He had found a sniper rifle. The ammunition for a sniper rifle differed from that of a regular rifle. Its bullets traveled faster and possessed greater penetrating power. In truth, Xiaoran had hoped to discover an RPG or a machine gun, but a sniper rifle would suffice, as its lethality surpassed that of a standard rifle. He raised the sniper rifle, inspected it, and began to fire. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed, each shot accompanied by a powerful recoil. Fortunately, Xiaoran's physique was robust enough to withstand the force, allowing him to fire without being pushed back, a testament to his exceptional physical capabilities. The spent cartridges clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Xiaoran continued to shoot and reload, depleting an entire box of sniper ammunition. Alas, it was all gone. What madness is this? Jiang Yuning and the others covered their ears, gripped by terror, for the kinetic energy of the sniper bullets was immense. Even if they weren't aimed directly at them, the ricochet would still possess formidable penetrating power. How could they not be frightened? Thus, they failed to notice anything unusual, such as the absence of stray bullets flying about. Xiaoran discarded the rifle. There were too many people. It was inconvenient to reveal his spatial abilities. Why not eliminate these 4 individuals? Xiaoran was not merciful, nor was he swayed by desire, but rather entertained the notion of using them as bait, as mere punching bags. That mutated dog harbored a strong desire for revenge, having just witnessed the killing of its kind. These humans were undoubtedly allies of Xiaoran. Thus, although it could not kill Xiaoran, taking the lives of others would serve as a form of retribution. If given the chance, the creature would continue its rampage, devouring humans. This was the opportunity. Xiaoran cared little for humanitarian concerns. His sole aim was to slay that beast, to consider the ramifications. If the dog escaped, how many humans could it slaughter with its capabilities? If sacrificing these 4 could eliminate the beast, then, well, they would have made a contribution to humanity. He was not above adopting a moral high ground when necessary. The police station was still rather small, and thus, the equipment was limited. There was only one sniper rifle, accompanied by a single box of ammunition. It was a gamble. Let us depart. Xiaoran commanded. Chang Shuli's eyes brightened. Are you promising to take me home? The 3 women, Jiang Yuning included, also displayed expressions of hope. Ha! We shall leave together. As for what happens afterward, each to their own fate. Xiaoran had no intention of making promises, nor did he feel inclined to deceive them. Would they really think they could avoid leaving? How long could Amir Gubing sustain that mutated dog? The door here had been destroyed, unable to obstruct the creature any longer. Thus, remaining was tantamount to waiting for death. Chang Shuli and the others felt disappointment but dared not voice their thoughts, especially Chang Shuli, whose mind raced with schemes. He had already formulated a plan. Once he identified Xiaoran's vehicle, he would seize it. Unable to overpower Xiaoran, he might not win in hand-to-hand combat, but he had a gun. Why engage in close quarters? Meanwhile, Jiang Yuning and the others lacked clear ideas, taking things step by step. Though venturing outside offered no guarantees, it was preferable to waiting for death in this place. Thus, the 5 made their way out of the armory, heading towards the exit. Xiaoran knew that the mutated dog was surely lurking nearby, and now that they were exhibiting signs of wanting to escape, he doubted the creature could resist making a move. After all, it was still a dog, mutated or not. It couldn't be particularly clever. As they walked, suddenly, a shadow lunged forth, attacking the foremost Chang Shuli. In a moment of life and death, Chang Shuli exhibited a response in speed far beyond the norm, shoving the nearest woman in front of him as a shield. Chang Xiao, the woman screamed, her face a mask of shock, unable to believe that Chang Shuli would betray her. For the past 10 days, she had quietly been his lover, their clandestine encounters numerous under the cover of night. After so many intimate exchanges, Chang Shuli still regarded her with indifference, even pushing her aside to save himself. How cold-hearted this man was, yet, her scream was abruptly silenced, for her neck had been bitten through. The audible snap was clear to all. In that instant, Jiang Yuning and the other women felt a chill run through their bodies, gripped by an overwhelming fear that seized their hearts, leaving them no room to blame Chang Shuli for his ruthlessness. Only one person remained unaffected. Xiaoran swiftly reopened the portal, unleashing a volley of ordinary bullets. Spatial awareness. Come forth, Xiaoran roared within, as the bullets flew. The mutated dog dodged the onslaught. Having been injured, it would stop at nothing to eliminate this human. With its incredible speed, there was no way this human could catch it. Chapter 84. Shooting the mutated dog. In that fleeting moment, Xiaoran once again entered a state of spatial perception. I see it. He accurately traced the trajectory of the approaching husky, perceiving every intricate detail, the drool at the corners of its mouth, its sharp teeth, and the several bullets embedded within its body. It was precisely at this instant, Xiaoran fired once more. A whoosh, 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 over 20 sniper bullets shot forth in a straight line. If he were to employ the method of scattering flowers, even if all the bullets struck the husky, the injuries would be dispersed, significantly reducing their lethality, insufficient to slay the beast. Thus, to bring down this mutated creature, the bullets must penetrate through the same wound, allowing them to delve deep into its body. Furthermore, they must target a vital area, such as the eyes. With a direct aim, the first bullet hurtled towards the husky's eye. Under the influence of spatial perception, the bullets appeared to possess a precision guidance system. The husky, in a desperate attempt to evade detection, executed 7 evasive maneuvers, reaching its limit, unable to alter its course any further. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Even the dim-witted husky wore an expression of shock, as if it could not fathom how Xiaoran could still aim at it under such circumstances. How did you catch my movement? Yet, it was all too late. Within the husky's pupils, the bullet loomed larger, consuming its entire gaze, and then, a pop, the bullet entered. A single shot would not suffice to end the husky's life. At best, it would leave it severely wounded. However, a relentless barrage of bullets continued to penetrate. Clang, 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 the successive bullets collided with the... When the final bullet was fired, the husky plummeted from the air, letting out a pained whimper. Chang Shuli was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. I hit it, I hit it. He had indeed been firing at... Observing the still flailing husky, he stepped forward and fired several more shots, emptying his magazine. Chang, you are incredible, another woman praised, momentarily forgetting that she had been used as a shield by him. Did it matter? Not at all. Jiang Yuqing, however, remained perplexed. Though she was a clerk, she was still a police officer and possessed a keen sense of observation. The sound of bullets striking the wall had been innumerable. Such a cacophony could not have been produced by a mere handgun. It must have originated from a submachine gun, or even from the simultaneous fire of dozens of them. Moreover, this was not merely a case of auditory misperception. A glance at the bullet casings on the ground and the bullet holes in the wall confirmed that at least several hundred rounds had been fired, yet, Chang Shuli's weapon contained only 9 bullets in total. How could 9 bullets possibly create hundreds of bullet holes? Could it be? She instinctively glanced at Xiaoran. Xiaoran exhaled deeply. Despite the robust vitality and extraordinary regenerative abilities of mutated beasts, could one truly survive after having over 20 sniper bullets lodged in its brain? The husky's movements grew increasingly feeble until, at last, it ceased convulsing. Was it dead, or was it merely feigning death? Holding onto a breath of life, Xiaoran opened the spatial gate and silently fired a few more bullets, all of which penetrated the husky's remaining eye. There was no response, save for the force of the bullets causing the husky's body to sway slightly. It should be dead. He approached, needing to confirm the demise of this mutated beast personally. The ability to store it within the alternate space indicated its complete death. As for whether the sudden disappearance of such a massive corpse would raise suspicions, that was of no concern. Silencing witnesses would suffice. Xiaoran crouched before the husky's corpse, while the spatial gate opened behind him. One must always be wary. Of course, he could instantaneously reopen the spatial gate in front of him. This was a thought that could be executed with the speed of light. Crouching down, he placed his hand upon the husky. Just as he was about to retract his intention to collect the husky, a wave of warmth surged from its body. What is happening? He instinctively stepped back, but the warmth rushed towards him too quickly, enveloping him completely, and it felt remarkably pleasant. Xiaoran sensed a transformation occurring within him, though he could not pinpoint its nature. In any case, it felt like a positive change. He felt invigorated, as if he had been infused with a surge of energy, feeling capable of anything. Xiaoran! At that moment, a loud shout echoed from behind. Xiaoran turned to see Chang Shuli snatching a gun from another woman, perhaps more accurately, seizing it, pointing it directly at him. Unfazed, he replied coolly, "Those who aim guns at me seldom meet favorable ends." Chang Shuli sneered, "Stop with the cryptic nonsense. Hand over your car keys immediately, or I will shoot you dead and take my time searching afterward." Car keys are hardly classified information. Would he not be able to find them otherwise? "I merely wish to spare myself some trouble," Xiaoran chuckled. "What gives you the audacity to make demands of me?" Naturally, it was the death of the husky that fueled his confidence. With the husky's demise, their group could naturally disband. What, were they to form a team to enjoy hot pot? Chang Shuli, emboldened by malice, suddenly swung the gun towards another woman and pulled the trigger. Bang! Due to the proximity, the shot was highly accurate, directly blowing off her head. This was something the woman could never have anticipated. As her body crumpled to the ground, a smile remained on her face, creating a chilling contrast. Jiang Yuqing instinctively raised her gun, only to be preempted by Chang Shuli, who aimed at her instead. "Officer Jiang, lower your weapon," he laughed. "You're too beautiful for me to let you become an ugly corpse. So, kindly put down your gun and retreat slowly. I will take you to the Chang family, ensuring you live in luxury, far better than starving and freezing here." With the gun barrel trained on her, Jiang Yuqing had no— "If you do not hand over the car keys, this woman's corpse on the ground will be your likeness." Xiaoran smiled faintly. "Chang, do you truly not realize how foolish you are?" Jiang Yuqing's eyes lit up as she recalled the dense array of bullet holes on the wall and the bullet casings littering the ground. After being trapped in the armory for so many days, who among them possessed any ability that was not already clear? Thus, the only one capable of instigating change was none other than Xiaoran. Chapter 85. And now you know my secret. Chang Shuli lacked the keen observational skills of Jiang Yuning. He held a gun, while Xiaoran was unarmed. The disparity between them was evident. Was Xiaoran truly a fool? After all, any rational person would tremble with fear when a gun was pointed at them. He certainly did not wish to search the corpse for the car keys. It was a cumbersome task. Yet, with Xiaoran's utter lack of cooperation, he felt he had no choice. He had no intention of lingering in this place. Who knew if that mutated beast had companions lurking nearby? Die! Chang Shuli revealed a cruel smile as he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun emitted a flash of fire, and a wisp of smoke began to rise. However, after the gunfire, Xiaoran remained unscathed, standing there as if untouched. What in the world? Chang Shuli was struck with terror. This incredibility ignited a fierce fear that gripped his heart. He became somewhat hysterical, repeatedly pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 He emptied the magazine. Yet, in a despairing twist, but how could that be? One of Chang Shuli's passions was hunting. He traveled abroad yearly for live shooting, and his targets were not stationary paper bulls, but rather large, ferocious beasts. Over the years, he had killed countless elephants, lions, and leopards, amounting to hundreds. Although his skills may not rival those of professional soldiers, they were certainly not lacking. The crucial point was that Xiaoran was no more than 5 meters away from him. At such a close range, he was guaranteed to hit his target every time. How could this be? How was it possible? He stared at Xiaoran, as if confronted by a monster. Beside him, despite Jiang Yuning having her suspicions, her eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting profound shock. Xiaoran smiled and placed his hand upon the corpse of the Siberian husky. Under the gaze of Chang Shuli and Jiang Yuning, the body of the dog inexplicably vanished. "Do you understand now?" Xiaoran asked with a smile. "Understand what?" Chang Shuli remained somewhat dazed. Xiaoran kindly explained, "The bullets you fired at me, they were confiscated just like that corpse." "Is that even possible?" "Unthinkable. This isn't a sci-fi film or a fantasy drama." "How could you?" Chang Shuli vehemently denied it, but his thoughts drifted to the mutated dog. If a dog could mutate, growing to the size of a lion with immense strength and agility, then why couldn't a human undergo a You've grasped the situation well. In your next life, choose a better lineage, at the very least, don't be so domineering, Xiaoran remarked. No, please, spare me, and I can offer you PFF. Before he could finish his plea, a gaping hole appeared in his forehead, and he collapsed backward, his eyes wide open in death. Jiang Yuning trembled uncontrollably. What had she just witnessed? A person with supernatural abilities. Xiaoran regarded her coolly, silently contemplating how to deal with her, with the knowledge of his secret now in her. A murderous glint emerged in his eyes. Jiang Yuning shuddered and instinctively knelt, pleading, I will be your woman, please don't kill me, I promise I won't reveal your secret. A smile curved at the corners of Xiaoran's mouth. Yes. Jiang Yuning nodded vigorously, her desire to resist dwindling to near zero. She was merely a clerk, having entered this system through civil service exams, and had never engaged in a fight throughout her life. Faced with someone capable of slaying mutated beasts, how could she possibly oppose him? Xiaoran recognized that she was reluctantly following him, her heart elsewhere, but that was inconsequential. Firstly, he had never sought a woman's affection. Secondly, after enduring hardships outside, who wouldn't be enchanted by the comforts of the villa? Which woman would willingly depart from such a place? Look at Han Yun and the others. If he were to expel them now, who would consent? The only issue was whether his modest villa could accommodate a steady influx of exquisite women. Xiaoran rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat regretful. He should have purchased a larger villa. However, there was only one villa in the community. Where could he find a bigger one? To acquire a larger villa, he would need to venture elsewhere, complicating his plans for revenge against his ex-wife. Never mind, he had already come this far. Could he be reborn again? Besides, he was not devoid of the capability to venture out. He could always relocate should he discover a suitable villa or other property. Xiaoran thought of Miss Lu Mei's doomsday fortress. That could serve as a viable alternative, yet, considering his connection with Lu Mei, it felt somewhat awkward to take action against a quasi-acquaintance. For now, the villa was hardly cramped, even accommodating 10 more women would pose no issue. Xiaoran returned to the arms depot, gathering all necessary items. As he waved his hand, the belongings vanished into thin air, leaving Jiang Yuning gaping in astonishment, unable to close her mouth in sheer shock. Having collected everything, Xiaoran and Jiang Yuning got into the car. Checking the time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. There was still time for one more round of energy collection before heading back. How warm! Jiang Yuning exclaimed. She wore an expression of utter satisfaction. Xiaoran merely smiled, knowing she would be even more content once they returned to the villa. He drove towards the nearest gas station, having already examined the map and set his own navigation. Each time she witnessed this, her beautiful eyes widened in amazement. Upon reaching the gas station, Xiaoran applied the same method, easily collecting 4 canisters of fuel 92, 95, and 98 octane gasoline, along with diesel. Perfect, time to go. However, just as Xiaoran intended to leave, a thick fog seemed to materialize out of nowhere, enveloping the world in an instant. Visibility plummeted to 10 meters, then 5, and ultimately down to 1 meter. There was no way to proceed now. Xiaoran shook his head and informed Jiang Yuning, we will have to spend the night in the car. Jiang Yuning nodded, then lamented, I should have stayed at the police station. There were plenty of military rations and clean water in the warehouse. Oh, you truly have a limited perspective. Chapter 86. The first exquisite goddess. Xiaoran made his way to the convenience. Since he was already there, why not take advantage of the opportunity? Afterward, he returned to the car. It was freezing outside. Inside the vehicle, he could remove his jacket, but outside, donning merely a sweater would certainly result in him becoming an ice pop within moments. One must never underestimate the severity of the cold. Jiang Yuning, feeling the heat, had shed her outer coat as well, yet being in the police station meant that even with a change of clothes, the most suitable options were short sleeves and long shirts, given the season. Remarkably, beneath her coat, she wore a bulletproof vest, not for protection against bullets, but rather as an additional layer of warmth. After all, military overcoats are notoriously bulky. Could she truly wear 2 layers? With the vest in place, Xiaoran was unable to discern her figure, but once she removed her military coat, her appearance was unmistakably clear. Indeed, she was a stunning beauty, easily scoring at least a 90. Whether she could achieve a score of 91 or 92 depended on her physique. Was she a petite A cup or a generous G cup? Her chin was not the angular, trendy look of internet celebrities but rather a classic beauty's oval face. Her chin was rounded, her skin delicate, and her lips a fiery red. However, her lips appeared somewhat chapped, detracting slightly from her overall allure. Xiaoran smiled and offered her a cup of tea, saying, Here, soothe your throat. Jiang Yuning took it, her eyes widening in astonishment. It's hot? My goodness. Xiaoran chuckled. As long as you are with me, you shall not suffer from lack in material comforts. Jiang Yuning pondered for a moment and replied, It's more than just comfort. Now that the electricity is out, it means no heating, and the hail is toxic, contaminating natural water sources. With such a harsh environment outside, obtaining food and clean water will be exceedingly difficult. So, what appears to be a simple cup of water actually symbolizes the hope of life, especially since it is warm. This woman was quite astute, displaying a remarkable level of awareness. Xiaoran grinned, realizing that allowing her to have limited knowledge of his secrets was indeed beneficial. She understood that all resources were in his possession, and should he perish, those resources would vanish as well. Thus, she naturally refrained from harboring any harmful intentions towards him unless, of course, she planned for mutual destruction. Once she had soothed her throat, Xiaoran reclined the front seats, transforming them into a makeshift dining table. He laid down a plastic sheet and proceeded to present several steaming dishes. As Jiang Yuning watched him produce plate after plate of hot food, her eyes widened in disbelief, and her mouth fell agape. Xiaoran couldn't help but chuckle, shoving a chicken leg into her mouth, provoking a vigorous protest from her. As they dined, Jiang Yuning initially maintained a sense of decorum, but it wasn't long before she devoured her meal with fervor. Although she had not lacked for food in the armory, it had all been cold canned goods, laden with preservatives designed merely to stave off starvation, not to provide a satisfying dining experience. In stark contrast, these freshly prepared dishes were a delight. "I've eaten too much," Jiang Yuning remarked, gently caressing her slightly protruding abdomen, her expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. She had always been a lady. Such indiscretion was quite unbecoming. Xiaoran then brought out a platter of freshly cut fruit. To his surprise, Jiang Yuning overcame her stomach's protests and polished off half the fruit, ultimately declaring herself unable to eat anymore. Xiaoran also enjoyed the fruit and, after gathering the plastic wrap along with the remnants of their meal, resolved to dispose of it later. As dawn broke, Xiaoran stretched languidly. With a mere thought, he activated his spatial awareness, perceiving everything within a 3-meter radius above him, below him, and behind him. With perfect clarity, spatial perception, he could wield it at will. Furthermore, Xiaoran distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. His strength, speed, and resilience had all markedly improved since the previous day. What was the reason for this? That surge of warmth. Xiaoran recalled the moment he had touched the mute. However, it was only after a night had passed that this change truly manifested, allowing Xiaoran to perceive it clearly. Most notably, the maximum size of his spatial portal had expanded from 5 by 5 meters to an impressive 10 by 10 meters. A monumental enhancement. Chapter 87 is speculation and determination. The source of these changes lies in that warm current, which emanates from the mutated husky. Xiaoran finds himself compelled to ponder further. Its size has enlarged, speed has accelerated, and its strength has surged exponentially. While it may not be invulnerable, its defensive capabilities are astonishing. After all, it is merely a foolish dog, inferior to human intellect. But what if, yesterday, I had faced not a dog, but a person? The outcome would be uncertain. Moreover, abilities, whether they be supernatural or otherwise, can be augmented through the absorption of powers from other ability users or mutated beasts. This complicates matters. Xiaoran rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. If he can grow stronger by absorbing abilities, surely others can as well. He had originally sought refuge in the villa, content to gather energy sporadically, feeling confined but safe. With the villa's formidable defenses and his ample supplies, he could live out his days in peace. However, there may be other ability users, and the likelihood is high. Furthermore, these users can continuously grow stronger, which poses a significant threat. At present, Xiaoran believes that even if the mutated husky were to resurrect, it could never breach the defenses of the villa. Not to mention the villa, even the security door at the police station would be beyond its reach yet. What if this husky could absorb abilities and continue to grow stronger? Then the situation becomes precarious. Thus, if he remains holed up in the villa while other ability users grow in strength, eventually, a powerful user may shatter the villa's defenses, drag him out, and eliminate him. At such a juncture, it would not matter whether he has offended anyone. Possessing abilities would be his original sin, the very reason others would seek to attack him. The crux of the matter is, can Xiaoran relinquish his abilities? Firstly, he is unwilling. Secondly, even if he desired to, he would not know how to do so. Therefore, if I wish to survive in this apocalypse, freely and unshackled, I must not remain complacent, but instead strive to grow stronger. Only when I am powerful enough to crush all opponents will no one dare to provoke me. Xiaoran took a deep breath. As someone who has died once, he has no desire to meet that fate again. So, I would rather live, while you all perish. Who are you, those who also possess abilities? Thus, I must remain low-key, concealing my powers to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Secondly, I must take the initiative to seek out other ability users, to enhance my own strength. Having absorbed abilities just once has already doubled the capacity of my spatial portal and improved all aspects of my physical condition. What if I were to absorb several more times? Xiaoran could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. His resolve solidified further. If even a survivor king like him yearns for strength, what of other ability users? Competition and conflict are inevitable. Given this, Xiaoran can only confront it head-on. Jiang Yuning fluttered her long lashes, awakening. Just as she attempted to rise, a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, accompanied by, "Yesterday was her first time," Xiaoran chuckled. "Take your time, let us have breakfast first." Though he does not overly indulge this exquisite goddess, he holds a fond affection for her. Jiang Yuning was accustomed to this, having been trapped in an arsenal where even brushing her teeth was impossible. After breakfast, Xiaoran drove towards the next gas station. Since they were still outside, it was imperative to continue gathering energy. Moreover, Xiaoran hoped to encounter other ability users. Any hint of hostility directed towards him would result in an immediate response. He believed that most ability users had yet to absorb others' powers and were still in the initial stages, thus the bullets in his spatial realm would possess formidable lethality. He was confident of victory. Throughout the journey, Xiaoran continuously employed spatial perception. This technique, combined with the bullets from his spatial realm, yielded astonishing results. Thus, spatial perception granted him a sense of omniscience, eliminating any blind spots in his field of vision. Within a 5-meter radius, no detail could escape his awareness, though obstacles would obstruct his view. However, as long as Xiaoran maintained the use of his abilities, spatial perception would transform from a static snapshot into a video, resembling a holographic image, allowing him to observe from multiple angles. Such is the nature of spatial abilities. As for energy consumption, Xiaoran had tested it. If used successively, he could employ it about 100 times, maintaining dynamic imagery for up to 1 minute. A minute, so brief yet, he chuckled at the thought 1 minute was ample time to exhaust all the bullets in his spatial realm. If that still failed to resolve the threat, then what purpose would prolonged spatial perception serve? Xiaoran emptied a gas station before continuing on his way. Along the route, Jiang Yuning recounted her story. Born into a scholarly family, with both parents as university professors, her upbringing was steeped in tradition. This explains why, despite her beauty and figure, she remained a virgin. Family education is paramount. After graduating from university, she rebelled slightly by moving to another city to become a civil servant, but before she could complete a year in her position, disaster struck. A trace of melancholy crossed her face. Having left her parents' protective wing, she had hoped to experience a fulfilling romance, yet here she was, having lost her innocence, knowing only the name Xiaoran. Xiaoran smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. She would adapt in her own time. By 3 in the afternoon, having worked diligently, Xiaoran opted to return home, to avoid being trapped outside as he had been the previous. Fortunately, his modified vehicle, the Big G, had spared him from the risk of freezing to death. An hour later, Xiaoran drove back to the community. The appearance of the Big G immediately drew numerous gazes. This guy actually survived the cold outside. What a shame. I was hoping he would die so I could move into his villa. The crowd expressed their disappointment. Yet, one pair of eyes burned with intensity. It was Su Qingmei. Chapter 88. Borrowing a car, Xiaoran parked the car and closed the garage door. Subsequently, he and Jiang Yuning entered the ground floor of the villa together. The dog, Leopard, rushed over immediately, circling around Xiaoran and wagging its tail vigorously. Xiaoran affectionately patted its head and chuckled. Leopard, you're not pulling your weight. I encountered another dog yesterday that had evolved superpowers, remarkably impressive. Leopard, unable to comprehend, continued to wag its tail. However, it soon noticed Jiang Yuning, approached her for a sniff, caught a whiff of Xiaoran's scent, and circled around her, rubbing its head against her leg. You rascally dog, get away. She is mine, Xiaoran playfully scolded. The room was sufficiently warm, prompting Xiaoran to suggest that Jiang Yuning remove all her clothing and discard it. You've worn it for over 20 days. Thankfully, it's cold outside, and you still have your natural fragrance, otherwise, it would surely have become quite odorous. Jiang Yuning, immensely embarrassed, covered her upper body while neglecting to shield her lower half, appearing utterly flustered. Xiaoran laughed heartily, lifting her as they ascended the stairs. Leopard, obediently understanding that it was not permitted upstairs, remained dutifully on the first floor. Upon entering the bathroom, Xiaoran filled the bathtub with water. Jiang Yuning, incredulous, exclaimed, "Is this water safe?" Xiaoran chuckled, "It's pure water, naturally devoid of any toxins." You truly are. Jiang Yuning struggled to find an appropriate adjective. Setting aside everything else, simply the fact that Xiaoran could indulge in a bath with clean water made him a contender for the title of the world's current richest person. Once the water was ready, she sank into it, and as the warm water enveloped her body, a contented sigh escaped her lips. Who else, at this moment, could enjoy a hot bath? Even a soak, Xiaoran, sharing in the moment, removed his clothing and stepped into the tub as well. An hour later, Xiaoran donned a bathrobe and made his way to the basement. Xiaoran. Upon hearing the door open, Han Yun, had he not returned, they would have surely felt trapped. We missed you so much, the four of them exclaimed in unison. Xiaoran grinned, just how much did you miss me? Very, very much. Naturally, Han Yun and the others inquired about Xiaoran's whereabouts during his day-long absence. He merely explained that he had gone out to gather energy, for the villa's power supply relied on generators, and without energy, the generators were merely ornamental. He had no intention of revealing his secrets, nor the existence of Jiang Yuning. The four women were not yet entitled to truly reside in the villa, so there was no need for them to know too much. Suddenly, loud knocks echoed from the basement door. In fact, Xiaoran had already received a notification. He glanced at the surveillance monitor and saw a woman standing at the entrance. She clearly intended to convey her sincerity, as she was not holding an umbrella. What brings you here? Xiaoran inquired. The woman lifted her gaze, facing the camera. Xiaoran's eyes widened in surprise. What a stunning woman, at least a score of 90. Was there truly such a remarkable beauty in the neighborhood? With Han Yun and Wang Lulu, this community must be a veritable paradise. I am Su Qingmei. I heard you possess a car. I wish to know what it would take for you to lend it to me, or even just borrow it, if you— I need to go to a specific location, the enchanting woman stated. Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback. He certainly would not give away his prized G-Wagon. However, if the conditions were favorable, he might consider lending it. After a brief moment of contemplation, he used the remote to unlock the door. With a click, the iron gate swung open. Su Qingmei inhaled deeply, then confidently strode inside. How warm it was. The rumors were indeed true. This villa was equipped with heating. Upon entering, she spotted Xiaoran and the four women, particularly Han Yun and Wang Lulu, who caught her attention. In terms of both beauty and figure, they were her equals. Initially brimming with confidence, she found herself wavering upon seeing them, yet, she quickly regained her resolve. As she assessed the four women, they too scrutinized her, revealing expressions of astonishment. From where did such a gem emerge? A sense of rivalry began to stir within them. Xiaoran smiled and asked, which building do you belong to? Su Qingmei hesitated briefly before replying, I am not an owner here, I arrived just the day before yesterday. Xiaoran was taken aback. Are you part of the group of 8 women who came here 2 days ago? Su Qingmei shook her head, then nodded. We are all escapees from prison, but we cannot be considered a cohesive group. Their alliance was merely a temporary arrangement for survival. Xiaoran found it hard to believe that such an exquisite woman was a convict. How did you end up in prison? He inquired curiously. Su Qingmei hesitated before confessing, I have a younger sister who was nearly victimized by a villain during her high school years. In my attempt to protect her, I accidentally killed that scoundrel. Chapter 89. Prepare. Additional update. Xiaoran couldn't help but glance at Su Qingmei. If this woman was not lying, she truly was a devoted sister. Observing her eagerness to find her sister, even going so far as to borrow a vehicle from him, it was evident that sisterly affection ran deep. Is your sister in Su City? He inquired. If she were in a distant location, it would be futile, given the current inclement weather. Even reaching the nearest city would be exceedingly challenging, thus, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Su Qingmei nodded. My sister is studying at Su University. Which campus? Xiaoran pressed. Xiangmen. Xiaoran pondered for a moment. The distance from here to the according to the navigation, it was merely 9 kilometers. However, the multitude of people on campus and the complexity of the environment raised significant concerns about the difficulty of locating an individual. In essence, how high was the risk factor? Had it been yesterday, even if Su Qingmei had willingly offered herself, he would have merely bartered with food. The thought of venturing out into danger was inconceivable. At most, he would have visited a nearby gas station. There was no way he would travel such a distance. Furthermore, with the throngs of students on campus, unfamiliar territory posed the risk of an unexpected ambush. In life, prudence was paramount, yet now, his thoughts had shifted slightly. Safety remained the priority, but he also needed to seize opportunities to grow stronger. Otherwise, no matter how cautiously he tread, he would inevitably be hunted down by other ability users. It was far better to eliminate threats than to be eliminated himself. The spatial abilities he possessed were undoubtedly among the elite, as evidenced by his previous encounter with that swift and powerful. The potency of his spatial capabilities was clear. However, as other ability users engaged in mutual slaughter, they only grew stronger. If he remained stagnant, his advantages would dwindle, relegating him to the ranks of the weak. At that point, even if he wished to fight back, would he have the opportunity? Thus, when Su Qingmei requested to borrow his vehicle, Xiaoran found himself contemplating this dilemma earnestly. What are you willing to offer in exchange? He asked casually. Su Qingmei bit her lip, displaying a hint of hesitation, yet she replied, Don't you have a fondness for beautiful women? I believe I qualify. If you lend me the car, I will accompany you in bed. This proposition was hardly surprising. In these times, who could offer enticing terms? A beautiful woman, after all, was her most valuable asset. Xiaoran deliberated once more before responding. I will need a few days to prepare. Come back in 3 days. Su Qingmei grew anxious. With the weather being so severe, every additional day increases the danger for my sister. Can't we leave today or tomorrow? If you are unwilling to wait, feel free to seek assistance from someone else. I have no objections. Who else could drive on such treacherous, slick roads? Moreover, with temperatures this low, most vehicles' heating systems would thus, venturing out in such a vehicle would be tantamount to inviting disaster. The temperature had already plummeted to over -40 degrees, and it was expected to drop another 20 degrees overnight. Anyone caught outside would surely succumb to the cold. Su Qingmei, flustered and anxious, could only concede, 3 days until we depart? I will set out once I am prepared, otherwise, we will have to. No matter how beautiful Su Qingmei was, her life paled in comparison to his own. Had he not developed a strong sense of crisis and urgency regarding his own empowerment, he would never have even entertained Su Qingmei's proposal. However, he added, you may stay here for the next few days. There is food, drink, and hot water for bathing. As for the conditions, well, you understand. Su Qingmei felt if Xiaoran were to possess her now, would he still lend her the vehicle? To borrow it now meant that Xiaoran would have to accompany her. How else could he retrieve the car? Going out signified danger. Therefore, having already secured her, why would he risk it? She implored him repeatedly to hasten his preparations before departing. Once she left, the 4 women, including Han Yun, began to chatter animatedly. She clearly came here to sell herself, yet she still holds her head high. Indeed. Since she'll be sleeping with Xiaoran anyway, she might as well enjoy it sooner rather than later, yet she pretends to be a virtuous woman. They relentlessly belittled Su Qingmei, unaware of the. Naturally, they felt a sense of urgency, believing that the greater the number of people in the villa, the faster the depletion of supplies. Xiaoran paid no heed to their incessant chatter. His exuberance had found an outlet, and he ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he discovered Jiang Yuning had awakened, though she had shifted from the bathtub to the bed and was still asleep. Her hair, half dry and half wet, lay atop the pristine bedding and pillows, creating a striking contrast. He refrained from disturbing Jiang Yuning and instead retrieved his phone, opened the map, and began his search. He had told Su Qingmei he needed a few days for preparation, but what preparations were necessary? Heavy weaponry, even a sniper rifle posed challenges against that mutated dog. What would he do against particularly one who had undergone a second evolution? With the current firepower, could he truly eliminate his adversaries? Thus, Xiaoran required even greater firepower. Ideally, a machine gun. If that were not feasible, a missile would suffice. Just one thrown would level everything. The police station is out of the question. At best, I could get a sniper rifle, not even a submachine gun. I would need to go to the armed police to procure anything substantial. However, I recall there is a military garrison in Su City. I visited for a tour in middle school, and they not only have heavy weaponry but even tanks. If I can locate that place, I need not worry about firepower any longer. Yet, the time elapsed, and he could not recall the location. I should ask others. Surely many have visited there for the experience during their studies. Chapter 90 of the camp. At noon, Jiang Yuning finally awoke upon noticing Xiaoran seated beside her, engrossed in his phone, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she inquired, How long have I been asleep? She had already come to realize her spatial abilities, so Xiaoran was unperturbed by her discovering his vast reserves of supplies. It would only solidify her loyalty to him. Abundant resources naturally instill a sense of security, and once people become comfortable, they tend to settle into complacency. Xiaoran nodded. As long as it's not too outrageous, your wishes will be granted. In that case, I would like some mapo tofu. Jiang Yuning clasped her hands over her chest, as if making a wish. Xiaoran chuckled and retrieved a plate of mapo tofu from his spatial realm. How marvelous! Jiang Yuning's eyes sparkled with delight. I also want roasted duck. Xiaoran readily complied, inquiring, is that enough? Yes, yes. Jiang Yuning nodded vigorously, having more would be a waste, and even though you possess abundant supplies, we should. Xiaoran nodded, pondering that Jiang Yuning would undoubtedly underestimate the extent of his stockpile. He could sustain himself for countless lifetimes, sufficient provisions for hundreds, and that was merely accounting for his current supplies. He was certain he could continue acquiring more, potentially amassing enough to sustain thousands for a lifetime. Thousands could form a small community. After their meal, Xiaoran allowed Jiang Yuning to engage in any leisure activity she desired, be it binge-watching dramas, resting, or exercising. Once he had finished walking the dog, he turned to Han Yun and the other three women. Have any of you ever gone on spring or autumn excursions with the army during your school days? Aside from Zhang Jingya, both Wang Lulu and Zhang, they pored over the map, finally narrowing their search to the vicinity of Guangfu, where a military airport was located. With that established, Xiaoran retrieved a loudspeaker and announced to the entire neighborhood, Dear neighbors, I need to locate the position of a certain military unit state. Those who possess detailed information may come to me for a food exchange, a box of instant noodles and a box of water. He repeated his call 3 times before promptly shutting the window. It was freezing. Half an hour later, there came a knock at the basement door. Upon checking the surveillance, Xiaoran saw an elderly man. He presumed his surname was Qian. Unfamiliar with him, Xiaoran directly asked, Are you Mr. Qian? Yes, yes, the old man nodded eagerly. Xiaoran continued, Mr. Qian, do you know the location? Indeed, before my retirement, I worked as a cook at the South Military Campus Cadre Center. I often heard people mention that unit, and over time, I memorized its location. Chen replied. Xiaoran then opened the garage door, instructing Zhang Jingya to carry out a box of instant noodles and a box of water before closing the door again. He asked, What is the specific address? Miss. Chen began to elaborate. However, the military camp was situated in the mountains, making it impossible to provide an exact address. He could only specify which mountain. In truth, once one entered the correct mountain, sentry posts would naturally appear, and they could simply follow the path. Xiaoran examined the map and realized it was over 30 kilometers away. Given that it was noon, if they departed immediately, they should arrive before nightfall. Let us set off. Xiaoran was fervently eager to replenish his firepower. He prepared 3 days' worth of food and water for the 5 women above and below before embarking on their journey. The G-class maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, while not particularly fast. Safety was paramount. There was no need to rush should they encounter an accident. Even if Xiaoran's spatial realm contained countless supplies, the risk of freezing to death outdoors. The journey was fraught with obstacles, which Xiaoran diligently cleared, and after 2 hours, he finally arrived at the mountainous area Mr. Qian had mentioned. He spotted the sentry post. However, it was devoid of personnel. This was to be expected given Sioux City's frigid temperatures. The army's winter uniforms were hardly sufficient to withstand the bitter cold. Moreover, with the previous onslaught of toxic hail, who could endure such conditions? Xiaoran drove into the mountains. After proceeding for a while, he noticed deep tire tracks on the road, evidence of the ice being broken, leaving clear imprints. This must have been caused by a tank's treads. Comparing with the path the G-class had traversed, it was evident that while the G-class was heavy, it couldn't damage the ice layer. Thus, the vehicle that had crushed the thick ice must have weighed significantly more than the G-class. Xiaoran's spirits lifted. This indicated that the army had evacuated the camp. Salvation. While the situation outside was still dire, at least there would be a place to procure supplies. Though Xiaoran had never served in the military, knowing they might have escaped brought him considerable joy. However, would the army have taken all their weapons with them? That seemed unlikely, as evacuating personnel was one challenge, but managing weaponry was another. He would find out once he ventured inside. With no need to observe the sentry post anymore, he followed the tire tracks onward. After another 20 minutes, Xiaoran finally entered the camp. A profound silence enveloped the area. There were no signs of life, no people, not even a single bird. Xiaoran checked his equipment and stepped out of the vehicle. Instantly, a biting chill assaulted him. It was freezing. As he searched the camp, his eyes alighted upon something promising. He had located the armory, and now this was an armory. In comparison, the one at the police station yesterday seemed laughable. Handguns, rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, grenades, and even RPGs. What a bounty! Who would dare challenge me in terms of firepower now? Without hesitation, Xiaoran began collecting weapons. As for transferring the ammunition and rockets into his spatial realm, that could wait until he found a warmer, He continued to explore and discovered a tank with a damaged track, yet the other functions were intact. What a stroke of luck. Chapter 91 Revelry at the slaughterhouse. When others arrive here, even those with the more people there are, the more they can carry away. But what a Xiaoran, with a single effort, he can empty the entire camp of tanks. He climbed inside, immediately retrieving his laptop, connecting it to an external, adjusting the barrel and aiming at a target, completely unnecessary. Thus, it is purely a matter of physical labor loading the shells. Once the ammunition is loaded, a simple press of a button will unleash destruction. Tanks are indeed formidable weapons, and the most crucial aspect of any weapon is its ease of use and simplicity of operation. To Xiaoran's delight, he discovered that the tank contained 8 shells. Shells, for heaven's sake. He loaded one into the chamber and fired. Boom, a ringing filled his ears. Fortunately, the spatial portal was securely positioned at the muzzle right. After absorbing the abilities of, he collected one shell in the state of firing. Xiaoran stuffed cotton into his ears and continued. Boom, boom, boom. He successively fired all 8 shells before retracting the entire tank into the spatial realm. Perhaps it would serve some purpose in the future. Glancing at the time, it was just past 3 in the afternoon. If he set off now, he might return to the neighborhood before the thick fog rolled in. He began his journey back, maintaining a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Luck was not on his side. It wasn't too long after entering the city that dense fog swiftly enveloped the area, completely obstructing the road. Could he still proceed? Barely. Xiaoran could ensure he wouldn't veer off course or collide with anything as long as he continuously utilized spatial awareness, but maintaining that awareness was a challenge he could only sustain for a mere minute. A full recovery, about half an hour. Thus, by the time he used it again and finally reached the neighborhood, the sky was already bright. He would have to spend the night outside once more. Sighing, Xiaoran felt fortunate that he had no worries about food or the fear of freezing to death. In the past, he would have certainly slept in his vehicle, prioritizing safety, yet now, he felt an urge to take a risk. Going to Su University would mean entering an entirely new and unfamiliar environment. How would he face it? He decided to simulate the experience, exiting the vehicle, locking the door, and moving forward no more than 20 meters, he entered a residential complex. Although it was only 5 in the afternoon, the sky was dim, and with the fog obscuring visibility, it felt no different than night. He advanced cautiously, soon finding the entrance to an apartment building. Locked. Rather than resorting to violence, Xiaoran entered the underground garage through the bike lane. However, the security door was also shut, naturally to prevent the cold from intruding. With no other options, Xiaoran returned to the surface, took a hammer. Upon entering, he heard voices. Surprisingly, they emanated from the underground garage. What was happening? Xiaoran entered the stairwell through the safety passage, arriving at the basement. However, rather than recklessly opening the door, he merely cracked it open and utilized spatial awareness. The door was barricaded, but not with heavy objects, rather, with blankets. This was to retain warmth. Xiaoran quickly pieced together the situation, and the cacophony of voices indicated that many people. Quietly, he pushed the door, extending his hand to press forward. The blanket blocking the door vanished. With another push, a narrow gap sufficient for a single person to pass through appeared, and he slipped inside, swiftly closing the door and Xiaoran gazed ahead and saw a bonfire approximately 10 meters away, fueled by an assortment of furniture and an abundance of books, piled high nearby. To his astonishment, a group of people surrounded the fire, singing and dancing as if they were not in the midst of an apocalyptic disaster, but rather at a festive retreat. Additionally, there were grills by the fire, where meat was being roasted, the aroma wafting through the air. Scanning the scene, Xiaoran estimated that around 100 people encircled the bonfire, perhaps a bit more, yet the number was limited. By the light of the flames, he could clearly see that the oldest among them was no more than 40, most were young adults in their 20s and 30s, with both men and women present. There were no elderly or children. The area surrounding the bonfire was lined with makeshift bedding, forming a circle. So, they slept on the floor at night. This was not an unwise strategy. By congregating, they could concentrate warmth and reduce energy expenditure. But where were the elderly and children? In a residential complex, there should be individuals of all ages, unless. Xiaoran's brow furrowed as he glanced back at the roasting meat, his expression turning cold. He crept along the wall, silent, concealed in the shadows where the firelight barely reached, and the revelers remained blissfully unaware of his presence. Xiaoran made his way to the eastern section of the garage. Unlike the western side, this area was shrouded in darkness and bitterly cold. The security door firmly shut. Xiaoran pushed the door open, ensuring to close it behind him before switching on his flashlight. Good heavens, despite having taken the lives of dozens, he felt a chill run down his spine, for here lay a mountain of corpses, not just the elderly or children, but also young adults. Each individual was bound, their faces etched with expressions of despair and terror, the frigid temperature preserving their final moments of life. Images flooded Xiaoran's mind. Within this complex, the robust youths had banded together, and those surrounding the bonfire, they had survived by exploiting the resources of the entire neighborhood. From the map, this complex was substantial, potentially housing as many as 5,000 residents, meaning that 5,000 people were sustaining a mere 100. The bodies here served as their reserve food supply. When hunger struck, they merely took one out to roast and consume. Xiaoran's eyes blazed with murderous intent. In a world ravaged by disaster, killing had become commonplace. To survive, every individual would turn selfish, but cannibalism, that was a line that should never be crossed. Once that boundary is lost, humanity is capable of anything. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoran had already condemned these individuals, less than animals. He circled back to the western section. At this point, the group of over 100 had ceased their dancing and were now lying in their beds, indulging in debauchery. The sound of seductive music filled the air. Chapter 92, I am the devil. The scene was utterly chaotic. Xiaoran widened his eyes, feeling as though his worldview had suffered a tremendous blow. However, upon reflection, if people could consume one another, how could they still be regarded as human? Animals, naturally, possess no sense of shame. Shaking his head, Xiaoran strode forward. The closer he approached the bonfire, the larger his shadow. Indeed, he was a stranger, clad in a thick jacket. However, a middle-aged man immediately crawled out, donned a coat, and gestured to the crowd. There's no need to be alarmed. This is a new brother sent to us by the divine. Come, let us welcome our newcomer. Instantly, many began to applaud. The peculiar aspect was that a significant number of them were entirely unclothed, a group of bare-bottomed individuals clapping. It exuded an air of the bizarre. The middle-aged man then turned to Xiaoran and inquired, "Brother, please tell me your name." Xiaoran replied with a faint smile, "I am Xiaoran, however, I cannot be your brother." With such a crowd sharing the same bed, he thought, I prefer to maintain some semblance of cleanliness. The middle-aged man exchanged glances, and a few men and women swiftly dressed, encircling Xiaoran from both sides. Xiaoran chose to ignore them. "Brother Xiao, this world is in utter disarray. Only the divine can save us all." The middle-aged man assumed a prophet-like demeanor. "The divine has opened its embrace to you, why do you refuse? To reject the divine is to..." Whenever calamity strikes, heretical cults inevitably thrive, for the extreme ideologies they espouse find fertile ground. Is this extreme weather normal? It is not surely, it signifies the wrath of the divine. Such beliefs are highly marketable. At that moment, the individuals approaching from both sides drew ever nearer, brandishing weapons such as fruit knives and cleavers, tools typically used for dismembering corpses or slicing meat, naturally kept close at hand. Death, these figures erupted from the shadows, lunging at Xiaoran. He smirked coldly. The portal to space first opened to the left, and with a flurry of gunfire, several bullets were discharged. Then the portal swung to the right. Within his spatial perception, he knew precisely the identities and directions of the 8 individuals rushing towards him. 8 bullets, like precision-guided missiles, struck true, and 8 heads erupted in a shower of blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, the onlookers were bewildered, having witnessed the 8 individuals charge at Xiaoran, only to see them simultaneously fall. A collective gasp filled the air as they beheld the gory scene, with blood oozing from the gaping wounds in their foreheads, their eyes wide open in a final expression of terror. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, before finally exclaiming, You are the messenger of the devil, brothers and sisters. This man comes as the representative of evil. Xiaoran smiled faintly. "You are mistaken, I am not the messenger of the devil, I am the devil himself." He pointed at one individual, declaring, "Die." A bullet shot forth silently. Xiaoran's expression darkened. The bullet had not found its mark in the intended target's skull but had instead struck his ear. The distance had interfered with his aim. How embarrassing, considering he had commanded. From over 10 meters away, Xiaoran had effortlessly destroyed a man's ear with a mere gesture. How terrifying, just as Xiaoran had claimed, he was not a messenger of the devil but the devil himself. Instantly, several individuals knelt before him, bowing repeatedly. "Mighty devil, I wish to submit to you, spare my life." These individuals were, of course, fickle, lacking any genuine faith. Xiaoran replied coolly, "Those who submit to me, step forward, and I shall usher you into my realm." The kneeling individuals paused, hesitating before slowly rising and moving towards Xiaoran. After taking a few steps, suddenly, one vanished without a trace, disappearing without a hint of disturbance. The others promptly halted. Xiaoran smiled lightly. "What are you waiting for? Do you not wish to follow me?" Realization dawned upon them. Indeed, the vanished individual had entered Xiaoran's realm. No matter how dismal that place may be, it must surely be. This emboldened many, who followed suit. Whoosh, one by one, people vanished, yet some clung to differing thoughts, retreating instead of advancing. Minutes passed, and soon no one dared. Xiaoran surveyed the scene, noting that over 30 individuals remained, retreating rather than approaching. "Devil, devil," the middle-aged man cried out, even brandishing a crucifix in an attempt to intimidate Xiaoran. "I command you, retreat at once." Xiaoran scoffed, shaping his right hand into a gun and aiming at the middle-aged man. "Bang," he uttered. A bullet shot forth silently, followed by a scream as the middle-aged man clutched his neck, stumbling backward as blood seeped through his fingers like a leaky pipe. Xiaoran's lips twitched. He had aimed for a clean kill but had missed once more. His accuracy was infuriatingly poor, outside the realm of spatial perception. His aim deteriorated sharply, yet the sight of the middle-aged man's plight left the crowd utterly terrified. Using his hand to mimic a gun, he had indeed unleashed a bullet. The devil, he was undoubtedly the devil. "Great one, I beg for your mercy. Take me to paradise. I am willing to offer my soul to you," they all shrieked in desperation, while the women grew even more frenzied, tearing off their clothes and lying on the ground, crying out, "Devil, come to me. I wish to bear your spawn and rule this world." The middle-aged man had already slumped down, his gaze dimming as he collapsed to the ground, yet no one spared him a glance. All eyes were fervently fixated on Xiaoran. What did it matter if he were a devil, as long as he ensured their survival? Who cared if their souls were condemned to hell thereafter? Chapter 93. Returning to the community, inviting covetous eyes. Xiaoran raised his hands once more and proclaimed, "Those who submit to me, hasten forth into my realm." This time, although a few remained hesitant, they had already concluded that Xiaoran was a devil, and who would dare to defy him. To disobey would mean certain death, yet, to obey, despite the sudden disappearance of some, might indeed mean, as Xiaoran suggested, entering his world. Perhaps by demonstrating submission and compliance, the devil would favor them, elevating their status. Surely, this was preferable to awaiting their doom, was it not? With such thoughts in mind, they stepped through the portal, However, at least it was a painless demise. Xiaoran smiled, having saved a considerable amount of ammunition. Indeed, the youth was teachable, yet, there were still 4 women who did not willingly enter the fray. They were attempting to entice Xiaoran into a wild revelry with them. What use is it for you to submit to the devil? We could become the devil's women directly, perhaps even bear his spawn, our status would not be much lower than yours. A bunch of fools. Women ought to wisely leverage their beauty and physique. Xiaoran frowned. Did they not realize they were compelling him to expend 4 more bullets? Nevertheless, he did not hesitate, taking a few steps forward. Just as the 4 women believed that Xiaoran's heart had been stirred, for bullets were unleashed. Thud, 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 thud. Given the proximity, each woman received a bullet to the forehead, instantly creating. How could Xiaoran possibly hold any regard for these women? Not only had his tastes become discerning, but even without that, he held them in contempt. He retrieved a bed, mattress, and blankets from his alternate space. The bedding had been used by others, and he could not bear to lie upon it. For him, resources were the least of his concerns, nestling into the thick blankets, which were of the highest quality and provided exceptional warmth, coupled with a roaring fire beside him releasing heat. Even in such frigid conditions, Xiaoran found himself sweating profusely, waking in the middle of the night from the heat. He also experienced a nightmarish dream, filled with imposing figures that startled him awake. Realizing he had merely overburdened himself with blankets, he shrugged off too and resumed his slumber. This time, he slept soundly until past 6 o'clock. He did not continue sleeping but instead retrieved the weapons he had just acquired and began firing. 2 hours later, a considerable amount of ammunition had accumulated in the alternate space. Most of it had originated from a heavy machine gun, and time being of the essence, Xiaoran naturally chose the most potent weaponry. Of course, there were also RPGs, or portable rocket launchers. Upon exiting the garage, a biting wind invigorated him, and the dense fog began to dissipate. Off he went. Back home, Xiaoran drove slowly back to the community, frequently glancing at the road signs since the navigation system was non-functional, and everything relied on his keen eyesight. As he traveled, he pondered the previous day. That community boasted around 5,000 inhabitants, yet not a single one possessed any abilities. What did this signify? The likelihood of mutation was pitifully low. His second outing had led him to encounter a mutated dog, a sheer coincidence. It was uncertain whether this was good luck or ill. Xiaoran considered it fortunate, as it made him acutely aware that other ability users. Most importantly, he had absorbed the dog's abilities, realizing that the powers of other ability users could indeed be usurped, thereby strengthening himself. Had he remained holed up in the villa for by then, he would have had no chance to resist, and the beautiful women he had collected would be surrendered without a fight. Xiaoran shook his head. In this life, he would never allow himself to be killed by anyone. After another hour of driving, he finally returned to the community. As the G-Class vehicle smoothly entered the gates, it naturally drew the gaze of many, their eyes green with envy. They were on the verge of starvation, yet, what a Xiaoran, he could still venture out in search of food. Let us ask Xiaoran for something to eat. And something to drink. If he has the ability to venture out, he should share the spoils with us. Indeed, how can he be so selfish as to keep it all to himself? What has he contributed? Without our efforts, he might have already been consumed by the residents of Building 4. Is there any fairness in this world, where one reaps all the benefits without making any contribution? Let us seek him out. They would find Xiaoran. Meanwhile, Xiaoran drove the G-Class back to the villa, remotely unlocking the car doors, maneuvering it into the garage without needing to reverse, and then shutting the garage door. As he opened the door to the first floor of the villa, the leopard bounded towards him. Jiang Yuning stood behind the leopard, and upon recognizing Xiaoran, she exhaled a sigh of relief. You're back. I was so worried. Her expression resembled that of a wife anxiously awaiting her husband's return from a perilous mission. Filled with concern, Xiaoran smiled, observing that Jiang Yuning's look of relief seemed genuine. Yet, was there truly such profound affection between them? Certainly not. Therefore, her anxiety was a blend of various emotions. For instance, had Xiaoran perished outside, she would have been trapped within the villa. She had all the doors in the villa required fingerprint or password access, whether trying to enter from the outside or exit from within. Xiaoran had not restricted her to the first 3 floors, yet she could not open the main door nor access the basement, making her, like Han Yun and the other 4 women, a caged bird, albeit in a larger cage. Furthermore, in this apocalyptic world, it was uncertain how many humans remained outside. Naturally, solitude loomed, especially for those whose inner strength was lacking, leading to a fear of being the last. Moreover, Xiaoran was her first and only man. A woman could never forget her first, for it was the singular instance of enduring hardship before savoring sweetness, suffering before delight. Xiaoran first petted the leopard for a while before turning to Jiang Yuning, inquiring, "Have you had breakfast?" "No," Jiang Yuning shook her head, "I was worried. I'm not hungry." "Come, let us eat together." Xiaoran laid out a lavish breakfast spread, akin to a hotel buffet, allowing Jiang Yuning to choose whatever her heart desired, ultimately filling her flat stomach to the brim. Chapter 94. A Director Wu's threat. As the waves of time rolled into midday, Xiaoran let out a weary sigh. Just moments ago, he had resolved to exercise restraint, yet now he found himself indulging daily. But could he truly be blamed? It must be the result of absorbing those extraordinary powers, which not only enhanced my physical form and abilities but also rendered me excessively energetic, he mused. Perhaps, in due time, this will subside. Indeed, that must be the case. How could I possibly be a man of unbridled desires? While Xiaoran was engaged in self-reflection, an alert rang out from the surveillance system. He promptly made his way to the basement to investigate. To his astonishment, a multitude of people had gathered, the corridor was teeming with individuals, and even more lingered outside. Had every survivor from the neighborhood converged here? Except for those in building. Xiaoran, we know you're inside. They clamored, come out and speak with us, don't hide like a turtle. Their audacity was bolstered by the umbrellas overhead and the raincoats they donned. Previously, Xiaoran had dispatched dozens of individuals by means of toxic water spraying, drenching, and poisoning food. Now, equipped with protective measures against such tactics, they believed they were no longer at risk from him, as long as they refrained from consuming his provisions. Some whispered that Xiaoran possessed a firearm, yet this remained unverified, and most remained skeptical. After all, this was Huaxia. Where could one procure a gun? Were it not for the fact that his villa was virtually impregnable by human force, they would have already stormed the place and seized it through sheer might. Xiaoran activated the microphone and spoke coolly. What do you wish to discuss with me? Seeing that he refused to emerge, the crowd, though infuriated, found themselves at an impasse. If they could breach the villa, why waste time shouting? Thus, with Xiaoran's refusal to appear, they were left to bark impotently. An elderly man stepped forward and addressed the surveillance camera. Xiao, I am Director Wu from the street office. You must understand, calamity shall ultimately pass, therefore, your current inaction in the face of suffering shall surely lead to retribution once the disaster has subsided. TSK, what an audacious accusation. Laden with alarmism, Xiaoran was unfazed. Would the disaster indeed pass? Yes, but not in a year or two. It would require decades, even centuries, or perhaps longer. Consider the polluted waters. How long would nature take to cleanse them? Moreover, the abnormally low temperatures. If an ice age were to descend, it would not dissipate swiftly. Thus, even if humanity. So, centuries or millennia later, when spring finally graced the earth, to speak of post-disaster accountability, was that not a jest? Xiaoran remained impassive. Indulging these individuals entertained him. What exactly does Director Wu wish for me to do? Director Wu's face brightened with triumph at these words. Look at that, an ordinary person trembling before his authority, already cowed at the mere suggestion. Clearing his throat, he continued, after thorough research and discussion, we have devised two options for you. The first option is for you to venture out daily in search of supplies, which you would then return and distribute to us. The street office will ensure equitable allocation for all. Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrecognized. Once the disaster concludes, you shall be heralded as a hero, and we will duly report your deeds to the state. The second option, considering the arduous nature of your task, is, while your recognition may diminish slightly, you will still be acknowledged as the primary contributor. How do you choose? Xiaoran chuckled softly. The audacity of these individuals was astonishing. He replied nonchalantly, I choose the third option. What? But Director Wu's expression faltered. He had only presented two choices. Just as you have your plans, I shall pursue my own. Xiaoran's voice drifted out, accompanied by the light laughter of women, not just one, but several. The crowd couldn't help but think of Han Yun, the renowned beauty of the community, often the object of many men's fantasies. In their dreams, she was the unattainable goddess, and now, such a paragon resided within Xiaoran's villa, subject to his whims. Imagining this scenario, the onlookers felt a mix of awe and envy. Scoundrel, seducer, they could only curse under their breath. Consumed by jealousy, why was it not themselves in that position? Director Wu's expression. Should you refuse our terms today, we will release the residents of Building 4 and inform them that it was you who confined them. Ha, a horde of ravenous beasts focused on you. Do you think you will continue to enjoy your peace? Unless, of course, you choose to remain a recluse forever. Chapter 95. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Xiaoran was somewhat astonished. They were actually letting the people from Building 4 go free? Truly, you must be out of your minds. It is well known that Xiaoran's villa could not be breached by ordinary individuals. Thus, even if the occupants of Building 4 believed that sealing off the building was Xiaoran's doing, which it indeed was, how could they remain idle when they could not penetrate the villa? Misfortune was surely awaiting you fools. How short-sighted. Was Xiaoran afraid? Not in the least. In a direct confrontation, the entirety of the neighborhood could be bound together and still not pose a threat to him. Moreover, even if he were to be attacked from behind, Xiaoran had now acquired a certain level of defensive capability, spatial perception. He naturally could not be easily manipulated by Director Wu's mere words. With a scoff, he remarked, if you're not afraid of being devoured by the people from Building 4, then by all means, release them. I, after all, have my villa to protect me. They cannot breach it. If you are foolish enough to release a tiger back to the mountain, then go ahead. With that, he switched off the microphone and blocked the incoming sounds from outside. Han Yun and her three companions gazed at him, their expressions tinged with concern. After all, the previous actions of Building 4 were terrifying, as they had mercilessly killed and kidnapped most of the occupants, behaving like wild beasts. In contrast, while Xiaoran was also ruthless, he had always adhered to a principle of, if you do not provoke me, I will not engage with you, unlike Building 4, which would pursue you relentlessly regardless of your actions. Xiaoran, however, wasted no time and set out again that afternoon, driving towards the campus of Su University. Along the way, he cleared obstacles. While accompanying Su Qingmei, he did not wish to reveal the secret of his spatial abilities, so he made this trip incognito. Yet, he did not undertake this journey without purpose. He stopped at gas stations and supermarkets along the route to engage in what he termed zero-cost shopping. The sensation of not spending any money was truly delightful. Although the food was somewhat dismal, having been retrieved from sub-zero temperatures, requiring considerable time to thaw, and the texture of the frozen food was undoubtedly compromised, it would at least suffice to in times where even eating was a challenge, who had the luxury to be picky, this food could serve as a form of bounty, preventing the waste of his precious reserves. Xiaoran meticulously categorized the items within his alternate space, ensuring that these frozen goods were stored together, as he would never eat them himself. Arriving at the entrance of Su University's campus, Xiaoran finally made his way back home. Just as his car was about to turn a corner and disappear, a young man suddenly appeared. Despite the frigid temperatures, the man was clad in autumn attire that did not appear bulky, gazing ahead with a puzzled expression, murmuring, "Is that a car? How could such a slippery surface allow for walking, let alone maintain the balance of a vehicle?" The young man shook his head and turned into the campus, carrying a large bag on his back. Today, Xiaoran returned to the community just before the fog thickened again. Suddenly, a drumbeat echoed as a crowd surged forth from the entrances of the nearby buildings, moving swiftly towards the gate. They wielded sticks and hammers, their demeanor aggressive. Are they intending to smash my car? Xiaoran's eyes narrowed, and he slammed the gas pedal to the floor. Roar! The modified G-Class roared to life, launching forward with immense power. Upon witnessing this steel beast charging towards them, the group in front dared not obstruct its path and hurriedly moved aside. Too late. With a series of thuds, several individuals were sent flying as if scattered by the wind, the sound of breaking bones ringing out. Those who fell to the ground included some who lost consciousness, while others coughed up blood. Regardless, in such a dire situation, being struck by a vehicle could only lead to one outcome: death. Was there even a doctor available to treat you now? The G-Class surged forward but then abruptly halted, reversing and accelerating again towards the crowd. This time, the cries of despair echoed as more individuals were knocked aside, yet others seized the opportunity to strike with their makeshift weapons. Xiaoran merely chuckled, unleashing a volley of silent bullets that sent another wave of bodies crashing down. Even with the vehicle's enhanced defenses, he still preferred to avoid damage to his car. What if the G-Class barreled through the throng, the bullets from his alternate space aiding in the chaos? Most were oblivious to the fact that the majority had been shot rather than struck by the vehicle, believing instead that they were merely victims of the car's rampage. In such turmoil, who would pay attention to how others met their demise? They screamed and fled towards the building, cursing their own lack of speed. However, the slick surface made their frantic escape perilous. The faster they ran, the greater the chance of slipping, and should they fall, the exposed skin would be painfully scraped by the icy ground, eliciting cries of agony. Minutes later, the survivors scrambled into the building, glancing back to see perhaps over 100 bodies strewn across the ground. Xiaoran intentionally revved the engine, producing a deafening roar as if heralding an announcement, before the G-Class slowly advanced back to the villa. As for the survivors, they trembled in fear. In their eyes, Xiaoran had become even more ruthless than those from Building 4. After all, Building 4 was a group, while Xiaoran was but one man. A single individual wielding such lethal power and destructive capability. What would happen if a group were to unite? What are we to do? They lamented, feeling utterly helpless. The threat posed by Xiaoran was unwavering. He had directly obstructed their path, recklessly crashing into people. They were at their wits' end. Release the people from Building 4, let them engage in a dog-eat-dog battle with Xiaoran. Director Wu gritted his teeth, for just moments ago, his son-in-law had been brutally run down by Xiaoran. Could he not harbor hatred? But the people from Building 4 are no saints either. Someone voiced their concerns. Do you wish to starve to death? Director Wu replied coldly. Letting the occupants of Building 4 contend with Xiaoran gives us a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we are only awaiting our demise. Move out. Thus, the group bundled themselves in thick blankets and approached Building 4. We can release you, but you must agree to a few conditions. Director Wu shouted through a megaphone. A window creaked open, and Lu Yang's face emerged, wearing a chilling smile. Oh, do enlighten me. After a lengthy exchange filled with bargaining, an agreement was finally reached. With the pits filled, they first laid furniture at the bottom, then covered it with blankets and other materials, allowing easy access from the second-floor windows. Lu Yang was the first to leap out, and as more than 20 individuals from Building 4 emerged, Lu Yang playfully slapped Director Wu's face, grinning. I recall that Director Wu has a daughter. She's quite lovely. How about we have some fun with her? Chapter 96. The backlash. The inhabitants of Building 4 have managed to escape their dire predicament. They were on the brink of starvation and dehydration, trapped. After enduring such a harrowing experience, is there any compassion left in them? None. Consequently, the other residents of the community found themselves in grave misfortune. That night, piercing screams echoed through the air. Although Director Wu and his associates attempted to shift the blame for sealing off the building onto Xiaoran, Lu Yang and his companions were not foolish. Such a monumental undertaking could not be accomplished by a single Therefore, it was inevitable that Director Wu and his team were complicit. Why extend any courtesy to one's enemies? The inhabitants of Building 4 emerged like ferocious beasts, brimming with murderous intent. In stark contrast, the residents of the other buildings displayed disunity. As long as the people from Building 4 did not encroach upon their territory, they dared not show their faces. Instead, they barricaded the staircases with furniture and station guards, ready to poke at any approaching foes with makeshift weapons. Thus, by merely assigning one person to keep watch, they believed they could ensure their safety. However, on this fateful day, the entire Block 12 fell victim to Director Wu's misfortunes. The people from Building 4 stormed in, and the residents of Block 12 offered little in the way of resistance, quickly succumbing to their... What followed was a one-sided display of violence from Building 4. The men were systematically slaughtered, their bodies preserved for sustenance, while the women were reduced to mere instruments of their depravity. Notably, Director Wu's daughter, possessing a modicum of beauty, endured the brutal assaults of over 20 men. Succumbing before dawn, Director Wu was compelled to witness the entire ordeal, his fury causing him to spit blood in anguish, filled with regret. Had he known better than to unleash these beasts, although Xiaoran was ruthless, he would refrain from engaging with those who did not provoke him, unlike the inhumane inhabitants of Building 4. The old man wept bitterly, his tears turning to blood, ultimately resulting in blindness. His regret was profound, yet futile. The die had been cast, the tiger had been released, and the wolf invited into his home. Lu Yang, smoking the plundered cigarettes, cast his gaze toward the nearby villa, flicking off the ash while a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I have heard that Xiaoran possesses a vehicle capable of breaking through its formidable walls was beyond human capability. Could they still deploy construction vehicles or explosives? What then? We must wait for him to leave, setting up roadblocks to force him to a halt. The roadblocks must be sufficiently large and heavy, or they will not stop his vehicle. We shall wait for his next departure. While the community languished in turmoil, Xiaoran reveled in tranquility. Although he had prepared ample firepower and scouted the area, he saw no reason to rush. After all, the world had been in chaos for over 20 days, those unable to endure had likely perished long ago, so what was one more day? Wang Lulu occasionally thought of her son, a piece of her own flesh, but in such dire circumstances, what could she do? She felt utterly powerless. Around noon, Xiaoran unexpectedly spotted someone on the surveillance feed, Lu Yang from Building 4. Dressed in a raincoat, he stood at the iron gate, waving toward the camera. Do you need something? Xiaoran inquired. Lu Yang smiled. I wish to borrow your vehicle. Name your price. In this community, I can arrange for any woman you desire. I have no need for force. Moreover, I have little interest in coercion. It lacks charm. He preferred women who willingly offered their affection, regardless of whether their intentions were genuine or feigned. But to use force, that either resulted in fierce resistance or the stillness of a lifeless fish, hardly intriguing. Lu Yang shook his head. Xiaoran, I sincerely wish to borrow your car. It would be prudent for you to agree. Are you intending to threaten me? Xiaoran asked. No, only the powerless resort to bluster, Lu Yang replied with a smile. Xiaoran, we shall meet again, truly meet. Very well, when you see me again, I hope you maintain such bravado, Xiaoran responded with a laugh. I possess extraordinary abilities. I could teach you a grand lesson. Ha ha ha. Lu Yang laughed heartily before turning to leave. The negotiation had collapsed, his gaze was icy. If Xiaoran were to lend him the vehicle, it would be fortuitous. He genuinely wished to avoid enmity with Xiaoran, given the countless who had met their end at his hands. Despite the myriad coincidences, it seemed that none had fallen victim to his sheer might, yet this did not diminish his apprehension. Alas, he had to acquire Xiaoran's vehicle, otherwise, they would remain trapped within the confines of the community. Xiaoran paid Lu Yang little mind. In the afternoon, he dedicated 3 hours to exercise and later spent the evening watching television with Jiang Yuning. Strictly speaking, it was Jiang Yuning who was engrossed in the show while he discreetly admired her physique. With your striking beauty, you must have many admirers among your colleagues, Xiaoran remarked. Jiang Yuning pouted slightly. Who do you look down upon? I am the city's renowned police flower. I once attended a conference in a neighboring city, and many colleagues specifically requested transfers to our bureau. Additionally, many sons of influential leaders in the city are pursuing me. Xiaoran chuckled. That works to your advantage. No superior would dare to exploit you. Indeed, Jiang Yuning nodded. Those who would dare to exploit her would essentially offend a significant portion of the city's elite, a peril not to be taken lightly. Xiaoran laughed heartily, but in the end, it benefits me. Chapter 97 In preparations for departure, Jiang Yuning pouted playfully. You truly are one to take advantage and yet act innocent. With such exquisite beauty, how could she not secure a place in a prestigious family, both of her parents being university professors, a significant advantage indeed, yet she found herself bartered away over mere food. Alas, she cast a complex gaze at the man beside her. The more desperate reality became, the more she discovered her reliance on him deepening, and with such reliance came an intricate array of emotions towards One day, her heart would succumb entirely. This realization filled her with trepidation, yet she felt utterly powerless. Could she truly part ways with Xiaoran? Setting aside other considerations, she was acutely aware of the sinister deeds occurring in Building 4 nearby. Should she step outside this villa, she might instantly find herself captured by a horde of vile men, subjected to their whims and degradation. At that moment, death would seem preferable. No, even in death, she could be reduced to mere sustenance. The mere thought of such a fate sent shivers down her spine, her fair complexion paling. Cannibalism might be unfolding at every corner of the earth. She instinctively tightened her embrace around Xiaoran, whispering, you mustn't come to harm. If Xiaoran were to suffer misfortune, her own fate would be nothing short of tragic. Xiaoran chuckled, fear not, I am quite selfish. I shall not permit any other man to lay a finger on you. That day, Xiaoran appeared to do nothing, yet it felt as if he had been perpetually occupied. From the upper floors to the ground, his body felt somewhat strained. It was no wonder that many emperors throughout history met untimely ends. However, it seems I have not been adversely affected in the slightest. Xiaoran gazed into the mirror, noticing no signs of decay from indulgence. He compared it with photographs taken a few days prior, only to find that he appeared even more vibrant and full of energy now. This was indeed a perplexing phenomenon. Could it be that possessing extraordinary abilities has simultaneously enhanced my physical condition, thus fortifying my foundation? If this conjecture holds true, then the day of indulgence finally drew to a close. Xiaoran warmly welcomed Su Qingmei's arrival. "Are we ready to depart?" she inquired eagerly. "Consider yourself fortunate, I have prepared everything necessary," Xiaoran acknowledged with a nod. Su Qingmei bit her lip, hesitating for a few seconds before saying, "May I first locate my sister, and then complete the transaction?" Upon seeing Xiaoran's expression darken slightly, "Rather, I am still a virgin, and if I give you what is due now, I fear I will be unable to move and find my sister." Xiaoran was taken aback. Such an exceptional beauty was still untouched. Previously, none of Han Yun's companions had been, and now two had emerged in succession. How curious. Xiaoran refrained from expressing his "I made no promises regarding finding your sister." Su Qingmei hesitated, then nodded, "As long as you take me to Su University, even if we do not find my sister, I will fulfill my promise upon our return." Xiaoran continued, "Second, what if you choose to default?" "I can swear." Xiaoran raised a hand to halt her. "I do not trust such oaths. Here's the deal. If you attempt to renege, I shall put a bullet in you." He brandished a handgun before Su Qingmei. She nodded, her voice trembling. "Very well." She too possessed a firearm, but it had been confiscated by Xiaoran during her first visit. Faced with a robust man wielding a gun, Su Qingmei felt an overwhelming sense of psychological and physiological submission. "All right, let us set forth," Xiaoran declared. Han Yun and her companions quickly gathered around, urging him to exercise caution. Simultaneously, they cast warning glances at Su Qingmei internally. Su Qingmei sighed, envisioning herself finding her sister and fulfilling her promise before taking her far away. She had no desire to vie for attention with these four women. Xiaoran reassured Han Yun and her friends, this journey to Su University could last several days, so he ensured they were well stocked with food and fresh water. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuning was diligently adding firewood to the fireplace upstairs. It was impossible to feel cold even if the fireplace were rendered useless. The generator was already set up, enabling the air conditioning to function. Though it would not provide the same warmth as the fireplace, at least they would not perish from the cold. He led Su Qingmei to the first floor, while Han Yun and her companions could only watch in envy. Despite having resided in the villa for several days, they had not won Xiaoran's recognition and had remained confined to the basement. Now, they found themselves envious of Su Qingmei. As Xiaoran closed the basement door, Su Qingmei awaited him, only to hear hurried footsteps approaching. A stunning beauty, rivaling her own, descended the staircase, accompanied by a scruffy dog that trotted in. Another one. Su Qingmei regarded Jiang Yuning, who was similarly assessing her, their eyes sparking with tension and a palpable sense of danger. Xiaoran had informed Jiang Yuning that he would be going out today to help someone find her sister. At first, Jiang Yuning had assumed he was merely acting out of compassion, but upon seeing Su Qingmei, she realized that Xiaoran had misjudged the situation. This was not compassion, it was desire. Yet she had misjudged Xiaoran. Were it not for his urgent need to enhance his own abilities, even if Su Qingmei were 10 times more beautiful, he would not agree to assist her in locating her sister. Engaging in perilous endeavors was out of the question. However, at this moment, Xiaoran's sense of urgency and danger was overwhelming. To him, this journey was primarily about honing his skills and seeking out extraordinary individuals, with Su Qingmei merely an enticing bonus. Chapter 98. Entering Su University. As the Grand G vehicle exited the garage, a multitude of onlookers gathered by the windows within the community. Among them was Lu Yang. He turned to address those inside the house, saying, "Brothers, it's time to get to work." Roar! A chorus of men responded, each embracing one or two women, planting fervent kisses upon their faces before rising to their feet. What were they planning? They intended to construct an insurmountable barricade at the entrance, compelling Xiaoran to halt his vehicle. At that moment, they would seize the opportunity to rush forward and immobilize the Grand G's tires with a car lock, rendering Xiaoran. Within the confines of the villa, he might be a formidable turtle, but once he stepped outside, ultimately, he was merely one man. Xiaoran, why not simply borrow a car without provoking us? Lu Yang scoffed, extinguishing the last remnants of his cigarette. It was his final smoke, and thus, he felt an urgent desire to commandeer that Grand G, so he too could venture out to. He could forego food for a day, but not a single day without a cigarette would suffice, otherwise, he would feel utterly unwell. As the Grand G rolled out of the community gates, Su Qingmei glanced back and inquired, "Are you aware that a multitude of eyes in the community are fixated on you, eager to strip you of your very essence?" "I am aware," Xiaoran replied nonchalantly. "If you know this, why do you dare to venture out?" Su Qingmei found it hard to fathom. While it was true he possessed a firearm, even if one counted Mei Ting's and her companions' guns, that amounted to merely 3 handguns. Could 3 handguns truly intimidate an entire community? The individuals in Building 4 were ravenous. How deranged could they be? A submachine gun would be far more effective. Xiaoran chuckled. "Are you suggesting I should turn back immediately and not take you to Su University?" "That is not what I meant," Su Qingmei quickly retorted, genuinely fearing that Xiaoran might change his mind and leave her behind, in which case she would have no choice but to fight for her survival alongside him. "If that is not the case, then be silent and do not distract me while I drive," Xiaoran commanded. "Are you not aware that one should not converse with the driver during transit, lest an accident occurs?" Su Qingmei was rendered speechless. His speed was a mere 20 miles per hour. Even if they did collide, what harm could possibly arise? Moreover, the vehicle was evidently modified. The robust feel of the front bump. She crossed her arms, choosing to remain silent nonetheless. Seeing Xiaoran unafraid of danger and determined to fulfill his promise stirred a flicker of emotion within her. Had she known that Xiaoran was genuine, What, was she not beautiful enough? Did her figure lack allure? Was she truly no more than a mere appendage in his eyes? After half an hour of cautious driving, they arrived at the Xiangmen campus of Su University. It was technically the eastern campus of Su University, but a moat separated the eastern district into two distinct areas, with the Xiangmen campus situated to the east of the moat. Since Xiaoran had already cleared the roads the previous day, they traveled smoothly. Su Qingmei found it curious that, despite numerous abandoned vehicles littering the streets, some wrecked, others haphazardly parked, there remained a clear passage for their vehicle. It was as if someone had prepared the way in advance. She was no fool and cast a glance at Xiaoran. You said you needed 3 days to prepare. Could it be that the roads were cleared in the first 2 days? No, that is impossible. How could one person clear the road, even if you used the Grand G to push aside the obstructing vehicles? How long would it take to clear a 10-kilometer stretch? Certainly not something achievable in just a day or two. Was there perhaps a prior traveler who had come through here, a forerunner who cleared the way? She pondered, perplexed. Upon reaching the school gates, Xiaoran parked the vehicle and gestured for her to exit. Su Qingmei was taken aback. Aren't you driving the car inside? Xiaoran smiled. Our agreement was merely to deliver you here. We never stipulated that I must drive the vehicle inside. Indeed, they had never specified that. Su Qingmei found herself unable to counter this logic but recognized that Xiaoran was merely attempting to extract more from her. Reluctantly, she asked, "What do you desire? Accompany me for 3 more days." Xiaoran raised his hand, displaying 3 fingers. Su Qingmei bit her lip. 1 day, deal. Xiaoran readily agreed. Regardless of Su Qingmei's consent, he intended to enter the school, thus securing an extra day without any effort on his part. Su Qingmei's chest heaved with indignation, realizing she had fallen into Xiaoran's trap. However, since she had already promised to stay with him, what difference did an extra day make? The Grand G slowly rolled into the campus. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of the library ahead, with the gymnasium and swimming pool to the right, and the teaching buildings to the left. After some analysis, they concluded that if Su Qingmei's sister were indeed in any of these locations, she would likely not have survived until now. Therefore, she must either be in her dormitory or the cafeteria. Otherwise, she would have easily succumbed to the cold or starvation. They decided to head to the cafeteria. Why the cafeteria instead of the dormitory? Because Su Qingmei was unaware of her sister's specific dorm room. With too many targets to consider, it seemed wiser to check the cafeteria first. Before long, they arrived outside the cafeteria. To Xiaoran's astonishment, a throng of people were peering out from the windows, approximately 30 individuals, both men and women, gazing intently out. Let us investigate, he suggested. As they stepped out of the vehicle, Su Qingmei immediately shivered. Despite having donned warmer clothing, the exposure to such frigid temperatures sent a chill through her. The weather was utterly dreadful. In the initial days, it had not been overly cold, with temperatures only dipping to around -10 degrees in winter attire. One could manage, however, during that time, the sky rained down toxic hail. Who would dare venture outside? And now, while the toxic hail had ceased, the temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees or even lower. Given the preparedness of the residents of Su City, what winter clothing could possibly provide adequate warmth? Su Qingmei glanced at Xiaoran, as the outfit she wore was provided by him. This man, a ridiculous thought surged within her mind, was following this man the best choice in such an apocalyptic world? She quickly shook her head. With Xiaoran's lecherous nature, would he spare her sister? She could sacrifice herself, but she would never allow her sister to fall prey to this man's whims. Once she found her sister and fulfilled her promise, she would ensure they both departed together. Chapter 99 of the Esper, Yang Wenqi, Xiaoran and Su Qingmei made their way towards the cafeteria. Upon reaching the entrance, the door swung open, revealing a group of young individuals gazing at them with eager anticipation. "Are you the rescue team sent by the government?" one of the university students inquired. Xiaoran shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, we are merely here to find someone." Su Qingmei quickly interjected, "Do you know Su Xiaoran?" The students, though disappointed, nodded in unison. "Of course we know Su Xiaoran. She's the campus belle." Xiaoran silently agreed. With a sister as stunning as hers, it was hardly surprising that she had earned such a title at Su University. "You resemble the campus belle. You must be her sister, right?" a female student asked. Su Qingmei nodded. "Yes. Do you know where Xiaoran is now?" The girl pondered for a moment before responding. If she is not at the West cafeteria, then she must be starving. "Oh, there are 2 cafeterias?" Su Qingmei nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." As she spoke, she attempted to lead Xiaoran away. However, as soon as they turned, their path was obstructed. "We would like to borrow your vehicle, if that's all right," a male student smiled, asking. Su Qingmei's expression darkened. To borrow, the vehicle outside was crucial for her to find her sister and to take her away from this place. There was no way she could lend it out. Besides, it wasn't even hers. "No, we cannot," Xiaoran replied coolly, shaking his head. The male student's expression soured. "Hey, buddy, do you see what time it is? People are on the verge of..." Although Su Qingmei might have once been a timid girl, years of imprisonment had transformed her into a warrior. She clenched her fists, her gaze sharp. Xiaoran merely smiled and drew his handgun. "Who among you wishes to test this?" "A gun." The thought of testing that could lead to death, the students instinctively recoiled, stepping back in alarm. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger surged within Xiaoran. His instincts reacted faster than his consciousness, and he opened a space. With a sweep of his mind, he discerned it was a basketball. With a thought, he released the basketball, merely altering its trajectory slightly so that it passed harmlessly over his head. He didn't wish to reveal his secret, for that would compromise his advantage. At that moment, the sound of air being sliced through reached his ears. What a remarkable speed! The basketball had broken the sound barrier. Thud, the basketball smashed against the wall, exploding into fragments with a deafening crash, leaving a noticeable dent in its wake. Su Qingmei, belatedly aware, turned to the source of the sound. The crowd parted, revealing a male student sitting at a distant table, casually tossing a basketball while surrounded by several others. Xiaoran's eyes narrowed. Anyone capable of throwing a basketball at supersonic speed must surely possess extraordinary abilities. He had anticipated this, which was why he had absorbed the basketball through the spatial door and released it immediately, creating the illusion of a mere misfire, ensuring no one would suspect he too possessed powers. Displaying apparent weakness before unleashing his full strength to eliminate the adversary, he aimed to secure victory while avoiding harm to himself. Why not adopt such a cunning strategy? This is a warning. Just think about it, bullets are so small, and once they reach the speed of sound, the destructive potential is terrifying. Now consider other objects that are many times heavier. Brother Yang? Xiaoran called out to the boy seated at the table. What is your name? The distance hindered his accuracy, and he could not only would it likely obliterate his target, but such an explosion indoors would collapse the entire cafeteria, potentially burying him alive. He needed better conditions to strike. Yang Wenqi, the same boy called out loudly. Now that you know the power of our brother Yang, I ask you again, will you lend us your vehicle? Bang! Without sparing a glance, Xiaoran raised his gun and fired. The shot rang out, and a tendril of smoke curled upwards as the boy fell to the ground. Xiaoran blew the smoke from the barrel, surveying the terrified students who had retreated in shock. He smiled. I absolutely detest being threatened. However, the ball approached in silence, because it had exceeded the speed of sound. Unfortunately for him, Xiaoran was already prepared. The spatial door was opened beside him, and as the basketball flew toward him, it was absorbed into the alternate dimension, only to be redirected and crash down upon him. Thud, the impact left the boy's visage a gruesome mess, the sound of crushing bones echoing as the force of the blow shattered his facial structure, sending brain matter splattering from the gaping wound. He collapsed, lifeless. Good heavens, Yang Wenqi's strike was truly terrifying. Each attack was akin to being struck by heavy artillery, yet how was it that he had failed to hit his target twice? The first time could be attributed to a threat, but the second time, Xiaoran had just killed their companion. Surely, Yang Wenqi would be compelled to act decisively, yet his second attempt had not only missed but had inadvertently harmed his own team. What kind of absurdity was this? In the distance, Yang Wenqi furrowed his brow. This was peculiar. Ever since he had acquired his abilities, not only had his strength increased significantly, but his accuracy had also become yet, both of his recent attempts had strayed from their intended marks. Although the deviation was slight, it was still far from normal. He had not yet realized that Xiaoran was also an esper. He merely found the situation odd. Feeling a sense of bewilderment, Xiaoran smiled faintly as he approached Yang Wenqi. In response, Yang Wenqi launched another barrage of attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The basketball sliced through the air, the whooshing sounds following closely, yet each one merely grazed Xiaoran's form, crashing into the other students. Remarkably, all of them male. After several attempts, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone began to sense something was amiss. Why was Yang Wenqi turning into a master of near misses? Moreover, he only seemed to miss Xiaoran while effortlessly striking his own comrades. How bizarre. Xiaoran moved with a deliberate rhythm, pausing to absorb the basketballs. Though it was difficult to track their trajectories, he merely needed to watch Yang Wenqi's movements. A flick of the wrist would signal an incoming attack, and he would stop, opening the spatial door with ease. It was that simple, and now, he was merely 8 meters away from Yang Wenqi.